A humble youth, driven by the aspiration to enter the sacred realm of martial arts, sets forth on a quest for the pinnacle of martial mastery. Yet, confronted with fierce competition and the oppressive influence of noble families, how can this ordinary boy establish his place? The sect's teachings are shrouded in secrecy, with core techniques seldom divulged. In a land where the transmission of martial arts is so rare, even gaining entry to the martial academy and the sect does not guarantee access to supreme martial skills. From the realm of the divine emerges a small cube, unveiling a world of power. If one must learn techniques, let them be the most elite. If one must choose a career, let it be one that others dare not pursue. With fervent duels, a rivalry among prodigies, and the piercing light of a spear, the pursuit of martial arts reaches its zenith, standing unrivaled across the world. Prologue. The cube on the boundless icy plains, a blizzard rages, whipping countless ice shards into a violent dance amidst the chilling winds that pierce to the bone, seemingly freezing the very soul. This desolate expanse is the snowfall realm, a place perpetually blanketed in snow, where water freezes instantly. In this barren wasteland, at a certain moment, dozens of tiny ice particles appear to be drawn together by an unseen force, swirling and coalescing into a vortex. At the vortex's center, a silvery, luminous curtain materializes, and in the next instant, a woman clad in sea blue, translucent fabric steps forth from the light. This woman possesses an exquisite figure, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, emanating an aura of purity akin to a pristine ice lotus blooming upon the snowy plains. Yet, her countenance is pale, with a trace of blood at her lips, marring her ethereal grace. As the curtain dissipates, she coughs up blood, her spirit waning further. "Sister!" A melodious voice resonates from the void, and a white light orb emerges from the woman, coalescing into the form of a girl. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The woman in the sea blue dress waves her hand dismissively. Despite her grievous injuries, she forcibly tears through the fabric of space to traverse vast distances, exacerbating her wounds. "Where's this place?" The woman inquires. The girl produces a jade slip, her consciousness delving within. "Sister, we have arrived at the Snowfall Realm." "The Snowfall Realm?" The blue-clad woman's heart skips a beat, followed by a heavy sigh. In the vast expanse of the divine realm, I have traversed the void countless times, yet I find myself here in the Snowfall Realm. My true name is Mu Qianxue, and perhaps this place is destined to be my downfall." "Sister, that won't happen." The girl attempts to reassure her, but is interrupted by a violent surge of energy resonating from the void. In an instant, space seems to be torn apart by unseen hands, and a man clad in black steps forth, standing in the void. Upon seeing this figure, the girl's expression shifts dramatically, her words caught in her throat. The man, handsome yet with blood-red eyes that lend him a sinister air, gazes at Mu Qianxue and smirks. "Princess, we meet again." Mu Qianxue's demeanor hardens, though she anticipated his pursuit. She did not expect him to arrive so swiftly. "Your actions in destroying the Qinyu sacred land are regrettable, but I will not yield to you. Did I ask that so? Then I shall put it to the test." The man, known as Tian Mingzi, retorts nonchalantly. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient-looking pagoda materializes in his palm, the divine sealing pagoda, capable of sealing gods and locking demons, as well as containing thousands of warriors. Just half a month prior, he had wielded this pagoda to bring forth over 10,000 formidable beings from the divine realm to annihilate the Qinyu sacred land. Tian Mingzi throws the pagoda into the air, and as it glimmers with golden light, 1,000 warriors appear in the Snowfall Realm, filling the sky with their presence. The multitude gazes down upon the two isolated women on the icy plains, their expressions devoid of warmth. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianxue allows a cold smile to grace her lips. This was the moment she awaited. The Yinyang Sacred Land, the Hunyuan Sacred Land, the ancient Wave Palace, Blood Fiend Island. You conspired to destroy the Qinyu Sacred Land, and now I will pay the price with my very soul, ensuring your demise. Tian Mingzi declares. "Mu Qianxue, I respect and admire your strength and talent. However, in your current state, facing 1,000 divine realm warriors, you stand no chance. Surrender the divine crystal cube, and I shall spare you and your sister." Unmoved, Mu Qianxue focuses her thoughts, and a 1-inch gray cube, etched with black runes, materializes from her palm, the divine crystal cube that incited turmoil throughout the divine realm. She channels her entire divine power into the cube. Though she has possessed it for less than a year, she has gleaned some understanding of its mysteries. This may be the sole crystal left behind by a fallen true god, possessing terrifying power capable of obliterating souls. Yet her own strength is insufficient to control it. She risks her very essence being consumed. Beware, do not resist, sister. The girl is bewildered by Mu Qianxue's intentions. Just as a luminous barrier envelopes her, a portal to the void, Mu Qianxue's first priority is to send her sister away. The forbidden power of the cube, once unleashed, would consume all nearby souls, which is why she refrained from using it. Within the Qinyu sacred land. You think to send your sister away? I shall not permit it. Tian Mingzi forms a seal, attempting to freeze the space within a 10-mile radius. Yet his expression shifts as he senses a terrifying energy coalescing within the divine crystal cube, instilling fear in his very soul. This is. Tian Mingzi's heart races, his movements faltering as he perceives a life-threatening danger. The energies of heaven and earth surge violently, creating a vortex of power above the cube. With the soul as a guide, harnessing the power of the true God, the annihilation of souls. Mu Qianxue's voice is clear and cold as she utters these words, and in an instant, her form dissolves into a cascade of starlight, her soul merging into the divine crystal cube. Witnessing this, Tian Mingzi's expression shifts dramatically without hesitation. He tears through space in an attempt to flee. Yet at that moment, the cube's terrifying energy erupts. Like the explosion of a star, the surrounding space shatters like paper. The thousands of divine realm warriors who had arrived in the Snowfall realm finally realize the peril they face. Those capable of traversing dimensions desperately attempt to escape into the void, but it's too late. The space around them is obliterated by the overwhelming energy, and they're swept into the storm like scraps of paper, their bodies disintegrating into dust, their souls torn apart by the tempest, absorbed into the cube. The extensive collapse of space transforms a corner of the Snowfall realm into a domain of death, filled with a tempest that annihilates all. After consuming all the soul fragments, the divine crystal cube is also drawn into the storm, drifting into the void. Chapter 1. Lin Ming. The 7 Xian Martial Academy, located in the capital city of Tianyun Kingdom, Tianyun City, is nestled against the majestic Dazhou Mountain, established by the esteemed martial sect, 7 Xian Valley, which boasts a legacy of 600 years, a prominent martial institution. The Qishuan Martial Academy boasts numerous inherited martial arts teachings and is staffed by esteemed masters. IT has naturally become a revered sanctuary for aspiring young martial artists across the Tianyun Kingdom. However, the criteria for admission into the Qishuan Martial Academy are exceedingly stringent, aptly described as on zenith opportunity that on a scorching summer day, at the base of the Dazhou Mountain, a youth in his teens, with his fists wrapped in cloth and his upper body bare, stood before a tree as thick as a man's embrace, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. The dull thuds echoed through the woods, and the bark of the tree visibly caved in, revealing a grayish-white wood beneath, speckled with traces of blood. The boy's name was Lin Ming, possessing a third-tier martial talent, in the Tianyun Kingdom. Half of the population lacks any martial aptitude, rendering them unfit for martial practice. Among the remaining half, over 80% possess only first-tier martial talent, and even with training, their prospects remain bleak. The remaining few, less than 10%, have approximately 90% with second-tier martial talent, who, through diligence, might achieve modest accomplishments, but the hope of becoming martial masters is still remote. Lin Ming's third-tier martial talent is considered quite commendable, barely qualifying as a rare find. Nevertheless, this level of talent still falls short of the requirements for admission to the Qishuan Martial Academy. Aware of this reality, Lin Ming made a pact with his childhood companion, the beautiful Lan Yunyu, who also possessed third-tier talent, to aim for the Tianyun Martial Academy, which, albeit inferior to the Qishuan Academy, was a more attainable goal. The Tianyun Martial Academy, established merely 80 years ago, has limited resources, traditions, and legacies. The inheritance of martial techniques is crucial for any martial artist without superior methods, advancing through the physical training stage and condensing meridians to reach higher realms is akin to an insurmountable challenge. The condensation of meridian stage is a coveted realm for many martial artists and serves as the first significant milestone on the path of martial cultivation. Once achieved, a martial artist's lifespan is greatly extended, and they may be ennobled, leading a life of luxury and prosperity for themselves and their descendants. In terms of nurturing condensation of meridians practitioners, the disparity between the Tianyan Martial Academy and the Sichuan Martial Academy is stark. Lin Ming, devoted to martial pursuits, naturally dreams of attending the Sichuan Martial Academy. But if talent were lacking, he resolved to rely on diligence and determination to impress the examiners. However, the odds seemed slim, and failure in the entrance examination would result in a 6-month wait for another opportunity, a precious span of time for any martial artist. Given these circumstances, along with Lan Yunyu's aspirations, Lin Ming decided to enter the Tianyan Martial Academy. Over the years spent training and playing together, an unspoken affection had blossomed between them. Although they were still too young to consider marriage, the bond was palpable, and Lin Ming's parents held a fondness for Lan Yunyu, often inviting her over for meals. The mutual feelings between Lin Ming and Lan Yunyu were evident, with only a thin veil left to be pierced as they matured. Lin Ming regarded their agreement with utmost seriousness, resolving that even at the Tianyan Martial Academy, he would strive to reach the condensation of meridian stage. However, on the day of the entrance examination for the Tianyan Martial Academy, Lan Yunyu did not appear. Initially, Lin Ming thought she might have been held up by unforeseen circumstances, only to later learn that she had gained admission to the Sichuan Martial Academy, facilitated by the talented heir of the Zhu family, the foremost clan in Qingsang City. Though merely 15 years old, Lin Ming had matured considerably due to his experiences alongside his parents. He understood the implications of Zhu Yan's sponsorship of Lan Yunyu's entry into the Sichuan Martial Academy, that in families of such stature, the choice of a spouse is influenced not only by beauty and grace, but also by martial talent. A higher talent increases the likelihood of producing exceptional offspring. While Lan Yunyu hailed from a modest background, her third-year talent was quite remarkable among girls. Although the Zhu family could have sought out someone with even greater aptitude, Lan Yunyu's beauty and exceptional demeanor made Zhu Yan's affection for her quite understandable. For Lan Yunyu, the opportunities, prestige, and potential achievements offered by the Sichuan Martial Academy far surpassed those of the Tianyan Martial Academy, especially the allure of entering the condensation of meridian stage, which promised to extend her youth by decades of temptation that was hard for any girl to resist. Faced with such seduction, it was likely not only Lan Yunyu who would choose Zhu Yan, many girls would likely follow suit, particularly given Zhu Yan's own attractiveness and his family's superior standing and prospects compared to Lin Ming. Though Lin Ming comprehended this reality, it was impossible for him not to feel the sting of disappointment. He sequestered himself in his room for 3 days. Upon emerging, he resumed his daily routine of eating, sleeping, and training, now with even greater fervor. Before Lan Yunyu departed, Lin Ming had resolved to break through to the condensation of meridian stage and pursue higher martial realms. After her departure, his resolve only solidified. He decided to aim for the Sichuan Martial Academy. Regardless of the formidable challenges ahead, the sound of his fist striking the tree continued to resonate through the woods. This particular tree, known as ironwood, possesses not only an incredibly resilient bark, but also remarkable healing properties, making it a favored choice for many martial novices. To hone their strength, Lin Ming lost count of the punches thrown until he finally exhausted himself. Leaning against the tree, he sat on a stone, retrieving herbs from his pack. He crushed them and applied the paste to his battered hands. For martial practitioners, the regular application of healing herbs is essential. Neglect can lead to lingering injuries, which, if accumulated, could result in disability or even death. The herb he used was called iron vine, named for the green sap it exudes, which, while effective for healing, feels akin to being brushed with iron wire when applied to wounds, causing intense pain. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming bore the discomfort as he wrapped his hands in fresh white cloth. In truth, there are many herbs that are more effective and possess milder properties, causing no pain or itch, but they are invariably expensive, far beyond the means of Lin Ming's family. His parents operated a well-regarded restaurant in Qingsang City. However, the establishment's assets were owned by the Lin family, not by Lin Ming's parents. Though they shared the Lin surname, Lin Ming's family was several generations removed from the main branch, which had entrusted some of its businesses to distant relatives. Lin Ming's parents received a fixed income along with a portion of the profits from the restaurant, which, while sufficient for a comfortable living, fell short when it came to financing Lin Ming's martial training. Initially, Lin Ming's parents had hoped he would inherit the family business and become a restaurant manager. However, upon witnessing his unwavering dedication to martial arts, they exhausted their savings to purchase medicinal herbs for him. Now, their savings dwindled gradually, while Lin Ming remained stagnant at the first level of physical training. The physical training stage is the initial phase of martial cultivation, comprising 6 levels. The first level for strength, the second for flesh, the third for organs, the fourth for muscle transformation, the fifth for bone forging, and the sixth for meridian condensation. Beyond this stage, martial artists progress to the gathering stage. After applying the iron vine sap to his wounds, Lin Ming rested for half an hour, allowing the herb's potency to take effect. Just as he stood to continue his training, a plump youth emerged from the woods, wielding an exquisite longsword. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he chuckled and said, "Brother Ming, today is the day for registration for the entrance examination at the Qishuan Martial Academy. You haven't forgotten, have you? Still here practicing punches." This youth was named Lin Xiaodong, slightly younger than Lin Ming. They had grown up together, forging a close bond. Lin Xiaodong was indeed a legitimate descendant of the Lin family. However, even among the legitimate offspring, status varied. Lin Xiaodong belonged to the lower tier, as his parents were also engaged in business, living in close proximity to Lin Ming's family. Lin Ming cast a glance at Lin Xiaodong before turning towards the tree stump, remarking, "At the beginning of registration, there were numerous participants, and waiting in line took 1 or 2 hours. Idly waiting there would be a waste of time. Come on, you're not that desperate, are you?" Lin Xiaodong replied, somewhat exaggeratedly. He approached the stump and observed the imprints of fists and the splatters of blood upon it. After glancing at Lin Ming's hands, which were heavily bandaged, he gasped, "You're truly insane. You've beaten the ironwood into this state at 8T this rate. Relying solely on iron threadgrass will leave your hands injured. You might even end up crippled." Lin Ming remained silent. The path of martial arts is a struggle against fate. With his third-tier talent, it was exceedingly difficult for him to reach the 6th stage of body training, the condensation pulse phase. If he did not strive during his youth, he would surely have no hope. Yet, if he pushed himself, he might accumulate hidden injuries that could lead to disability. However, there is also the possibility of succeeding before those hidden injuries manifested. Once he reached the condensation pulse phase, the true essence would refine his body, causing those hidden injuries to vanish. For Lin Ming, this was a battle of life and death, a gamble in which he wagered his very existence. With a sigh, Lin Xiaodong retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom and meticulously unwrapped it, saying, "Brother Ming, this is for you." Turning back, Lin Ming beheld a blood ginseng, as red as blood, lying quietly within the pouch. This ginseng appeared to be at least 100 years old, a premium medicinal herb for healing and nourishing blood. A single thin slice would suffice, and its effects were gentle yet potent. This singular herb was worth no less than 150 taels of gold, equivalent to the annual income of Lin Ming's family. Lin Ming paused momentarily and shook his head, saying, "I cannot accept this blood ginseng." Though they were brothers, this ginseng was far too precious. Lin Xiaodong's family, while better off than Lin Ming's, was still among the lower echelons of the Lin family's direct descendants. If used for Lin Xiaodong's cultivation, it would not leave them in a comfortable position. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaodong forcefully pressed the ginseng into Lin Ming's hands, asserting, "This ginseng is meant for you to why cultivation is sporadic at best, and I have only the slightest of hidden injuries. Using this would be wasteful. If you refuse, it would be a waste of my purchase. It would be pointless to return it. My father has no high expectations of me. He merely wishes for me to uphold the Lin family's lineage." After a moment of silence, Lin Ming accepted the blood ginseng, stating, "Very well, I will accept this ginseng. For the sake of this herb, I must break through the condensation pulse phase. Ha. Now that sounds like you. Not only must you break through the condensation pulse phase, but you must also defeat that Zhu Yin. That scoundrel has long been an eyesore to me. Zhu Yin Lin Ming exhaled softly. Though his talent was commendable, Zhu Yan's was exceptional. Zhu Yin had already been admitted to the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy as a senior disciple of the Heavenly Court, reaching the pinnacle of the third stage of body training. Even so, Lin Ming set his sights on surpassing Zhu Yin, not for Lan Yinyu, but for the pursuit of martial arts, which necessitated overcoming countless thresholds and scaling innumerable mountains. Even if it took him a decade or several decades to catch up to Zhu Yin, he would persevere to the foot of the Great Zhou Mountain. There lay an expansive compound stretching over 20 miles, home to the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy and the Heavenly Fortune Martial Academy. Today marked the day of registration for the entrance examination of the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy, and a bustling crowd gathered in the square before its main entrance. Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong had intentionally delayed their arrival. Yet upon reaching the square, they realized they had underestimated the number of registrants. 3 lines snaked forward, each extending several dozen meters. At this rate, they would be waiting for at least half an hour. Let's wait, Lin Xiaodong sighed, resigned to standing at the end of the line. Agreed, Lin Ming nodded. Hey, there are fewer people over there. Lin Xiaodong pointed toward the small gate not far off, where only a few individuals lingered, the ground beneath them adorned with a red carpet. That's the noble zone. Lin Ming noticed the inscription on the sign. Since the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy was established in the Heavenly Fortune Kingdom, utilizing its land, buildings, and resources, it naturally afforded some deference to the aristocracy. Many matters concerning the academy were entrusted to the nobility, including today's admission registration. Damn, Lin Xiaodong muttered disgruntledly. Nobility required royal endorsement, a hereditary honor. Although the Lin family was affluent, they were not noble. As Lin Xiaodong prepared to vent his frustrations against the so-called parasites of the aristocracy, the gate swung open, and 2 young men stepped out. One wore a blue robe, a finely crafted sword at his waist, and a golden crown atop his head, his appearance strikingly handsome. Upon seeing this young man, Lin Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It was Zhu Yin. The Zhu family's daughter had married into the royal family, becoming the emperor's favored concubine. Consequently, the Zhu family had become the undisputed first family of Qingsang City, bestowed with noble status, allowing Zhu Yin to secure Lan Yunyu's admission to the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy. Ugh, I should have checked the almanac before stepping out today. I've encountered calamity, Lin Xiaodong grumbled. Zhu Yin and the other young man walked side by side. Several attendants waiting outside the noble zone followed closely behind them. It appeared that Zhu Yin was escorting the young man to register. As they approached Lin Ming, a collision seemed inevitable. Given Lin Ming's status and strength, an encounter could prove disadvantageous. Yet he did not shy away, calmly observing Zhu Yan's approach. Zhu Yin paused slightly upon noticing Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong. Initially surprised, he then frowned as Lin Ming's presence irked him. Although he had successfully won Lan Yunyu's affection, she had rejected any affectionate gestures prior to their marriage, clearly still harboring feelings for Lin Ming, which left Zhu Yin feeling resentful. No man could tolerate the thought of his future wife being emotionally attached to another, and Zhu Yin was no exception. You must be Lin Ming, correct? I never expected you would follow us here, with your first stage body training, intending to enroll in the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy. Zhu Yan's tone dripped with sarcasm. He would never allow Lin Ming to enter the academy. For as long as Lin Ming remained there, Lan Yun would never forget him. Whether I am accepted is my concern. I did not follow anyone here. I came to the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy solely for the pursuit of my martial path. Martial path? You, with your mediocre talent, dare to speak of pursuing the martial path? Truly, a case of overreaching. Zhu Yin scoffed. As he spoke, his knuckles cracked ominously, and his sword, seemingly imbued with a life of its own, unsheathed itself. With a swift, sweeping motion, Zhu Yin cleaved through the air, sending forth a piercing wave of energy that visibly severed the crown of a nearby tree. As leaves and branches cascaded to the ground, onlookers gaped in astonishment. Most were of a similar age to Zhu Yin, some even younger, yet Zhu Yan's martial prowess left them in awe. Zhu Yan's display was meant to intimidate Lin Ming, illustrating the disparity between them. I possess fourth-tier talent, began my martial training at 12, and have consumed countless elixirs. Now, as a disciple of the heavenly court sword sect in the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy, I stand at the pinnacle of the third stage of body training, merely scratching the surface of the martial path. You, however, are but a first-stage practitioner. How dare you speak of the martial path? Zhu Yan's words were laced with arrogance, igniting Lin Xiaodong's ire. You, Zhu, have merely been born 2 years earlier than us. What gives you the right to act so superior? If we swapped ages, I could defeat you with one hand. Zhu Yan frowned, turning to face Lin Xiaodong. Taking a casual step forward, he unleashed his true essence. And you are? Lin Xiaodong felt the pressure of Zhu Yan's aura constricting him. Words caught in his throat. He stepped back, swallowed hard, and declared, I am Lin Xiaodong, remember that. Lin Xiaodong? The signs of the Lin family are few enough to be counted on one hand. And you, a mere buffoon, have no right to speak to me. Not just you, but also Lin Minji. If it weren't for Lan Yunyu, you would not even qualify to converse with me. I advise you to possess a sense of self-awareness. You are unworthy of Lan Yunyu. That in Qingseng City, young women of third-tier talent, endowed with both beauty and grace, are exceedingly rare, mostly concentrated within prominent families. Given the severe conflicts of interest among these noble houses, how could exceptional women marry into other families and bolster their bloodlines? Most would demand that the suitor be adopted into their family instead, which is why Zhu Yan spoke so. 1,000 taels of gold, do not ever show your face before me again, Zhu Yan declared, withdrawing a stack of gold notes from his sleeve. The onlookers gasped. 1,000 taels of gold was an exorbitant sum, sufficient for a martial artist in the body refinement stage to procure high-grade herbs for 2 to 3 years. 1,000 taels of gold? Are you trying to insult me? Lin Xiaodong retorted, pushing the notes back. In truth, he was merely putting on a brave front. 1,000 taels was indeed a considerable fortune for him. With a flick of his wrist, Zhu Yan unleashed a powerful force that sent Lin Xiaodong sprawling. He coldly regarded Lin Ming, awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming spoke slowly yet with conviction. Zhu Yan, in terms of talent, I cannot compare to you. In terms of family background, I am even further behind. However, the path of martial arts is not solely dependent on talent or financial backing. The most crucial element is the heart devoted to martial pursuits. You cultivate martial arts for wealth, status, and vanity, while I pursue the ultimate essence of martialism. The way of a martial artist is not reserved for th. Chapter 2. The Peculiar Stone. Brother Ming, you were quite impressive today, Lin Xiaodong exclaimed as they walked down the road. Lin Ming remained silent. The words he spoke earlier had indeed resonated with conviction. However, surpassing Zhu Yan was a formidable challenge that would demand immense effort on his part. While he had no fear of hard work or struggle, the hidden injuries he bore could not be remedied by mere willpower. They required rare medicinal herbs, each of which came at a steep price. Seemingly sensing Lin Ming's thoughts, Lin Xiaodong said, Brother Ming, just focus on your cultivation. Leave the financial concerns to me. Rest assured, my father may not be particularly powerful within our clan, but he possesses a keen business acumen and can certainly afford several hundred taels of gold. Lin Ming paused momentarily, turning to face Lin Xiaodong. Throughout life, there are many who add embellishments to one's success. Yet only a few come to one's aid in times of need. Between brothers, expressions of gratitude often feel superfluous, yet Lin Ming halted his steps and earnestly said, Xiaodong, I truly appreciate your support. All right, enough of this. I can't bear it any longer. I have no grand aspirations. My goal in attending the Seven Mystical Martial Academy is merely to bring honor to my father. Brother Ming, I have faith in you. One day, when you become a master, just look out for me, will you? Haha. Lin Ming chuckled in response. Yes? For your sake, I shall certainly pursue the path of martial arts. By the time Lin Ming returned to his lodgings, night had fallen. He had rented a small room, mere 10 square meters in size, as accommodations in Tiankai City were exceedingly scarce during the application period for the Seven Mystical Martial Academy. With all-ins fully booked and prices inflated by half, many candidates opted for renting rooms, though this too was not inexpensive. The room was simply furnished. As Lin Ming settled onto his bed, preparing to meditate, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the landlord, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, whose figure was notably ample. Typically, she bore a fierce expression, exuding a sharp demeanor, yet today, she wore a surprisingly obsequious smile. which struck Lin Ming as unusual. "Landlady, is there something you need?" he inquired. Young man, I'm sorry, but could you vacate this room?" she asked, her voice tinged with awkwardness. "Why?" Lin Ming furrowed his brow. "Oh, I'm sorry. This room is now required," a harsh male voice interjected from the hallway. Lin Ming glanced up to see a gaunt, sneering young man, whose visage was reminiscent of a monkey, strolling towards him. Lin Ming recognized him as one of Zhu Yan's lackeys from earlier that day, a minion who had not spoken but whose disdainful gaze had been unmistakable. It was evident that this young man had been sent to annoy him as a means of currying favor with Zhu Yan, the greedy landlord. Motivated by the prospect of receiving several times the rent, was all too eager to comply. With the registration period for the academy underway, finding alternative accommodations was no simple task, and even if he managed to relocate, this sycophant would likely meddle again. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he regarded the landlord. "We agreed on a 5-month lease, for which I have already paid in full. There are still 3 months remaining. You expect me to leave?" The landlord chuckled nervously. "I understand, but how about I refund you for the unused 3 months? Refund 3 months? Your calculations are rather astute." Lin Ming's anger flared. If the landlord had been pressured by forces beyond her control, he could have accepted her departure, but her blatant greed ignited his ire. "How dare you speak to me like that? This is my property. I can rent it to whomever I choose." The landlord's arrogance stemmed from the innate superiority complex held by landlords in Tiankai City, who often looked down upon outsiders, believing them to be mere country folk. With the monkey-faced young man at her side, her confidence swelled. At that moment, the young man sneered, "If you know what's good for you, you'll leave quickly. Just so you know, I have my eyes on you. Even if you find another place, I can still have you thrown out. For the next 3 months, you should prepare to sleep in the streets." With a triumphant laugh, he reveled in his perceived power. Lin Ming's gaze turned icy as he regarded the insolent young man. "What are you staring at? If you're thinking of striking me, let me inform you. My master is the son of the commander of the Tiankai City Guard. If you dare to strike me, I will make you regret it. Begone!" Lin Ming shouted, delivering a punch that struck the young man squarely in the nose. The impact sent him sprawling backward, crashing into furniture and kitchenware, shattering them into pieces. As he landed amidst the debris, bloodied and disheveled, the force of Lin Ming's blow was such that it left the young man severely injured. The landlord stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock before unleashing a blood-curdling scream. "Help! Murder! Someone save me!" In her panic, she stumbled and fell, her hefty frame unable to navigate the chaos of the shattered remnants scattered on the floor. Lin Ming strode toward the fallen young man, who, despite being in the initial stages of martial training, possessed a rare talent. The majority of individuals in T1 must undoubtedly learn the virtue of patience. If a martial arts master were to arrive today, and if Lin Ming found himself outmatched, he would choose to endure, accepting the loss as a necessary sacrifice. However, when confronted merely by a lackey with mediocre skills, relying solely on the influence of his backing, to tolerate such insolence would be contrary to Lin Ming's martial spirit. Thus, he strode away from the residential area, discarding his bundle along the way, contemplating his accommodation. He needed a place to stay. The inns were nearly full and exorbitantly priced. While he had no qualms about sleeping outdoors, Lin Xiaodong would surely object and insist on taking him to his own residence. If he were to accept that offer, it would only invite the son of the military lord to send more thugs after him, leaving both of them to share a night on the streets. Moreover, having just stirred up trouble, there was a possibility that the military lord's son might directly send henchmen after him. For such individuals, leaving someone crippled was merely commonplace. Lin Ming did not wish to implicate Lin Xiaodong in his predicament. Thus, where could he find refuge? After a moment of contemplation, he finally thought of a place, the illustrious Daming Pavilion, one of the most luxurious establishments in Tiankai City. Daming Pavilion, with its exorbitant prices, was frequented by the affluent and powerful, making it a sanctuary that the son of a military lord would not dare to touch. Naturally, Lin Ming had no intention of paying for lodging. He sought employment there. With his parents owning a tavern, he was skilled in the culinary arts, though he did not presume to rival the chefs of Tiankai City. In truth, his specialty lay not in cooking. Upon arriving at Daming Pavilion, the establishment was still ablaze with light, operating until the early hours of the morning, claiming the title of the most prosperous tavern in Tiankai City. Dressed in plain attire, Lin Ming was met with curious glances from the attendants as he entered. For his appearance and the bundle he carried did not suggest that he belonged in such an establishment, especially given his youthful countenance of about 15 years. Nevertheless, The attendant maintained a modicum of decorum and approached him, inquiring, "Are you accompanying your parents, young man?" Lin Ming shook his head and replied, "I am here to seek employment." At this, even the well-mannered attendant furrowed his brow, pondering what work a boy of 15 or 16 could possibly do. Serving trays typically required young women of 17 or 18, while waitstaff were expected to be tall, handsome individuals in their 20s. As for chefs, could a boy of this age truly fulfill such a role? "Be on your way, do not cause a disturbance." The attendant waved him off impatiently. "I am indeed capable of work. Allow me a chance to prove myself in the kitchen," Lin Ming insisted. The attendant, visibly annoyed, retorted, "What can you possibly do?" With a faint smile, Lin Ming replied, "I can butcher." "What?" The attendant was taken aback. Butchering was a rather obscure profession. Not every tavern would employ such a role. This job involved dismembering slaughtered livestock or hunted game into meat portions. In ancient times, the tale of the master butcher who effortlessly dissected an ox was well known. A masterful practitioner could skillfully dismantle an entire beast, while those of lesser skill might need to replace their knives yearly. And average butchers would require a new knife every month, often expending half a day to butcher a single ox. At Daming Pavilion, they frequently dealt not with oxen, but with ferocious beasts. Many of these creatures were delicacies, yet their scales, hides, bones, and sinews were exceptionally tough. Average individuals would struggle to break down even a small piece, and martial artists, often adhering to the adage that gentlemen should steer clear of kitchens, would rarely stoop to such labor. Even if they did, lacking familiarity with the intricate textures of muscles and bones, they would often mangle the meat, resulting in uneven cuts unsuited for gourmet dishes. For Lin Ming, butchering was the foundation of his martial arts training in his parents' tavern. It constituted his daily practice for several years. It was a grueling task, no less strenuous than driving piles. Lin Ming never considered himself particularly gifted in martial arts. He relied solely on his diligence, honing his skills through relentless repetition. His solid foundation in martial arts was forged with every precise cut. Unable to dismiss Lin Ming, the attendant reluctantly led him into the kitchen. "Lanjia, this young man has come to apply for the position of butcher," he announced. "Butcher?" A beautiful woman in a vibrant chi pao, appearing to be around 22 or 23, scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe, observing his plain attire and the assortment of bundles. She frowned slightly, displeased. "What are you doing? Bringing anyone into the kitchen? Dongzi, give him some loose change and send him away." The beautiful woman clearly mistook Lin Ming for a destitute child. The attendant, feeling quite embarrassed, had initially intended to expel Lin Ming, but found that the boy's feet seemed rooted to the ground, making it impossible to budge him. "All right then." A young man, who had been busy filleting, approached to shoo Lin Ming away, but just then, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The bone knife he had been holding was snatched away by Lin Ming. Before Dongzi could process what had happened, Lin Ming declared, "I am not here to beg. Miss, allow me to demonstrate my skills before you dismiss me." The beautiful woman was taken aback. It seemed this boy had indeed undergone training. She shot a disapproving glance at Dongzi and said, "How useless. You can't handle a child? Go fetch a pig from the storeroom." Turning back to Lin Ming, she added, "If you can finish in half an hour, I will keep you at Daming Pavilion." Dongzi, feeling humiliated, turned away to find a pig, while Lin Ming interjected, "No need for that. I would prefer that one." He pointed to a nearby Jiaojin beast. The beautiful woman was taken aback. The Jiaojin beast was a second-tier ferocious creature, with sinews that were extraordinarily tough, impervious to knives and swords. Yet, when cooked slowly with specific herbs over a low flame for 3 days and nights, it would produce a rich, flavorful broth. This type of beast was not easily handled, even by seasoned butchers, and Lin Ming's audacity was astonishing. "Are you joking? That Jiaojin beast costs over 100 taels of gold. If you ruin it, can you afford to pay?" Dongzi protested, still aggrieved over Lin Ming's earlier actions. The beautiful woman shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you think you could ruin it?" Dongzi fell silent, realizing that the Jiaojin beast was not a mere pig, cow, or sheep. Ordinary individuals would struggle to break through its scales even with a knife. And the task of ruining such a creature was no small feat. The woman turned to Lin Ming and said, "You may proceed." Lin Ming nodded, selecting the finest bone knife from the kitchen. He had only handled a Jiaojin beast twice before, both at banquets hosted by influential figures in the Lin family. As such creatures were not affordable for just anyone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming carefully examined the beast's scales, feeling for the sinews beneath. This process lasted for a considerable time, during which he mentally mapped out the structure of the sinews, confirming it against his previous memories of the Jiaojin beast's anatomy. As he waited, some began to grow impatient. "What is taking so long?" Are you going to cut it or not? Stop with the theatrics and get on with it. It was understandable that they were restless. A 15-year-old boy attempting to butcher a second-tier ferocious beast appeared to be a farce. Lin Ming, however, paid no heed to their skepticism. The moment he grasped the knife, his demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. Butchering was as vital to his training as any martial exercise. Having validated his mental map of the sinews, Lin Ming finally made his move. He did not employ an axe or cleaver, but rather wielded the delicate bone knife. Yet this seemingly ordinary blade became remarkably sharp in his hands. As the blade descended, Lin Ming effortlessly split the Jiao Jin beast scales. Witnessing this spectacle, the skeptics fell silent. Accomplishing such a feat required no less than 300 pounds of force in one's wrist. Typically, butchering a Jiao Jin beast necessitated the use of an axe or saw. The blade advanced along the sinews with unparalleled fluidity, as if slicing through paper. With swift, rustling sounds, the white tendons within this Jiao Jin beast body were revealed one by one. Observing Lin Ming's effortless demeanor, the man called Dongzi rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his own perception. Was the youth truly dissecting a Jiao Jin beast? Lin Ming's movements flowed like ethereal clouds and flowing water, occasionally encountering beast tendons impossible to avoid. He would sever them with brute force. Thus, in a little over half an hour, the Jiao Jin beast was reduced to chunks of meat, alongside which lay segments of white filaments, the most valuable tendons of the beast. These tendons were uniform in length, with minimal wastage. The scene was astonishing. While Lin Ming's actions appeared effortless, the onlookers were aware of the monumental task that dissecting a Jiao Jin beast entailed. Typically, it required the collaborative efforts of 4 or 5 strong men for half a day. Yet, the youth only showed a slight flush in his complexion, seemingly capable of handling 1 or 2 more with ease. As the evening quieted down at Dimingxian, many from the kitchen gathered to watch. The room was hushed as Lin Ming set down his knife and inquired, "May I remain here now? I can work no more than 2 hours each day, for a monthly wage of 5 taels of gold. I also require room and board." The beautiful woman contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Lin Ming's terms were not low, but they were certainly worthwhile. His speed alone allowed him to accomplish a great deal in 2 hours, and the minimal wastage of crucial ingredients was of paramount importance. Thus, Lin Ming commenced his work at Dimingxian. The 2 hours were not a waste, for it was also a form of cultivation. Striking wooden stakes honed his ferocity, while dismembering bones cultivated his finesse. That evening, Lin Ming remained in the storeroom, dissecting 3 first-grade ferocious beasts in one go. By then, he was drenched in sweat, his arms aching and numb. He prepared to dissect one last beast before retiring to his quarters. For his final task, he chose a second-grade ferocious beast, a golden-backed pangolin. This creature possessed teeth capable of shattering stone and could burrow through mountains as if they were tofu. Due to excessive true essence consumption, Lin Ming exerted tremendous effort to cleave open this golden-backed pangolin abdominal scales. His initial motive for selecting this second-grade beast was to push himself to his limits. With the scales breached, the task became significantly easier. The blade traced the gaps between the muscles within this golden-backed pangolin abdomen. It was then that Lin Ming felt the knife halt, as if encountering a hard object. Bone. No, there shouldn't be bone in the abdominal cavity. Then stone? Also unlikely. While the golden-backed pangolin occasionally swallowed stones, they would have been crushed long ago. Even if they remained intact, the potent gastric acids would have corroded them. Could it be an inner core? The thought stirred a slight excitement within Lin Ming. The inner core of a second-grade ferocious beast was quite valuable, and if not sold, it would greatly benefit the body if consumed. Donning gloves, Lin Ming carefully avoided the gastric acids and extracted the hard object. However, upon inspection, Lin Ming was greatly disappointed. It was a square object, clearly not an inner core, as those were typically round. It appeared to be a stone, but a peculiar one at that. The gray cube possessed excessively regular edges and corners, as if cut by a knife. Moreover, all 6 faces of the cubic stone were inscribed with strange, black runes, exuding an aura of mystery. Metallic? Lin Ming scrutinized it closely. It did not resemble metal, nor did it quite resemble stone. Perhaps it was a type of jade? Chapter 3. The masterless soul. Lin Ming washed the stone with clear water. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the axe from the ground and gently struck the cubic stone with its blunt side, yet there was not a trace of damage. This was to be expected. The fact that the stone could remain intact within the belly of a golden-backed pangolin indicated its exceptionally hard material. Gradually increasing his strength, Lin Ming ultimately exerted all his might, but while both the axe and the anvil bore marks, the cubic stone remained unscathed. By the heavens! Lin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. He anticipated the stone's hardness but did not foresee it being this formidable. What on earth was it made of? Unable to deduce the answer, Lin Ming found the stone rather peculiar and oddly shaped. Perhaps it was crafted from some extraordinarily hard material by a master of forging. With this thought in mind, he casually placed the stone into his pocket. If he could not understand it, it could serve as a decorative piece. After tidying up his tools, Lin Ming returned to the room assigned to him by the Ming Pavilion to rest. After a day of practicing martial arts and 2 additional hours of skeletal adjustments, he felt quite fatigued. Engaging in a brief meditation to calm his mind, he did not even change his clothes before collapsing onto the bed and swiftly falling asleep. The bed provided for the staff by the Ming Pavilion was exceedingly comfortable, and here, the son of the military lord had no means to disturb his slumber. In this deep sleep, Lin Ming experienced a remarkably vivid dream. He found himself in a realm of exquisite palaces, each structure crafted from beautiful jade, with intricate workmanship that left one breathless. Groups of stunningly beautiful women, clad in flowing garments and possessing exceptional grace and beauty, traversed the halls, while rare and auspicious creatures soared across the sky, creating an ethereal ambience. Lin Ming had never witnessed such a magnificent palace, not even in paintings. Just then, the scene shifted abruptly, and the beautiful palace collapsed with a thunderous roar. In the sky appeared layers upon layers of human silhouettes, within which countless streams of light flickered. Though these lights appeared enchanting, upon touching the earth, towering mountains were instantaneously obliterated. The ground was torn asunder, and the heavens were dyed red with demonic flames. As a colossal formation materialized out of thin air, adorned with enigmatic symbols that filled the entire sky. The scale of this battle was beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Masters, beings of an unfathomable realm. This was certainly not something that could be compared to those at the body refinement or gathering essence stages. Each figure on the canvas was beyond Lin Ming's ability to revere, yet how could there exist so many godlike individuals in the world? The scene shifted once more, transforming into a world of ice and snow, where a woman of ethereal grace and breathtaking beauty stood alone, holding a 1-inch sized cube, facing 10,000 silhouettes suspended in the void. Remarkably, this woman stood less than 3 feet in front of Lin Ming. Though he understood that these were mere phantoms, he could still distinctly sense an overwhelmingly powerful and pure aura emanating from her. To Lin Ming's astonishment, the cube in her hand was the very peculiar stone he had discovered earlier in the belly of the golden-backed pangolin. The woman began to speak a series of words, but they were largely indistinct. He could only clearly discern the term magic cube. A magic cube? For some reason, upon hearing those 2 words, Lin Ming instinctively associated them with the cubic stone. Could it be that the stone was indeed called had he touched a larger fragment back then? He might have been reduced to a fool. The Rubik's Cube was indeed perilous. As Lin Ming contemplated this, his expression suddenly shifted, realizing there were numerous new additions in his mind. Arrays, inscriptions, engravings, a myriad of peculiar symbols, a plethora of enigmatic characters, and ancient weapon schematics exuding formidable energy. What could this be? Could it be the memories housed within that ownerless soul? This thought sent a tremor through Lin Ming's consciousness, as he vaguely recognized that this memory might represent an unimaginable treasure. The intricate memories, although now embedded in Lin Ming's mind, were not as readily accessible as his own recollections. They required meticulous organization and integration. Encountering arrays and inscriptions, Lin Ming chose to bypass them for the moment, as they appeared fragmented and disordered, seemingly originating from a profession dedicated to engraving inscriptions upon weapons. Lin Ming had no immediate interest in exploring this profession. He was in pursuit of far more pressing and coveted matters. Continuing his search, Lin Ming held his breath until, at a certain moment, his spirit jolted. He had discovered the cultivation technique for the body refinement stage, the Chaotic Combat Sutra, a legacy of martial arts. Why did the Tianyan martial house lag so far behind the Sichuan martial house? It was due to heritage. Chapter 4. The inheritance of martial arts. The establishment of the Tianyan martial house has only spanned 80 years, whereas the Sichuan martial house boasts a rich heritage of 600 years, originating from the 3rd grade sect, Sichuan Valley, which offers a plethora of martial arts techniques to choose from. Cultivating the inherited techniques of the Tianyan martial house renders the prospect of achieving the 6th level of body refinement, the condensation vein stage, rather bleak. Conversely, those who practice the techniques of the Sichuan martial house can break through the condensation vein stage with merely a 4th grade talent. As for Lin Ming, he lacks any substantial body refinement techniques. He relies solely on a rudimentary text, Introduction to Martial Arts, practicing his punches against a tree stump and employing a bone knife for dissection. This has been the journey of Lin Ming in the realm of martial arts. Over the years, he has diligently forged his path, gradually reaching the threshold of the first level of body refinement through sheer perseverance. Inheritance is profoundly significant to him. Lin Ming's heart swells with excitement as he eagerly integrates and organizes the knowledge contained within this inherited technique. Soon, the Chaotic Combat Sutra brings him yet another surprise. This text is regarded as a premier body refinement technique within the divine realm. Although it is classified as top tier, it remains merely a body refinement technique and is not exceedingly rare within the divine realm. The source of Lin Ming's exhilaration lies in his discovery of the true nature of this so-called divine realm. The divine realm represents a higher echelon of existence, one that has endured for countless millennia. Within this realm, practices of body refinement, martial arts, weapon utilization, various skills, and formations have reached their pinnacle. It is a world inhabited by martial arts masters whose transcendent abilities far exceed the imagination of Lin Ming at this stage. Consequently, the value of the Chaotic Combat Sutra becomes immeasurable. Moreover, the cube contains an abundance of soul fragments, and when Lin Ming's strength is sufficient, he should be able to assimilate even more. With this thought, Lin Ming is overwhelmed with exhilaration. He fears that the technique may be incomplete, for the soul fragment he is merged with is but a small piece. The loss of the technique would be a lamentable misfortune. Fortunately, as he continues to read and integrate, the Chaotic Combat Sutra remains intact, encompassing everything from force cultivation, muscle training, organ refinement, to the transformation of tendons, bone forging, and vein condensation. This is already astonishing enough for Lin Ming, as on the Tiankai Continent, typical body refinement techniques are limited to specific stages. For instance, there are dedicated texts for tendon transformation, such as the True Sutra of Tendon Transformation, for bone forging, the Golden Body Technique, and for vein condensation, the 9 Veins Divine Art. In contrast, the Chaotic Combat Sutra allows one to progress from force cultivation to vein condensation through a single text. Even more astonishing developments await Lin Ming. In the Tiankai Continent, the condensation vein stage signifies the conclusion of the body refinement phase, followed by the initiation into the gathering essence stage, which is further divided into the acquired and innate realms. The condensation vein stage is a critical barrier. Many are trapped in the bone forging stage, unable to progress further in their lifetimes. It is common knowledge that the condensation vein stage represents the physical limits of the human body. However, within the Chaotic Combat Sutra, there exists a subsequent realm beyond condensation vein known as essence refinement. Above essence refinement, there are 8 gates of escape, aligned with the 8 trigrams and corresponding to the 9 stars of the celestial phenomenon. By unlocking the 8 gates within oneself and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, one can transcend the physical limits of their body and strive for higher realms. The practice of either essence refinement or the 8 gates of escape does not hinder a martial artist's entry into the acquired or innate realms, providing them with several additional layers of advancement that are self-evidently beneficial. Upon reading this, Lin Ming is rendered speechless. Realizing that the Chaotic Combat Sutra is indeed a treasure of the world, he is eager to begin his cultivation, but before doing so, he checks the cube in his chest pocket, only to be taken aback to find it missing. A cold sweat breaks out as he reaches for his chest, feeling an unusual sensation. Upon lifting his clothing, he discovers a peculiar symbol etched into the skin beneath his left chest pocket, mirroring a mysterious inscription from the cube. Could it be that the cube has entered his body? Lin Ming recalls that the holy woman summoned the cube seemingly from within her palm, which does not seem strange now, yet he realizes he has no idea how to summon the cube anew. He attempts it, but to no avail, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The cube contains countless soul fragments, and he had merely selected the smallest, dimmest one to obtain such a precious item. If he could merge with more soul fragments, it would manifest as an unimaginable treasure. With this thought, Lin Ming finds himself chuckling at his own folly. A mere nameless soul fragment nearly consumed his consciousness. What would stronger fragments do? It is clear that both the secrets of the cube and those wondrous soul fragments must wait until he attains greater mastery. For now, he would do better to focus on cultivating the Chaotic Combat Sutra. Thus, Lin Ming calms his mind and begins to comprehend this ancient, divine inheritance technique. The essence of the Chaotic Combat Sutra lies in transforming the physical body into an indomitable weapon, rendering it impervious and immensely powerful. Furthermore, the Chaotic Combat Sutra emphasizes the mastery of force application. The first level of force cultivation diverges significantly from traditional techniques. In conventional methods, achieving 1,000 pounds of strength signifies a minor success, often demonstrated by shattering an ironwood tree stump with a punch. However, within the Chaotic Combat Sutra, one must not only cultivate strength, but also practice the control of that power. Achieving a high level of mastery allows one to strike the stump into fine strands, or even pulverize it into fluff. Upon reading this, Lin Ming's heart swells with aspiration. Undoubtedly, practicing the Chaotic Combat Sutra is far superior to ordinary body refinement techniques. 3 days later, at the foot of Dazhou Mountain, the bright moon hangs high, and the sky resembles a vast curtain. Lin Ming stands with his eyes closed on the grass, breathing in a unique rhythm. He remains in this position for an indeterminate time, resembling a statue under the moonlight, utterly motionless. He is practicing a distinctive method of true essence circulation recorded in the Chaotic Combat Sutra, known as the Chaotic True Essence Technique. This technique comprises 7 levels and is designed to better harness true essence for refining the body and forging muscles and bones. Upon mastering this technique, both his strength and physical resilience will significantly surpass those of others at the same level. As the night breeze sweeps through, countless blades of grass ripple like waves. Lin Ming's breath seems to synchronize with this undulation, as if he has become one with his surroundings. As the moon passes over the treetops, a drop of cold dew quietly forms at the edge of a leaf above Lin Ming. With a gentle tremor of the leaf, the heavy dew silently falls. Suddenly, the previously motionless Lin Ming opens his eyes, extending his right hand. The dew lands precisely on his fingertip, then rolls down to his palm. With a swift clench of his fist, he captures the dew. Then, with a shake of his shoulder and a thrust of his waist, he delivers a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the large ironwood tree, thick as an embrace, splinters into fragments, revealing a fist-sized indentation nearly half an inch deep. Lin Ming takes a deep breath, retracts his fist, and releases his grip. The dew continues to roll down, landing on the grass with a soft plop, scattering into droplets. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graces Lin Ming's face. The Chaotic Combat Sutra requires mastery over power to a profound degree, and although he has yet to meet its standards, the fact that his punch did not shatter the dew signifies progress. Just moments ago, he left a half-inch deep mark on the ironwood, which, 3 days prior, would have been a remarkable feat to accomplish even half that depth. This is wholly attributable to the Chaotic True Essence technique. For the past 3 days, Lin Ming has been relentlessly practicing the Chaotic True Essence technique, finally reaching the threshold of understanding, though he remains far from achieving true mastery of the first level. In truth, Lin Ming's smooth progress can be attributed to the guidance of a venerable predecessor. The insights and experiences imprinted in that predecessor's memory have greatly benefited Lin Ming's cultivation. The operation of the technique has become deeply ingrained in the predecessor's soul, leaving Lin Ming with the task of imprinting it within his own body. Due to his intense cultivation, Lin Ming consumed medicinal materials at an alarming rate. He had already used 3 pieces of blood ginseng. At this pace, he would deplete his supplies within a fortnight. Although he had acquired the cultivation technique, the issue of medicinal resources remained unresolved. 2 days passed, and Lin Ming's strength continued to grow. He could effortlessly dispatch first-level ferocious beasts in the Deming Pavilion, and even second-level magical beasts fell under his blade with ease, as he could slice through 4 or 5 of them without breaking a sweat. One morning, Lin Xiaodong arrived at the Deming Pavilion to find Lin Ming. They communicated through a positioning sound transmission talisman. Lin Ming merely informed Lin Xiaodong that he was working at the Deming Pavilion, omitting the reasons behind it. The annual martial arts trading conference? Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. This conference was precisely the venue Lin Xiaodong had proposed to visit. Indeed, renowned martial artists and noble families would attend, and the items for sale would be of unparalleled rarity, with no limits to their value. Lin Ming shrugged and remarked, "How can we afford such items? I have barely 20 taels of gold left. Can't we just go to observe? It would broaden our horizons. Besides, we are soon to enter the martial house. We ought to possess a suitable weapon. While we cannot afford top-tier treasures, I can still manage to purchase a decent quality weapon." Having reached this point, Lin Ming did not wish to dampen Lin Xiaodong's enthusiasm. It would be beneficial to gain some experience. The two set off together, with Lin Xiaodong chattering incessantly about the various rumors and anecdotes surrounding the trading conference. The location of the conference was relatively close to the 7 Xian Martial House, situated in the outskirts of the city, which was not particularly bustling. As they traversed the crowded commercial area, they passed through a narrow alley when Lin Ming suddenly halted, placing a hand on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder. "What is wrong, Minggu?" Lin Xiaodong inquired, puzzled. "Someone is blocking our path," Lin Ming responded, reaching for the bone-dissolving dagger he had been using at the Deming Pavilion. His cultivation of the chaotic True Yuan technique had sharpened his senses significantly. Almost immediately, he deduced the identity of the approaching individual. A few days prior, when he had been driven away by his landlord, he had clashed with a sharp-eared, monkey-faced fellow. Now, the master of that individual had come looking for him, and Lin Ming was well prepared for this moment. Chapter 5. The duel. At the moment Lin Ming came to a halt, a somewhat sharp voice echoed through the alley. "Heh, I didn't see that coming. You're quite vigilant, aren't you? You're Lin Ming, correct?" A youth clad in fine garments, arms crossed over his chest, wore a scornful and mocking smile as he slowly emerged from behind a modest dwelling. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 teenagers, all around 17 or 18 years of age. Most were at the first level of body refinement, with only one having reached the second level, just like the well-dressed youth. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaodong was instantly alarmed. He recognized the youth in fine garments as the one who had appeared alongside Zhu Yin at the registration event for the 7 Xuanwu mansion just days prior. Even a fool could discern that this individual had come to provoke them today. There were 6 of them in total, 2 at the second level of body refinement and 4 at the first level. While both he and Lin Ming were merely at the first level, if a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. The youth in fine garments was certainly a scion of a prominent family in Tianyan City, wielding considerable power. While it was unlikely he would kill someone, it was entirely plausible that he would leave them maimed. "What do you want?" Lin Xiaodong demanded, his voice tinged with anger. "You ought to ask him." The youth in fine garments replied, gesturing towards Lin Ming. "You're quite the formidable one, aren't you? You left my servant bloodied and with 2 broken ribs." For these privileged scions, the lives of their servants mattered little. However, their reputation was paramount, especially when that servant had sobbed and wept. Claiming to have revealed the name of the youth in fine garments, yet was still beaten to a pulp, it incited the latter's fury. "You think you're capable of trampling on my Wang Yigao, do you? Today, I shall see how you intend to do that." The youth's face twisted with malice. Lin Ming had no knowledge of Wang Yigao and had never uttered any words about trampling him underfoot. It was evident that the servant had fabricated this tale to stoke Wang Yigao's wrath. Nevertheless, Lin Ming felt no inclination to explain. A confrontation was inevitable. Though the chaotic combat sutra was formidable, Lin Ming had only practiced it for a few days. Confronting so many adversaries, especially with 2 second-level martial artists among them, was exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, with Lin Xiaodong by his side, if the latter were to be taken hostage, it would lead to considerable trouble. Even if he triumphed in this skirmish, it would only invite further complications. If he severely injured Wang Yigao, it would inevitably involve the latter's father, a military lord in Tianyan City. Lin Ming had no illusions that someone of such stature would be inclined to reason with a mere commoner. He could not afford to provoke such formidable influence. This is quite troublesome. As Lin Ming pondered, an idea struck him, a potential resolution to the predicament. He turned to Wang Yigao and said, "What is it that you wish to do?" "What do I wish to do?" Wang Yigao paused, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "This fool dares to ask me what I want." His entourage of friends joined in his mirth, viewing Lin Ming as nothing more than an imbecile. It was absurd that he would question their intentions at such a point. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Wang Yigao finally composed himself and stated, "I truly don't know whether to call you a foolish pig or a foolish pig. However, since you've asked, I shall grant you an opportunity. To avoid accusations of being unmerciful, here's the deal. You will kneel and lick the soles of my shoes clean, then sever 1 tendon from each of your limbs. This matter shall be settled." Upon hearing Wang Yigao's decree, Lin Xiaodong's fury ignited. "Damn it, Brother Ming, why waste breath on them? If it comes to it, we shall fight. The Lin family of Qisang City is no pushover. Let's see what they dare to do." Lin Xiaodong understood that they were at a disadvantage today, and thus he invoked their family's name, hoping it might instill some caution in their adversaries. Suffering some minor injuries was bearable, but if they were left maimed, the consequences for a martial artist could be dire. Even with rare herbs, recovery to previous strength was not guaranteed. The Lin family of Qisang City? Humph. Do you think I fear your family? Lin Ming, will you act, or shall I? Try if you dare. Come on, do you think I fear you? Lin Xiaodong stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. In truth, he was quite frightened, yet he belonged to the type that feigned bravado even when afraid. A man's pride must not be tarnished. Lin Ming restrained Lin Xiaodong and addressed Wang Yigao. "What you just stated is your demand." Very well. If you can defeat me in a martial duel, I shall abide by your wishes. Brother Mingyu, Lin Xiaodong exclaimed in alarm. While he believed Lin Ming would achieve great things in the future, at this moment, with only the first level of body refinement, he stood no chance against Wang Yigao, who was at the second level. He feared that should Lin Ming lose, the consequences would be dire. Do not worry, I know my limits, Lin Ming assured him. A martial duel? You think you are worthy to challenge me in such a manner? Wang Yigao was taken aback by Lin Ming's proposition. In Tiankai Kingdom, the authorities typically did not intervene in disputes among martial artists, as they were beyond their jurisdiction. Consequently, conflicts were often resolved through martial duels. As long as both parties agreed and the stakes were established, once the duel concluded, the matter would be dropped. After all, credibility was of utmost importance among martial artists. Wang Yigao, being a level above Lin Ming, could not fathom losing. He merely felt that it was beneath his dignity to engage in a duel with someone of Lin Ming's standing. There is no question of worthiness. It is merely a matter of courage, Lin Ming declared. You imply that I lack courage? That is the most amusing jest I have heard all year. Very well. Since you are so oblivious to your own fate, I shall indulge you. Excellent, let us proceed to the square, Lin Ming replied. The alley was too isolated, devoid of spectators. He feared that Wang Yigao might renege on their agreement, and in front of a multitude, even Wang Yigao's thick skin would prevent him from denying it. Unless he wished to forfeit his standing in Tiankai City. Martial contests were always a spectacle, and the square was never short of onlookers. Soon, a crowd of dozens gathered, including other martial artists, who began to murmur amongst themselves upon witnessing the two contenders. Isn't that the son of General Wang? Indeed, this fellow is at it again, bullying someone. I wonder which unfortunate child has drawn the short straw this time. A first-level body refinement against a second level? That's a guaranteed defeat. This lad appears to be nothing more than a commoner. At his age, achieving the first level of body refinement is commendable, but alas, he seems destined for injury. Wang Yigao's reputation in Tiankai City was less than favorable, and most onlookers viewed Lin Ming with sympathy, rallying behind the underdog. As the crowd swelled, Wang Yigao grew increasingly irritated. After all, it was hardly glorious to bully someone at a lower level of body refinement. Moreover, the disparity in their statuses made him reluctant to be seen by more people, as it would diminish his own standing. Impatiently, he snapped, How long must we wait? Hurry up and finish so you can cripple your own tendons. I will show you the gap between us. Noticing the gathering crowd, Lin Ming responded to Wang Yigao. Of course we shall compete. However, should I lose, you may do as you wish. What if I win? Win? This fool thinks he can win? Chapter 6. Unarmed confrontation. Wang Yigao regarded the individual before him with a mixture of incredulity and disdain, convinced that the fellow must have lost his senses. While it was not unheard of for those of lesser rank to triumph over their superiors, such feats were reserved for prodigies. Bolstered by exceptional martial arts and the guidance of esteemed mentors, Lin Ming, being a mere impoverished youth, had managed to acquire a rudimentary martial technique. Yet his innate talent was lackluster at best. The notion that he could prevail against Wang Yigao was utterly absurd. Was he still in a dreamlike state from the previous night's slumber? With a mocking smile, he inquired. What do you wish to propose? Should I emerge victorious, I demand 2 century-old blood ginseng roots and an additional 500 taels of gold. The crowd gasped at the audacity of his request. 2 blood ginseng roots commanded a hefty price of 300 taels each, making a total of 800, a substantial sum indeed, but one that required survival to collect. 800 taels of gold? You believe yourself worthy of such a sum? Wang Yigao scoffed. Do you think your limbs are worth 800 taels? In the kingdom of Tiankai, the disparity between nobility and commoners was stark. Should Wang Yigao inadvertently kill someone, he would merely face confinement and a fine of 100 to 200 taels of gold. Lin Ming replied slowly. To a martial artist, their limbs are invaluable. If you refuse, I shall forego the gold and instead, you may sever your own tendons. You seek death, Wang Yigao roared. Swiftly drawing his sword, unfazed, Lin Ming stated, You have yet to answer my query. Is it merely 800 taels? I shall grant you 1,000. But do you possess the life to claim it? I will incapacitate you. If I fail to do so within 3 moves, I shall reverse my name. Wang Yigao's fury was palpable. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of an increased bounty. As soon as he uttered the amount, Wang Yigao lunged forward, sword poised to strike. The blade glimmered with a faint golden light, its whistling arc slicing through the air for dozens of meters. Martial arts, a technique employing both true essence and physical prowess, was Wang Yigao's true advantage. His boast of defeating Lin Ming in 3 moves was not mere bravado. He had the skill to back it up, a privilege reserved for the offspring of influential families or martial arts academies, leaving ordinary folk with no means to learn such techniques. Once unleashed, martial arts posed a formidable challenge to those untrained, particularly given the disparity in their realms of cultivation. Wang Yigao was confident of securing victory with a single strike, and his claim of 3 moves was merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. He was correct. Lin Ming had yet to master any martial techniques, and could only counter with basic moves. Onlookers believed the outcome was predetermined, and Lin Xiaodong's heart raced. How could Lin Ming possibly withstand such an assault? With unwavering focus, Lin Ming fixed his gaze on the descending sword. Ever since he began cultivating the chaotic combat art and its true essence technique, his senses had heightened dramatically. In that moment, Wang Yigao resembled a ferocious beast charging forth. Having dissected countless beasts over recent days, Lin Ming had honed his skills in identifying the sinews and bones of his foes, striking swiftly and accurately. As Wang Yigao's sword fell, Lin Ming acted without calculation or excessive deliberation, relying solely on instinct as he darted upward through the gaps in Wang Yigao's attack. The clash of a razor-sharp sword against a simple yet effective blade yielded an unexpected outcome. Lin Ming sidestepped Wang Yigao's blade, and his knife found its way beneath Wang Yigao's ribs at an astonishing angle. With a thud, Wang Yigao was struck, letting out a grunt as he was sent reeling backward, tumbling to the ground. What just transpired? The spectators were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the encounter. Wang Yigao's clothing bore a gash from his chest to his ribs, yet astonishingly, there was no blood. Beneath his garments, something glimmered with a silvery sheen. Body armor? Lin Ming lamented inwardly. Had Wang Yigao not donned the armor, that blow could have incapacitated him entirely. Wang Yigao was a tempest of rage and disbelief, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He had been wounded by someone of inferior cultivation, and before the eyes of the assembled crowd. In affronting his pride he could scarcely tolerate. I will see you dead. By all accounts, that strike should have signified Wang Yigao's defeat, yet consumed by rage. He raised his sword once more, aiming for Lin Ming with renewed ferocity. The martial technique surged forth again, yet Lin Ming, akin to a seasoned hunter, meticulously exploited every weakness in the oncoming beast. With a resounding clash, the earlier scene repeated itself. This time, the right side of Wang Yigao's outer garment was similarly torn, transforming his ornate robe into a mere vest. The spectators were left in stunned silence, struggling to fathom how such an improbable conclusion could arise. The adage "an inch gained is an inch stronger" rang true. Wang Yigao's sword was significantly longer than Lin Ming's dagger, augmented by his superior martial skill. Nevertheless, when the confrontation unfolded, he found himself struck twice by the very same maneuver, one that appeared utterly unremarkable. That lad's speed, both in movement and in strikes, surpasses Wang Yigao's. An observer noted, the first level of physical cultivation is indeed faster than the second, a remarkable anomaly. Lin Ming's swiftness was indeed superior to Wang Yigao's, and by a considerable margin. This was the result of his training in the chaotic combat art. Prior to this cultivation, Lin Ming had demonstrated precision and acute perception, but his speed and strength had been lacking, rendering him incapable of defeating someone of Wang Yigao's caliber. Now, however, with the chaotic combat art at his disposal, everything had changed. Wang Yigao was driven to the brink of madness. He tore off his outer garment, revealing the silver armor beneath. The humiliation of being bested by a mere first-level practitioner was intolerable. If he did not restore his honor today, he could never show his face in Tianyun City again. I will slay you. Wang Yigao unleashed a torrent of true essence, his narrow, sharp blade shining with an intensity that surpassed all before it, aimed directly at Lin Ming's head. Should that sword connect, Lin Ming would assuredly meet his demise. Yet, in that critical moment, Lin Ming took an astonishing step. He discarded his dagger and faced Wang Yigao unarmed. The onlookers were left perplexed. Wang Yigao's strike was clearly a desperate gambit, infused with all his strength. Why would the lad relinquish his weapon at such a crucial juncture? Surely, wielding a weapon would yield greater power than bare fists. And in a moment of crisis, he could at least attempt to parry Wang Yigao's sword. Chapter 7. Innate Divine Strength? Indeed, Lin Ming cultivates the chaos combat technique, and his most formidable method of attack is not the dagger but his fists. Presently, Lin Ming's might is such that he can leave a half-foot deep imprint on ironwood with a single punch. The resilience of ironwood rivals that of steel, and had it been stone, it would have shattered effortlessly. Lin Ming's gaze was unwavering as he focused on Wang Yigao, targeting his chest. With a swift motion, he struck. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Yigao, blood spewing from his mouth, was sent hurtling through the air. Despite the protection of his soft armor and having attained the second level of body training, rendering his flesh exceptionally tough. He was utterly incapable of withstanding Lin Ming's overwhelming blow. As Wang Yigao crashed to the ground like a lifeless pig, the onlookers were left speechless in astonishment. Wang Yigao had boasted he could defeat Lin Ming in 3 moves, yet the outcome was starkly opposite. He was defeated by Lin Ming in 3 moves instead. Each exchange in this duel was a complete victory for Lin Ming. Had it not been for Wang Yigao's soft armor, he would have surely been vanquished long before. This was hardly a contest between the first and second levels of body training. It was more akin to a reversal of roles. "Old Liu, what do you make of this?" Midway through the confrontation, an elderly man appeared in the square. In his youth, he had reached the 5th level of body training, the bone tempering realm, just a step away from the pulse condensation stage. However, Old Liu ultimately failed to cross that threshold. A martial artist at the bone tempering stage has a lifespan equivalent to an ordinary person, and the ravages of time have left him, now over 70. Devoid of combat prowess, though his perceptive abilities remained sharp. After a moment of contemplation, the old man remarked, "This youth possesses innate divine strength." The first great talent spoken of among martial artists refers to the speed and ease with which one absorbs true essence. The faster one absorbs true essence, the higher their talent grade. However, the inherent strength of a martial artist's body is not included in the talent grading, as most individuals possess similar strength before training, starting from the same baseline. Yet, there are a rare few endowed with innate divine strength, possessing tenfold or more the power of an average person. Greater strength often correlates with swifter speed, naturally providing an advantage in combat. However, such martial artists are exceedingly rare and do not always achieve great success. As one advances in martial arts, true essence becomes increasingly crucial, and the efficacy of innate strength wanes. Understanding dawned upon the bystanders as they nodded in agreement. This explanation was indeed quite reasonable. Lin Ming picked up the dagger and strode toward Wang Yigao, who now lay in a disheveled state, his clothes shredded and bloodied, face covered in dirt. In his current predicament, Wang Yigao wished he could simply die. Today had been a monumental embarrassment, and he was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire circle of young elites in Tianyan City. Lin Ming stated, "You mentioned earlier 1,000 taels of gold. Now, pay up." Cursing under his breath, Wang Yigao nearly spat blood again upon hearing those words. How foolish of him to have inflated the amount from 800 to 1,000 taels. Though he hailed from a prestigious family, parting with 1,000 taels was no trivial matter. Today would surely be the most humiliating and unforgettable day of his life, in front of so many witnesses. He could not go back on his word. Moreover, given that this was a martial duel, any thoughts of revenge would render him a subject of ridicule. Unless he resorted to underhanded tactics. "Money. Bring me the money." Wang Yigao roared at his subordinates. Today he would concede, but he vowed to have Lin Ming torn to shreds. The onlookers were awestruck by Lin Ming's prowess. Even if all 6 of them teamed up, victory was not guaranteed. Was he truly just a first-level body training practitioner? "Xiaodong, collect the money," Lin Ming instructed. 1,000 taels of gold was no small sum, despite Wang Yigao's wealth. He would not carry such an amount on him, and could only scrape together what he could. Xiaodong had remained in a daze since Wang Yigao had coughed up blood, and only upon Lin Ming's call did he snap back to reality. "No way. Is this real? We actually won, and earned 1,000 taels of gold? That's an astonishing sum." Xiaodong's entire fortune amounted to barely over 200 taels. Purchasing a blood ginseng had already depleted most of it. As he received stacks of gold notes, Xiaodong's expression transformed from shock to sheer elation, then to a mischievous grin. His eyes, already small, nearly vanished in his laughter. "Haha, we've struck it rich. Truly, how generous everyone has been. Knowing our plight and coming all this way to gift us money. Thank you. Especially to Brother Wang Yigao, who thought 800 taels insufficient and insisted on 1,000. On behalf of the people, I thank you for your kindness." Hearing Lin Xiaodong's sarcastic remarks, especially regarding Wang Yigao, who was already injured, caused a bitter taste in Wang Yigao's throat, and he spat blood once more. He had once claimed that if he could not defeat Lin Ming within 3 moves, he would reverse his name. "Damn you." Wang Yigao seethed, grinding his teeth. The expressions of his companions were equally grim. Lin Xiaodong was the type of person who thrived on aggravating others without consequence. After collecting the gold notes, he exaggeratedly spat on his hands and began counting. 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, 170. After counting the thick stack of gold notes 3 times, Lin Xiaodong beamed. 850 taels, still 150 short. "I thought you all were wealthy. How can you not gather such a meager sum?" Wang Yigao nearly spat blood again upon hearing Lin Xiaodong's words. His face darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, his longsword clattered to the ground, embedding itself in the plaza's tiles. The Qingfeng sword could easily fetch 200 taels in any weapon shop. Let us go. The six had come seeking revenge, but ended up leaving behind all their possessions, including their swords. Wang Yigao had never felt so humiliated. Upon spotting the Qingfeng sword, Lin Xiaodong's eyes lit up. He had some knowledge of swords, and this one was undoubtedly superior to his own by a significant margin. Lin Ming remarked, "If you like this sword, take it." Lin Xiaodong replied, "That won't do, Brother Ming. You don't even have a weapon." Lin Ming responded, "I can manage with my fists for now. I don't need a weapon at this moment. In the future, I will acquire a suitable one. This Qingfeng sword, though sharp, is too light for my preference." Reflecting on Lin Ming's ferocious punch, Lin Xiaodong agreed, realizing that the sword would be insufficient in Lin Ming's capable hands. "All right, I'll use this sword. But speaking of which, Brother Ming, you are truly formidable. I had no idea before. Since you began training, I have yet to witness you truly unleash your power. I never anticipated you had grown this strong. I thought it was merely the result of hard work." Lin Ming replied, "Wang Yigao's skills are lacking. He has merely just entered the second level of body training, and his foundation is quite unstable. His cultivation may have been artificially inflated with drugs, and his martial techniques are unimpressive. Defeating him is no great feat. My first target is Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan is not to be underestimated. He possesses formidable strength, a solid foundation, and a fourth-grade talent that should not be taken lightly, alongside his diligent training. Currently, Lin Ming is far from being his match." Lin Ming casually accepted the gold notes, separating a portion and without counting, handed them to Lin Xiaodong. "Take these for your use." "What is this for?" "You earned this money." "I accepted the sword. I don't need the gold. With my current level of cultivation, I could get by with 10 taels a month at most." Lin Ming remained silent for a moment, refusing to insist further, tucking the gold notes into his own pocket. There was no need for such clear distinctions between him and Lin Xiaodong. "All right, let us go." "To the trading fair." "Yes." "Haha. I almost forgot about the trading fair. Now we have capital. Our total is 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels, my goodness. I have never seen so much money in my life. We are going to have a grand time." Chapter 8. Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Indeed. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. However, Xiaodong, be cautious when venturing out these days." "Are you referring to Wang Yigao?" "Yes, he will seek revenge. Not openly, but through covert means. This enmity has been established." Lin Ming's voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of solemnity. If Wang Yigao were to relent, the matter would end there. But if he were to resort to underhanded tactics or even hire an assassin, Lin Ming would not hesitate to return the favor. Yet, he was wary. After all, Wang Yigao's father was the commander of the guard army in Tianyan City, and should this come to light, it would spell disaster. The trading fair in Tianyan City was located on the outskirts, representing the largest marketplace in the entire Tianyan kingdom. It was held annually, attracting advanced martial artists from both Tianyan and neighboring nations, all seeking to trade for their desired goods. Upon arriving at the entrance of the fair, Lin Ming was awestruck by the bustling crowd and the myriad of exquisite wares. This was a realm of the wealthy, the nobility, and the powerful. It was not unusual to encounter someone at the meridian stage. As he was about to enter, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Turning to investigate, Lin Ming beheld a luxurious white carriage arriving at the plaza before the fair, its approach heralded by the crisp sound of hoofs. The horses pulling the carriage were all prized snow dragon steeds, capable of covering 2,000 miles a day and possessing remarkable endurance. Each horse was worth nearly 10,000 taels of gold, a sum that even the most affluent scions of prominent families would think twice about spending. Who could possibly be inside such an extravagant carriage, costing tens of thousands of taels of gold? Surely it cannot be royalty, Lin Ming pondered. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong interjected, "Did you notice the golden spear and knight's shield emblem on that carriage? It belongs to the marshal's residence." "The marshal's residence? You mean Marshal Qin?" Lin Ming responded, intrigued. "Who else could it be? There is only one marshal in Tianyan Kingdom. Within the military hierarchy of Tianyan, the rank of a 10,000-man commander was already significant, followed by the title of commander, then general, and finally, the prestigious rank of marshal. For the past 80 years, there had only been a single individual worthy of the title. To the common folk of Tianyan, it was possible they did not know the name of the emperor. But everyone was familiar with the name of the marshal. The Grand Marshal Qin Shao is renowned for his valor. Over 80 years ago, when Tianyun was invaded by Dongong. The royal family was forced to flee southward for safety. Only Qin Shao remained in the north, leading the Qin family army to numerous victories, reclaiming lost territories and saving the common people from dire straits. After 3 years of conflict, the Qin family army triumphed over Dongong, restoring the capital. And Qin Shao was subsequently appointed as marshal, founding the Tianyun Martial Academy alongside military elders. Although the Tianyun Martial Academy could not be compared to the prestigious Seven Mysteries Academy due to its lineage, it remained the Royal Military School of Tianyun. Graduates from the Tianyun Martial Academy were assured of promising futures in the military. Qin Shao served as the honorary principal of this institution, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, a level far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. As the carriage came to a halt, Lin Ming took a deep breath. Could it be that the legendary figure himself was inside? To Lin Ming's surprise, as the curtain was drawn back, a young maiden emerged from the carriage. Upon seeing her, Lin Ming was taken aback, while Lin Xiaodong was left speechless. Such beauty was truly breathtaking. The girl donned a flowing white dress, her jet black hair cascading down her back. Her skin shimmered like exquisite jade, her features radiant as the moon. With eyes as bright as autumn waters, a delicate nose, and a gracefully elongated neck reminiscent of a swan, she embodied an ethereal beauty, evoking thoughts of an unparalleled goddess. Accompanied by guards and maidservants, the maiden gracefully entered the trading hall, and wherever she trod, it seemed as though vibrant colors blossomed upon the ground, akin to peach blossoms quietly unfurling. She danced through the throng, inspiring limitless imaginations. Without a doubt, she captured the attention of all present. The opulent carriage, her extraordinary beauty, and the enduring prestige of the Qin family over the past 80 years, all these elements combined made her the undeniable focal point of the gathering. Only after she disappeared from sight did Lin Xiaodong reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Who is she? Do you know her? Lin Ming inquired. I know her. She does not know me. She is Qin Xingxuan, the granddaughter of Qin Shao. Truly, perfect, Lin Xiaodong exclaimed, marveling at her beauty. Lin Ming merely acknowledged with a sound of realization, having already guessed her identity. He felt no surprise and had no intention of probing further. Lin Xiaodong glanced at Lin Ming and added with a smile, this girl possesses a 6th grade martial talent. What? 6th grade talent? Are you certain? Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. Previously, he had only encountered individuals with 4th grade talents, and as for 5th grade talents, there were none in the entirety of Qisang City. Perhaps there were a few in the Tianyun Kingdom, but they were exceedingly rare. Now, learning that the girl had a 6th grade talent was beyond his comprehension. Anticipating Lin Ming's astonishment, Lin Xiaodong continued, Brother Ming, do you not think her looks are even more astonishing than her 6th grade talent? I find her talent far more remarkable, 6th grade. Such a rarity. Speaking of which, what is her current martial realm? Lin Xiaodong shrugged. I can't say for certain. It must be astonishing considering her talent is so high, and being born into a prominent family. It wouldn't be surprising if she has reached the 4th or 5th level of body refinement. But, Brother Ming, why do you keep asking about martial affairs? Aren't you at all enamored by such a flawless maiden? Lin Ming paused, not being devoid of feelings. The exquisite maiden, Qin Xingxuan, was indeed perfect. However, the events concerning Lan Yunyu had taught him that matters of the heart should be pursued only after one has attained sufficient strength. Pursuing them now was futile. He countered, do you fancy her? No. Merely an appreciation. She is far beyond my reach. Countless people in Tianyun dream of being the fortunate one to win her favor. Yet none are worthy. It is likely she will enter a true sect in the future, such as the Seven Mysteries Academy. She is already a core disciple of the Tianyun Martial Academy. We mere mortals cannot aspire to that, and what is more, she is a master inscriptionist. An inscriptionist? Lin Ming was unfamiliar with such specialized professions, which were typically rare and demanded high standards, often requiring substantial financial investment. In comparison, expenses related to martial cultivation seemed negligible. Indeed, an inscriptionist can engrave formations and runes onto weapons and equipment using special materials or create talismans to enhance gear. This requires immense talent, comprehension, and spiritual energy. Once one becomes an inscriptionist, earning a living is as easy as eating or drinking. However, it is unfortunate that most martial artists never have the opportunity to pursue this path. Even if they possess the talent, they may never achieve mastery, as the process often wastes a vast amount of materials, making it prohibitively expensive. Of course, for the Qin family, this cost is trivial. It is said that Qin Xingxuan has reached a remarkable level of proficiency in inscription techniques, far surpassing her peers. And even many from the older generation are in awe of her skills. Lin Xiaodong, having received formal martial education, possessed a wealth of knowledge far exceeding Lin Ming's. As he spoke animatedly, he suddenly noticed Lin Ming deep in thought. "Brother Ming, are you feeling disheartened? It is only natural to feel inferior compared to such a paragon." "No, it's nothing." Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Realization dawned upon him. Those minute fragments of spiritual essence, those formations, inscriptions, engravings, along with various symbols and mysterious characters, the ancient and powerful diagrams of weapons, all pertain to the realm of inscriptionists. What was once overlooked by oneself has unexpectedly proven to possess immense value. Chapter 9. Inscription Art at that moment. Lin Ming's neglect of the memories concerning the inscription masters was not a matter of abandoning them. Rather, it stemmed from his insatiable thirst for martial arts. The assimilation of memories was an arduous task, akin to devouring a hefty tome in a brief period, leading to severe mental fatigue. Lin Ming lacked the energy to delve into the study of formations while simultaneously honing his martial skills. However, he had now altered his perspective. He must explore the memories related to inscription masters because he was in dire need of funds. In the realm of physical training, there are always better medicinal materials available. Currently, Lin Ming was relying on inexpensive healing potions, while certain elixirs could directly enhance one's cultivation and assist in breaking through bottlenecks. These types of materials were undeniably exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, weapons, martial techniques, and armor all required substantial financial investment. The 1,000 taels of gold Lin Ming possessed were utterly insufficient to sustain him through the pulse condensation stage. He needed to earn money and become an inscription master. Lin Ming promptly decided to rent a resting chamber and commenced the merging of the remaining memories from the unclaimed soul fragments within his mind. This particular memory constituted a significant portion of the unclaimed soul and was exceedingly obscure and challenging to comprehend. Lin Ming spent several hours in this endeavor, leaving Lin Xiaodong to wander through the trading fair, grumbling to himself about the absurdity of cultivating at a trading fair. Wasn't that a sign of being overly indulgent? By the afternoon, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. Although he was besieged by a splitting headache, his eyes radiated with ecstatic joy. The inscription art from the divine realm was of an exquisite nature far beyond that of lower planes. This inscription art not only amplified the capabilities of equipment, but also enhanced the effects of elixirs. Moreover, when mastered to perfection, it could even inscribe onto the body, accelerating the cultivation process. This was the culmination of countless formidable beings in the divine realm over millennia. Whereas the inheritance of inscription art in lower planes spanned merely a few thousand years, at most 10,000, and many precious materials had been lost due to the downfall of sections. The inscription art of the Tiankai Continent could only amplify equipment, and even in that regard, the disparity between it and the divine realm's inscription art was akin to that of heaven and earth. Supporting himself with his hands, Lin Ming stood up, only to be met with a wave of dizziness as a torrent of information surged into his mind, a rather uncomfortable experience. After spending 3 hours, he had only assimilated half of the memories. However, he had gained a general understanding of the necessary steps. First and foremost, he needed to procure materials and begin his practice from the basics. The study of inscription art was imperative, especially regarding the enhancement of elixir effects and the techniques for bodily inscriptions. These concepts filled Lin Ming with longing. It is essential to note that some precious herbs were not purchasable with mere currency. If he could amplify the effects of a single herb to the equivalent of 2, what an extraordinary concept that would be. As for bodily inscriptions, which would increase cultivation speed, that could effectively elevate his innate talent. However, the thought of purchasing materials quickly transformed Lin Ming's excitement into bitter laughter. The recently acquired 800 taels of gold would soon be spent. The sap of Tianfeng grass, the blood of third-tier ferocious beasts, the molting of long-tailed cicadas, the antennae of icebound shrimp. Lin Ming began a fervent procurement of materials. The items from his memories were scarce, many possibly being unique to the divine realm, and even if they existed in the Tiankai Continent, they might not be available in the Tianyan Kingdom. Nevertheless, Lin Ming managed to gather a few materials for the crafting of low-level inscription paper. He had something to practice with upon returning. However, the cost of practicing inscription art was exorbitant. He needed to successfully create and sell several pieces to ensure a continuous flow of funds. As Lin Ming calculated, Lin Xiaodong returned, his eyes nearly popping out upon seeing the mountain of materials before Lin Ming. "Bro, What on earth are you doing? Lin Ming hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and could only answer truthfully. I want to learn inscription art. Learn what? Lin Xiaodong's eyes widened, almost incredulously. Inscription art, Lin Ming repeated, steeling himself. No way. Brother, are you out of your mind? You want to learn inscription art with less than 1,000 taels of gold? And without anyone to teach you? I bought a manual. Lin Ming gestured toward a book titled Introduction to Inscription Art on the table, sighing. He had purchased this book primarily to gain an overview of the inscription art on the Tiankai Continent, providing himself with a comparative understanding. Lin Xiaodong glanced at the seemingly shabby manual, nearly choking. He regretted boasting about the prowess of inscription masters in front of Lin Ming. Now, it seemed his friend had lost his sanity. Observing the pile of materials, Lin Xiaodong felt his heart bleed. Although he was reluctant to inquire, he still asked Lin Ming awkwardly, how much did all these materials cost? Lin Ming replied helplessly, 70 taels of gold. Lin Xiaodong sighed in relief. 70 taels were acceptable. However, before he could fully exhale, Lin Ming's next revelation nearly caused him to faint. I only have 70 taels left. Lin Xiaodong's vision darkened, and he fainted. In the inner trading hall of the fair, a well-dressed attendant introduced the works of Master Baihong to a scion of a grand family. These premium inscription papers crafted by Master Baihong will undoubtedly enhance the power of any artifact by over 20%. Typically, inscribed designs would be transferred onto specialized paper for sale, allowing users to activate them simply by employing the paper, making it incredibly convenient. Access to the inner trading hall was not easily granted. An entrance fee of 5 taels of gold was required. For ordinary martial artists, this was no trifling sum, enough to purchase herbs for half a month of cultivation. Lin Ming had spent his remaining gold to experience this world, but now he found himself with only 65 taels left. As he entered the hall, he treaded carefully, mindful not to accidentally topple any jars or vials, which could lead to his financial ruin. Lin Ming was eager to discover just how profitable inscription art could be, and the products of this art could only be found within the inner trading hall. Thus, he had no choice but to spend money to gain entry. Master Baihong's work? The young noble paused, clearly intrigued by the name. Is there documentation? Of course. Here is the certification issued by the Inscription Masters Guild. Rest assured, young master. All items sold in our trading hall are guaranteed authentic. A counterfeit will result in tenfold compensation. How much in gold? 1,500 taels, however. If you possess a VIP card, you may receive a 10% discount. Let me think. The young noble pondered for a moment, clearly realizing that even for someone of his wealth, 1,500 taels was a considerable sum. Hearing this price, Lin Ming, despite being mentally prepared, was still taken aback. 1,500 taels was nothing short of highway robbery. Yet, if he were to master inscription art, wouldn't he earn back far more? With this thought, Lin Ming's excitement surged once more. He could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into the study of inscription art. Chapter 10. A sanctuary of beauty. Though imbued with the memories of those fragmented souls, a rune master cannot rely solely on knowledge for success. It is imperative to cultivate the harmony between body and spirit, merging the memories of that aimless soul with one's own corporeal form. Resources equate to wealth, and wastage is not an option. In the nascent stages of his practice, Lin Ming utilized not materials but pure essence to coalesce into various runes, meticulously tracing them according to the recollections of the wandering soul. This endeavor was a monotonous and mentally taxing pursuit. Nevertheless, Lin Ming persisted, repeating the process thousands of times, gradually aligning his soul with his body. When the exhaustion of his spiritual energy became overwhelming, Lin Ming would take a respite, seizing the opportunity to delve into an introduction to runic art. Given his existing knowledge, the reading was effortless. Although the book did not impart new insights, it granted Lin Ming a concrete understanding of the runic arts in the Tiankai Continent. After dedicating an entire day to the text, Lin Ming closed an introduction to runic art, realizing that it made no mention of silkworm silk, a material of utmost importance to him. Despite its absence in the trade market, further research revealed that the Tiankai kingdom indeed possessed silkworm silk, albeit primarily for crafting guqin strings. He pondered whether the silkworm silk from the memories of that formidable figure was the same as this local variant. Due to the divergence in realms, the nomenclature for materials often varies significantly, and Lin Ming's recognition of materials relied not on their names but rather on their appearance and scent. Any resemblance to the formidable figure's memories would suffice. However, Lin Ming only possessed recollections of the divine realm's silkworm silk and had not encountered that of the Tiankai Continent. leaving him uncertain of their equivalence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming recalled a potential source for this material, the Qin House of the Qishuan Martial Academy. Typically, martial practitioners favored the sword, yet some wielded knives or spears, and on occasion, one might encounter the uniquely specialized weapon of the Guqin. The academy was named after the Qishuan Valley, which derived its name from the 7 founding individuals, each armed with a distinct weapon, one of whom was a woman adept at the Guqin. Consequently, the Guqin became an integral part of the Qishuan Valley's legacy, thus establishing the Qin House within the academy. However, mastery of the Guqin demanded exceptional talent and a profound understanding of musical theory, resulting in the Qin House's perennial lack of male attendees. Of those who did attend, 99 were female, primarily drawn by a love for music or the desire to cultivate their sensibilities, showing little interest in the martial path. Lin Ming's destination was the public teaching hall of the Qin House. Situated in the Tianyan Kingdom, the Qishuan Martial Academy annually selects gifted individuals to enter the Qishuan Valley. At the behest of the royal family of Tianyun, the academy permits non-students to audit classes in moderation. To enter the teaching hall, one must possess an auditing permit. Otherwise, the hall would be inundated with visitors. The academy stipulates that only martial practitioners of at least the 3rd level, nobles, and students of the Qishuan and Tianyan martial academies may enter, while others lack the authority. Naturally, the topics covered in the exchange hall are commonplace. The true essence of knowledge is reserved for core disciples. Lin Ming borrowed an auditing permit from Lin Xiaodong, whose connections within the extensive Lin family facilitated the process. However, upon seeing Lin Ming, Lin Xiaodong exclaimed, "Brother, wake up." While Lin Xiaodong genuinely admired Lin Ming's diligence and believed in his potential to reach great heights in martial arts, he understood that mastering runic art was not merely a matter of hard work and determination. The notion that one could teach themselves runic art with a mere 800 taels of gold for materials and a single introductory book was laughable. If such a thing were feasible, Ren masters would be as common as piglets running amok. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiaodong viewed Lin Ming's pursuit of runic art as a fanciful daydream, a squandering of resources and a waste of time. However, despite his efforts to dissuade him, Lin Xiaodong could only lend Lin Ming the permit, contemplating whether to take Lin Ming to a clinic to ascertain if something were amiss with his mind. Thus, Lin Ming arrived at the Qin House's teaching hall, which boasted 3 floors, with the first floor's classrooms being notably spacious. Unbeknownst to poor Lin Ming, the teaching hall of the Qin House was akin to a women's restroom, a forbidden zone for males. Over the years, the Qin House had become a sanctuary primarily for female students, as those inclined to learn the Guqin often hailed from noble families and had been steeped in music from a young age, exuding beauty and grace. Consequently, numerous young noblemen were drawn to them, hoping to win the affections of one or two. These young men, leveraging their status, frequently acquired auditing permits and crowded the teaching hall. While some attended with genuine intent to learn, others were more interested in the female students, leading to discomfort and annoyance among the Guqin players. The art of playing the Guqin necessitated focus and tranquility, so, over time, the Qin House began to resist the presence of the opposite sex, especially those with dubious intentions, expelling them without hesitation. As Lin Ming entered the teaching hall, the lesson had yet to commence. A few girls were engaged in a discussion about their musical skills, one of whom was attempting to play a new piece. The ethereal and graceful melodies flowed effortlessly from her fingers, lingering in the air. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ming noted that the strings they were using were not made of silkworm silk, which was expected given its rarity and expense. Additionally, strings crafted from silkworm silk were too resilient for novices, posing a risk of injury. As Lin Ming approached, the girl playing the Guqin remained engrossed in her performance, while her 2 companions noticed him, frowning but remaining silent. Periodically, a few ill-intentioned young men would hover around them like flies, claiming to seek enlightenment through music. Yet their gazes betrayed their true motives. The girls found such attention distasteful, yet, being modest, they often refrained from confronting these lecherous individuals. Over time, the senior girl of the Qin House organized a group of allies to confront these interlopers, expelling them during one of the classes. Nonetheless, some shameless rogues would return, insisting they were there to learn the Guqin, claiming that any post-class outings were purely for artistic discussions, devoid of ulterior motives. In response, the senior girl took decisive action, erecting a sign at the entrance that read, "No men or dogs allowed." This incident garnered considerable attention, ultimately prompting intervention from the academy's higher-ups, who resolved the issue. The administration did not prohibit men from entering the Qin House to audit classes, but any male students would be subjected to the judgment of the female students. If deemed to have ulterior motives, their auditing permits would be revoked. Gradually, the teaching hall of the Qin house became devoid of male presence. Lin Ming, oblivious to these historical anecdotes, explored the teaching hall until he failed to find a guqin made with silkworm silk. He wandered over to a nearby library, hoping to uncover some relevant literature. As he departed, the girls who had just finished their performance cast glances at Lin Ming's solitary figure by the bookshelf, whispering among themselves. He certainly does not seem like a guqin student. Indeed, he doesn't appear to be one. With those shifty eyes, I saw him staring at Xiaoqin's hands earlier. Surely not. He appears to be quite young, merely 15 or 16 years of age. In my hometown, males are often wed by the age of 16. And those of my age have already embraced motherhood. The girl speaking is only 17 or 18. In Tianyan City, it is customary to marry upon reaching 18. Whereas in rural areas, it frequently occurs a year or two earlier. Marriage at 16 is hardly extraordinary. Nevertheless, it is of no concern to us, soon. The senior sister will arrive to attend the lesson, and should he harbor any improper intentions, she will certainly escort him out. Of course, Lin Ming was oblivious to the discussions among the young ladies. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. The so-called observation of Xiaoqin's hand was merely an examination of the materials of the strings. He was engrossed in research, as the Qin mansion's exchange hall was expansive. With a substantial portion of the Qin room designated as a library, housing a plethora of musical knowledge and scores, Lin Ming held no interest in music. And after perusing through the materials, he finally stumbled upon the information he sought, the Heavenly Qin list. This list cataloged various ancient exquisite instruments, detailing their origins, users, creators, and materials, with particular emphasis on the high-quality Tiankai silk used for strings. Lin Ming's heart leaped with joy as he began reading. The Heavenly Qin list expounded upon the properties and harvesting methods of Tiankai silk. The only drawback was the absence of images of the silk. Nonetheless, Lin Ming could ascertain that this was indeed the Tiankai silk he had been searching for. While he was deeply engrossed in his reading, he remained blissfully unaware that the number of female students in the teaching hall was steadily increasing. Naturally, they noticed the lone male standing in the corner. A man among a throng of beauties was undeniably conspicuous. However, Lin Ming did not indulge in idle glances, fully absorbed in his book. Though it could be perceived as a facade, he was at least maintaining the pretense. One could not simply suspect a thief and apprehend an innocent. Initially, the class was set to proceed smoothly. However, it was unfortunate that the senior sister of the Qin mansion seemed to harbor significant bias against men. Her name resonated widely among the noble circles, and the sign proclaiming no entry for men and dogs left many young masters trembling at the thought, with whispers of curses wishing her a lifetime of solitude. In truth, the senior sister was quite beautiful, in her prime, with an oval face, a voluptuous figure, and long legs. Yet, for reasons unknown, she appeared disinterested in men and possessed a fiery temper. Once, a brazen lecher dared to gaze at her ample bosom and was met with a swift kick between his legs, nearly rendering him incapable of fathering children. Upon entering the lecture room, the senior sister immediately spotted Lin Ming. Frowning, she set down her guqin and strode directly to his desk, tapping 3 times with her finger, demanding, "How did you get in here?" Chapter 11. The senior sister humans possess an aura. The same words spoken by individuals with differing energies yield vastly different effects. Take this senior sister, for instance, with her eyebrows raised, a defiant posture, and an intimidating glare accompanied by a firm knock on the table. Her presence is overwhelmingly powerful. Typically shy and reserved young men find themselves rendered speechless in her presence. Lin Ming, too, was perplexed when questioned, having entered through unofficial means. He felt a twinge of guilt as he countered, "Is entry prohibited here?" Upon hearing Lin Ming's question, the senior sister felt a surge of anger. "You think you can put on an act?" she thought, unable to fathom that someone with an audit pass could be unaware of the unspoken rule against males entering the Qin mansion. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a calm and melodious voice floated through the air. "Lingjia, what is the matter?" Turning towards the voice, Lin Ming was taken aback. The girl approaching wore a flowing white dress, her silky hair loosely tied, exuding an ethereal beauty. This girl was none other than Qin Xianxian, the granddaughter of the Grand Marshal Qin Xiao. At the trading fair, Lin Ming had crossed paths with Qin Xianxian, and her esteemed lineage, remarkable talent, and stunning beauty had left him feeling inadequate. Although Lin Ming believed he was destined for greatness on the Tiankai Continent at that moment, Qin Xianxian seemed unattainably high above him. Even Zhu Yin would appear as a mere firefly against the brilliance of the moon in her presence. Lin Ming was astonished to encounter Qin Xianxian at that moment, yet to the senior sister, this was merely evidence of Lin Ming's unseemly intentions. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, she thought, feeling an unsettling mix of emotions. Although she harbored disdain for men, seeing Lin Ming exhibit no reaction towards her, but turn into a lovesick fool upon seeing Qin Xianxian, irked her. She addressed Qin Xianxian, saying, "This guy sneaked in to flirt. I was just interrogating him. Hey, where's your audit pass?" The latter part of her statement was directed at Lin Ming, who was utterly bewildered. Flirt? When did I come here to flirt? He protested. I merely sought to gather information. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Gather information? You're here to peruse the Tianqin ranking? Are you planning to learn about instrument crafting? Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. I just wanted to learn a bit more, he replied. Huh. Those shameless boys always say that. They claim to be interested in music and cultivating their tastes, but when questioned, they don't even know how many notes there are. Such lies are truly nauseating. If you're interested in instrument crafting, tell me, how many types of instruments are there, and what materials are suitable for high and low tones? Enlighten me. And if I'm satisfied, I might believe you're genuinely interested in music and learning. Lin Ming was stumped. He was utterly ignorant of music theory. When pressed for knowledge about instruments, he was left speechless. Lying to my face. You're just pretending to study while your true aim is to flirt. I've seen many like you. Now, hand over your audit pass. The senior sister extended her hand towards Lin Ming. He was rendered speechless. His audit pass was borrowed. Although the 7 Xian Martial Academy was lenient, borrowing an audit pass was still against the rules. Just then, Qin Xianxian interjected, Lingjia, let it go. It's just a first-time offense. Qin Xianxian assumed Lin Ming was lying, and in truth, he was. However, the senior sister could not ignore Qin Xianxuan's words. Xianxian, you're too soft-hearted. We cannot show leniency to such characters. Confiscating their audit passes is a mild punishment. Confiscate the audit pass? Lin Ming was taken aback. You seem to be a student as well. The school issues those passes. What right do you have to confiscate it? You just walked into a hornet's nest. I do indeed have the authority to confiscate audit passes. It is a privilege granted to me by the school. In this domain of the Qin Mansion, my word is law. Hand it over quickly, or you'll regret it. Lin Ming felt a surge of anger. He had never encountered such unreasonable behavior. She stubbornly insisted he was here to flirt, yet he had his own issues to contend with. A person entirely ignorant of music theory holding a book on instruments could not possibly provide a coherent explanation. Since his audit pass was borrowed, it could not be confiscated. Otherwise, Lin Xiaodong would have no way to explain. With no other recourse, Lin Ming decided to reveal his true purpose. He thought it was nothing unusual. It was commonplace for inscription masters to explore new materials, often resulting in failure. I am researching inscription techniques, considering the use of silkworm silk as a material. Researching inscription techniques? Considering silkworm silk as a material? If such words were uttered by a venerable inscription master in their 50s or 60s, the senior sister would not bat an eye. Yet, the youth before her, merely 15 or 16, claiming to develop new materials? Was he delusional? Only inscription masters who had reached a high level would seek new materials to meet their specific requirements. A mere 15-year-old should be grateful to grasp the fundamentals of introduction to inscription techniques, let alone develop new materials. Please, think of a more plausible lie, she scoffed. You're attempting to impress me with your ignorance. With a derisive laugh, she added, you might as well save your breath. I know quite well that you're trying to dupe me. Just so happens that the person beside me is the most outstanding inscription prodigy in the entire Tianyan nation. And even in surrounding nations. You're merely flailing about in front of a master. It's laughable. Xianxian, tell me, have you begun researching new materials yet? Qin Xianxian cast a curious glance at Lin Ming. Being of similar age, she did not take Lin Ming's claims seriously. Inscription techniques are intricate and profound. There are over 13,000 documented primary materials, and due to confidentiality, it's challenging to catalog more advanced ones. Mastering the properties and energy structures of these primary materials takes years of diligent study. I'm not particularly gifted and have yet to fully comprehend all the basic materials, let alone seek alternatives. The senior sister laughed triumphantly. I told you, little flirt. What other lies do you have to concoct? Go on, weave your tale. I'm all ears. Lin Ming was utterly speechless at her exaggerated laughter. Was this woman deranged? Had she been spurned by a man, leaving her psychologically unhinged? I genuinely came here to study inscription techniques. It was merely a sudden inspiration, not a guarantee of success. There is no rule stating that novice inscription apprentices cannot explore new materials. Huh. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. I'm a reasonable person. Today, I'll make you see the truth. Sten Qian, I may not understand inscription techniques, but you can quiz him. Qin Xianxin felt helpless. The senior sister was indeed somewhat obsessive about men. This youth clearly was not being truthful. With his humble attire, it was evident that his background was modest. How could such a boy possibly have the means or opportunity to engage with inscription techniques? Why expose him to humiliation? Lingjia, perhaps we should let it go. The senior sister insisted, Xianxian, you're just too kind. You don't know how we battled with those lecherous men. If we show any weakness, they'll take advantage. With no other choice, Qin Xianxian reluctantly posed a few simple questions, hoping that Lin Ming could answer even a little. Do you know who founded the inscription school of the Tianyan nation? Qin Xianxian asked a fundamental question, yet this inquiry left Lin Ming utterly speechless. How on earth would I know who founded the inscription school of the Tianyan nation? What sort of divine being possesses such knowledge? Moreover, the book Introduction to Inscription Techniques that I read also covers only fundamental knowledge, entirely neglecting the historical context of the inscription techniques of the Tianyan kingdom. Observing Lin Ming's moment of hesitation, the senior sister's smile blossomed even more radiantly. At this juncture, it had transcended the mere validation of whether the youth before her was indeed a lecher. Rather, it became apparent that this psychologically mildly deviant senior sister derived amusement from tormenting this little lecher. How could one be so oblivious? Even I am aware of this. What further justification do you have? Lin Ming replied helplessly, I possess limited knowledge of history, though I have some understanding of pharmacology and energy structures. Pharmacology and energy structures? Such are realms of considerable complexity. Even Qin Xingxuan had yet to complete her elementary studies in materials, let alone this youth. Qin Xingxuan found his reasoning quite incomprehensible. Acknowledging one's own faults is sufficient. What purpose does it serve to stubbornly hold on? Thus, she posed a question that was not so simple, hoping to conclude this tedious and pointless interrogation. After all, she was here to study music, and her class would commence shortly. Although Qin Xingxuan wielded a sword as her weapon, it did not preclude her passion for playing the piano. So, dear classmate, do you possess knowledge regarding the nature and structural characteristics of the Jin pattern? Chapter 12. The invitation from Qin Xingxuan. The art of inscriptions can be applied to tens of thousands of materials. By combining one or several of these materials and infusing them with the true essence of an inscription master, various intricate inscriptions can be crafted. There are 3,600 basic patterns and 4,900 basic symbols, and through the permutations and combinations of these foundational elements, a myriad of variations can be created, resulting in an ever-changing art of inscriptions. The shock pattern is merely one of the 3,600 basic patterns. Lin Ming was naturally familiar with the shock pattern. In fact, he knew over 6,000 basic patterns, nearly double what the inscription masters of the Tiankai Continent were aware of. However, Lin Ming was uncertain whether the shock pattern of the Tiankai Continent would differ significantly from that of the divine realm. He extended his right hand, concentrating his true essence at his fingertips, and effortlessly traced a series of dazzling trajectories in the air. The brilliant patterns lingered momentarily, supported by his true essence. And in that fleeting moment, a complete and intricate inscription emerged before the eyes of Qin Xingxuan and her senior sister. This process was something Lin Ming practiced daily while cultivating his inscription skills, as he gradually aligned the memories of the unclaimed spirit with his own body. Now, executing it was as smooth as flowing water. Lin Ming inquired, "Is this what you refer to as the shock pattern?" Qin Xingxuan was momentarily taken aback, while her senior sister first glanced at Qin Xingxuan. Upon seeing her expression, it became abundantly clear that this young man was not merely doodling. What he had drawn was most likely the genuine shock pattern. Could it be that this country bumpkin and little brat actually understood the art of inscriptions? Qin Xingxuan was indeed astonished. With 3,600 basic patterns, it was quite challenging for a beginner to memorize them all. Naturally, it was not surprising that Lin Ming happened to know the shock pattern, but what truly surprised her was his ability to effortlessly draw it in a fleeting moment, even managing to balance the energies with precision, an accomplishment that required extensive practice. She suppressed her astonishment and replied, "Yes, that is correct." Lin Ming explained, shock patterns are primarily used for offensive purposes, typically inscribed on weapons. When a warrior channels energy into a weapon, if that energy is directly contained within the weapon to slay enemies, its amplification is limited. However, if the shock pattern is added, causing the energy channeled by the warrior to vibrate at high speed as it flows through the pattern, it can enhance penetration, thereby sharpening the weapon's edge. Lin Ming effortlessly elucidated the principle of the shock pattern, a conclusion Qin Xingxuan had anticipated. It would be peculiar if someone capable of skillfully inscribing the shock pattern did not understand its underlying principle. Qin Xingxuan's competitive spirit was ignited, and she asked, then, "My fellow student, do you also know the method and principle for inscribing the flag symbol?" Setting aside the relatively simpler basic patterns, Qin Xingxuan inquired about the more intricate basic symbols. However, these posed no challenge for Lin Ming. In fact, his understanding of basic symbols far surpassed that known on the Tiankai Continent. He calmly and effortlessly drew the flag symbol. Although the basic symbols were somewhat more complex, Lin Ming's fingers never faltered. In the blink of an eye, a complicated symbol materialized in mid-air, radiating brilliance. At this moment, Qin Xingxuan was utterly stunned. Basic symbols were twice as complex as basic patterns, and the variations in energy within them were even more numerous. Yet Lin Ming was still able to inscribe them with ease, surpassing her own capabilities. A prodigy. This young man was truly a genius in the art of inscriptions. But from whom had he learned this skill? His attire clearly did not indicate he hailed from a prestigious family. Could he be a disciple of some reclusive master living deep in the mountains? Qin Xingxuan found Lin Ming to be an enigma, and as their conversation continued, her astonishment only grew. It seemed that there was nothing he did not know. 3,600 basic patterns and 4,900 basic symbols amounted to over 8,000 elements, and he appeared intimately familiar with each one. In contrast to Qin Xingxuan's astonishment, her senior sister was already in a state of shock. She listened in confusion as the two exchanged what sounded like a foreign language to her, observing Qin Xingxuan's continual expressions of disbelief and admiration. Her senior sister was well aware of Qin Xingxuan's character. Despite her usual amiability and courteous demeanor, her innate pride, stemming from her sixth-grade talent and formidable strength, had never allowed her to bestow such high praise upon any peer before. Gradually, her senior sister became numb to the situation. Realizing one thing, this young man's audit certificate was definitely not going to be revoked today. Unbelievable! How could a mere bumpkin turn out to be a genius in the art of inscriptions? Her senior sister felt a surge of frustration. As the conversation progressed, Qin Xingxuan's tone grew increasingly respectful. What had begun as a casual exchange transformed into a humble request for guidance. She realized that Lin Ming's insights into symbols and energy structures were enlightening, often leaving her with a profound sense of benefit. Qin Xingxuan became increasingly convinced that Lin Ming was a once-in-a-century talent in the art of inscriptions, and that his mentor must undoubtedly be a master of unparalleled caliber, one who would overshadow even her own teacher. What kind of background did this young man possess? Qin Xingxuan was filled with curiosity about Lin Ming. Not only was engaging with him beneficial to her own understanding, but the very existence of Lin Ming and his mysterious teacher held extraordinary significance for the Qin family. With this in mind, Qin Xingxuan said, "Dear fellow student, the music class is about to commence, and we can no longer chat. It has been a pleasure conversing with you today, and if possible, after the music class concludes, I would like to invite you to Damingxian for a meal, where we can further explore the principles of inscriptions together. Would that be agreeable?" Qin Xingxuan's voice was melodious, her tone exceedingly sincere, and combined with her captivating beauty, it was truly difficult to refuse. Lin Ming, too, had no desire to decline. Qin Xingxuan was not only beautiful and well-bred, but also refreshingly down-to-earth and unpretentious, qualities that evoked no sense of disdain in him. However, Lin Ming's schedule was exceedingly tight. With only 3 months remaining until the assessment at the 7 profound martial house, he needed to earn money through the art of inscriptions, purchase medicinal pills, inscribe them, and rapidly enhance his cultivation to successfully enter the 7 profound martial house. Yet, even that was not the end. There was still Zhu Yin lurking nearby, and without comparable strength to contend with him, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Attending a music class that held no interest for him, and then dining with a beautiful girl, potentially spending half a day in conversation, followed by leaving a message for future contact, seemed like a colossal waste of time for Lin Ming. After all, he could gain no new insights or knowledge from engaging with Qin Xingxuan. Thus, with a hint of regret, Lin Ming declined, "I am truly sorry, but I have some matters to attend to today and must head back." "Oh, I understand," Qin Xingxuan replied, a note of disappointment in her voice. When she extended the invitation, she had never anticipated being refused. In fact, throughout her life, she had never invited a peer of the opposite sex to dine with her. While countless suitors had sought her company, besides a few close friends, she rejected all others without a second thought. Yet, this time, Experiencing rejection for the first time felt rather disheartening and even unjust, for despite her noble lineage, she was merely a 15-year-old girl at heart. As for Lin Ming's refusal, her senior sister was left utterly flabbergasted, her mind racing with a singular thought. This guy, he actually turned down Qin Xingxuan. Unbelievable. Could such a thing even happen? Was he truly a man? Chapter 13. The inscriptions begin. Hey, you. Stop right there. Do you know who she is? The senior sister was visibly enraged. Although the unusual expression on Qin Xingxuan's face was subtle, she still sensed it. Qin Xingxuan was one of her dearest friends, and she could not bear to see her distressed. This man was utterly despicable. Not only was he dismissive of Qin Xingxuan, but even if he had simply beckoned any girl from the Qin family, a throng of admirers would have rushed to her side. How could he refuse so bluntly? Lin Ming inwardly lamented. He was certainly aware of Qin Xingxuan's identity, but it was not the time to disclose this. He intentionally sidestepped the topic and said, "Senior sister, I truly have matters to attend to. I'm not deceiving you." "Who are you calling senior sister?" she retorted, hands on her hips, blocking Lin Ming's path, exuding an air that suggested he would not be allowed to leave without her consent. Although her family background was not as illustrious as Qin Xingxuan's, she hailed from one of the prominent families in the capital. Ordering subordinates to handle affairs in Tianyun City was as simple as drinking water. Lin Ming was left speechless. This was rather tyrannical. He replied, "My matter is cultivation. I have no time for the next few months." Just as the senior sister was about to respond, Qin Xingxuan interjected, "Let this classmate go. Perhaps he is being summoned by his teacher." In Qin Xingxuan's perspective, it was natural for someone as young as Lin Ming to have such accomplishments due to diligent study and training. And it was entirely reasonable for his teacher to impose demanding training regimens upon him. Upon hearing Qin Xingxuan's words, Lin Ming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Truth be told, while he was somewhat more mature than his peers, dealing with two beautiful women simultaneously was no easy feat, especially since both possessed superior strength and formidable backgrounds. As Lin Ming prepared to leave, Qin Xingxuan smiled and said, "I am Qin Xingxuan. Should you find some leisure in your cultivation, feel free to visit me at the marshal's residence anytime." Lin Ming paused and introduced himself. "I am Lin Ming." He then strode away, while Qin Xingxuan remained unaware of the correct writing of his name. Was it Lin Ming or Lin Ming? With such simple characters, there were countless individuals with the same name in Tianyun City. Upon returning from the 7 Xian Martial Academy, Lin Ming had confirmed that the Tianyun silk used for Guqin crafting was indeed the Tianyun silk he sought. With this certainty, matters became considerably simpler. Tianyun silk fell within the realm of musical arts, and acquiring it at a martial arts-themed trading fair would be nearly impossible. Lin Ming could only enlist Lin Xiaodong to have their family procure it on his behalf. As a family with some standing, obtaining Tianyun silk was not a daunting task, albeit at market price. From the literature he reviewed, Lin Ming garnered a general understanding of the price of Tianyun silk, which was valued at 20 taels of gold per foot. While this did not seem exorbitantly expensive, the truth lay in the fact that Tianyun silk was both fine and light. If calculated by weight, it would be a staggering sum, with 1,000 taels of gold unlikely to procure even a pound. Currently, Lin Ming possessed only 70 taels of gold, allowing him to purchase a mere 3 feet of Tianyun silk. At the trading fair, he had spent 800 taels of gold on various materials. Yet 60 taels purchased only 3 feet of Tianyun silk, which weighed next to nothing, underscoring its exorbitance. Lin Ming affixed a calendar to his bedside, methodically tearing off sheets. He intended to achieve a minor success in inscription techniques within the first month while simultaneously cultivating, and then dedicate the following 2 months to frantically acquiring elixirs for rigorous training, aiming to break through to the second level of body refinement, or even reach its pinnacle. With such prowess at the peak of the second level, he would not only rival Zhu Yin but would at least hold his ground against him. After countless repetitions of practicing with true energy, Lin Ming finally commenced the formal practice of operating inscription materials. The initial experiences of inscription masters were often accumulated through burning materials, but Lin Ming could not afford such extravagance. He had to successfully inscribe at least one complete inscription symbol using this modest collection of materials worth only 800 taels of gold. Mastering inscription techniques required not only comprehension and a capable teacher, but also substantial financial backing and exceptional soul power. This was because the process of inscribing demanded the control of energy structures within the symbols through soul power. Lin Ming's soul power had been assessed in his childhood as 3rd rank. With 3rd rank soul power complemented by 3rd rank martial talent, Lin Ming's aptitude was commendable. though not exceptional for a family without martial heritage. During the body refinement stage, the application of soul power was minimal. This was Lin Ming's first attempt. He began to operate the soul technique from the memories of his unbound soul, activating the power within his sea of consciousness. While everyone possesses soul power, not everyone can wield it effectively. This requires a soul technique and relentless practice. Many inscription masters struggle to memorize various symbols and foundational theories, only to find themselves unable to grasp the soul technique, rendering them incapable of utilizing materials, thus disqualifying them from even the most rudimentary practices. Upon activating the soul technique, Lin Ming immediately felt a sense of familiarity from the depths of his memory. This technique had undoubtedly been employed countless times by the great predecessors. Such familiarity remained even after the mental imprint faded, preserved within the unbound soul, sparing Lin Ming considerable effort. He had no trouble with the initial entry. With a gentle motion of his hand, the intangible soul power summoned the pre-prepared essence of Tiankai grass juice nearby. As Lin Ming's thoughts shifted, a droplet of the Tiankai grass juice morphed into various shapes under his control, sometimes stretching into fine threads, at other times coalescing into crystalline droplets. This ease of manipulation, this exquisite command, left Lin Ming in awe. It was well known that in Introduction to Inscription Techniques, it was stated that those with good comprehension required a month to learn the soul technique, while those with lesser comprehension might toil for half a year without results. Every inscription master possesses a unique soul technique, each varying in quality. Masters guard their techniques jealously, often reluctant to share them even with their disciples. As the effectiveness of a soul technique directly impacts the utility of soul power, a matter of utmost importance for inscription masters. Undoubtedly, the Tai soul technique from the memories of the esteemed predecessor was of the highest caliber, far surpassing the soul techniques employed by inscription masters in the Tiankai Continent. Furthermore, Lin Ming's inherent familiarity with this technique allowed him to utilize his third-rank soul talent as effectively as if it were fourth or even fifth rank. These were invaluable assets inherited from the unbound soul. With a delicate pinch of his fingers, Lin Ming infused a drop of true energy into the Tiankai grass juice. And as his fingers traced the air, a radiant flow of energy illuminated the liquid, swiftly forming a beautiful and enigmatic rune. The rune, no larger than a fingernail, contained complex energy variations. Each rune, despite being the same, could differ vastly in strength due to subtle variations in texture, energy intensity, and inherent soul power. 1,000 inscription masters would yield 1,000 distinct runes, with varying degrees of quality. Lin Ming was uncertain of the quality of his creation, yet he felt satisfied with his work. He began to inscribe the next rune, using the essence of demugging, requiring only half a drop. Lin Ming swiftly formed the seal, guiding the liquid infused with true energy to coalesce into a rune. However, just as the rune was about to take shape, a slight fluctuation in his soul power led to a momentary lapse in sustained output, resulting in a soft hissing sound as the half-drop of dark brown liquid turned to ash. Lin Ming sighed in regret. Extracting such a small amount of essence required a pound of demugging, and just like that, several taels of gold had vanished in an instant, an expense equivalent to several months' earnings for an ordinary person. It was easy to imagine that apprentice inscriptionists, with less stable soul power, would find failure commonplace. Achieving success would indeed be miraculous. In the blink of an eye, several taels of gold were gone, and spending hundreds of taels in a day felt like child's play. Inscription techniques were notoriously costly. After experiencing a setback, Lin Ming became increasingly cautious. As his fingers swiftly formed seals, a series of inscriptions sprang forth from his fingertips. Naturally, failures were not uncommon. However, the frequency of Lin Ming's mistakes was steadily diminishing. He rapidly sketched the runes, but soon he realized that his vital essence was waning. His cultivation at the first level of body refinement was insufficient. Even with the support of the chaotic true essence technique and the supreme soul technique, Tai soul method, which governed his spiritual energy, it was still inadequate for such prolonged drawing. As the supply of vital essence dwindled, Lin Ming's rune inscription became less fluid than before, and errors began to increase. Each mistake also constituted a further waste of his precious essence. With his vital essence depleting, Lin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue despite having completed merely half of the inscription process. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the chaotic swirl of runes before him began to tremble violently, nearly collapsing on its own. Startled, Lin Ming hastily stabilized his vital essence. In that brief moment, a cold sweat broke out on his palms. This chaotic mass held a value equivalent to several dozen taels of gold. For the sake of such riches, he had to persevere. Chapter 14. the enhancement of strength as Lin Ming maintained the true essence within the runes. He simultaneously invoked the chaotic true essence art to accelerate the absorption of true essence. This dual focus led to a series of continuous errors. After failing 5 times in a row and ruining 5 materials, Lin Ming finally realized that he might not be able to complete the drawing this time. After fruitlessly striving for half a day, he reluctantly severed the supply of true essence. Consequently, the mysterious runes that had been floating in midair were released from their energetic constraints, exploding like fireworks in the sky, leaving behind a dazzling display of colors. Watching the beautiful spectacle, Lin Ming's heart ached. This was a considerable financial loss, although he anticipated the possibility of failure on the first attempt. Losing dozens of taels of gold all at once was disheartening. The only silver lining was that he had not wasted the precious silkworm silk, the most expensive material. His supply was only sufficient for about 10 attempts, meaning that if he could not succeed within 10 tries, he would be left with nothing to his name. To expect success within 10 attempts would be deemed absurd by any other runesmith. For a novice in rune crafting, not only was it implausible to complete a complex rune successfully within 10 attempts, but even mastering a simple pattern would be an unattainable feat. Lin Ming gathered the remnants of the materials and began to reflect on the mistakes he had made. While he indeed inherited fragments of memory from a formidable predecessor, his own reservoir of true essence was far inferior, rendering him incapable of sustaining even a basic rune art. Though this rune art appeared simple within the memories of the predecessor, it remained an intricate and exquisite craft in the Tiankai Continent. Once completed, its effects would astonish even master runesmiths. After discerning the reasons for his failures, Lin Ming began to devise strategies. It was impossible to enhance the quantity of true essence within a short span, so his only option was to minimize errors. Each mistake represented a waste of true essence. Thus, fewer mistakes would conserve both materials and true essence. With this thought, Lin Ming temporarily set aside the materials and began a monotonous practice using only true essence. His reasoning was straightforward. True essence incurred no cost. As long as he could cycle through the chaotic true essence art several times, there would be no loss. And he could simultaneously practice the technique. What could be more perfect? As long as there was no financial expenditure, he had nothing to fear. If practicing 100 or 1,000 times proved ineffective, he would continue for 10,000 or even 100,000 times. Until the process of drawing runes became instinctual within his body, he refused to believe he would fail. In Tiankai City, the marshal's mansion among the grandest edifices in Tiankai City, 2 stood prominent, the royal palace and the marshal's mansion. The entire marshal's mansion sprawled in the northwest corner of the city, stretching 3 li in length and 1,000 steps in width, adorned with countless rockeries, waterfalls, corridors, gardens, and pavilions. At this moment, within the mansion's library, an elderly man in a long robe, with hair like a crane yet a youthful visage, held a golden birdcage. Beside him stood a serene girl clad in white Qin Xingxuan. Oh, such a person exists? Even you concede defeat? Indeed, Qin Xingxuan nodded. The elderly man beside her was her master, Mr. Mui, the most distinguished runesmith in Tiankai City. Qin Xingxuan possessed an exceptional memory, flawlessly reciting every dialogue she had with Lin Ming. As the elderly man listened, his expression gradually grew grave. Initially, he thought Qin Xingxuan was merely being modest about the youth, but it became evident that he was genuinely superior. Moreover, the breadth of the boy's knowledge was vast, suggesting he likely hailed from a region with more advanced rune arts than that of Tiankai Kingdom. After recounting their conversation, Qin Xingxuan elaborated on the scene where Lin Ming effortlessly sketched fundamental patterns, a fluidity she could not replicate, to draw basic patterns with true essence without pause, and to deftly manage the balance of energy. Is that so? Mu Yi was astonished. Yes, his rune drawing felt as fluid as flowing water. As for his control over energy balance, it was as if it were instinctively imprinted in his mind. Such a level is beyond my reach, she admitted. Mu Yi took a deep breath, realizing that achieving such instinctive skill would require countless repetitions. Has this boy been practicing rune arts since birth? Are you certain he is only 15 or 16? Absolutely, Qin Xingxuan affirmed. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Mu Yi exclaimed, astonished at the young man's exceptional talent. I have never encountered such a prodigy in my lifetime. However, I am more curious about his master. Who could possibly be behind this extraordinary youth? Mu Yi pondered, considering the hidden masters of rune arts within Tiankai Kingdom and neighboring realms. Yet, after much reflection, he could not identify any potential candidates. He prided himself on being at the pinnacle of rune knowledge, with many peers of comparable skill in Tiankai Kingdom and its vicinity. but he could not think of anyone who could surpass him. I cannot fathom who could mentor such an outstanding disciple. If I am not mistaken, the boy's mysterious master likely belongs to his sect. A sect? Qin Xingxuan was taken aback. The Tiankai Continent was vast, housing many sects with lineages spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of years, their depths unfathomable. To illustrate, the closest sect to Tiankai Kingdom was the Seven Mystic Martial Mansion, whose ancestral domain, Seven Mystic Valley, boasted an unimaginable number of experts. 12 years ago, an elder from Seven Mystic Valley visited Tiankai Kingdom, and even the royal family treated him with utmost reverence. While Mr. Mui was a top runesmith in Tiankai Kingdom, he would be nothing remarkable within a major sect. Xingxuan, Mui instructed, if you encounter this young man again, make sure to retain him. I wish to meet him personally. This boy is extraordinary. Even if he has a master from a major sect, achieving this level at such a young age is astonishing. Moreover, be courteous to him. His master may be an unparalleled figure who could intimidate even the entire Tiankai Kingdom. Yes, master. Days passed, and one by one, Lin Ming tore off the pages of the calendar. During this time, he practiced rune arts daily, having lost count of how many times he had repeated various runes. The relentless use of spiritual force left him in a state of exhaustion. His eyes were perpetually bloodshot, and his true essence was often depleted. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. Lin Ming discovered that, in addition to his progress in rune arts, his perceptiveness had become increasingly acute. He continued to work at the Mingming Pavilion as a bone dissector. Even when faced with a completely unfamiliar second-level ferocious beast, Lin Ming was able to keenly sense every subtle change in the force of his blade during the dissection process, skillfully avoiding sinews and bones. With a fluid motion, he could dissect the robust second-level beast in just the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Such terrifying speed initially astonished the staff at Mingming Pavilion, leaving them incredulous, but after witnessing it repeatedly, they became desensitized. Now, Lin Ming held an esteemed position at the pavilion, enjoying flexible working hours and a salary rivaling that of several top chefs. No employee could contest his privileges. And despite his advantages, Lin Ming maintained his routine of 2 hours of dissection each day. For him, this was a form of cultivation, as dissection greatly benefited his application of spiritual force and strength. As time went on, Lin Ming found himself without work for 2 entire hours, for there were not enough ferocious beasts within the Deming Pavilion. Indeed, the stock in the storeroom had been entirely depleted by Lin Ming's relentless efforts. When Sister Lan, who was responsible for the kitchen, beheld the ice house where all the ferocious beasts had been transformed into neatly arranged chunks of meat and bones, each piece uniformly sized, she was left utterly speechless. This fellow was nothing short of a machine. Thus, during the final 10 days of the first month, Lin Ming prepared the materials anew and embarked on yet another round of inscription crafting. Chapter 15. The power symbol. This time, Lin Ming was thoroughly prepared. In the realm of crafting low-level patterns, he had undoubtedly attained a masterful level of proficiency. After expertly concocting the essence of the materials, Lin Ming extended his hands, and a droplet of heavenly wind grass essence soared into the air as if endowed with a spirit of its own. Gazing at this droplet, resembling a green pearl, Lin Ming closed his eyes. The intricate hand seals had long since been etched in his mind, and coupled with the memories of a wandering soul, these complex maneuvers had nearly become an instinctual part of his being. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming commenced his work. His fingers flew deftly, each hand seal following the next with astonishing speed, rendering his fingers a blur. One droplet after another leapt into the air like carp leaping over the dragon's gate. And under the guidance of Lin Ming's spiritual force, they swiftly formed a series of resplendent and mysterious symbols. In an effort to conserve his true essence, Lin Ming nearly commenced the drawing of a new material the moment the previous one was completed. Yet, amidst this high-intensity and densely packed process, Lin Ming's error rate remained remarkably low. As the drawing progressed, he began to feel the strain. By the time he reached 2/3 of the way through, he sensed his true essence dwindling perilously low and began to circulate the chaotic true essence technique. Dividing his focus in such a manner inevitably increased the likelihood of errors. Yet Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately requiring several strokes to complete each symbol. The silkworm silk succeeded. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ming relaxed slightly. This silkworm silk was his most scarce resource, and he could not afford a single failure. 5 symbols remained. Lin Ming silently counted in his mind, aware that his true essence had nearly reached its limit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Completed. In the instant Lin Ming finished his drawing, dozens of floating symbols shimmered brilliantly in unison, ultimately merging in a peculiar radiance to form an enigmatic square inch of inscription, quietly suspended in the air. At this moment, Lin Ming was nearly exhausted, yet gazing at the finished inscription floating before him filled his heart with unparalleled joy. This small inscription felt akin to his child, a result of a month's relentless toil and considerable expenditure, finally brought to life. The esteemed elder had named this inscription the power symbol, a title Lin Ming found rather pedestrian. Yet out of respect for the elder, he refrained from renaming it. Let it be known as the power symbol. Lin Ming procured the most inexpensive talisman paper available, costing merely a couple of gold pieces for 15 sheets. Using the little true essence he had regained, he executed a spell, and the power symbol descended upon the paper. Its golden light retracting to form a dim and ancient rune, seemingly inconspicuous. At the final moment of the inscription's formation, Lin Ming employed his spiritual force to alter its appearance, ultimately creating a flame-like design. This design would be eternally imprinted on the enchanted artifact, serving as a mark. Much like a brand that many inscription masters would adopt as their signature, Lin Ming designated the symbol as fire, embodying the notion of rebirth through flames. The path of martial cultivation, akin to being forged by fire, is fraught with countless trials and dangers, where those unable to endure are reduced to ashes, obliterated into dust. Only those with unwavering resolve can emerge from the flames, reborn as true dragons and phoenixes. Lin Ming carefully tucked away the talisman paper and pushed open the window, allowing the brilliant sunlight to pour in, illuminating his bloodshot eyes. Though utterly fatigued and yearning for sleep, Lin Ming felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. There remained 2 months and 10 days until the examination at the 7 mysterious martial house. 5 more days passed, and Lin Ming inscribed the final rune onto the talisman paper, depleting all his materials, having crafted a total of 4 power symbols. As he beheld these symbols, an immense sense of accomplishment washed over him. Now, his task was to sell these 4 talismans. At the previous trade fair, Master Bai Hong's inscription talisman had fetched a staggering 1,500 taels of gold. Of course, this was largely due to the celebrity effect, and Lin Ming's talismans would not command such a price. Nonetheless, he was confident that his inscription, originating from the divine realm, would undoubtedly rival or even surpass the effectiveness of Master Bai Hong's talisman, according to the memories of that elder. While this power symbol belonged to the lower echelon of inscriptions, it was sufficiently potent for use on mid-tier, 3rd-grade artifacts. If inscribed on lower-tier artifacts, its effect could amplify by 60%. Furthermore, this power symbol could bestow an additional skill upon the artifact. Certain high-grade inscriptions could impart supplementary skills to artifacts. With the infusion of true essence, these skills could be unleashed, such as energy attacks for weapons, enhanced defenses for armor, or illusions and magical arts for realm-based artifacts. Lin Ming's power symbol, if inscribed onto a weapon, would grant it a skill known as Berserk Strike. This seemingly modest inscription was, in fact, a complex array. When the user infused a substantial amount of true essence into the weapon, the inscription would absorb and compress this essence to its utmost limit, then release it in a sudden explosion. In close combat, this technique could inflict devastating damage. Of course, given Lin Ming's still developing skills, the enhancement effect on the artifact would inevitably fall short of 60%. As for the Berserk Strike, he was unsure if it could be executed successfully, as the intricacies of the inscription technique made it challenging to discern the actual effects of the inscription after completion. The complex array would condense into a small rune, making it difficult even for the creator to gauge its efficacy. A single misstep could significantly diminish the overall effect of the inscription. The following morning, after a night of restful slumber, Lin Ming's true essence and spiritual force returned to their peak state. He inquired with Lin Xiaodong about the addresses of trade fairs and auction houses, then set off with his inscriptions in tow. Along the way, he purchased a cloak with some spare silver to disguise his appearance. Although the trade fairs and auction houses in Tiankai City were renowned for their integrity and would not pursue the identities of their patrons, Lin Ming felt it prudent to exercise caution. After all, selling all 4 of these inscriptions would yield a substantial fortune, and should his identity be revealed, it could lead to dire consequences. Lin Ming's first destination was the official auction house of Tiankai City. The city hosted several auction houses, none of which dominated the others, and Lin Ming chose the official one for its superior reputation. Once these 4 inscriptions were sold, he would have sufficient funds to procure the required medicinal materials. However, upon arriving at the auction house, Lin Ming realized he had underestimated the complexities of the establishment. Chapter 16. Setbacks. The auction house adheres to an exceedingly stringent vetting process. Particularly regarding items that have surfaced from private sources, the scrutiny is intensified to prevent the sale of counterfeit goods, which could irreparably damage the auction house's reputation. Lin Ming was intercepted by a middle-aged man, who inquired, "May I assist you, sir?" Despite wearing a voluminous robe, Lin Ming's stature was still somewhat diminutive compared to that of a grown man, and coupled with his immature voice, it was evident to the seasoned auctioneer that he was merely a boy of 15 or 16. Thus, Lin Ming straightforwardly replied, "I am here to authenticate a rune talisman." "Oh." The middle-aged man regarded Lin Ming with a hint of skepticism. "May I examine your rune talisman?" His demeanor was relatively courteous, but it was unusual for a youth of such an age to present a rune talisman for appraisal, especially one valued in the thousands of gold taels, leading to a suspicion of mischief. Upon producing the talisman, the man frowned slightly at the sight of the substandard paper, which resembled common grass paper, typically sold at a pittance, 10 or so sheets for a mere tael of gold. While the quality of the paper does not inherently affect the quality of the runes themselves, it is known that rune masters, due to their esteemed status, would never utilize such inferior materials. They typically employ high-grade paper worth several taels per sheet, befitting the value of their rune talismans. However, sensing the subtle energy emanating from the rune, the middle-aged man confirmed it was indeed a complete talisman and not a prank. He glanced at Lin Ming and asked, "Do you possess any certification from the Rune Masters Guild?" Lin Ming shook his head. "Very well, follow me." The middle-aged man led Lin Ming to the appraisal room of the auction house, where an elderly gentleman clad in black, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, was responsible for the assessment. Lin Ming noticed a badge on the man's chest that read Senior Appraiser. As the black-clad elder took the rune talisman, he too observed its low-quality paper but did not display any disdain. Instead, he calmly donned white gloves and began his meticulous appraisal, demonstrating commendable professionalism. However, after only a brief examination, the elder looked up with a peculiar expression and stated, "If I am not mistaken, the individual who crafted this rune talisman possesses a martial prowess not exceeding the 3rd level of body refinement. Am I correct?" The traces of true essence left by the creator on the talisman allow the appraiser to gauge the martial level of its maker. Lin Ming's true essence level was indeed lower, and the elder's conclusion stemmed from Lin Ming's cultivation of the chaotic true essence technique, which renders his true essence denser than that of other practitioners at the same level. Had he known this rune was crafted by a mere 15-year-old child at the 1st level of body refinement, he would likely have been taken aback. Lin Ming acknowledged the truth of the elder's assessment with a nod. The elder sighed in admiration, "Truly remarkable. A talent emerges in every generation. And to produce a rune talisman with just a 3rd level of body refinement is astonishing. Typically, rune masters are seasoned warriors, most of whom are at least at the bone forging stage, with many having reached the meridian condensation stage, or even beyond. It is not uncommon for a novice rune apprentice to craft a complete rune talisman by chance, but to produce 4 identical talismans is indeed extraordinary." Upon hearing the elder's praise, Lin Ming believed the transaction was nearly secured. However, the elder's tone shifted as he continued, "Although it is a complete rune talisman, if its creator is merely a rune apprentice, we cannot ascertain its enhancement efficacy. You must understand that rune apprentices generally possess limited true essence, making it challenging to execute complex rune designs. If the enhancement effect is less than 10%, it holds no value, and we cannot auction such a talisman, as its subpar quality would tarnish the auction house's reputation. Rune talismans can only be inscribed onto graded treasures, as only treasures of sufficient rank can be infused with true essence for combat, and runes serve to modify the flow of true essence, thereby augmenting a treasure's combat capability. Thus, the minimum requirement for a rune talisman is that it be inscribed on a treasure of at least low-grade human level, which typically holds a value exceeding several thousand gold taels. Treasures are not within the reach of the average individual. Even the scions of prominent families must wait until their cultivation reaches the muscle transformation stage to acquire one. For example, Wang Yigao, despite his respectable lineage, wielded only a finely crafted green-edged sword due to his limited cultivation, which was merely worth 200 taels of gold. The number of inscriptions a treasure can carry is limited, typically allowing for just one inscription. Who would purchase a treasure worth several thousand taels of gold and then risk it with a rune talisman of uncertain quality? Hence, rune talismans crafted by apprentices have no market. Anticipating this outcome, Lin Ming proposed, "I can auction 3 rune talismans and retain one for experimentation. Once a rune talisman is completed, it is difficult to test its effects without inscribing it onto a treasure. Even the creator can only make rough estimates of its enhancement potential. Often, those purchasing rune talismans gamble on luck. Thus, masterpieces from master rune artisans are highly sought after due to their credible reputation, while the works of lesser-known rune masters are frequently overlooked, as no one is willing to risk their treasures on an unknown talisman. The appraiser replied, "That is certainly acceptable, but you must provide the treasure for experimentation." Lin Ming fell silent at this, realizing that a treasure's worth is in the thousands of gold taels, and the auction house would not readily provide such an expensive item for experimentation. Were Lin Ming a master rune artisan, the situation would be different. Masters come with a guarantee of credibility, and the auction house would be willing to accommodate them, as it would be beneficial to foster a good relationship. Lin Ming's wealth had peaked at just over 800 taels of gold. Acquiring a treasure for experimentation was simply out of reach. He refrained from further disputes or assurances that he would not allow any loss to the provided treasure, knowing such claims would be futile, as the appraiser would not trust him, ultimately due to the talisman's weak essence fluctuations. Thus, Lin Ming departed from the official auction house of Tiankai City with his 4 rune talismans. "I apologize, but we require certification from the Rune Masters Guild or documentation from a master rune artisan." At the Tiankai City Trading Fair, upon realizing Lin Ming was merely a teenager, the purchasing agents dismissed him without granting his 4 rune talismans even a chance for appraisal. Their attitude was already rather polite. When Lin Ming approached several private shops, the demeanor of the proprietors became even more disdainful. Shops capable of selling rune scrolls are undoubtedly subsidiaries of large trading companies, typically boasting 5 or 6 stories adorned with opulent decor and grandiose architecture. The prices of items are exorbitantly high, often reaching several hundred or even thousands of gold taels. The clerks and managers in such establishments possess an air of arrogance. Should a wealthy patron arrive, they would receive courteous treatment with fine tea and refreshments. But if a peddler or a pauper were to enter, they would be fortunate not to be shown the door. Some of the shopkeepers simply ignored Lin Ming, while others waved him away in annoyance. "What is this child doing here? Do not disrupt our business. Hurry along, for this locale is not suited for children of your tender age." Alas! Esteemed guest, do you require any assistance? Please, step inside and take a look. Young one, do refrain from amusing me with your antics. Is that merely a sketch upon a scrap of paper? A small flame drawn upon such a flimsy sheet. Do you truly believe that constitutes the art of inscriptions? Ha ha ha. Chapter 17. Lan Yunyu. Thus, Lin Ming spent an entire day visiting 2 auction houses and a trading fair, in addition to 5 treasure trading halls established by prominent families, yet he returned empty-handed. Defeated, he sighed upon returning to Demingxian, never anticipating the difficulty of selling a few engraved talismans. However, this minor setback was nothing more than a fleeting jest to Lin Ming. The hardships he encountered during his training far surpassed this triviality. He had endured far worse. And as for ridicule, particularly that directed at Lan Yunyu, her lineage, and cultivation, such matters could not sway his dedication to martial arts. After putting away the engraved talismans, Lin Ming commenced his practice of the chaotic true essence technique. Although he had devoted most of the past month to the study of engraving, he still made time daily to refine his skills in the technique. Now, he had reached the threshold of the first level, while his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the first stage of body training. With a strength of 9 stones, approximately 450 kilograms, capable of shattering iron and wood, he stood at the zenith of body training. Yet, Lin Ming's current strength exceeded 1,000 pounds, a testament to the benefits of the Chaotic Combat Sutra. And this power continued to grow, even as he remained at the first stage of body training. After completing a set of the chaotic true essence technique, Lin Ming began to practice bone dissection. His proficiency in this art had reached an extraordinary level. Level 2 ferocious beasts could no longer meet his training needs. However, Level 3 ferocious beasts were as rare as phoenix feathers, and Lin Ming found himself unable to acquire them. Thus, he devised a method. He began using the back of a knife for dissection. Typically, skilled dissection requires considerable time, even with sharp blades, axes, or machetes. It often takes half a day to dismantle a level 2 ferocious beast. Yet, Lin Ming innovatively utilized a knife back 3 inches thick, which proved to be an arduous endeavor. Each inch felt as if he were driving a hoe through mud, requiring immense strength. This challenge compelled Lin Ming to constantly push his physical limits while mastering the art of exertion. Once a simple dissection task that could be completed during a meal had now stretched to 2 full hours, leaving him drenched in sweat upon completion. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. If the dissection experts at Dimingxian were to discover that Lin Ming had managed to dissect a level 2 ferocious beast using the back of a knife, they would likely think themselves mad rather than believing Lin Ming had lost his senses. After a night of intensive training, Lin Ming was utterly exhausted. He chose not to dwell on the engraved talismans and went straight to bed. As dawn broke, Lin Ming rose early and, as usual, made his way to a clearing in the forest at Dezhou Mountain to practice his punches. He completed an entire set of techniques just as the first light of day appeared. At that moment, a short, plump boy clad in white emerged from the woods. "Brother Ming, why were you asking me yesterday where to sell and buy engraved talismans? You didn't actually create them, did you?" The newcomer was Lin Xiaodong. When Lin Ming had posed the question the previous day, he had answered without a second thought, but the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Surely, Lin Ming could not have produced genuine engraved talismans. Though Lin Xiaodong lacked extensive knowledge of the art of engraving, he was certain that Lin Ming could not have created a proper talisman under such circumstances. The outcome would likely be subpar. If Lin Ming attempted to sell them at a trading fair, he might even be mistaken for a fraud and face dire consequences. Lin Ming chuckled and nodded. "Indeed. I created them." Lin Xiaodong's heart sank. "Did you sell them to those places?" "Yes, but I wasn't able to sell them. The failure to sell was anticipated. Those merchants were not fools." Lin Xiaodong scrutinized Lin Ming with concern and asked, "Brother Ming, you weren't beaten up, were you?" Lin Ming was momentarily speechless. Lin Xiaodong's imagination was quite vivid. He laughed. "I did create engraved talismans. I'm not a fraud. How could I have been beaten?" He then produced the 4 talismans he had meticulously crafted over the past month, hoping to reassure Lin Xiaodong. However, Lin Xiaodong was at a loss. Upon seeing the 4 talismans, his expression froze. Their appearance was utterly dismal. Although he suspected Lin Ming's creations would be substandard, this was beyond what he had imagined. The paper was coarse and yellow, resembling toilet paper. Only a fool would purchase such items. Lin Xiaodong had seen several engraved talismans before, each one gleaming and vibrant. Even if one were to counterfeit, one would at least strive for a semblance of quality. After a prolonged moment, Lin Xiaodong managed to muster a dry smile, hesitant to discourage Lin Ming. Yet, the thought of hundreds of taels worth of materials being transformed into these few sheets of toilet paper, barely enough for a single use, caused his heart to ache. What a waste of wealth. Lin Ming could discern Lin Xiaodong's internal struggle and wisely decided to put away the talismans without further explanation. It was futile to clarify his situation to Lin Xiaodong. "Brother Ming, with your diligence and innate talent, breaking through to the condensation stage is merely a matter of time. Why bother with these trivialities?" Lin Xiaodong gently urged. Lin Ming smiled but remained silent. Lin Xiaodong was correct. Even without these endeavors, he would inevitably reach the condensation stage, and progressing to the legendary innate stage would not be overly difficult. However, the path of martial cultivation was akin to grappling with fate itself. Time was relentless, and without rapid advancement during youth, future training would become increasingly arduous. Relying solely on personal cultivation without any elixirs or spiritual materials would certainly solidify his foundation, but would also consume a considerable amount of time that Lin Ming could not afford to squander. Thus, he sought to leverage the art of engraving to earn money and take a shortcut. "Xiaodong, you should head back. I have a few matters to attend to." "Why? You're not planning to sell those talisman papers again, are you?" Lin Ming laughed. "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." With that, he dashed off, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Damn! Lin Xiaodong could only curse helplessly as he watched Lin Ming's disappearing figure. He knew that once Lin Ming had made up his mind, there was little he could do to change it. Although Lin Ming was resolute, many circumstances were beyond one's control. In the bustling Tianyan city, despite the plethora of shops, few were genuinely qualified to sell engraved talismans. Adding the auction houses and trading fairs, the total number would not exceed 30. Lin Ming had already visited the majority of these establishments, all of which had rejected him without exception. The apprentices of engraving rarely produced quality talismans. Such items held little practical value, and no one would squander their sole opportunity to engrave a precious artifact on inferior goods. Despite his disappointment, Lin Ming remained undeterred by these setbacks. Gold would inevitably shine in time. All he required was patience. Want us to consign these items? What a joke. At your tender age, instead of diligently honing your skills, you seek to pursue these misguided paths. These things are utterly unsellable. Now, be gone. Don't waste our time. An irritable shopkeeper at the Baibao Hall waved his hand dismissively. The attitude of private shopkeepers was often far more brusque than that of auction houses. Lin Ming paid little heed, gathering his talismans and turning to leave when, just then, he caught sight of a face he recognized all too well, one he was most reluctant to see. Not far behind him stood two young girls clad in pale yellow dresses, one of whom was Lan Yunyu, who had stood him up months ago to accompany Zhu Yin to the Qishuan Martial Academy. Having just arrived, Lan Yunyu regarded the four waxy yellow, coarse talisman papers in Lin Ming's hands, reflecting on the shopkeeper's earlier remarks, her expression revealing a complex array of emotions. Lan Yunyu had never encountered an inscription talisman before. Even if she had, she would not associate these coarse talisman papers with the true inscriptions. She speculated that Lin Ming was engaging in the trade of goods. Some vendors, with limited capital yet a keen understanding of the market, would purchase items at low-end trade fairs and resell them for a modest profit. This line of work yielded minimal returns and lacked prestige. Moreover, Lin Ming's family background was not affluent. To support his martial arts training while living alone in Tianyan City, he inevitably faced financial constraints. Thus, it was only natural for him to seek ways to earn money. With this thought, Lan Yunyu sighed. She felt at a loss for words in such a situation, fearing that anything she said might wound Lin Ming's pride, yet she could not pretend not to notice him. At that moment, the shopkeeper spotted Lan Yunyu and approached her with an exaggerated smile, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor with Lin Ming. "Miss, what brings you here today? Is the sword you purchased yesterday still to your liking? By the way, where is that young master who accompanied you yesterday?" Clearly, the young master the shopkeeper referred to was Zhu Yin. Observing the sycophantic smile on the shopkeeper's face, Lin Ming could easily deduce that the last time Zhu Yin accompanied Lan Yunyu, the shopkeeper had made quite a profit. Lan Yunyu was caught off guard by the shopkeeper's mention of Zhu Yin, which deepened her embarrassment. She longed to clarify that her relationship with Zhu Yin was not as he imagined, but as the words formed on her lips, they felt feeble and inadequate. She was no longer a child. She understood that one day she would marry into the Zhu family. Although she harbored no affection for Zhu Yin, she had succumbed to fate, choosing to betray her own feelings for the sake of what she desired. After enduring an awkward silence, Lan Yunyu spoke softly. "It has been a while. How have you been?" "Quite well," Lin Ming replied calmly. The past was behind him, and he wished not to dwell on it any longer. "Quite well? If that were truly the case, why would we meet here?" A 15-year-old youth, enduring the hardships of training while toiling for a living, subjected to the scornful gazes of others. Was this truly quite well? Lan Yunyu recognized Lin Ming's stubbornness. Yet witnessing his current state compelled her to advise, "Have you not considered returning?" "Returning? Huh? Are you suggesting I abandon my martial pursuits?" "That is not my intent. I merely wish to convey that martial arts can be detrimental to one's health. Without sufficient funds for medicinal herbs, one risks permanent injury." Lan Yunyu sighed, her gaze falling upon the talisman paper in Lin Ming's hand. "The earnings from trading small items cannot sustain the costs associated with martial training. I do not wish for you to end up bedridden." Upon hearing Lan Yunyu's heartfelt words, Lin Ming smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for your counsel. But I will not relinquish my martial path." He lifted the four powerful talismans in his grasp, pointing to the vibrant flames depicted on the coarse paper. Martial arts are akin to this flame. Those who pursue it endure countless trials and dangers. Those who cannot persevere turn to ashes, while those who endure are reborn from the fire. Even if I am but a frail moth, I shall unhesitatingly dive into this flame, seizing the slimmest chance of transformation into a phoenix. Moreover, I am no longer merely a moth. After delivering this declaration, Lin Ming smiled faintly, tucked away the talisman papers, and departed with a tranquil demeanor, leaving behind a solitary yet proud silhouette. Lin Ming strode out of the treasure hall. Embodying the heart of a moth drawn to fire, he would steadfastly uphold his martial path until the day he emerged transformed, like a phoenix from the ashes. Chapter 18. The sale. The final destination was the Maple Leaf Auction House. Lin Ming held little hope, and indeed, the beautiful attendant at the auction house politely declined his offer. However, she seemed to empathize with Lin Ming's predicament and offered him two pieces of advice. First, to visit the Inscriptionist Association to see if they might be interested in purchasing his inscriptions for collection and teaching purposes, as apprentice-level inscription scrolls were already scarce due to their low success rates, and 4 identical scrolls were even rarer. Second, to sell the scrolls at the marketplace for a low price. Lin Ming decided against visiting the Inscriptionist Guild. For one, he lacked the qualifications to meet a true inscription master, and even if he did, The vast differences between the inscription techniques of the Tianyan kingdom and those of the divine realm would likely render the master incapable of discerning the subtleties of Lin Ming's inscriptions. As for obtaining an inscriptionist qualification through the guild, Lin Ming dismissed that notion as well, for it required him to bring his own treasure and inscription materials, which was equally impossible for him. Thus, Lin Ming had no choice but to forego high-end trading venues and turn to the lower-tier marketplace. This was a reluctant decision, as his inscriptions would have to be sold as apprentice-grade scrolls, eliminating any hope of fetching a high price. Although the marketplace was modest, it did feature an official trading center where various goods could be consigned. Naturally, the center took a 5 commission, but its good reputation ensured that many chose to consign their items there, unafraid of being swindled. Upon arriving at the trading center, Lin Ming surveyed the myriad of goods available, though few items exceeded a value of 100 taels of gold. The entry threshold for the trading center was low. As long as the goods were genuine, they could be consigned. Lin Ming's inscriptions were undoubtedly authentic, though their value remained low due to their apprentice classification. After a thorough appraisal, the plump manager offered Lin Ming a base price of 100 taels of gold. Hearing this figure left Lin Ming speechless. It was barely enough to cover his costs. The materials for a powerful scroll alone cost 70 to 80 taels of gold. If he sold all 4 inscriptions for 100 taels each, he would incur a loss of over 400 taels. Are you selling or not? The manager asked impatiently. Such apprentice inscriptions had little market demand. Those who could afford to spend thousands of taels on a treasure would undoubtedly prefer to invest a bit more for a master-crafted inscription, ensuring maximum efficacy for their treasures. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and replied, I will sell. I'll consign too. Recently, he had exhausted all his funds. Were it not for his salary from the Mingxian, he would have faced starvation. Accepting a minor loss by selling 2 inscriptions was bearable, but he was reluctant to part with the remaining 2 for a mere 100 taels. Leave your address, the manager instructed. The trading center was only responsible for consignment. They would only pay Lin Ming if someone purchased the inscriptions, and it remained uncertain whether his scrolls would sell at all. The fees for renting space were 1 tael for low tier, 3 for medium tier, and 5 for high tier, with a rental period of 1 month. If the items did not sell within that time, they would be automatically removed, and the rental fee would not be refunded. Good grief. They charge for space too. This is outrageous, Lin Ming thought as he glanced around. The high-tier spaces were obvious, the medium tier less so, while the low-tier spots were tucked away in corners, hard to find. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his last 5 gold pieces, placing 3 on the table, saying, medium-tier space. What kind of absurdity was this? His self-crafted inscriptions, which were no less than those produced by masters, were being offered for a mere 100 taels, and he still had to pay a 5 tax and rental fee. He sighed. Lacking reputation truly made progress difficult. Weighing the 2 remaining gold pieces in his pocket, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget about purchasing pills for cultivation. Simply having enough to eat was a blessing. Without any pills or herbs, Lin Ming felt too embarrassed to ask Lin Xiaodong for money. He practiced the chaotic true essence technique alone on Mount Dazhou, and the days passed monotonously. 7 days had flown by. The trading center in the marketplace typically thrived, attracting discerning individuals eager to sift through ordinary goods for hidden treasures, a rewarding endeavor for the treasure hunters. However, their specialty lay in materials and herbs, as the efficacy of inscription scrolls could hardly be discerned without application on treasures, making them largely overlooked by treasure hunters. Thus, while countless treasure hunters frequented the center, Lin Ming's inscriptions remained undisturbed on the shelf, unnoticed. Until today, when a tall, muscular man entered the trading center, his bare torso revealing a mass of sinewy muscles. A 4-foot-long heavy sword strapped to his back, exuding an aura of ferocity as he walked. His cold, steely gaze and numerous scars hinted at countless life-and-death battles. He was a true killer, a warrior honed through rigorous training at a martial academy. Upon seeing this man, the plump manager's expression shifted. This was a peak practitioner of the 5th layer of body refinement. Such a person was but a step away from the meridian condensation stage. Yet that single step was insurmountable for many throughout their lives. What are you looking to buy, sir? The manager inquired. The man remained silent, perusing the items on display, prompting the manager to wisely refrain from speaking further. The giant examined the items one by one, seemingly unimpressed until he pointed at 2 yellowed papers pressed under glass on a shelf, inquiring, Are these inscription scrolls? Yes, the manager replied. Only 100 taels of gold. The giant asked, astonished. Usually, inscription scrolls commanded prices exceeding 1,000 taels, making this price extraordinarily low. The manager explained, these scrolls were crafted by an apprentice. The creator's skill level is likely only at the third layer of body refinement, and the enhancement effect is uncertain, possibly between 5 to 10%. 5 to 10%? The giant frowned. That was indeed a meager figure, yet scrolls with enhancements of over 30% were far beyond his means. The giant, named Typhon, hailed from a humble background, relying solely on his military salary to support his parents while purchasing medicine for his own training, leaving him with little to spare. A month prior, during a military campaign, he had slain an enemy commander at the body refinement stage and acquired the enemy's battle blade, a low-grade treasure. According to military regulations, spoils of war belonged to the captor, and thus Typhon had obtained a treasure, albeit a defective one, as the blade's tip was already broken. The limited effectiveness of a damaged treasure meant that when a warrior infused true essence into it, the weapon's shortcomings would significantly diminish its power. Moreover, Typhon was disappointed to find that the blade was uninscribed, which further reduced its combat effectiveness. Initially, Typhon had no intention of inscribing it. First, because he simply couldn't afford the cost of a proper inscription scroll, and second, inscribing a defective treasure seemed unworthy. However, upon seeing the apprentice inscription scroll, he felt a spark of interest. Typically, scrolls with a 30% enhancement cost around 1,500 taels of gold, while this apprentice scroll promising a mere 5 to 10% enhancement was available for only 100 taels. It was an evidently advantageous deal, and most importantly, it was within his budget. Tomorrow marked the third round of the military competition, where he would face a particularly formidable opponent. The greater the power of his battle blade, the higher his chances of victory. This military competition was limited to soldiers under 30 years of age, and those who excelled would earn substantial rewards or promotions within the military. Typhon has accumulated significant military achievements, and this time, as long as he performs exceptionally, he can be promoted to the rank of a 1,000-man commander. The reward is also of paramount importance to Typhon. His mother suffered a fall 10 years ago while foraging for herbs to aid his training, resulting in a broken leg that has rendered her bedridden ever since. Typhon once vowed to procure the miraculous black jade balm, known for its ability to mend bones and sinews, to heal his mother's legs. However, the black jade balm is valued at 5,000 taels of gold, an astronomical sum for him at present. Contemplating this, Typhon clenched his fists. Tomorrow, in the third round of the competition, the Grand Marshal Qin Shao will personally attend the event. This will be his first encounter with this legendary figure, and he cannot afford to lose the match. Gritting his teeth, Typhon declared to the shopkeeper, I shall purchase this inscription talisman. Goodness, is it true? You actually reclaimed 95 taels of gold? Lin Xiaodong gazed incredulously at the banknote in Lin Ming's hand, pondering which fool had been duped by Ming Gu into spending 95 taels of gold on what amounted to mere toilet paper. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought. It is 92 taels, Lin Ming corrected him. The transaction center in the market is remarkably swift, and the funds were transferred to Lin Ming's possession by the following day. 100 taels of gold, minus a 5 transaction fee and 3 taels for the stall rental, leaving him with 92 taels. It is rather absurd that a talisman worth at least 1,000 taels of gold was sold for merely 92. Lin Ming found himself both amused and disheartened. The purchaser has indeed profited, yet it must be acknowledged that they had taken a risk, and rewards are due, especially since they were on the verge of running out of provisions. With over 90 taels of gold, acquiring high-grade elixirs is out of the question, but he could certainly procure some herbs for healing. Lin Ming shrugged and made his way to the apothecary, unaware that a grand martial assembly was taking place at the military training grounds on the outskirts of the city. At the 10-mile training ground, thousands of soldiers clad in heavy iron armor stood in meticulously organized formations, breathing easily despite their burdens. Approaching them, one could sense an almost tangible aura of battle prowess surging forth like the clash of golden swords and iron steeds. These men were the elite forces of the Tiankai Kingdom, each capable of battling 10 foes single-handedly. Opposite these soldiers, a row of seats was set, and at the center sat a man adorned in golden battle armor. Though his hair had turned gray, his countenance resembled that of a jade crown, and his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, imparting an impression of boundless strength. This man was none other than Grand Marshal Qin Shao, who had triumphed over the Dongyang Kingdom 80 years prior. His presence at this martial assembly underscores its significance. Members of the Qin family were also in attendance, including Qin Xingxuan and her mentor, Master Mui. At the venerable age of 110, Master Mui had attained mid-stage postnatal cultivation and is recognized as a formidable expert within the Tianyan kingdom. Furthermore, he is a master of inscription arts, and even the king of Tianyan treats him with utmost respect. Naturally, key military officials were also present, ensuring that this momentous occasion was attended by all relevant dignitaries. Chapter 19. Muyi's doubt in the nation of Tianyun. Martial prowess is highly esteemed, particularly within the military. Every 3 years, a grand competition is held to select outstanding talents for crucial military positions and to invigorate the martial spirit. Participants in this competition must be under 30 years of age and possess a cultivation level of at least the 3rd level of body refinement. Each event attracts thousands of skilled competitors who undergo rigorous selection processes, culminating in 3 rounds of contests to determine the top 50 participants. At present, we find ourselves in the final round, where only 50 contenders remain after numerous eliminations. This decisive battle will establish their ultimate rankings, as the combatants unleash their signature techniques. The atmosphere in the arena is electric with intensity. Initially, the earlier matches failed to capture the attention of the military's higher echelons. The duels featured either lackluster opponents or those with starkly disparate abilities. It wasn't until the 20th match that spectators, including Qin Xiao, began to take keen interest in the outcomes. In this match, one of the combatants is the son of a general, aged 29 and at the pinnacle of bone refinement. This young man has distinguished himself on the battlefield over the years, showcasing formidable strength, and possesses 2 treasured artifacts, a heavy sword and a set of battle armor. The sword inscribed with runes by a master engraver, enhancing its combat potential significantly. His opponent, a soldier of humble origins named Tai Feng, while not particularly gifted, has demonstrated an astonishing work ethic and a fearless demeanor in battle. Remarkably, he has accumulated even more military achievements than the general's son, and he too stands at the peak of bone refinement. It is indeed rare to find 2 warriors of such caliber at this age, especially considering their battlefield experiences, which greatly enhance their potential to reach the pulse condensation stage in the future, truly pillars of the military. Upon hearing the referee announce the competitors, a general clad in silver armor beams with pride, for his son is among them. Haha, old Li, your son is making you proud this time, Qin Xiao chuckles, referring to the silver-armored general, a former subordinate of his. Don't flatter me. My son was raised in a medicinal chamber and now stands on par with a mere commoner. It is quite disheartening, the silver-armored general retorts, though his smile betrays his satisfaction with his son's achievements. Indeed, Tai Feng's current standing is commendable, but today's battle will be a challenging one for him. Qin Xiao comments, highlighting the disparity in techniques and artifacts. The general's son wields 2 treasured artifacts, while Tai Feng, coming from humble beginnings, lacks such advantages. Although this battle appears inequitable, the martial competitions in Tianyan have always operated under such principles. Treasured artifacts are considered integral to a warrior's strength, and on the battlefield, one cannot argue against the fatal consequences of such disparities. The military cannot provide each soldier with a treasured artifact, necessitating that warriors procure their own. In this context, lineage becomes a significant factor in a soldier's overall prowess. As Tai Feng ascends the stage and unsheathes his battle blade, Qin Xiao raises an eyebrow, turning to Mui beside him. Mr. Mui, does that battle blade in Tai Feng's hands appear to be a treasured artifact as well? Mui strokes his white beard and nods. Indeed, it is a treasured artifact, albeit a defective one. A defective one? Qin Xiao observes a missing piece from the blade. The power of a defective treasured artifact is naturally far inferior to that of a complete one, and while Tai Feng possesses one, Li Qi wields 2. Although their cultivation levels are equal, Tai Feng's techniques are not on par with Li Qi's, which makes victory exceedingly difficult for him, though he may lose. Acquiring a defective treasured artifact is no small feat for Tai Feng. If he can withstand 20 exchanges in this battle, he may be considered for the military hall for focused training, Qin Xiao contemplates. Xingxian, watch this battle closely. You are soon to enter the 5th level of body refinement. Though you practice a technique tailored for women, all techniques share commonalities. Observing their fight will surely benefit you. Qin Xiao's final remarks were directed at Qin Xingxian, who nodded obediently. Yes, grandfather. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Li Qi launched a ferocious assault from the outset, intent on concluding the fight swiftly, knowing he held the advantage in both technique and artifacts. He employed the family's signature technique, the 5 mountain heavy sword, a technique that unleashes strikes with the force of a landslide, overwhelming lesser cultivators with its sheer momentum. Even those of considerable strength find it challenging to withstand such a torrent of attacks, often succumbing to the weight of the offensive. As Li Qi swung his heavy sword, a tempest swirled above the arena. The artifact, weighing 520 pounds, was perfectly suited for executing the 5-mountain heavy sword, should the opponent's weapon be inferior. A single contact could shatter it. Tai Feng, witnessing Li Qi's sword descending towards him, felt an unprecedented gravity settle upon him. He understood the gravity of Li Qi's power and steadied himself, grounding his feet in a firm stance as he gripped his damaged battle blade, channeling his true essence into it like a raging flood. Facing Li Qi's onslaught, Tai Feng knew he must respond with all his strength. Yet, in that moment of infusing his true essence into the blade, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. The flow of my true essence seems much smoother than before. Having possessed the blade for several months, Tai Feng previously struggled to imbue it with his true essence, akin to pouring water into a clogged channel, resulting in minimal absorption and considerable waste. Now, however, the blade acted as a vortex, effortlessly absorbing every ounce of true essence without any hindrance. What could be the cause? There was no time for further contemplation as Li Qi's heavy sword loomed before him. With a fierce shout, Tai Feng swung his weapon. He employed the military-grade low-tier skill, Thousand Army Kill, against Li Qi's superior family technique, the 5-mountain heavy sword. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed as their energies collided, shattering the arena's stone floor. Li Qi was propelled backwards several paces, while Tai Feng staggered back a dozen steps. A stalemate. Gasping for breath, Tai Feng gazed at his heavy blade with disbelief. He had never engaged Li Qi in combat before, having only heard of his formidable reputation. Now, after their first exchange, he comprehended the true terror of Li Qi. Had it been before, he might have sustained light injuries, yet miraculously, he had managed to deflect that attack. He understood that this was not merely a testament to his own improvement, but rather a sudden transformation of the blade. Could it be due to yesterday's runes? Tai Feng, unfamiliar with the intricacies of rune techniques, only knew that they could augment the power of treasured artifacts. He had assumed it merely enhanced the sharpness of his weapons. After inscribing runes and testing the blade on a tree the previous day, he felt little difference in sharpness and had been rather disappointed. He had never anticipated that the runes could improve the blade's efficiency in channeling true essence. Wasn't it just an apprentice-level rune? How could it be so potent? While Tai Feng had no understanding of the value of rune inscriptions, he knew that such formidable effects could not possibly be acquired for a mere 100 taels of gold. Li Qi, having felt the impact of their clash, was equally astonished. He could hardly believe that his heavy strike had been countered so effectively, with his opponent showing no signs of yielding. This adversary was formidable. Indeed, Qin Shao praised without reservation. To withstand Li Qi's 5-mountain heavy sword with a damaged treasured artifact and common techniques is quite impressive. What say you, Mr. Mui? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 20. The Art of Inscription. As Mr. Mui pondered, Li Qi and Tai Feng clashed once more in a fierce confrontation. Both were embodiments of brute strength, engaging in a battle of unyielding blows. Remarkably, Tai Feng managed to hold his ground against Li Qi using a battered artifact, the radiance emanating from Tai Feng's weapon surpassing even the brilliance of Li Qi's heavy sword. In a moment of reckless abandon during their clash, Li Qi found himself vulnerable, and Tai Feng's battle blade grazed his armor. Though the armor was also an artifact, the true essence contained within Tai Feng's weapon seeped through like a venomous serpent, penetrating the armor and reaching Li Qi's body. This caused Li Qi to pale, nearly spitting blood from the impact. Even Qin Shao recognized the peculiarity of Tai Feng's weapon. Glancing at Mui, he remarked, "It seems I underestimated that artifact. Could it be of the mid-grade human tier?" Mui responded, "No. It is indeed of the lower-grade human tier." He lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, a habitual gesture while in thought. At that moment, Qin Xingxuan, who had been quietly observing the battle, spoke up. "Teacher, does that artifact bear the mark of master-level inscription techniques?" Mui replied, "I share that suspicion. I am contemplating which master's handiwork this could be. Even in its damaged state, it possesses such formidable power." As their discussion unfolded, the battle reached a fever pitch. Li Qi, having sustained a minor injury, decided to reveal his full strength. He prepared to unleash the 6th form of the 5-mountain heavy sword, a technique he had only recently mastered and intended to reserve for the finals as his trump card. However, circumstances forced him to employ it prematurely, lest he fail to progress further in the competition. With the heavy sword crossed before his chest, suppressing the tumultuous energy within, he declared, "Your name is Typhon. Is it not? You have impressed me. To push me to this extent with mere martial skills is commendable, but this battle ends here. Prepare to receive my mightiest strike." The azure dragon descends the mountain. With a thunderous roar, Li Qi channeled all his true essence into the black heavy sword, which erupted in a dense, amber glow. He raised the sword above his head, aiming at Typhon, and struck down violently. In that instant, an ethereal silhouette of a towering azure dragon materialized behind him, a testament to his mastery of the five-mountain heavy sword. Now manifesting the dragon's form, Li Qi had achieved a remarkable level of prowess. Typhon could scarcely withstand such an onslaught. Aware that this was the ultimate attack from his opponent, Typhon felt no fear, even in the face of the dragon's formidable energy. Gripping his battle blade, he sensed the fervent fighting spirit transmitted from his longtime comrade. "Mother, watch closely, I shall prevail." With a focused mind, Typhon unleashed a fierce roar, channeling every ounce of remaining true essence into his blade. In that moment, the essence within the blade was compressed to its utmost limit before erupting forth. A dazzling light burst forth, and true essence erupted from the blade like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a visible rainbow of energy that surged toward the dragon's silhouette. The art of inscription unleashed a ferocious strike. With a resounding boom, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dragon's silhouette was cleaved asunder by Typhon's strike, while Li Qi, along with his sword, was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Witnessing this, Qin Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. True essence taking form? How is this possible? The radiant light was indeed a manifestation of true essence. But such an ability typically required a practitioner at the meridian condensation stage. Yet Typhon was only at the bone refinement stage. How could he achieve this? At that moment in the arena, Li Qi was sent sprawling outside the boundary by Typhon's blow, while Typhon, having exhausted his true essence, knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his blade. His gaze remained fixed upon the fiery inscription on the blade, pondering, did this inscription aid me? He reached out, gently caressing the inch-wide flame inscription, a faint yet continuous surge of battle spirit emanating from it, filling him with a sense of familiarity. After a prolonged pause, the referee finally ascended the platform to announce Typhon's victory. This was indeed an unexpected outcome, as the highly favored Li Qi had been defeated by Typhon. Qin Shao regarded Typhon with a deep gaze and said to Mui, "If I did not misinterpret what I witnessed, that was true essence taking form. How did Typhon accomplish this? It does not resemble mere martial skills." "It is indeed not." Mui inhaled deeply, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "If I am not mistaken, that is the art of inscription, a technique through which an inscription master alters the flow of true essence within an artifact via formations, ultimately releasing it to harm the enemy. I never anticipated that the art of inscription would be so close to extinction in the kingdom of Tianyan." The art of inscription? Qin Shao paused slightly, though he was unfamiliar with inscription techniques. He had encountered the art of inscription itself 80 years prior during his campaigns against the Dongyang Kingdom, where he fought against a formidable general. To his surprise, after 80 years, he witnessed it once more. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the nearby soldiers, "Relay the message, summon Typhon to see me." Yes, Typhon was taken aback by the summons from General Qin himself. It was an immense honor. Generally, even commanders of high rank did not have the privilege of seeking an audience with General Qin directly, despite enduring countless life-and-death battles. Upon arriving at the general's camp and seeing Qin Shao seated in command, he felt a weighty pressure. He knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate, Typhon, pays respects to the general." "Rise." Qin Shao gestured with his hand. "I summoned you today to inquire about your battle blade. Where did it originate?" "General, 3 months ago. I acquired it during a skirmish with an enemy commander." "Oh?" "Present it for inspection." "Yes." Typhon presented the blade, and Qin Shao examined it closely. He flicked the blade's edge, producing a crisp, resonant sound. However, the tone, while melodious, bore an underlying discord. "It is an excellent blade, yet it remains broken." Qin Shao passed the blade to Mu Yi for further examination. Upon receiving the blade, Mu Yi's gaze immediately fixed on the flame inscription. He reached out to touch it, allowing his spiritual energy to delve within, closing his eyes to sense its essence. Mu Yi stood in silence for a considerable time, while Qin Shao patiently awaited his insights. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Yi opened his eyes and handed the blade to Qin Xingxuan. He didn't expect her to discern much, but wished for her to experience the craftsmanship of a master. holding the blade before her. Qin Xingxuan immersed her spiritual energy into the flame inscription. Her delicate brows involuntarily twitched as she focused intently. "What do you perceive?" Mui inquired. Qin Xingxuan replied. Xingxuan is dim-witted and could not discern much, but I feel this inscription is profoundly intricate, likely crafted by a master. Mui remarked. It is unsurprising that you couldn't detect more. Once an inscription is complete, the formation becomes concealed within the artifact, rendering it elusive. Especially given the complexity of this particular inscription that dazzles the senses. If there were any unused inscription symbols, I could glean more insights. After Mu Yi's explanation, Tai Feng interjected, "General, when I purchased this inscription symbol from the shop, it was sold as a pair. Unfortunately, I could only afford one. If Lord Mu Yi requires it, I can return to the shop to procure another." "Excuse me?" Qin Xiao was taken aback. "You purchased this inscription?" "Indeed. I inscribed it myself just yesterday." Upon hearing Tai Feng's words, Mu Yi was instantly invigorated. "Where did you acquire it?" "At the marketplace." "The marketplace?" Mu Yi paused, recalling that goods at the marketplace typically cost no more than a few hundred taels of gold. How could an inscription symbol be sold there? Given Tai Feng's background, he hardly seemed capable of affording such a luxury. Thus, Mu Yi inquired, "From what I understand, your family background is ordinary. How could you afford such an expensive inscription symbol?" Tai Feng was momentarily taken aback and candidly replied, "Well, at that time, the inscription talisman was priced at merely 100 taels of gold, a sum I could still afford." "How much?" The usually composed Mu Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. "You mean this inscription talisman was only valued at 100 taels of gold?" Chapter 21. The apprentice's inscription symbol. Tai Feng did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Mu Yi. He remarked, "Indeed, there are only 100 taels of gold." The shopkeeper mentioned that the inscription symbol was created by an apprentice. "An apprentice? Good heavens!" Mu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the notion that an apprentice could have crafted it. It must have been a misjudgment on the shopkeeper's part. Still, who could be so reckless as to sell a master-level inscription symbol, worth thousands of taels of gold, at such a meager price? "Take me to see it?" "Yes, sir." Thus, Mr. Mu Yi, accompanied by Qin Xingxuan, set off for the market in a carriage guided by Tai Feng. The carriage of the Qin residents was well known throughout Tiankai City. The 4 snow-white dragon horses galloped through the streets, causing passers-by to stop and gaze in admiration, while other carriages would pull aside in respect for Marshal Qin. On a languid summer afternoon, the sun seemed to carry a hint of laziness, making one feel drowsy and reluctant to move. In the trading center of the market, the plump shopkeeper who had previously attended to Lin Ming had dragged a rocking chair to the entrance, reclining in the chair with a fan over his face. He was on the verge of dozing off. Business had been rather slow that day, and the shopkeeper contemplated whether to close early when the sound of crisp hoofbeats disrupted his nap. Irritated, he opened his eyes, ready to scold the rider for violating the no-riding rule in the market. Yet, upon seeing the 4 immaculate snow-white dragon horses and the emblem of the Golden Lance Knight on the carriage, he nearly toppled from his chair. Good gracious, the marshal's carriage. He quickly stood upright, astonished at the sight of the marshal's carriage in the market. Just as he was puzzling over this, the carriage came to a halt right before his shop. Heavens, could it be that the owner of this carriage is coming to my store? When the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing an elderly man and a beautiful young lady, the shopkeeper's legs trembled. "Mr. Mu Yi, Miss Qin, how have these 2 revered figures of Tiankai City graced my humble establishment? Is this the place?" Qin Xingxuan inquired of Tai Feng, and upon learning that the inscription symbol could still be purchased, she felt a surge of excitement. From a young age, she had nurtured a profound interest in inscription arts, and witnessing Tai Feng's battle with Li Qi had left her in awe of the inscription techniques. "This is the place," Tai Feng affirmed, leading Qin Xingxuan and Mu Yi inside. At that moment, the shopkeeper's rotund figure stood rigid, afraid to make a sound. "Shopkeeper, I purchased an inscription symbol from here yesterday. Do you remember?" Tai Feng, with a physique akin to an iron tower and an aura of intimidation, had left a lasting impression on the shopkeeper. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. Yes, I remember. It was an apprentice-level inscription symbol, for 100 taels of gold." As he spoke, the shopkeeper's voice faltered, a sense of unease creeping in. Could it be that the inscription symbol he sold was flawed, prompting these individuals to seek him out? Cursed be the day he decided to sell such dubious items for a meager rental fee. However, a mere apprentice-level inscription symbol should not involve the Marshal S residence. What was going on? And another one? Where is it? Mui inquired eagerly. The shopkeeper hastily gestured towards a corner of the shelf, where a rough, yellowed inscription symbol lay beneath a glass cover. Mui hurriedly approached, lifting the glass with care and retrieving the inscription symbol. As he felt the wave of true essence emanating from it, he gasped in astonishment. "What is it, master?" Qin Shingshuan came closer. "This inscription symbol." Mui took several deep breaths to regain his composure, disbelief etched on his face. The true essence fluctuations on this inscription do not exceed the third level of body training, or perhaps even lower. Qin Shingshuan's heart skipped a beat as she took the inscription symbol, immersing her soul power into it. Indeed, it was as he said. Initially skeptical of Tai Feng's claim that the inscription symbol was the work of an apprentice, she now realized it could very well be true. Yet, this should not be the case. Is it possible that a master of inscription arts intentionally suppressed their true essence to below the third level of body training to create this inscription symbol? She queried. Mui replied. The true essence of a consolidation stage or postnatal warrior differs qualitatively from that of a low-level body training warrior and is difficult to suppress. Moreover, even if the creator possessed secret techniques to suppress it, there would be no need, as doing so would greatly diminish the efficacy of the work. I am unclear on the rationale behind such an action. The shopkeeper, overhearing their discussion, felt his mind short-circuit. Initially, he thought the inscription symbol might have caused trouble, prompting these individuals to investigate. However, their words suggested that the inscription symbol was so extraordinary that they had come to pursue it. This was Mr. Mui, one of the top 3 inscription masters in the entire Tianyan kingdom. Just how valuable must an inscription symbol that could astonish him be? Realizing this, the shopkeeper deeply regretted not purchasing all the inscription symbols himself. But how could that seemingly impoverished young man have acquired such an impressive inscription symbol? Shopkeeper, do you remember who brought this inscription symbol? Yes. The shopkeeper quickly nodded, a boy around 15 or 16 years old, dressed plainly. I still have his address. As he spoke, the shopkeeper began rummaging through the records. The trading center kept addresses to contact consignors. A boy around 15 or 16. Qin Shingshuan's heart raced at the thought of Lin Ming, the mysterious youth who had astonished her at the Qin residence. Could it be him? Below the third level of body training, or even lower, an apprentice of inscription arts. Could this inscription symbol truly be his creation? Realizing this, Qin Shingshuan felt her heart tremble. If true, the term genius would be insufficient to describe him. He was a prodigy. At that moment, the shopkeeper had frantically located the address book, finding the relevant entry. Stuttering, he said, Demingxian, that boy resides at Demingxian. The consignment was made 8 days ago. Demingxian? Let us go, Mui instructed. The group quickly boarded the carriage, and Qin Shingshuan expressed her concern. It's been 8 days since the consignment. I wonder if he still resides at Demingxian. Places like that typically do not accommodate long-term stays. Qin Shingshuan naturally assumed Lin Ming was merely a guest at Demingxian, one of the most luxurious establishments in Tianyan City, which offered both banquet halls and guest rooms. However, under normal circumstances, few chose to reside there permanently. Chapter 22. Strength and Finesse in Recent Days. Lin Ming has diligently practiced the art of bone dislocation with the back of his knife. He allocated half of the 95 taels of gold he had previously acquired to purchase medicinal herbs, ensuring he would not run out of supplies. Now, when he strikes an ironwood, he leaves a 7-inch deep impression with his fist, a mark that reaches midway up his forearm, indicating a strength exceeding 1,500 pounds. However, he has yet to attain the realm of strength as delicate as silk described in the Chaos Gang Do Classic. This state refers to the mastery of force. Those who have perfected their strength in the Chaos Gang Do Classic can strike an ironwood without marring its surface while reducing its internal structure to a cotton-like consistency. Lin Ming has yet to even approach this threshold. After consuming a bowl of freshly brewed medicinal soup, Lin Ming shed his upper garments and commenced his daily practice of dislocation, striving to master the techniques of force control. The kitchen was sweltering, and the exertion required by using the back of the knife multiplied his energy expenditure manifold. As he circulated the Chaos True Essence technique and wielded the knife, he soon found himself drenched in sweat. At this moment, he was unaware that the talismans he had sold had stirred quite a commotion. Mr. Miss Qin, I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please, ascend to the upper floor, where private rooms have been prepared for your convenience. Sister Lan had been informed in advance and arrived early to greet them at the main entrance. High-end establishments like the Daming Pavilion typically reserved several exclusive private rooms for dignitaries of Tianyan City. These rooms remained closed to prevent situations where influential patrons might find themselves without a private space for dining. Xiaoyan, brew a pot of fine by Chun tea and inform the kitchen to prepare with utmost diligence. We must present our highest standards. Although the Daming Pavilion frequently entertained esteemed guests, individuals of the caliber of Mu Yi and Qin Xingxuan were relatively rare. As the chefs employed by the marshal's residence or the imperial palace were often of superior skill, rendering visits to this establishment unnecessary. Qin Xingxuan interjected. No need for such preparations. My teacher and I are here to seek someone. Oh, seeking someone? Indeed. Do you have a guest here? A boy around 15 or 16 years of age, approximately this tall, with the surname Lin? Qin Xingxuan gestured, mentioning only Lin's surname. For it was customary for guests to register under a single surname, such as Mr. Lin. She surmised that Lin Ming might have checked in alongside his teacher. Hence the registered name would likely not be his own. 15 or 16 years old. Sister Lan pondered and asked Xiao Yan. Have we had any guests of that age recently? I don't recall. I will inquire with the guest services, Xiao Yan replied. After a short while, she returned with an update. I checked with guest services. There have been no boys of that age staying here in the past 10 days. The Daming Pavilion primarily catered to dignitaries, officials, businesspersons, or those on errands. Hence the rarity of families, resulting in an absence of youth. Mu Yi furrowed his brow slightly. None in the past 10 days? How could that be? That boy should have still been here 8 days ago. Sister Lan contemplated. The Daming Pavilion seldom accommodates young boys or girls. However, there is a young man with the surname Lin who has been here for a month, but he likely isn't the person you seek. She presumed that Qin Xingxuan and Mu Yi were searching for a scion of a noble family, the Lin Ming in the kitchen. Though talented, came from humble origins and possessed limited martial prowess, making him an unlikely candidate for any connection to the marshal's residence. The kitchen? Qin Xingxuan asked, surprised. Yes. He is a bone dislocator. That is, he is responsible for butchering meat, Sister Lan explained, noticing that Qin Xingxuan seemed unfamiliar with the term. Butcher? That cannot be right. Upon hearing this, Mu Yi's hopes diminished. How could a talisman master possibly be involved in butchery? Yet, Qin Xingxuan did not relent and pressed on. What is his name? I am uncertain. He seldom speaks. We only know his surname is Lin. He should be working in the kitchen at this time. Would you like to see him? Yes, please take me to him, Qin Xingxuan replied, rising to her feet. Under Sister Lan's guidance, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Yi entered the Daming Pavilion's kitchen. Upon entering, Qin Xingxuan was met with a wave of heat. As it was late summer and the kitchen was ablaze with activity, she utilized her true essence to dispel the oppressive warmth as she accompanied Sister Lan further inside. The kitchen staff cast astonished glances, some young men nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. In a place frequented by the city's elite, the workers were well acquainted with high society, and many recognized Qin Xingxuan. For a moment, their minds struggled to comprehend how the renowned daughter of Tianyan City could find herself in the kitchen of the Daming Pavilion. At that moment, Sister Lan pointed toward a corner of the kitchen. It is there. The Daming Pavilion's kitchen was expansive, and Lin Ming worked in a separate room where the meat he prepared was sent to the ice storage. The door was ajar, and as Qin Xingxuan peered inside, she saw a youth clad in azure trousers and bare-chested, wielding an ordinary bone knife to chop a pile of gruesome bones. The young man faced away from her. But from behind, his muscular back was well-defined and robust, his skin exhibiting a healthy sheen from years of sun exposure and physical exertion. Perhaps due to the heat of the kitchen or the exertion of his labor, beads of sweat adorned his back, showcasing a striking beauty of strength that was both captivating and formidable. Is that Lin Ming? Qin Xingxuan thought, uncertain. As she approached, she caught a glimpse of the youth's profile, youthful yet resolute features that, at first glance, seemed unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of pride and brilliance within his brow that was impossible to overlook, though she only saw a fraction of his face. Qin Xingxuan felt Lin Ming's focused and piercing gaze. This gaze intertwined with the memory of the boy she had encountered at the Qin residence, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. She struggled to fathom how the intricate and delicate art of talisman crafting, requiring meticulous control of one's soul power, could coexist with the crude and brutal task of chopping animal bones, two seemingly contradictory realms manifesting within a single individual. The stark contrast between the complexity of such an ethereal beauty and the raw power of physical strength enveloped her in a moment of profound reverie. Just then, Lin Ming turned around. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and he usually paid little mind to those who entered. However, this time felt different. He sensed a gaze upon him, one that was likely directed towards him. Upon recognizing Qin Shingshuan, he was momentarily taken aback. Qin Shingshuan? What brings her to the gaming pavilion? At that moment, Qin Shingshuan noticed the knife in Lin Ming's hand, a bone knife less than a foot in length, unremarkable in appearance. Yet, she was astonished to discover that he had been using the back of the knife to chop the bones. Her gaze shifted to the neatly chopped pieces of meat and bone, all uniformly sized and arranged. Could these have all been produced using the knife's back? Miss Qin, have you been looking for me? Lin Ming inquired, noticing the esteemed Mr. Mui behind her, which caused a tightening in his chest. He sensed a potent energy emanating from the elder. One of the strange such circumstances may be a blessing or a curse. The fortunate aspect is that his talismans are bound to appreciate significantly in value, thereby bestowing upon him a substantial amount of gold to facilitate his cultivation. Conversely, the peril lies in the disparity between his current abilities and his mastery of talismanic arts. Much like the rhinoceros, coveted for its precious horn, he risks becoming a target. Lacking the means to defend himself, and may even face coercion from certain factions, compelling him to produce talismans against his will. Prior to entering the auction house, Lin Ming had contemplated these matters with great care. He had attempted to employ disguise techniques. However, being only 15 and lacking proficiency in advanced methods, he understood that any disguise would likely be easily penetrated. Moreover, it was inevitable that his talismans would attract attention, prompting powerful entities to investigate him. As a mere youth at the first level of physical cultivation, devoid of any substantial background, it would be akin to chasing phantoms to think that a simplistic disguise could deceive the formidable powers of Tianyan City. Hence, Lin Ming resolved not to conceal his identity any longer and contemplated an alternative approach. Chapter 23. Innate. Thus, Lin Ming resolved to no longer conceal the truth. He devised an alternative strategy to fabricate a fictitious master as a means of intimidation. It is inconceivable that one could master the art of inscriptions without a mentor, especially given his youth and remarkable skill. To others, it would be evident that a formidable master must stand behind him. This non-existent master would serve as Lin Ming's pillar of support. However, this approach carried its own risks. The world is rife with deranged individuals who might dismiss the intimidation he sought to project. Should he encounter such a person, Lin Ming would find himself in grave peril. Nevertheless, Lin Ming's martial path was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The pursuit of martial arts was fraught with risks. If one were to cower at the slightest danger, they would forever be unable to glimpse even a fraction of the exalted martial realm. Mu-Yi appeared to discern the wariness in Lin Ming's eyes. He instructed those behind him, "Please step outside." Soon, the room was emptied, including Tai Feng, leaving only Mu-Yi and Qin Shingshuan. Mu-Yi casually set up a layer of true essence, stating, "Young brother, I mean no harm. This is merely a soundproof barrier I have erected. We may speak freely without fear of eavesdroppers. I wish to inquire, was it you who inscribed the blazing fire inscription? In the realm of inscriptionists, it is customary to name an inscription based on the icon or function depicted upon it. Lin Ming's inscription bore a flame. Hence Mu-Yi referred to it as the blazing fire inscription. At this moment, Qin Shingshuan held her breath, her bright eyes fixed intently on Lin Ming, awaiting his response. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Ming nodded and replied, "Indeed, it was I who drew it. If he were to maintain the facade, he must do so convincingly." The stronger he appeared, the more formidable his imagined master would seem to others. Although he had anticipated this reaction, Mu-Yi still gasped in astonishment upon receiving Lin Ming's affirmation, particularly affecting Qin Shingshuan, who felt a profound sense of shock. As a fellow inscriptionist, she understood the immense difficulty of achieving mastery at the tender age of 15. Qin Shingshuan had always recognized that there were greater talents beyond her own, that the Tianyan kingdom was but a small realm within the vast expanse of the Tiankai Continent. While she was a paragon of excellence in Tianyan, she knew that outside its borders, she would merely be one among countless prodigies. Nevertheless, she had never ventured beyond Tianyan, and among her peers, even those deemed geniuses paled in comparison to her. With a 6th-grade martial talent and unparalleled aptitude for inscriptions within Tianyan, she had been showered with the blessings of heaven, never encountering even a hint of defeat among her contemporaries. Growing up in such an environment, it was inevitable that she harbored a concealed pride within her heart. Yet today, she found herself bested by a boy of her own age. Although this boy's overall strength was still inferior to hers, his mastery of inscriptions far surpassed her own. In the realm of inscriptions, if she was merely a fledgling learning to fly, he was an eagle soaring high in the sky. The disparity was staggering. despite her defeat. Qin Xingxuan felt no discouragement. The presence of a worthy opponent ignited her motivation to advance. She was filled with curiosity about this boy and hoped to become friends, eager to learn from him through future exchanges and sparring sessions to enhance her own skills in the art of inscriptions. However, recalling her previous invitation that had been turned down, a sense of disappointment and grievance washed over her. Girls are often sensitive about their pride, and a beautiful, haughty girl from a distinguished background is even more so. Thus, despite her desire to befriend Lin Ming, she resolved not to extend another invitation. After Lin Ming's affirmative response, Mu Yi took some time to recover from his astonishment, still grappling with disbelief. He had initially surmised that the creator of the inscription was at most a third-level practitioner, but it seemed he had gravely miscalculated. Lin Ming's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the first level. Yet his exceptionally refined true essence misled Mu Yi into underestimating him. Such a concentrated essence suggested that the young man must have trained in a supreme technique, one typically reserved for the grand sections. Moreover, Lin Ming's diligent practice was evident. For instance, he was currently dismembering a ferocious beast with the back of his blade, likely a form of training in itself. It was probable that he hailed from a prestigious sect, with an extraordinarily powerful master backing him. With this realization, Mu Yi inhaled deeply and asked respectfully, "May I be so bold as to inquire, what is the esteemed name of your master?" In the Tiankai Kingdom, Mu Yi held an exalted status, requiring no formalities even in the presence of the emperor. His use of such a respectful tone underscored the deep-seated reverence he felt for Lin Ming's enigmatic master. Lin Ming hesitated, then replied, "I apologize, senior, but my master once instructed me never to reveal his name. In truth, even my parents are unaware that I have taken on a venerable teacher. He found me when I was 12 and imparted his knowledge to me. Having lived in Qisang City since childhood, this detail was easily verifiable." Thus he opted for this explanation to avoid suspicion. Mu Yi responded, "I was presumptuous. A master of such caliber must wander the world, making it difficult for mortals to trace their whereabouts. I should not have inquired so boldly. Yet, your inscription skills are so remarkable. They do not seem to belong to the Tianyun lineage. Surely your master is a member of a sect?" Though Mu Yi claimed he would not pry into Lin Ming's master, he nonetheless sought to glean more information through indirect questioning. After all, encountering such a legendary martial artist was exceedingly rare, and seizing the opportunity could lead to his own fortune. Mu Yi had been trapped in the postnatal realm for quite some time, and all martial artists yearned for progress. However, without guidance, transcending to the next level was a formidable challenge. In the 80 years since the reconstruction of the Tiankai Kingdom, numerous practitioners had emerged within the condensing veins realm, including several gifted individuals who had advanced to the postnatal stage. Yet, excluding those extraordinary talents who had been selected through the 7 Xian Martial Academy to join the Grand Sect of Qishuan Valley, no innate masters had appeared in the Tiankai Kingdom during this period. If the leap from bone forging to condensing veins was a hurdle, then the transition from postnatal to innate was akin to crossing an impassable chasm. Without relying on a sect, the chances of crossing into the innate realm through personal exploration were nearly non-existent. Now, Mu Yi believed it was too late for him to enter a sect. His only hope lay in encountering a senior expert who could offer him guidance, providing even the slightest chance to break into the innate realm. He sought not to attain innate status ultimately, but simply to gain direction for his efforts, avoiding the aimlessness of uncertainty. Lin Ming clarified, "My master is merely a recluse. He once belonged to a sect." Upon hearing this, Mu Yi felt a surge of envy. He lacked the fortune to enter a sect, while Lin Ming's master had forsaken such affiliations. To abandon the sect and wander freely, your master must have reached an extraordinarily high level of cultivation, perhaps even beyond the innate realm? For Mu Yi, the innate realm felt exceedingly distant. He had never heard of a martial artist achieving innate status independently without a sect, and the notion of transcending beyond that was even more remote. As Mu Yi posed these questions, Lin Ming finally comprehended the elder's keen interest in his so-called master. Noticing the eagerness in his gaze, Lin Ming realized that he would likely be subjected to further inquiries in the future, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the charade. After all, Mu Yi was a man of considerable age and experience, not easily deceived. With this in mind, Lin Ming contemplated sharing fragments of the remnants of memory from that venerable being's soul. Though these memories contained insights on martial cultivation, they were incomplete and thus lacked substantial value, yet sharing them would still be quite impressive. Thinking along these lines, Lin Ming stated, "I am uncertain of my master's exact level of cultivation. However, He once mentioned that the path of martial arts is divided into two major parts, and he has remained at the second part all this time. What are these two parts? Mu Yi's eyes brightened, eager not to miss a single word. He understood that such opportunities to hear the insights of a senior were exceedingly precious. Even Qin Xingxuan gazed intently at Lin Ming, her bright eyes sparkling as she listened attentively. Chapter 24. Emerging from the shadows, Lin Ming remarked. The path of martial arts is divided into two principal components, Wu and Dao. The former pertains to the cultivation of the body, while the latter focuses on the enlightenment of the soul. My master often said that the world is an endless sea of suffering, where martial practitioners navigate this tumultuous ocean, with the body serving as the vessel and the soul as the oar. Without a resilient body, the vessel may capsize in turbulent waters. Without a fortified soul, the vessel lacks propulsion, rendering one incapable of reaching the shore even as the end of life approaches. He continued, the transition from cultivating the body to nurturing the soul signifies the shift from acquired to innate. Prior to this innate state, practitioners primarily focus on physical cultivation. Following this state, they begin to hone the soul. After attaining this innate state, one must cultivate the soul. Mu Yi trembled slightly, as if grasping a profound truth. No wonder I have struggled in my training for years yet made no progress. I realize now that my direction has been misguided. The legendary innate state is not as I had envisioned. He murmured. What, then, is the true essence of the innate? Lin Ming explained. My master once said, the fetus forms from latent energy and breath emerges from the womb. When a person is in the fetal stage, they cannot breathe through mouth and nose but rely on the umbilical cord connected to the mother for sustenance, which is the innate internal breath. After birth, this shifts to external breathing through the mouth and nose, representing the acquired external breath. The innate internal breath allows the soul to enter a state of tranquility, facilitating communication with the primordial energies of the universe and enabling the soul to perceive the ultimate truths of existence. The true innate state is achieved through this internal breath, which is a process of shedding worldly limitations and transitioning from acquired to innate. How enlightening! How enlightening! Mu Yi whispered, his eyes reflecting admiration and astonishment. The casual remarks of this young master resonated within him like the tolling of a morning bell, awakening profound realizations. If he were to receive focused guidance, supplemented with innate cultivation methods, it would not be long before this young man ascended to the heights of martial mastery. The profound heritage of grand sects is unfathomable to those like Mu Yi, who have toiled in solitary pursuit. He sighed, reflecting how laughable it is that at 36, I achieved the pulse condensation, and at 50, I reached the acquired realm, yet after 6 decades of relentless effort, I still could not step into the innate. I realized I have squandered 60 years in vain. How lamentable! How lamentable! Mu Yi's face was a complex tapestry of excitement and reflection. Lin Ming observed, silently lamenting that without a lineage, the hope of entering the innate realm was utterly bleak. Such lineages are the bedrock upon which grand sects are built. How could any sect allow their teachings to slip through their fingers? Moreover, crossing from the acquired to the innate requires the refinement of the mundane body, reverting to the ethereal state of a fetus, a process necessitating exceedingly rare elixirs, which are stringently controlled by the major sections. It is said that not even the royal families can procure such treasures. Thus, although Lin Ming shared fragments of a senior's fragmented memories with Mu Yi, the notion of reaching the innate through these remnants was utterly implausible. Lin Ming then stated, Senior, forgive my candor, but my master has mentioned that without the support of a sect, even acquiring the methods to enter the innate realm would not suffice to truly attain it. Mu Yi responded, I am aware. I am aware. To enter the innate state has been my lifelong aspiration. Even if this aspiration remains unfulfilled, at least I can discern its direction and understand where I have erred. In this way, I shall die without regret. There was a hint of desolation in Mu Yi's words, prompting Lin Ming to reflect on his own fate. If he could not obtain that mysterious artifact, he too might only aspire to the elusive innate realm after reaching the acquired state, ultimately passing away with unfulfilled dreams. Mu Yi pondered for a long while before addressing Lin Ming. I feel a kinship with you, young friend. If you do not mind this old man's company, let us become friends across the ages. Lin Ming harbored a fondness for the diligent pursuit of martial arts exhibited by Mu Yi and replied, It is I who am honored to have such a friend. Aha, there is no time like the present. Let us celebrate today at Demingxian with a feast and drink. Lin Ming hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Senior, I kindly request that you keep the matter of the inscription art confidential. though Lin Ming had fabricated a source of support. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of those driven by greed and desperation. Thus, it was prudent to keep the inscription art discreet. Mu Yi discerned Lin Ming's concerns and reassured him, "Fear not, young brother. With the marshal's office backing you, you are absolutely safe in Tianyan City. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to use a sound transmission talisman to reach me. I still hold a measure of influence in Tianyan City. However, may I inquire why you are selling inscription talismans and working here at Demingxian? Is it for the sake of cultivation?" Hearing this, Lin Ming offered a rueful smile. "It is a matter of financial necessity. During this journey, my master did not provide me with silver, and my family's modest means cannot adequately support my martial training expenses." "I see. In the path of martial arts, one must renounce anger, extravagance, greed, and laziness. A martial artist must immerse themselves in the mundane world to hone their true nature. Your master surely has his reasons for this approach. Therefore, I shall not disrupt his intentions. However, if you continue selling inscription talismans, I would be willing to purchase them at market price. For instance, that flame inscription talisman. How does 3,000 taels of gold sound?" Upon hearing this price, Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3,000 taels for a single talisman. That meant 9,000 taels for the remaining 3. Although he anticipated a price increase for his inscription talismans, he had not expected it to soar to such heights. What does 9,000 taels represent? The tavern owned by Lin Ming's family was valued at merely 3,000 taels. If he could acquire that establishment, his parents would not have to toil so hard. The remaining 6,000 taels could be devoted to purchasing medicinal herbs for cultivation, body-refining pills. Muscle transformation pills would be as plentiful as candies. As for healing herbs like blood ginseng, he could afford to be extravagant, suppressing his excitement and exhilaration. Lin Ming expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." Mu Yi, having noticed Lin Ming's delight, assumed the young man was simply adjusting to the lavish lifestyle of the capital after living a frugal life under his master. "Lin, your inscription talismans are worth this price. Moreover, do not refer to me as Senior. My surname is Mu, and my name is Mu Yizhua. Just call me Mu Yi." Lin Ming hesitated slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with this elder, the respect shown by Qin Xingxuan suggested his extraordinary status. However, Lin Ming was not one to be overly formal, so he nodded in agreement. Mu Yi laughed heartily and said to Qin Xingxuan, "Xingxuan, please arrange for a private room at Demingxian for our feast. I wish to share a drink with Lin." Qin Xingxuan, who had been quietly contemplating Lin Ming's explanation about the innate state, responded promptly, "Yes, master." Upon hearing that Mu Yi was hosting a banquet for Lin Ming, the staff at Demingxian exchanged bewildered glances. Who was Mu Yi? A distinguished guest from the marshal's office, the teacher of Qin Xingxuan, and the current tutor to the crown prince. When the crown prince ascended the throne, Mu Yi would be the emperor's mentor. Renowned for his profound cultivation and expertise in inscription arts, astronomy, geography, and divination, he was a remarkable figure, even deserving of respect from the current emperor. Yet, here he was, inviting Lin Ming, a mere bone setter, for a meal, and their camaraderie appeared as though they were peers. What was Lin Ming's true background? If he were of significant stature, why would he take up the role of a humble bone setter at Demingxian? It is often said that gentlemen keep their distance from kitchens. The work of cooks and butchers is traditionally looked down upon by martial artists and scholars alike. Though Lin Ming's skills were admired, his role as a bone setter hardly elevated him to a position of distinction. What is the true identity of Shaolin? Who was chopping ribs in this kitchen? I am uncertain as well. The two waitresses responsible for serving dishes began to engage in casual conversation while attending to their duties. Both of them, dedicated to the private VIP rooms, were in the bloom of youth, possessing striking beauty and proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Initially, upon seeing Mu Yi and Qin Xingxuan enter the Demingxian, they were quite alert, for such esteemed guests, when generous, could easily bestow rewards amounting to no less than 10 taels of gold, equivalent to their wages for 2 months. However, they did not anticipate that the pair had come in search of Lin Ming. The banquet featured a simple yet exquisite array of dishes, accompanied by a jug of Huanglong wine valued at several hundred taels of gold. This particular wine is brewed through a secret method, infused with various medicinal herbs. When consumed by martial artists, it not only alleviates hidden injuries but also enhances their cultivation and fortifies their physique. The brewing process is intricate, and the materials used are rare. It is beyond the means of Lin Ming, let alone an ordinary young master from a prominent family. During the feast, Mu Yi expressed a desire to invite Lin Ming to stay at the marshal's residence. However, Lin Ming felt that residing there would hinder his training, and in order to avoid any potential discovery, he politely declined the offer. Reluctantly, Mu Yi acquiesced, bidding farewell to Lin Ming. Before departing, he left behind 9,000 taels of gold for the purchase of inscriptions, along with a purple gold VIP card. This card grants a 10% discount at all major stores under the jurisdiction of the United Chamber of Commerce, which encompasses nearly all the prominent establishments in Tiankai City. Upon receiving the 9,000 taels of gold, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the thick stack of gold notes. He had finally turned the tide. He planned to send 3,000 taels back home, while utilizing the remainder to procure medicinal herbs to effortlessly break through to the second stage of body refinement. Should he acquire precious elixirs supplemented by special inscription techniques to enhance their effects, then overcoming the bottleneck into the condensing vein stage would be a trivial matter. He was destined to traverse far along the path of martial arts. If previously Zhu Yin loomed before Lin Ming like an insurmountable mountain, he had to exert tremendous effort to scale. Now Zhu Yin merely served as a stepping stone on Lin Ming's martial journey, a platform to ascend to even greater heights. In high spirits, Lin Ming used a sound transmission talisman to notify Lin Xiaodong. Dongzi, let's go. Today, I shall treat you and take you shopping. Meet me at the entrance of Baibeitang. Lin Xiaodong had assisted Lin Ming greatly. This kindness would be repaid handsomely once Lin Ming attained wealth and status. For now, he would repay what he could. Shopping? Upon seeing the transmission talisman, Lin Xiaodong mused, this fellow still has money to use a sound transmission talisman? Chapter 25. The responsibility of maintaining world peace falls upon me. Upon arriving at the Baibao Hall, Lin Xiaodong found Lin Ming already awaiting him. Mingge, what are you purchasing? You haven't sold those last 3 inscription talismans, have you? Lin Ming chuckled. Fortune smiled upon me. They've all been sold. Really? Lin Xiaodong exclaimed dramatically. Who on earth is so easily swindled? This is absurd. A hint of concern crept into his voice. Mingge, with so many sold. What if they come looking for us later? We might not be able to handle it. Lin Ming retorted. Are you implying that my inscription art is a fraud? I never said that. Lin Xiaodong quickly clarified. It's not like we intended to deceive anyone. I'm just wondering. What if it doesn't work out? 100 taels of gold for each talisman. If we spend all our money today, we won't be able to afford the losses later. Lin Ming shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. Let's go buy something. As Lin Ming stepped into the Baibao Hall, Lin Xiaodong was left stunned. He had expected a simple meeting followed by a visit to a smaller marketplace, but Lin Ming headed straight for the Baibao Hall, a place where items often cost hundreds or even thousands of taels of gold, making it one of the largest and most luxurious shops in Tiankai City. Brother, my dear brother, you can't be serious about buying something here? Indeed, this is the place, Lin Ming replied as he entered the store. The shopkeeper, having a knack for recognizing customers, immediately recalled Lin Ming as the young man who had recently attempted to sell inscription talismans. The shopkeeper's demeanor turned impatient. What are you doing back here? I told you, we will not be purchasing your inscription talismans. Lin Ming, remembering the shopkeeper's unfriendly attitude during his previous visit, realized that these shopkeepers were not the owners of the establishments. The true proprietors were wealthy individuals who rarely frequented the store. Instead, they employed shopkeepers and staff, whose salaries were tied to sales performance. Consequently, these shopkeepers were courteous to affluent patrons while treating someone like Lin Ming with indifference. My inscription talismans have sold, Lin Ming declared. I am here to make a purchase today. Selling. The shopkeeper's gaze revealed a hint of disdain. In his experience, those talismans were hardly worth much. After considering the cost price, a profit of several dozen taels of gold would be the utmost. This country bumpkin must have never seen wealth if he thought dozens of taels represented riches. How laughable. Despite the ridicule, the shopkeeper made no effort to eject him, as there was no explicit rule against the financially challenged entering. As Lin Ming surveyed the dazzling array of goods filling the shelves of Baibao Hall, he was genuinely impressed. The century-old blood ginseng Lin Xiaodong had purchased previously was merely of average quality compared to the treasures on display. Xiaodong, don't you see anything you wish to buy? Lin Xiaodong replied with a wry smile. Mingge, what are you suggesting? Even though browsing is free, did you not notice how the shopkeeper looked at us? It felt like he was gazing at a country bumpkin, making me quite uncomfortable. He's just a small-minded person. Pay him no mind. If you're indecisive, I can help you choose. How about purchasing a piece of soft armor? Lin Xiaodong shook his head vigorously. Mingge, don't jest. If we order something here and can't pay, we might end up getting beaten. You might escape, but I won't be able to run with this bulk. Lin Ming was speechless. When have I ever teased you? Well, it's always you who ends up getting tricked. I'm just an honest person, and I fall for it every time. With a chuckle, Lin Ming slightly pulled back his clothing to reveal a portion of gold notes. Look, isn't this money? Upon seeing the stack of gold notes, Lin Xiaodong was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the large red seal on the notes. His small eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 taels from the United Commercial Bank? It was indeed a note for 1,000 taels. And judging by the size of the other notes, they all seemed to be for 1,000 taels as well. This stack likely amounted to over 10,000 taels. Over 10,000 taels of gold? What does that even mean? Lin Xiaodong felt his mind spinning. Minggu, did you rob someone? No. With your skills, you couldn't possibly steal this much. Hearing Lin Xiaodong's murmurs, Lin Ming felt a vein throb on his forehead. I told you, it's the money earned from selling the inscription talismans. You don't believe me? Inscription talismans? You mean those 3 pieces of paper? Lin Xiaodong's face began to tremble. How much did you sell them for? 3,000 taels each. 3,000. Lin Xiaodong's flesh quivered in shock. Despite his astonishment, he lowered his voice, fearful of being overheard. You sold one for 3,000 taels? You mean to say, after practicing inscription art for a month, you could sell one for 3,000 taels? Lin Ming nodded. He had no intention of keeping this from his good brother. He needed to send money home through Lin Xiaodong, and he wished to repay his kindness. Furthermore, as he would likely interact with the upper echelons of Tianyun City, it was impossible to keep such a secret from Lin Xiaodong. You're insulting my intelligence. Lin Xiaodong exclaimed dramatically. You practiced inscription art for a month and produced such a talisman? Even planting a cabbage takes several months before harvest. You wouldn't even fool a 3-year-old with that. Lin Ming shrugged. The facts are before you, and if you choose not to believe them, I cannot help you. Come on, Minggu, stop playing with me. Just tell me how this is possible. With a sigh, Lin Ming replied, fine. But you must swear not to speak of this to anyone. I swear. Lin Xiaodong promptly assured. Well, it's like this. I have a master. When I was 12, he appeared to me, claiming I was exceptionally gifted and destined to uphold world peace. He insisted I become his disciple, and thus, I began learning the art of inscription. Wait, Lin Xiaodong interjected, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Can we speak about something serious? I'm not joking. I truly have a master. Come on, if you had a master, how could you end up like this? You've studied inscription art for years and still ask me what it is? My master only taught me skills. He never provided me with money. As for the art of inscription, although I have been studying it, I didn't understand its value until you enlightened me that it could be profitable. Goodness. Lin Xiaodong felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. It was akin to adopting a stray kitten, only for it to transform into a human and reveal itself as an enchanted royal princess. All right, let's focus on buying something, Lin Ming urged, pulling the dazed Lin Xiaodong along to continue selecting soft armor. Lin Xiaodong, lacking ambition and disinterested in martial arts, simply wished to preserve his family's reputation. So Lin Ming aimed to find him a piece of armor for protection. What material is this armor made of? Lin Ming inquired. The shopkeeper glanced at Lin Ming with impatience. Items in high-end shops have descriptions on the tags behind the display. Just read them yourself. His words were laced with mockery, suggesting Lin Ming had never set foot in such an upscale establishment. The proprietor, having conducted business for many years, possessed a keen ability to discern the character of individuals. In the past, he had encountered wealthy patrons clad in seemingly humble attire, to whom he always extended a warm welcome. However, the individual before him, Lin Ming, not only donned ordinary garments, but had also been peddling obscure talismans made from what appeared to be scrap paper just days prior. Such a character could hardly be deemed significant, and thus, the shopkeeper's patience was understandably thin. As Lin Ming moved behind the soft armor display, he indeed found a description. This armor, crafted from over 10,000 6-foot-long strands of celestial hemp, interwoven with thousands of strands of golden silkworm silk, was the result of more than 20 intricate processes, priced at 390 taels of gold. Such exquisite armor, while not a magical artifact, proved effective in combat for those below the 4th level of body refinement, but could easily be cleaved asunder by a single strike from a more seasoned warrior. Lin Ming had no need for it himself, but considered purchasing a piece for Lin Xiaodong. Continuing his perusal, Lin Ming's interest was piqued by the coveted Eugen Deer Fetus Pill and the Gathering Essence Pill. Until now, he had never consumed medicinal pills due to their exorbitant costs. These pills, crafted from herbs and materials sourced from ferocious beasts, offered effects far superior to those of mere herbs. Moreover, their formulation could yield results unattainable by herbs or beast materials alone. However, the profession of alchemist, responsible for concocting such pills, was equally costly, with their numbers scarcely surpassing those of inscription masters. Consequently, these pills were not within the financial reach of the average individual. The Eugen deer fetus pill was particularly rare. Made from the fetus of a century-old Eugen deer as the main ingredient, supplemented with various herbs. Given the scarcity of Eugen deer, which predominantly resided in deep forests, and the difficulty of obtaining the fetus, the challenge was evident. The Eugen deer fetus pill, rich in vitality and untainted by worldly impurities, could purify the body and enhance the integration of true essence with the physical form, thus augmenting the user's physical strength. A single pill, the size of a soybean, commanded a price of 200 taels of gold. Similarly, the Gathering Essence pill, crafted from an array of precious materials, featured the gathering essence fruit as its primary ingredient. Valued comparably to a century-old blood spirit mushroom, its primary function was to concentrate true essence and expedite the cultivation speed of martial artists. This pill, too, bore a price tag of 200 taels of gold, making it a luxury even for the scions of noble families, who would need to use them sparingly. Having gathered all he sought, Lin Ming refrained from further browsing. He addressed the shopkeeper, requesting, "Please wrap up this golden mulberry silk armor for me. Additionally, I require 6 Eugen deer fetus pills, 10 gathering essence pills, and one of each item listed on this prepared inventory." As he spoke, he produced a list he had meticulously prepared, detailing various materials essential for his inscription endeavors, which he had confirmed were largely available at the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 26. Breakthrough. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words and observing the list, the shopkeeper grew somewhat irate. Did this country bumpkin think that the Baibeitang was a mere plaything? Such a substantial sum of items amounted to at least several thousand taels of gold. Goodness! This young man's tone made it sound as trivial as purchasing cabbage in the market. Even scions of noble families would ponder carefully before making such a hefty purchase. He slammed the list onto the table, impatiently stating, "I warn you both, placing an order at Baibeitang should not be mistaken for causing a disturbance. We never take it lightly with troublemakers. Your warnings mean nothing." Lin Xiaodong suddenly slammed his hand on the table, striking the shopkeeper's plump hand. The shopkeeper, merely a businessman without martial prowess, was unprepared for such an attack and cried out in pain. "You!" The shopkeeper could hardly believe this lad dared to strike him in Baibeitang. "Your lowly gaze is precisely what I disdain. My brother possesses ample wealth," Lin Xiaodong retorted, retrieving a stack of gold notes from Lin Ming's embrace and slamming them onto the counter with tremendous force, causing it to tremble. With gold in hand, Lin Xiaodong's confidence surged. He had long harbored disdain for the shopkeeper, and such an opportunity to assert dominance with wealth was not to be missed. The shopkeeper, momentarily stunned by the stack of gold notes, quickly estimated their total value, 1,000 taels in a single bundle, not less than 10,000 taels in total. He was certain the notes were authentic. They could be exchanged for real gold at the banks of the United Merchants Association. Caught completely off guard, the shopkeeper scrutinized Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong. These two youngsters were certainly not scions of noble families, and only days prior, they had been destitute, struggling to sell talismans. How could they suddenly possess such wealth? Was it from the talismans? Impossible. Apprentice-level talismans could not fetch such a price. These two nouveau riches must have stumbled upon some treasure, flaunting themselves here. The shopkeeper felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet money spoke volumes. He had no choice but to bear the insult in silence. Rubbing his almost swollen hand, he forced a smile and took the list, quickly calculating the cost of the requested materials, which were all quite valuable. With the previous items, he soon deduced the total would likely approach 6,000 taels. This was akin to the price of 2 precious artifacts. His commission alone would amount to 120 taels. This was no trifling sum, though he felt aggrieved. It was not worth jeopardizing a lucrative deal. Thus, the shopkeeper nodded and bowed, saying, "I truly did not recognize the great talents before me. Please wait. I shall prepare everything immediately." As he spoke, the somewhat portly shopkeeper dashed away like the wind. The materials Lin Ming required were numerous and diverse. Yet the shopkeeper was remarkably astute and nimble, quickly gathering everything. Soon, he returned with a beaming smile, presenting the items. "Please check if everything is correct. The total comes to 5,800 taels of gold." Seeing the neatly arranged items, Lin Xiaodong inquired of Lin Ming, "Is everything here, Mingu?" "Indeed, it is." Lin Ming confirmed. At this moment, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Xiaodong's face as he said, I'm afraid I wish to change the shopkeeper for payment. The smile on the shopkeeper's face instantly froze. In a grand establishment like Bai Beitang, there were numerous shopkeepers. Whoever sold the items naturally received credit for the transaction. Thus, if Lin Xiaodong insisted on a different shopkeeper, the current one would lose his commission. Lin Xiaodong understood this well and intended to play a prank. Why was the shopkeeper still standing there like a statue? The shopkeeper, realizing he was being toyed with, felt a surge of anger. If it were a scion of a noble family, he would endure it, but these two upstarts, lacking any backing, had no right to behave so arrogantly. His voice turned cold. I am solely responsible for the first floor of Bai Beitang. Who else would you have me replace? Quit your deceitful games and hurry, or I shall lodge a complaint with your superior. Please do. The shopkeeper thought to himself with a sneer. You think the owner of Bai Beitang is someone you can simply meet? He was about to retort further when his gaze caught sight of a purple gold card nestled among the gold notes. This card was a VIP card gifted to Lin Ming by Mui, granting them a 10% discount at all major stores under the United Merchants Association. The marshal's office and the royal family possess such purple gold VIP cards. In an instant, the shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. This card was issued specifically by the United Merchants Association to curry favor with the royal family and the marshal's office, with fewer than 100 ever distributed. The holders were either members of the royal family or prominent figures in the marshal's office. Individuals of such caliber could crush him with a mere finger. This is disastrous. These two youngsters undoubtedly held significant connections. Could it be that a naive young prince had disguised himself to seek excitement outside the palace? Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. The shopkeeper felt a headache coming on. My lords, I am truly at fault. Allow me to find another shopkeeper for you. Please. Be magnanimous and treat my error as inconsequential. The shopkeeper, in a flurry of panic, slapped himself lightly, though the sound echoed against his plump flesh. Lin Xiaodong stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, trembling in fear, hastily summoned another shopkeeper to handle the transaction, repeatedly apologizing, and ultimately arranged for a carriage to take Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong back. Upon returning to Lin Ming's residence, Lin Xiaodong, oblivious to the true reason behind the shopkeeper's shift in attitude, believed it was the 10,000 taels of gold that had intimidated the pompous shopkeeper. His spirit soared. Ah, how delightful it is to have wealth. Just thinking of that shopkeeper's flustered expression makes me laugh. Minggu, you are too forgiving. Had it been me, I would have lodged a formal complaint with Bai Beitang's upper management and demanded this fellow be dismissed. However, Lin Ming recognized that the shopkeeper's abrupt change in demeanor stemmed from the sight of the purple gold VIP card. He couldn't help but marvel at the significant influence the marshal's office wielded in Tianyun City, rivaling that of the royal family. He remarked, small people have their own ways of survival. They learn to adapt and flatter as life compels them. There is no need to sever their means of livelihood. Xiaodong, these 3 Eugen Deer Spirit pills and this soft armor are for you. The Eugen Deer Spirit pills can cleanse impurities from your body. The first pill is the most effective, with subsequent ones yielding diminishing returns. Typically, 3 pills suffice. Any more would be wasteful. As for the GUN pill, there is no limit to its usage, but it is only beneficial for those who diligently cultivate, which Xiaodong, you do not require. 3 Eugen Deer Spirit pills and a piece of soft armor, valued at nearly 1,000 taels of gold, was a considerable fortune for Lin Xiaodong. Initially hesitant, he recalled Lin Ming's capabilities. 1,000 taels was merely a drop in the ocean for him. With that thought, he accepted the gifts with enthusiasm, chuckling. Then I shall not be modest. Minggu, you shall be my shield from now on. Haha. Lin Ming laughed. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. Moreover, Lin Ming withdrew an additional 3,000 taels of gold, stating, when the family messenger comes to Tianyun City next, please assist me in sending this back to my parents so they can purchase the tavern. Lin Ming's parents had devoted their lives to that tavern and held deep affection for it. His foremost thought was to help them acquire it. Very well. I will take care of this matter. After sending Lin Xiaodong away, Lin Ming returned to his room alone. He glanced at the calendar. There were 50 days remaining until the 7 Xuanwu Academy's assessment. In these 50 days, he aimed for a complete transformation. Neither the Eugen Deer Spirit pills nor the GUN pill directly enhanced 1S cultivation. The former cleansed impurities from the body, allowing true essence to meld more easily with the physical form, while the latter gathered true essence to accelerate the cultivation process. As for elixirs that directly augment one's cultivation base, they are indeed obtainable. However, such concoctions often harbor impurities within their true essence. While they may expedite the advancement of one's cultivation, they can lead to an unstable foundation, necessitating a considerable investment of time to solidify one's roots. Thus, Lin Ming refrained from hastily acquiring such substances. As the moon ascended above the treetops, Lin Ming commenced his consumption of the first tulip deer embryo pill. Although the tulip deer embryo pill is precious, Lin Ming didn't consider it an especially invaluable body-tempering elixir. Despite his knowledge of inscription techniques to amplify the potency of elixirs, Lin Ming deemed it unnecessary to inscribe a mere tulip deer embryo pill, opting to ingest it directly. Lin Ming filled a large wooden tub with water, disrobed, and immersed himself within. Subsequently, Lin Ming consumed the pill, which dissolved upon entry, transforming into a surge of heat that coursed through his body. Lin Ming silently recited the incantation of the Chaos True Essence formula, initiating the circulation of true essence within his body, harmonizing with the effects of the tulip deer embryo pill. As the medicinal effects manifested, Lin Ming sensed a subtle tingling sensation throughout his body, a harbinger of the commencement of body tempering. The body of a martial artist, since its emergence from the womb, is incessantly tainted by acquired impurities. These impurities encompass postnatal respiration, the consumption of grains, and the imbibing of waters, proving unavoidable. The tulip deer embryo pill serves to neutralize and purify the martial artist's body of these impurities, achieving the purpose of body tempering through the innate essence of the deer embryo. Lin Ming remained seated for an entire night, during which a faint film of oil gradually surfaced on the water's surface, indicative of the impurities within Lin Ming's body. If he were a scion of an aristocratic family, he would have undergone the process of body tempering as early as 12 years of age, with medicinal baths being commonplace, with fewer impurities within their bodies. The fusion of true essence is more seamless. Consequently, even with the same third-grade talent, Lin Ming would find it challenging to match the cultivation speed of those aristocratic offspring. As dawn approached, Lin Ming abruptly opened his eyes, the medicinal effects of the tulip deer embryo pill having been fully assimilated, signifying the culmination of body tempering. Lin Ming once again circulated the Chaos True Essence formula, finding that the true essence within his body had indeed fused more intimately with his physical form. Moreover, Lin Ming discerned that, due to the secondary fusion of true essence and flesh, the true essence had diffused throughout his entire being, marking the transition into the second level of body tempering. Finally, he had reached the second level of body tempering. Chapter 27. The assessment begins. Lin Ming exhaled deeply. He had already reached the pinnacle of the first level of body refinement, merely a step away from the second level. Even without consuming the precious Eugen deer fetus pill, he would eventually advance into the second level of body refinement, albeit after a slight delay. The first level focuses on cultivating strength, with true essence primarily concentrated in the muscles. In contrast, the second level disperses true essence throughout the entire body, significantly enhancing both strength and defensive capabilities. Though not invulnerable, where he might have previously been easily pierced by a sword, he could now withstand such an attack, sustaining only muscle damage, thereby considerably augmenting his combat effectiveness. However, Zhu Yin had already attained the pinnacle of the third level 6 months ago. Lin Ming, just beginning his journey into the second level, found himself at a considerable disadvantage, especially since Zhu Yin, possessing a fourth-grade talent, would have undoubtedly progressed during that time. Although Lin Ming had spent a sleepless night, his recent breakthrough left him invigorated, and he felt no trace of fatigue. He promptly opened the door and, utilizing his agile movements, darted towards the clearing in the forest of the Great Zhou Mountain. The distance from Mingxian Pavilion to the forest clearing was over 10 miles. Previously, Lin Ming would take 2 incense sticks worth of time to reach it, but now, having broken through to the second level, he found his time reduced by nearly half. This transformation brought him immense joy. Upon locating the iron tree designated for his training, Lin Ming tossed his backpack onto the ground. The pack contained medicinal herbs and bandages, all of which were precious healing items. The bandages had been soaked in the juice of the blackbone grass, enhancing their healing properties. With such luxurious resources at his disposal, Lin Ming felt no concern about sustaining hidden injuries, allowing him to train to his hard-as content. After consuming a gathering essence pill to hasten the condensation of his true essence, Lin Ming practiced the chaotic true essence technique in the chaotic combat scripture. In the realm of body refinement on the Tiankai Continent, achieving a strength surpassing 1,000 pounds marked a minor accomplishment. after which warriors would undergo a series of transformations to ultimately reach the end of the body refinement phase, where their strength could reach 8,000 pounds. A select few born with divine strength could even attain 10,000 pounds. This represented the limit of physical power. Even postnatal masters could not exceed this threshold, though their true essence would become denser. Beyond this, the innate realm and higher levels would no longer focus on physical cultivation but rather on refining true essence and the soul, which is considered the true path of martial arts. According to the chaotic combat scripture, a strength exceeding 1,000 pounds is merely the beginning. 10,000 pounds signifies initiation, and 100,000 pounds indicates a minor achievement in body refinement. As for a major accomplishment, it defies estimation. Once the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 9 stars of Daogong are activated, the human body can harness the forces of heaven and earth, shattering the cosmos with mere punches. Such power transcends descriptions of 10 or even 100,000 pounds. When Lin Ming first encountered this information, he could scarcely believe it. A disparity of 2 or even 10 times seemed reasonable, given that the divine domain had existed for countless years. However, a difference of hundreds or thousands of times felt absurd. Yet, recalling the memories of that formidable being, he realized that in his body refinement sect, even the most menial disciples, such as those sweeping the entrance or tending to the alchemical chambers, possessed strength in the tens of thousands of pounds. Genuine disciples boasted strengths exceeding 100,000 pounds. Such vivid memories compelled Lin Ming to accept this reality, implying that even the Grand Marshal of the Tianyan Kingdom, Qin Shao, would likely struggle against a mere errand boy in that sect. Of course, the prospect of possessing tens of thousands of pounds of strength felt exceedingly distant for Lin Ming. The transition from meridian condensation to marrow cleansing presented a formidable barrier, with stringent requirements. The leap from marrow cleansing to activating the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 9 stars of Daogong was even more daunting. Not just Lin Ming, but many disciples from that formidable sect's memories found themselves stuck at this stage, facing challenges far greater than the transition from postnatal to innate for the warriors of the Tianyan Kingdom. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was premature to dwell on such matters. His immediate focus needed to be on mastering the foundational skills of the chaotic combat scripture. At the very least, achieving a level of finesse in his strength. Finesse and strength meant that when he struck, the wooden post remained unscathed externally, yet its interior was rendered to fluff. Unfortunately, the memories of that senior expert grew hazy at this juncture, leaving Lin Ming unable to break through and instead resorting to trial and error. In the southeastern region of Tianyan City, within the main estate of the Tianyan City Guard, a young man clad in luxurious garments, with a finely crafted sword at his waist, stood in the corridor, scanning his surroundings as if awaiting someone. After a brief interval, a young man clad in armor appeared at the corridor's end. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, his steady gait and measured breathing revealed him to be a true expert. The young man in luxurious garments rushed forward with delight upon spotting the armored figure. "Brother, you finally finished speaking with Father. How did it go? I trust Father is pleased with your accomplishments at the frontier over the years." With a beaming smile, he was none other than Wang Yigao, who had previously lost a wager of 1,000 taels of gold to Lin Ming, only to have his name humorously reversed by Lin Xiaodong. Wang Yigao's situation was rather unfortunate. Despite his efforts to suppress the incident and prevent it from spreading, somehow, his father learned of it, leading to the wrath of General Wang. His anger stemmed not from Wang Yigao's gambling, but from the fact that he lost to someone at the first level of body refinement. The humiliation of having his name reversed was a disgrace of the highest order. General Wang ordered Wang Yigao to 2 months of confinement, from which he had just recently emerged. Those 2 months felt like an eternity for Wang Yigao, during which he was denied wine, meat, visits to brothels, or the companionship of his subordinates. Instead, he was forced to pore over martial texts and complete daily tasks. All the resentment Wang Yigao harbored was directed at Lin Ming, a grudge he could not swallow. However, orchestrating revenge against Lin Ming was no simple task, for he held no real power within the general's estate and lacked the means to mobilize others. Moreover, none of his acquaintances were even a match for Lin Ming, and his father had blocked his funds, rendering him unable to hire anyone to deal with Lin Ming. Today, with the return of his brother Wang Yiming, he felt an opportunity had arisen, prompting him to wait for his brother to arrive so he could voice his grievances. Wang Yiming cast a glance at Wang Yigao. Both were sons of General Wang, sharing the same father and mother, and thus understood each other well. He scoffed and said, "You're waiting for me to discuss that gambling incident, aren't you? Father already reprimanded you for it, so I'm well aware. Wang Yigao's expression turned awkward. Brother, your insight is remarkable. You don't know, that brat is quite arrogant. He first struck my subordinate and then resorted to tricks during the gamble. Not only that, but he even insulted our general's estate, claiming we. Wang Yiming immediately recognized his brother's fabrications and impatiently interrupted. Spare me the theatrics. I know your character all too well. Do you expect me to avenge you? Yes, brother, with your unmatched prowess. Dealing with him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Wang Yigao replied eagerly. Wang Yiming coldly snorted, as a dignified captain of the border guard. Do you expect me to take action against a mere first-level body refinement brat? Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Wang Yigao quickly attempted to appease him. Why bother with such trivialities, brother? You have the 4 great guardians at your disposal. Let them handle it. It would be effortless. Father is the general of the Tianyun City Guard. With the throne's transition, this is a highly sensitive time. You think I can mobilize the border guard to capture someone in the capital? You really ought to have been confined for longer. Wang Yiming retorted before striding away, refusing to engage further with Wang Yigao. Left alone, a scowl of resentment marred Wang Yigao's face. He had expected to be so thoroughly reprimanded by his brother. Clenching his fists, his teeth ground together audibly. Damn it! I have never suffered such humiliation in Tianyun City. Lin Ming, I will not rest until I see you broken. As the sun rises and sets, and clouds weave and disperse, 50 days pass quietly. On Mount Dazhou, a young man trains fervently, his bare torso glistening in the wind that howls around him. Yet, the sound of his punches resonates more profoundly than the mountain breeze. With a resounding crash, he strikes a wooden post before him, the specially treated, resilient wood splitting in two with a sharp crack, splintering wood shavings into the air. Without allowing the debris to settle, he retracts his fist and delivers a swift kick, shattering the remaining half of the post into fragments with another crisp sound. Although he has yet to grasp the threshold of practicing strength as fine as silk, his mastery of the chaos true essence technique has reached the initial stage of minor completion. His cultivation in the second level of body training has solidified considerably, granting him a strength exceeding 2,600 pounds. This young man is Lin Ming. Over the course of 50 days, he has devoted himself to rigorous training in the mountains, utilizing only the finest medicinal herbs and consuming 20 gathering essence pills. Due to the substantial economic strain, he was compelled to sell a powerful talisman. Despite this significant expenditure, Lin Ming has yet to break through to the 3rd level of body training. As the cultivation of the Chaos Combat Canon emphasizes a strong foundation rather than an unyielding pursuit of speed. With only 1 day remaining until the assessment at the 7 Xian Martial Academy, he is confident in his ability to pass. Lin Ming picks up his clothes from a large rock and scoops water from the river to cleanse himself. Bathed in sunlight, his well-toned muscles glisten with a subtle sheen. Reminiscent of a powerful leopard, exuding a captivating beauty of strength, it is hard to believe that this physique belongs to merely a 15-year-old boy. After washing, Lin Ming dons his clothing and descends the mountain with agility. He moves with the grace of a hare and the swiftness of a falcon, disappearing into the vast expanse of the dense forest in mere moments. Chapter 28. Conspiracy. Every year, during the onset of autumn and spring, the 7 Xian Martial Academy holds its admission examinations. This day is of utmost significance to the young martial artists of the Tianyun Kingdom. For them, the 7 Xian Martial Academy represents a gateway to success, a stepping stone to greater heights. Gaining entry into the academy is not merely about access to resources. It is primarily about inheriting profound martial arts techniques. These techniques are the culmination of countless generations of martial artist experiences accumulated over centuries. Without such wisdom, aspiring to navigate the path of martial arts independently would be nothing short of a fool's errand. The martial arts techniques available for purchase in the market are of mediocre quality. Only the finest are safeguarded within the sects in their affiliated martial academies. This exclusivity arises from the sect's stringent control over these techniques. If any disciple is found leaking the techniques, they face severe consequences ranging from the forfeiture of their martial prowess to execution. Furthermore, the intricacies of martial arts techniques are exceedingly difficult to replicate or transcribe. The essence of martial arts is deeply enigmatic, and many insights, operational pathways, and techniques for gathering true essence cannot be aptly conveyed through words. As such, authentic exemplary techniques are seldom recorded in written form. Typically, jade slips serve as the medium for documenting these techniques. Each slip encapsulates a wealth of profound information, and even a single diagram illustrating a technique may embody an ineffable essence that transcends verbal description. To inscribe the subtleties of a technique onto a jade slip is a daunting task, achievable only by a master of that technique, one who has attained its pinnacle. And it demands a significant investment of time and effort. Those who have yet to master a technique, even if they possess a jade slip, cannot replicate it, much like how a banknote, despite appearing as mere paper, cannot be flawlessly imitated for transactions. Consequently, the jade slips that record exemplary techniques are exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent in the marketplace. This scarcity renders the young martial artist vying for admission to the 7 Xian Martial Academy akin to fish crossing a river. Yet the stringent selection ratio results in many being eliminated each year. Lin Ming, possessing an unparalleled body training technique, the chaos combat scripture, naturally holds little regard for the academy's inheritance. Nonetheless, he aspires to enter the 7 Xian Martial Academy, not for the sake of Lan Yunyu, but because since he set his life's ambition on mastering martial arts, his feelings for her have waned considerably. Lin Ming's primary motivation for entering the academy is to access its training resources, not merely pills or herbs, but rather unique training locations. These sites, arranged through formations or naturally occurring extraordinary environments, significantly enhance the efficiency of martial training. Additionally, martial skills are crucial for martial artists, directly linked to their combat prowess. Lin Ming possesses no martial skills. The fragments of memory he has integrated belong merely to his senior's recollections, containing scant knowledge of martial techniques, only 3 or 4. And those are incomplete. While the incompleteness of these techniques is inconsequential, as they are exceptional skills from the divine realm. Even their remnants surpass anything available in the Tianyan kingdom. Regrettably, Lin Ming is unaware of the required realm to cultivate these techniques. It is evident that the lowest threshold is not viable, for in his memories, even the weakest of these skills could effortlessly rend the earth, let alone be used for lethal purposes. Annihilating the Tianyan kingdom would not pose a significant challenge. Such martial skills have no bearing on Lin Ming's current capabilities. Thus, Lin Ming seeks to excel in the upcoming examination to gain admission to the 7 Xian Martial Academy, aspiring for a commendable ranking, as the top performers are richly rewarded each year with pills or precious artifacts, often sourced from the esteemed Sampan sect, the 7 Xian Valley, which cannot be acquired even with substantial wealth in Tianyan City. Hence, even the scions of noble families covet these rewards, and Lin Ming is no exception. Previously, with his meager strength, he was grateful merely to pass the examination, but now he is resolute in his pursuit of these rewards. On the day of the autumn onset, the plaza before the 7 Xian Martial Academy was teeming with people. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the examination would commence at dawn and persist until sunset. Lasting the entire day, Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong, feeling daunted by the crowd, chose to remain on the official road. Despite the relative tranquility of their location, Lin Ming's ears were still filled with a cacophony of discussions. It was said that many formidable contenders were present this time, including Wang Yanfeng, the first-place winner of the elite competition in Yulu City, who, at 15 years of age, possessed a 4th-grade talent and had already reached the early stages of the 3rd level in body training. Is it true? Such an abnormal talent. Isn't he a shoo-in for the 7 Xian Martial Academy? Why didn't he come during the spring examination? I bet his sights are set on the Heavenly Academy. How imposing it would be to enter the academy and immediately aim for the Heavenly Academy. The Heavenly Academy is definitely out of reach. In recent years, aside from Qin Xingxuan, I haven't heard of anyone entering the Heavenly Academy straight from the 7 Xian Martial Academy. The minimum requirement is the peak of the 3rd level in body training, with the mainstream being the 4th level. Wang Yanfeng is not even close. I suspect he is dragging this out to secure first place in the examination for the rewards. The Heavenly Academy, indeed, Lin Ming murmured to himself. He recalled that half a year ago, Zhu Yin had entered the Heavenly Academy with a peak body training level of the 3rd stage. Undoubtedly, Zhu Yin was among the elite of his peers, far surpassing someone like Wang Yigao, who was nothing more than a buffoon. Lost in thought, Lin Ming suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon him. Was someone observing him? In the chaotic throng, many eyes roamed over each individual, and the average person would be oblivious to intentional scrutiny. However, since Lin Ming began cultivating the chaos true essence technique, his perception had become exceptionally acute. Even amid the myriad gazes, he could still discern one that felt particularly cold and distinct. Feigning indifference, he turned his head, and at the source of that penetrating gaze stood a blue cloth-covered carriage. Just as he glanced over, the carriage's door curtain fell. With a cold snort inwardly, Lin Ming thought, even before the examination, someone is plotting against me. Inside the carriage, a well-dressed youth and a brooding young man sat, Wang Yigao and Zhu Yan. Could he have noticed us? Wang Yigao pondered anxiously. Having been intimidated by Lin Ming in their last encounter, he feigned bravado but felt apprehensive when facing Lin Ming. The memory of his defeat in 3 moves had severely dented his confidence. Zhu Yan replied coldly, "Stop being paranoid. With so many people around. Unless he has eyes on the back of his head, it's unlikely. This guy has actually broken through to the 2nd level of body training. The gap between the 1st and 2nd levels of body training is significant, and achieving it at 15 is no small feat. Especially for someone from a modest background with only 3rd-grade talent. I suspect he has overexerted himself. Otherwise, how could he progress so quickly? Even I only broke through to the 2nd level at 16. He has likely overextended his body and ignored the hidden injuries he has accrued. In a few years, he'll surely be crippled." Wang Yigao cursed venomously, while Zhu Yan looked down on Lin Ming from the depths of his heart. With so many spiritual herbs at his disposal, he had the audacity to boast about reaching the 2nd level at 16. Were it not for his father being the commander of the Tianyun City Guard, Zhu Yan wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Zhu Yan remarked, logically. He shouldn't have reached this level. Overexerting his body will only lead to his downfall, but if he has the backing of 1,000 taels of gold, then it might be a different story. Upon hearing Zhu Yan's words, Wang Yigao's face flushed crimson. He had assumed Zhu Yan was unaware of the betting incident, only to realize he was already informed. Damn it, this is utterly humiliating. Ignoring Wang Yigao, Zhu Yan's expression darkened. Generally, for youths under 16, exceeding the 2nd level of body training could indicate a potential admission to the 7 Xian Martial Academy. Many scions of prestigious families had entered in this manner. For them, with the aid of high-grade herbs and elixirs, this was not overly challenging. The 7 Xian Martial Academy did not mind such circumstances, as lineage was tantamount to talent and constituted a part of a martial artist's strength. Whether one becomes a master through genuine skill or through the accumulation of medicinal enhancements, they are nonetheless regarded as masters, capable of augmenting the strength and influence of the 7 Xuanwu house. Those who have attained mastery through elixirs hold a significant chance of entering the 7 Xuanwu house, and given Lin Ming's combat prowess evidently surpasses that of his peers, his prospects for admission are considerably enhanced. Zhu Yan is resolutely opposed to Lin Ming gaining entry into the 7 Xuanwu house. It is not that he fears being surpassed by Lin Ming, rather, as a prodigy, Zhu Yan possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. Even if Lin Ming were to defeat Wang Yigao, who is merely at the initial stage of body refinement and inherently weaker, Zhu Yan would regard it as inconsequential. He is certain that he will forever keep Lin Ming beneath his heel. However, Lin Ming's admission to the 7 Xuanwu house would undoubtedly stir emotions within Lan Yunyu. She already harbors lingering feelings for Lin Ming, and should he gain entry, it would be a predicament for Zhu Yan. His affection for Lan Yunyu is partly due to his admiration for her grace and beauty, while the other half stems from his possessive desire for exquisite things. He cannot abide the thought of another man residing in her heart. Yet, despite Zhu Yan's connections to the 7 Xuanwu house as a member of a royal family, the admissions process is transparent. He cannot simply prevent Lin Ming from enrolling. Thus, he is left with but one solution: to ensure that Lin Ming is unable to sit for the examination. Chapter 29. Overturning the heavy cavalry. Zhu Yan pondered for a moment, stroking the ring on his unnamed finger, and said, "Brother Wang, Tianyun City is your territory. Do you know any formidable masters? Ideally, someone at the 4th level of body training, or even at the pinnacle of the 4th level." Zhu Yan speculated that no matter how solid Lin Ming's foundation was, he could not possibly contend with a peak practitioner of the 3rd level of body training. Thus, finding someone of the 4th level to decisively handle him seemed prudent. Wang Yigao replied, "I do know many masters at the 4th level, but they are all personal guards of my father or brother. After the previous incident, my father has given strict orders. No one listens to me. Masters at the 4th level are not easily found. They are generally over 30 years of age and either serve as guardians for significant figures or hold esteemed positions." Given Wang Yigao's abilities, persuading them to deal with a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy would be quite a challenge. Zhu Yan contemplated this and remarked to Wang Yigao, "For this 7 Profound Martial Academy assessment, Zhao Mingshan is in charge of maintaining order, right? I believe he has received your father's patronage." Wang Yigao was taken aback but nodded. "That is indeed the case. Brother Zhao has been quite supportive of me." Zhao Mingshan, the captain of the Tianyun City Constabulary, operates within a distinct system from the city guards. with the constabulary responsible for public order and the guards tasked with upholding the royal regime and suppressing rebellions. Ah, I see. I have a plan that could allow you to severely injure Lin Ming and take vengeance. Zhu Yin lifted the curtain and peered through a narrow gap at Lin Ming, his expression darkening. The assessment of the 7 Profound Martial Academy consists of 3 parts: the Strength Test, the Illusory Realm Test, and the Linglong Tower. The first part, the Strength Test, was set to occur that morning. Strength training is the initial phase of body cultivation and the foundation of martial arts. Without a solid grasp of strength, discussions of muscle training, internal organs, tendons, and bones become futile. Thus, strength is of paramount importance to martial practitioners, and the strength examination is relatively simple. A testing apparatus suffices, allowing for the swift elimination of numerous candidates. The testing apparatus is a specially designed stone tablet, towering at the height of a person, with a beam of true essence crystal powder forming a column on its surface. A punch against the tablet illuminates the height of the column, indicating a person's strength. A height of 1 inch corresponds to 100 jin, and hitting a height of 1 foot, or 1,000 jin, is deemed passing. Otherwise, 1 is eliminated. The hallmark of a peak practitioner at the first level of body training is the ability to exert 9 stones of strength, breaking iron and wood. Generally, practitioners of the first level can manage only up to 900 jin of strength, making it challenging to pass the examination. Lin Ming had long surpassed 1,000 jin during his first level of training, and now his strength had escalated to over 2,600 jin. A boon from the Chaos Combat Scripture. Strength is one of Lin Ming's advantages. He not only aims to pass, but aspires to secure first place. As the testing in the square had not yet commenced, Lin Ming sat in meditation on a stone platform by the official road. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent voices erupted. "Clear the way. Make way." Lin Ming opened his eyes to see a man in his 20s galloping on horseback down the official road. Clad in armor and wielding a knight's lance measuring 2 meters in length and as thick as a child's arm. He was aggressively waving the lance to disperse the crowd while fiercely cracking his whip. The sound of galloping hooves echoed sharply, creating chaos in the already crowded official road. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. On the day of the 7 Profound Martial Academy assessment, Tiankai City would dispatch the constabulary to maintain order. How could someone be allowed to charge through the crowd on horseback? Soon, Lin Ming observed that despite the man's fierce demeanor and sweeping the lance, he had not harmed anyone, indicating that his martial skills were commendable and his equestrian prowess was exceptional. Lin Ming, seated by the roadside, had no need to rise. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed the rider's sinister smile as he subtly jerked the reins, causing his warhorse to shift direction and drift towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression darkened. He instantly realized the man was targeting him. The horse galloped faster, and the knight, clad in battle armor, wielded a lance that weighed over 100 jin. Coupled with the horse's momentum, a single thrust could easily demolish a wall. As the man approached within 10 meters of Lin Ming, the lance in his hand emitted a faint, earthy glow. Martial technique. He truly regards me highly. Using a martial technique. Lin Ming's gaze turned icy as he slightly opened his right hand. The chaos true essence formula surged rapidly within him, heightening his senses to their peak. In his perception, the lance's speed seemed to decelerate, and the clamor of galloping hooves faded into silence. Just as the knight closed in within 3 meters of Lin Ming, he suddenly leapt from his seated position and executed an unexpected maneuver, rather than evade. He extended both hands to seize the lance. 100 jin lance, coupled with the horse's charging force, could shatter a tree, yet he dared to grasp it? At the moment the lance descended, Lin Ming channeled his true essence into his fists and feet, thrusting his right foot back and embedding it deep into the stone platform. Then met the lance with his hands. His explosive strength, surpassing 2,600 jin, erupted instantaneously. "Rise!" Lin Ming bellowed, seizing the lance and hoisting it upward. The knight felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and he was flung off his horse along with the lance. The man experienced a dizzying sensation, the wind howling in his ears. In the next instant, he collided painfully against a large tree, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced and coughed up blood. Lin Ming discarded the heavy lance and resumed his seated position. The knight possessed only Chapter 30. The brutal beating of the commander's son, the mention of 3 months prior, sent Wang Yigao into a furious rage. It was an unparalleled humiliation in his life. "All of you, get in there. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." This group of lackeys, who typically followed Wang Yigao, were no strangers to bullying others, as he served as their protective shield. If Wang Yigao cast them aside, not only would they lose his protection, but their past misdeeds would be exposed, leading to their imprisonment. With this thought, the group steeled themselves and charged forward, convinced that their opponent would not resort to lethal force, expecting only to endure a bit of pain. Lin Ming's gaze turned icy as he deftly picked up a spear from the ground, his hand steadying its grip. At the instant the lackeys rushed him, Lin Ming swung the spear with force, sending 5 or 6 of them flying as if they were mere chicks being swept aside by a stick. The air filled with their anguished cries. These lackeys were as fragile as clay, collapsing to the ground and groaning in pain, appearing as though they were on the verge of death. Witnessing this scene left Lin Ming somewhat speechless. He had not exerted much strength in his sweep, and even the most inept should not fall so easily. Nevertheless, the sight of him toppling 7 or 8 men with a single sweep astounded the surrounding onlookers, who began to take notice of Lin Ming. Soon, Wang Yigao found himself alone and began to panic. As Lin Ming approached, he blustered, "Lin Ming, what do you intend to do? I warn you not to act rashly, or you will meet a grim fate." Lin Ming regarded Wang Yigao with a cold stare and replied, "Even if the leaves wither, their veins remain visible. As a martial artist, how could one lose their dignity? You have harmed me time and again. I have endured twice already. If I bear it a third time, what use is my training?" With that, Lin Ming advanced swiftly, standing before Wang Yigao in an instant. Wang Yigao's hair stood on end. Fear gripped him, and he thought, "This Lin Ming has truly lost his mind. He dares to strike me? You dare?" He stammered, "My father is." Before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted as Lin Ming's fist connected with Wang Yigao's abdomen, infused with hidden strength. Although he had not yet attained the mastery of his energy, he had successfully merged rigidity with flexibility, causing Wang Yigao to vomit a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming then flipped his hand and struck Wang Yigao's cheek with a resounding slap, sending him spinning like a top to the ground, his eyes filled with stars. The impact had nearly torn Wang Yigao's lip apart, and a bloody tooth fell from his mouth. You. Wang Yigao stammered, clutching his mouth as he staggered to his feet, his hands stained with blood. His eyes burned with rage. Having grown up in the commander's estate, he could hardly fathom someone daring to strike him. Shaking a trembling finger stained with blood at Lin Ming, he vowed, I will kill you. Kill me? You may not have that opportunity, Lin Ming retorted, stepping closer and shaking his spear, causing the tip to emit a dazzling display of lethal energy. Overwhelmed by the palpable menace, and the spear pointed less than a foot from his neck, Wang Yigao's confidence shattered. He crawled away in panic, screaming, "Murder! Murder!" Lin Ming exercised restraint. In broad daylight, he could not bring himself to kill the commander's son. Despite employing hidden strength, the effects would only gradually take hold, causing Wang Yigao prolonged pain without being fatal. The injury to his lip, though painful, could be treated with herbs. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed down the road. Lin Ming looked up to see a man around 30 years old, sporting a mustache and dressed in the uniform of a constable, riding a horse with a large knife at his waist, followed by a dozen other constables. Upon seeing the constables, Wang Yigao felt a surge of hope and shouted, "Help! Murder!" He then staggered toward the approaching officers. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. He understood Wang Yigao's intent to provoke trouble. He did not expect the mounted constable and his lackeys would harm him, but rather, he sought to instigate a situation that would lead the constables, responsible for maintaining order during the 7 Xian Martial Academy examinations, to arrest him. Being apprehended could result in missing the entrance examination or, worse, facing imprisonment and potential harm while incarcerated. "What is happening here?" inquired the chief constable, Zhao Mingshan, 35 years old and at the 4th level of physical training, serving as the captain of the Tianyun City Constabulary. Upon hearing this, the previously moaning lackeys sprang to their feet, ready to point at Lin Ming, accusing him of assaulting them and attempting to murder their young master. "My lord, look at our injuries. He struck us with the spear. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have suffered a fracture," one lackey exclaimed, lifting his shirt to reveal a large bruise on his chest. With Lin Ming still wielding the spear, the evidence seemed indisputable. "Zhao, you must uphold justice for me," Wang Yigao cried, blood spilling from his mouth. He appeared utterly disheveled. Zhao Mingshan hastily offered Wang Yigao a healing ointment. As the chief constable, he always carried high-quality medicine with him. Wang Yigao applied it to his mouth, and the pain gradually subsided. "Zhao, you must ensure I receive retribution." Wang Yigao glared venomously at Lin Ming, unable to fathom why Lin Ming would dare to strike him. He believed Lin Ming was doomed, once imprisoned. There were countless ways to deal with him, including severe injury or even death. No, killing him would be too merciful. He must endure a fate worse than death. Typically, Wang Yigao's father would not intervene in such matters. The previous gambling incident had already angered Commander Wang due to Wang Yigao's humiliation, yet this kind of bullying, which involved injuring a few commoners, usually attracted no attention as long as it did not tarnish the family's reputation. With this in mind, Wang Yigao felt a sense of satisfaction. Though he had been beaten, the pain would be temporary, and avenging himself was of utmost importance. This tactic of leveraging others to exert pressure was cunning. While he could not summon experts, he could manipulate the situation to eliminate Lin Ming. Zhao Mingshan, having served as chief constable for many years, was no fool. Observing the scene, he pieced together the events leading to this debacle. This unfortunate young man had likely offended Wang Yigao, who was now using Zhao Mingshan to exact revenge. The young man was indeed foolish, not only striking Wang Yigao's underlings but also daring to assault Wang Yigao himself, leaving him in such a dire state. He likely faced dire consequences for his actions. In his role as the chief constable, Zhao Mingshan had to navigate the various powers within Tianyan City. His position was not particularly high, and he could not afford to offend any of the local factions. Thus, he had learned to survive in the cracks of power dynamics. When handling a situation, he first considered the backgrounds of those involved rather than who was right or wrong. Regardless of Wang Yigao's lack of stature, Zhao Mingshan had to lean toward Commander Wang's side. Despite Wang Yigao being a mere spoiled child, outside of the commander's estate, reputation mattered. Zhao Mingshan's decision today would signal where his loyalties lay, indicating whether he was indeed aligned with Commander Wang's interests. Understanding this in his heart, Zhao Mingshan naturally made his decision. He gestured, and a constable stepped forward to examine the injuries of the small minions, then proceeded to inspect Lin Ming's spear. After comparing the wounds, he uttered an utterly redundant statement. Indeed, these injuries were inflicted by this very spear. Zhao Mingshan nodded and asked Lin Ming, "What is your name?" Lin Ming had roughly surmised Zhao Mingshan's intentions. He fixed his piercing gaze upon him and replied calmly, "Lin Ming." As Zhao Mingshan looked into Lin Ming's eyes, he sensed a hint of disdain within that gaze, which made him quite uncomfortable. He irritably remarked, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, do you have anything to say?" "Conclusive evidence?" Lin Ming scoffed. "Have you even consulted the bystanders? Have you merely taken Wang Yigao's word for it?" Zhao Mingshan frowned. Sensing that this individual might not be a mere fool, it appeared he had anticipated the potential course of events from the moment he arrived, now remaining unflustered, as if he were watching a farcical spectacle unfold. However, if this young man was so perceptive, why did he impulsively strike Wang Yigao so severely? Did he not realize that Wang Yigao's father was the commander of the Tianyun City Guard? Although Commander Wang did not indulge his son and often disciplined him, it did not imply that he would tolerate others striking his son. Such an act would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Could this young man, named Lin Ming, be someone of significance? Yet, judging by his attire, he hardly appeared to be so. Moreover, if he truly were of consequence, Wang Yigao should not have been foolish enough to confront him. Zhao Mingshan declared, "Of course, I will inquire with the bystanders. You must accompany me back to the precinct to record a statement. I shall ensure someone remains behind to investigate the matter thoroughly." Although it is said that the common folk should not defy the authorities, any sensible bystander knows better than to speak out of turn. Yet, in a vast forest, one cannot account for every bird. Should a foolish individual arise, it could complicate matters greatly. "Take him away." Zhao Mingshan decisively waved his hand, prompting the constables to bring forth ropes. Wang Yigao's face twisted into a sinister grin at this sight, thinking, "You dare to challenge me? Ha! Let us see how you meet your end." As two constables approached with ropes in hand, Lin Ming flicked his sleeves and coldly remarked, "Go ahead and try to bind me. Once you do, it will not be so easy to untie." Chapter 31. Once tied. Hard to untie upon seeing two constables approach with ropes in hand, Lin Ming flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Go on, try tying me. Once you do, it's not so easy to untie." "Untie? You foolish fool think you can unbind yourself? Once tied, you shall never hope to be free again." Wang Yigao laughed heartily at Lin Ming's foolish words, though he quickly reconsidered his mirth, recognizing the implication that such words could lead to dire consequences in prison. Indeed. Wang Yigao turned to see Zhao Mingshan watching him with a troubled expression. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Wang Yigao said, "Zhao Ge, you're handling the case. I'm just frustrated. This kid is far too arrogant." Lin Ming brushed off the dust from his clothes and addressed Zhao Mingshan. "During the Qi Xian Martial Academy examination, you were responsible for maintaining order. When someone galloped down the official road, brandishing a weapon and injuring others, you were absent. Then, when someone incited a brawl intending to cripple me, you still did not appear. But when I retaliated, you showed up, accusing me of harming others without even questioning the onlookers. You were truly wise. Lin Ming's words were deliberate, each one piercing the heart. Even Zhao Mingshan, who had seen much in life, felt a weight in his heart. This young man had a certain audacity, remaining so composed in such a situation. What was his source of confidence? Zhao Mingshan looked at Lin Ming, realizing that this matter could not be delayed. He angrily declared, I am the one who makes decisions here. It is not your place to comment. Bind him. With his command, the ropes were already around Lin Ming's neck. Given Lin Ming's abilities, he could not contend with Zhao Mingshan, who had reached the 4th level of body refinement, so he offered no resistance. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Clear the way, everyone, step aside. Lin Ming looked up to see a plump youth squeezing through with a lunchbox in hand. It was Lin Xiaodong. Earlier, while Lin Ming meditated, Lin Xiaodong had gone to buy breakfast and had just returned. Upon seeing the ropes around Lin Ming's neck, Lin Xiaodong's anger ignited. What the hell gives you the right to tie someone up? Zhao Mingshan, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this chubby boy, was about to wave him off when his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light. Turning to look, he saw a flicker of flame extinguishing in Lin Ming's hand. A sound transmission talisman? Zhao Mingshan's eyelids twitched. Such talismans could record a segment of sound and send it directly to a specified recipient. Evidently, this youth had quietly recorded something without his knowledge and sent it out. This boy, a chill ran down Zhao Mingshan's spine. Having offended him today would surely lead to future retribution. It seemed prudent to allow Wang Yigao to eliminate him. Otherwise, there would be repercussions. Yet, the critical question was, who was he transmitting to? Lin Ming was indeed sending a message to Mr. Mu Yi. Previously, Lin Ming had entrusted Mu Yi to keep his inscription technique a secret. Mu Yi had assured him that with the marshal's residence backing him, he would be safe in Tianyan City. Whenever trouble arose, he could use the transmission talisman to notify him, and he had also left behind a talisman imprint. Although Lin Ming was spirited, he was not reckless. Before he acted against Wang Yigao, he had already devised a plan. He would not allow a petty individual to tarnish his pride, and the favor owed to Mu Yi could be repaid later. Though Mu Yi had become a guest elder at the general's residence and a tutor to the crown prince, he was not a bureaucrat but rather a man of the Jianghu who valued loyalty and camaraderie. His declaration of their friendship was sincere. Upon hearing the recording from the sound transmission talisman, Mu Yi grasped the situation and snorted coldly. He had always held disdain for the sycophantic court officials. Today, not only did Lin Ming qualify as his friend, but there was also an inscrutable master behind him. Even if their relationship were more casual, he would still intervene. Mu Yi was not well acquainted with the bureaucrats in the court, and the only person he could think of was a student, the current crown prince, Yang Lin. A transmission talisman was sent to Yang Lin. The crown prince, who had always respected and admired his teacher, immediately took action regarding the matter entrusted to him. He personally transmitted a message to the chief minister of the Public Security Bureau. The emperor and crown prince's transmission talismans were uniquely purple gold. At that moment, the minister was indulging in flirtation with a concubine, basking in leisure. When he saw the purple light flicker, he nearly toppled from his chair. A transmission talisman from the crown prince. Upon learning the reason for the crown prince's communication, the minister felt overwhelmed. The phrase failure to supervise reverberated in his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. He was acutely aware of Zhao Mingshan's identity. One was a scion of a military lord, while the other was an unknown young man. It was clear how Zhao Mingshan would handle the situation, but this boy was actually affiliated with the crown prince. Zhao Mingshan, you bastard, how could you create such a monumental blunder? Get off. What gives you the right to bind people? Lin Xiaodong continued to protest, while Zhao Mingshan, flustered, waved his hand, pointing at Lin Xiaodong. Obstructing official duties and insulting officers, bind him too. After Zhao Mingshan spoke, 2 more constables rushed forward to restrain Lin Xiaodong. Most of these officers were at the 2nd level of body refinement, far more competent than Wang Yigao. Lin Xiaodong, being only at the 1st level, could not resist and was quickly subdued. Yet, he was the type who wouldn't go down easily, struggling and shouting, "Dare to tie me up? Remember this. You'll pay me back with interest." Stuff his mouth. Zhao Mingshan was becoming increasingly exasperated. A constable produced a cloth strip, roughly twisted it, and shoved it into Lin Xiaodong's mouth, turning his curses into muffled sounds. "Take them away." Zhao Mingshan commanded, and Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong were forcibly placed on horseback. The horses galloped, quickly carrying them several miles away. At this moment, Wang Yigao suddenly chuckled ominously, saying, "Zhaoge, let them down. Dragging them along will be amusing." He imagined the sight of them being dragged behind the horses, which he found entertaining. Before Zhao Mingshan could respond, a burst of red light unexpectedly appeared before him. Exploding into a flurry of sparks, it was a sound transmission talisman. Such talismans convey sound directly into the recipient's mind, inaudible to others. As the talisman burst open, Zhao Mingshan heard his superior's furious voice echoing in his mind. "You better release them now. Do you know who that kid is? The Crown Prince. Are you trying to incite rebellion? How dare you detain someone affiliated with the Crown Prince? Do you not know the meaning of death? If you wish to die, do not involve me." Zhao Mingshan was left reeling from the verbal assault, his mind spinning. The Crown Prince. He abruptly seized the reins, staring at Lin Ming, who met his gaze with the same calm, indifferent eyes, as if looking at a mere jester. He recalled the transmission talisman Lin Ming had sent earlier. It was intended for the Crown Prince. What did the Crown Prince signify? As a mere constable, the gravity of that realization left him speechless. He finally understood the meaning behind Lin Ming's earlier gaze. "I say, Zhaoge, let us drag them along. After all, no one is watching now. No worries. These two kids are quite capable. They want to be dragged to death." Wang Yigao chuckled. "Drag your mother." Hearing Wang Yigao's drivel at this juncture, Zhao Mingshan felt an overwhelming urge to draw his blade and hack him to pieces, for it was this imbecile who had precipitated his current predicament. "Dismount and release them." Zhao Mingshan commanded with a forceful wave of his hand. His subordinates were taken aback, as was Wang Yigao. Release them? Wang Yigao was not a simpleton. He surmised that the earlier message talisman might have something to do with this sudden change of heart. Nevertheless, Zhao Mingshan's uncharacteristic acquiescence irked Wang Yigao, who was about to lodge a protest when a burst of light erupted before him, another message talisman. Upon hearing the voice emanating from it, Wang Yigao nearly collapsed. It was his father himself, delivering a single line, "Return to me at once." Wang Yigao could sense the chilling ire conveyed in his father's words and had no doubt that he would be flayed alive this time. Given that one side of the altercation was backed by the Crown Prince and the other by Military Lord Wang, the Minister of Governance naturally dispatched a message talisman to Military Lord Wang to elucidate the situation. The Military Lord had never been so incensed. During this transition between old and new emperors, Wang Yigao had managed to offend the Crown Prince, even if it was just a minor figure somehow related to the Crown Prince. Such a trifle could be enough for the Crown Prince to exclude him when choosing his inner circle. He felt an urge to murder his disappointing son, Zhao Mingshan. Witnessing Wang Yigao receiving the message talisman anticipated what was to come. Seeing his subordinates still in a daze, Zhao Mingshan roared, "Release them. What are you waiting for?" Chastened. The subordinates hastily began untying the captives. However, as they moved to undo the ropes, Lin Ming scoffed, "You seize as you please and release as you please? I have said, once bound, it is not so easily undone." Chapter 32. Leveraging power. Zhao Mingshan gazed at Lin Ming, recalling Lin Ming's earlier words, "Try binding us. Once bound, it won't be easy to untie. Under the eaves, one must bow their head." Although Zhao Mingshan valued his reputation, it paled in comparison to his future in life. He swiftly transformed his previous demeanor, forcing a smile as he said, "What a misunderstanding. You two young brothers should have said earlier, we are all family here. Today's events are entirely a misunderstanding. You lot, hurry up and untie these two young brothers." While they had yet to be fully untied, the cloth binding Lin Xiaodong's mouth was removed. Confused about the unfolding events, he had grown accustomed to the surprises Lin Ming had brought him in recent days. Could it be that his enigmatic master had intervened? Lin Xiaodong had no clear understanding of the power such a figure wielded, but he certainly felt emboldened, thinking, with such a backing, what was there to fear? Family? Nonsense. Who the hell is family with you? Get lost. As the constables approached to untie him, Lin Xiaodong, with a hefty shove, sent them sprawling. Was it really up to them to bind him at will? Naturally, having gained the upper hand, Lin Xiaodong was not one to let go of his advantage easily. Zhao Mingshan, rendered speechless, approached Lin Xiaodong with a forced smile. "Young brother, I admit my oversight. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Lin Xiaodong tilted his head. Considering that the constables, despite their meager salaries and some illicit gains, were not worth compensating. So what could he do to make them suffer? At that moment, Lin Xiaodong spotted Wang Yigao, who was riding away, looking dazed and lost. Anger surged within him. "Stop right there. Who told you to leave? Get back here." Startled by Lin Xiaodong's command, Wang Yigao nearly fell from his horse. Terrified, he realized that if his father decided to discipline him, it would be a nightmare. The mere sight of Lin Ming sent shivers down his spine. He was so afraid that he wished to avoid him entirely. Wang Yigao knew not what kind of influence Lin Ming possessed, but it was abundantly clear that it far surpassed his own. Having lost his only advantage, Wang Yigao now sought to avoid Lin Ming at all costs. What? What do you want? You can't just leave like this. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Xiaodong, quick-witted, turned to the nearby constables. You lot, give this guy a good beating, and we'll call it even. Hearing this demand, Wang Yigao trembled, while Zhao Mingshan wore a look of despair. He was uncertain if he could keep his position intact. If they harmed Wang Yigao, it would surely spell disaster for him. Zhao Mingshan cast a pleading glance at Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming interjected, Enough. There's no need to make a fuss over these people. He turned to Wang Yigao and asked, I have a question for you. When you sought trouble with me, did you notice someone in that blue cloth cart over there watching me? Was it Zhu Yan? Upon hearing Lin Ming's question, Wang Yigao felt a chill run down his spine. Was this person truly capable of seeing everything? He was utterly intimidated by Lin Ming, who now appeared increasingly inscrutable and formidable. He could only nod in silence. Was today's incident orchestrated by Zhu Yan? Wang Yigao nodded again. Very well, you may leave. Lin Ming had discerned that Zhu Yan simply wished to prevent him from entering the 7 Xian martial house, and that Wang Yigao was merely a pawn being used. Now thoroughly intimidated, there was no need to press further. Moreover, given Wang Yigao's influential military father, Lin Ming knew to exercise caution. A mere reprimand would suffice. He had no desire to cause irreparable harm. Upon sensing Lin Ming's leniency, Zhao Mingshan felt a wave of relief and hurried to personally untie Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong stretched his chubby wrists and glanced at Zhao Mingshan's prized black-maned horse, recognizing it as a fine steed. Though it could not match the legendary Snow Dragon horse, it was still worth no less than 500 taels of gold. All right, we can return without your escort. Just leave us 2 horses. I'll take this one. Zhao Mingshan's expression twitched at Lin Xiaodong's words. This horse was dear to him. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, if the young brother likes it, feel free to ride it away. Huh. I won't hold back then, Lin Xiaodong replied, vaulting onto the horse with a hearty laugh. Leaving the constables behind, Lin Xiaodong was in high spirits, feeling exhilarated. He had never experienced such a thrill in his life. Watching the usually aloof Wang Yigao suffer was satisfying, and the head constable's dismal expression was equally delightful as he surrendered his beloved horse. This was what true enjoyment felt like. Lin Ming chuckled and remarked, Today we borrowed someone else's might. It's merely a case of foxes borrowing tigers' ferocity. What is there to be pleased about? True satisfaction will come when we possess our own strength to instill fear in the world, rendering us untouchable. Instilling fear in the world? Huh, Minggu. I don't have such grand ambitions. Borrowing someone else's strength is just fine. Here's the deal. When you're strong enough to instill fear, just remember to look out for me. If anyone bullies me, I'll invoke your name, and that alone will terrify them. Agreed. Lin Ming laughed. Having only been led a few miles away, they galloped back in no time. The square remained bustling with people, as the strength assessment had only just begun. As Lin Ming casually glanced toward the blue cloth cart, he noticed Zhu Yan had exited and was now holding a long sword, his icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Ming. You are quite capable. I underestimated you. In the next moment, Lin Ming heard Zhu Yan's voice, clear despite the distance of 20 to 30 meters. The ability to transmit sound through true essence required a high level of control over one's internal energy, which explained Zhu Yan's prowess. Having entered the 7 Xian martial house half a year ago at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of body cultivation, do not think that just because you have entered the 2nd stage of body cultivation and can easily defeat a few mediocre opponents that you are remarkable. You once claimed you would eventually surpass me. Very well, I await that day. I will ensure you understand the true gulf between us. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. Different worlds, indeed? Lin Ming replied, smiling at Zhu Yan. It is clear that we will never inhabit the same world. Chapter 33. The Strength Assessment. The 7 Mystical Martial Academy hosts a total of 20 assessment stations for the strength test. Once the examination commenced, the candidates formed 20 long lines, alleviating the congestion in the square. At the entrance of the academy, 20 stone tablets stood erect, and soon, the illuminated numbers upon them would determine the fate of the candidates present. At this moment, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s ascended the examination platform. Greetings, everyone. I am one of the examiners for the strength assessment. Allow me to outline the details of this evaluation at the 7 Mystical Martial Academy. The assessment consists of 3 parts, and passing all 3 is required for qualification. At the conclusion of the examination, examiners will select the top 10 candidates based on their performance across 3 rounds, their ages, and innate talents to receive rewards. This time, the first place prize is the Red Gold Dragon Essence Pill. Upon hearing the mention of the Red Gold Dragon Essence Pill, the candidates, including those from noble families, gasped in astonishment. Many of the weaker candidates displayed expressions of regret and disappointment, acutely aware that their chances of securing first place were slim. Conversely, the stronger contenders glimmered with excitement, eagerly preparing to seize what they believed was rightfully theirs. Lin Ming had recently read several texts on medicinal pills and was familiar with the Red Gold Dragon Essence Pill, which was no larger than a grape. It was crafted from the marrow of the red gold dragon's bones, combined with various precious herbs, and was known to significantly enhance one's physique, elevate cultivation, and even assist martial artists in breaking through bottlenecks. The Red Gold Dragon, while not a true dragon, was a formidable beast with a trace of draconic lineage. Any beast associated with dragons was inherently powerful, and typical postnatal experts were no match for them. In the kingdom of Tiankai, postnatal experts were already scarce, and no one possessed the ability to concoct such a pill, rendering the Red Gold Dragon Essence pill non-existent within the realm. Undoubtedly, this precious medicine originated from the 7 Mystical Valley, which annually distributed some pills to various affiliated academies as prizes to attract talented individuals for evaluations. While the Red Gold Dragon Essence pill may not be overly precious to the 7 Mystical Valley, it was an invaluable commodity in the kingdom of Tiankai, coveted even by influential figures from prominent families. The enchanting woman did not allow the candidates, either exhilarated or disheartened, time for discussion. She continued, for this assessment, the 2nd and 3rd places will receive a Golden Serpent Heart Pill, while those ranking 4th to 10th will each receive 10 Gathering Yuan pills. The Golden Serpent Heart Pill is crafted from the gallbladder of the century-old golden serpent, its gallbladder radiating a golden hue, hence its name. Although the Golden Serpent Heart Pill is not as remarkable as the Red Gold Dragon Essence Pill, it is still a rare and precious medicinal material. In contrast, the Gathering Yuan pills, while not inferior, are of a lower tier. Each pill is worth 200 taels of gold, totaling 2,000 taels for 10, whereas the former 2 pills could fetch 10,000 or even tens of thousands of taels of gold. The generous rewards ignited the spirits of the candidates, each seemingly eager to showcase their skills. Observing the eager youths, a young man clad in fine garments, adorned with a jade belt, scoffed derisively. Beside him was a similarly attired attendant. The attendant, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "These individuals truly overestimate themselves. The Red Gold Dragon Essence Pill is already in the young master's grasp. Do they think they can contend for it?" The young man, a slight smile gracing his lips, opened a folding fan and waved it lightly without uttering a word. He was Wang Yinfeng, the prodigy of the Wang family in Yulu City, possessing a 4th-grade talent and currently at the initial stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. He had previously secured 1st place in the elite competition of Yulu City, a significant achievement in such a large city. The beautiful woman on the platform continued, "Now, we shall commence the 1st round of the assessment, the strength test. I invite the martial artists participating to unleash their full strength upon the stone tablet. The height of the illuminated beam signifies the amount of force exerted. Each inch represents 100 jin, and a height of 1 foot, or 1,000 jin, denotes a passing score. Each candidate has 3 attempts. Passing once is sufficient. Now, let us demonstrate. Lingsen, you are up." As she spoke, a slender, cold-faced man stepped onto the stage, dressed in black battle armor and wielding a 3-foot-long sword on his back. He emanated a chilling aura that seemed to lower the temperature around him. This was Ling Sun, the esteemed senior brother of the Heavenly Academy at the 7 Mystical Martial Academy. Ling Sen's reputation was evidently formidable. Unfamiliar with him, Lin Ming turned to Lin Xiaodong beside him. Who was Ling Sen? Lin Xiaodong, while not particularly diligent in his training, was keenly interested in gathering information and gossip. He clicked his tongue and replied, "Ling Sen is the senior brother of the Heavenly Academy at the 7 Mystical Martial Academy, the most powerful among them. At just 20 years old, he possesses a 4th-grade talent and stands at the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement. He entered the Heavenly Academy last year and voluntarily requested to fight on the border for a year, making his current combat prowess difficult to gauge. Some say he is on the verge of reaching the 5th level of body refinement." 20 years old and already at the 5th level of body refinement? Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Typically, martial artists who achieve the 5th level before the age of 30 are considered extraordinary. And Ling Xin's aura suggested he had taken many lives in battle. Such a figure would undoubtedly be a master among equals in the realm of martial arts. Ling Xin approached the strength-testing stone tablet casually, his disdain for demonstrations evident, yet it was customary for the senior brother of the Heavenly Academy to showcase his abilities. Intended to humble those self-proclaimed prodigies and remind them that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Without any preparatory movements, Ling Xin raised his right hand and struck the stone tablet. A resounding crash echoed, and the stone tablet trembled violently. The light beam oscillating before finally stabilizing at 4 feet 9 inches. 4,900 G. The crowd erupted in gasps of awe and admiration. It appeared Ling Xin had not even exerted his full strength. Should he unleash his complete power, it was certain he would surpass 5,000 G. Witnessing this result, Lin Ming's eyelids flickered. Ling Xin's strength was nearly double his own. Lin Xiaodong remarked, "There's nothing to be surprised about. He is one of the strongest among the youthful generation in the kingdom of Tianyan. If he did not achieve this result, that would be the real anomaly. One of the strongest among the youthful generation? Is it possible that Qin Xingxian cannot defeat him?" Lin Ming inquired. Lin Xiaodong shrugged. "I can't say for certain how strong Qin Xingxian is, but her skills are quite eclectic, while Ling Xin specializes in lethal techniques. In a life-and-death battle, I doubt Qin Xingxian's chances of victory, especially considering she is only 15, while Ling San is already 20. Nodding slightly at Lin Xiaodong's words, Lin Ming pondered. In the 6th level of body refinement, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. A practitioner at the condensation pulse stage typically possesses around 8,000 gene of strength. A realm Lin Ming was still far from reaching. As the assessment commenced, the middle-aged beauty on the platform declared the strength test officially underway. The youthful candidates, brimming with anticipation, approached the stone tablet, yet many found themselves disqualified upon contact. 900 gene, 850 gene, 850 gene, 3 failures. Next, 9,500 gene, 900 gene, 900 gene, 3 failures. Next, many candidates who were eliminated had barely reached the 2nd level of body refinement, had they been in peak condition. They could have struck 1,000 gene. However, peak performance is not always attainable, and the pressure of the exam often caused their results to fall short, leading to their disqualification. 1,000 gene, qualified. A candidate from Lin Ming's group celebrated with a triumphant fist pump, fully aware that while he had barely qualified, the likelihood of being eliminated in the 2nd round remained high. Nonetheless, passing the 1st round of the 7 Mystical Martial Academies assessment at the age of 16 was a commendable achievement. 1,300 gene, qualified. 950 gene, not qualified. As the results were announced, the defeated left in despair, while the victorious either rejoiced with fervor or maintained a tranquil demeanor. For some prodigies, passing this test seemed merely a given. At that moment, a stir arose within a certain line, prompting Lin Ming to glance over and behold a tall youth clad in a green hemp garment, poised to unleash his strength against the power-testing stone tablet. Just as Lin Ming pondered the identity of this individual, he overheard others murmuring, "That is Sun Ping from Dongshui City." Possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of body refinement, his prowess is formidable. Before the chatter could subside, Sun Ping made his move. With a resounding thud, the light column atop the power-testing stone trembled violently, settling at an impressive height of 2 feet and 3 inches. 2,300 pounds. It was the first instance of someone surpassing the 2,000-pound mark, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Chapter 34. The illusionary realm. Sun Ping had been in the 3rd stage of physical training for quite some time. Yet he had only managed to exert a force of 2,300 pounds, and at the age of 17, he posed no threat to me whatsoever. Wang Yanfeng, fanning himself, squinted at Sun Ping. In the evaluation of the final assessment, not only the performance was scrutinized, but also the age and talent grade of the participants. The younger the candidate and the higher their innate talent, the better their ranking. Thus, most martial artists who qualify tend to participate in assessments early. Reaching 17 is considered late. "Young master, it is your turn now." Wang Yifeng closed his fan and handed it to his attendant. As he approached the stone monument, he was soon recognized by onlookers. "It's Wang Yanfeng from Yuelu City." At this exclamation, the eyes of nearby candidates converged upon him. Among this group of candidates, Wang Yifeng was the most likely to contend for the top position, not only due to his formidable strength but also because of his youth. He was merely 15 years old. Most importantly, Wang Yifeng possessed extraordinary talent. With a grade of 4, his innate talent was classified as upper tier, a rarity indeed. Standing before the stone monument, he exhaled deeply, his breath forming two elongated serpents, a hallmark of the third stage of physical training. The spectators could not help but marvel. Incredible! To exhale like a serpent right after entering the third stage at just 15 years old. Truly extraordinary. Indeed, those in the stage of internal cultivation possess true essence guarding their vital organs, providing them with immense resilience. They can unleash powerful martial techniques without the risk of being hindered by fragile internal organs, and their robust lungs and rich blood flow ensure that their muscles, nurtured by this vitality over time, grow significantly stronger. Wang Yifeng's serpent-like breath should not be underestimated simply because he had just entered the stage of internal cultivation. As he spoke, Wang Yifeng had already thrown a punch. With a thunderous sound, the force-testing monument trembled violently, its light flashing erratically before finally stabilizing at 2 feet 4 inches. 2,400 pounds. Typically, those who have just entered the third stage of internal cultivation achieve only around 2,000 pounds of force. So Wang Yifeng's accomplishment at 2,400 pounds was indeed astonishing. However, before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another shout erupted from the opposite side of the line. A remarkably robust youth stepped down from the force-testing monument, having just completed his punch. With the monument's light beam remaining firmly at 2 feet 4 inches, 2,400 pounds, Wang Yifeng's record had barely been set before it was equaled. Lin Ming glanced at the boy who had matched Wang Yifeng's record, feeling a twinge of surprise. This individual was also at the second stage of physical training. Just like him, achieving 2,000 pounds in the third stage is not uncommon, but reaching 2,000 pounds at the second stage is indeed extraordinary. Lin Ming noticed that although the boy still bore a youthful visage, he towered over the other boys and girls by at least half a head. His muscles even more solid than those of adult men. Could he be endowed with innate strength? Many individuals are naturally endowed with immense strength, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. This robust youth clearly belonged to that category. Wang Yifeng, too, had noticed the muscular boy, snorting dismissively. Innate strength? The combat of martial artists is not solely determined by brute force. Furthermore, as one delves deeper into martial arts, true essence becomes increasingly vital. Those with innate strength may not necessarily prove to be formidable. As the testing continued, several peak experts at the second stage of physical training emerged, boasting strengths between 1,800 and 1,900 pounds. The 7 Xian Martial Academy required candidates to be between the ages of 15 and 18. Achieving the peak of the second stage at this age was already quite an accomplishment. Occasionally, older youths in the third stage would register scores exceeding 2,000 pounds, with several even reaching 2,500 pounds. At last, it was Lin Ming's turn. Approaching the force-testing monument, Lin Ming found the atmosphere of the assessment to be far more daunting than he had anticipated. While he was confident he would not be outperformed by Wang Yifeng, his talent paled in comparison. A grade 3 against an upper-tier grade 4 would put him at a significant disadvantage in the final evaluation. Every round of assessment required utmost effort. Lin Ming took a deep breath, relaxing his body and clearing his mind, silently circulating the chaotic true essence art in his heart. This practice allowed him to condense true essence into his muscles, exponentially amplifying his strength compared to others of the same level. With a focus on the techniques from the chaotic combat canon, Lin Ming suddenly narrowed his gaze. His previously relaxed body tensed like a taut bowstring. Channeling power through his legs and waist, he charged forward like a leopard. Boom! His fist struck the center of the monument, and the light beam shot up, followed by a series of violent oscillations before finally stabilizing at 2,700 pounds. Lin Ming's strength was 2,600 pounds, but with optimal execution. Reaching 2,700 pounds was within the realm of possibility. 2,700 pounds, my word. This is a veritable beast of a man. With just a few hundred more pounds, he could rival those in the fourth stage. Wait a moment, this individual is merely at the second stage. Could he possess innate strength? The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, and soon someone recognized Lin Ming. I know that person. Half an hour ago, on the official road, he effortlessly swung a second-stage martial artist wielding a 100-pound knight spear like a windmill without so much as flinching, resembling an indomitable warrior. But he seemed to have been taken by the authorities. How is he back here? As the crowd murmured. Both Wang Yifeng and the robust youth who had equaled his score turned their gazes towards Lin Ming. The muscular youth offered Lin Ming a friendly smile, surprised to encounter another martial artist endowed with innate strength during the assessment, sharing a sense of mutual recognition. In contrast, Wang Yanfeng furrowed his brow at Lin Ming, annoyed at the emergence of yet another individual with innate strength. "Brother Feng, where did this kid come from?" "He stealing your thunder," a man beside Wang Yanfeng remarked. Wang Yanfeng replied dismissively, "There's nothing impressive about it. Achieving such results at the second stage merely indicates a well-built physique and some brute force. In true combat, strength alone is insufficient. While those with innate strength are rare, few achieve great success in the future." Wang Yanfeng, proud and ambitious, had already resolved to claim first place in this assessment. Being overshadowed by his peers left him exceedingly displeased. Brother Feng is right. As one progresses in cultivation, the importance of true essence increases. The advantage of physical strength is only significant at the beginning. This kid will only enjoy his moment in the spotlight for a few years. Wang Yanfeng's attendant chimed in opportunely. After Lin Ming, it was Lin Xiaodong's turn. Gazing at the force-testing monument, Lin Xiaodong twisted his neck and waist, stretching for a considerable time until the examiner grew somewhat impatient. Finally, with an exaggerated shout, he struck the monument with his fist. A dull thud echoed as the monument's light beam swayed slightly before settling. The examiner frowned at Lin Xiaodong, recording a score of 750 pounds. "You have 2 more chances." This result was rather dismal, generally. Martial artists with strength below 900 pounds wouldn't bother to register, as no one wishes to embarrass themselves publicly. However, Lin Xiaodong appeared unfazed, disregarding the scornful glances from others. He twisted his neck and waist once more, attempting again. Boom. 700 pounds. For the third attempt, 750 pounds. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiaodong had spectacularly failed. Yet, the chubby youth maintained a good attitude. After all, he was only 15. His father had set a goal for him to enter the 7 Xian Martial Academy before turning 18, and he had no intention of breaking through to the condensation period. His sole aspiration was to retain the title of his family's direct descendant. "Did you not take the Eugen Deer fetal pill I gave you?" Lin Ming inquired after Lin Xiaodong stepped down. "I did. Otherwise, I would have only managed 600 pounds. Lin Xiaodong innocently shrugged, while Lin Ming fell silent. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. Prior to his cultivation of the Chaotic Combat Sutra, his best achievement had merely been 850 pounds, a testament to his rigorous training that far surpassed that of Lin Xiaodong. At that time, Lin Xiaodong would have been fortunate to strike 600 pounds. With a third-grade talent and lacking a prestigious family background, it was exceedingly challenging to gain admission into the 7 Xian Martial Academy at the age of 15, let alone pass the first round of assessments. The strength evaluation persisted throughout the morning before concluding, and after a brief respite at noon, the afternoon assessments resumed. Due to the limited break, Lin Ming hastily consumed a light meal and engaged in a moment of meditation before heading to the square. The second assessment was the Illusionary Realm Challenge, which tested the martial heart. In the realm of martial arts, one must possess not only talent and financial backing, but also a resolute martial spirit. Chapter 35. The Jade Platform. The essence of the martial heart does not revolve around grand loyalty, profound wisdom, or lofty righteousness. It is devoid of any association with good or evil. Rather, the martial heart embodies the resolute determination of a warrior to pursue martial arts. The journey of cultivating martial skills is a struggle against fate, fraught with myriad hardships, dangers, and temptations. Should one's will falter, it is all too easy to lose sight of the martial heart, abandon the path of cultivation, and thus squander all previous efforts. Some individuals embark on their martial journey solely for the allure of wealth and luxury, for the pleasures of life. While such a motivation may suffice in the early stages of martial cultivation, once they reach the latter stages, their drive diminishes significantly. For those who have attained a certain level of prosperity during the meridian condensation stage, indulging in lavish comforts and alluring companionship, many martial artists in Tianyan Nation find themselves ensnared by the seductive allure of luxury, unable to break free from it, ultimately stalling their progress for a lifetime. The illusory realm does not assess one's cultivation level but rather examines the martial heart. Lin Ming possesses ample confidence in this regard, even without the cube. He feels assured of his ability to navigate this challenge. At this moment, approximately half of the warriors had successfully passed the first round of assessments, and the atmosphere in the plaza lightened considerably after the elimination of those who did not qualify. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaodong had already lost his chance and could only remain on the sidelines. Lin Ming glanced back at Lin Xiaodong, and despite the crowd, he spotted him immediately. Lin Xiaodong, noticing Lin Ming, gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ming smiled in return but was soon distracted. Among the throng on the official path, he caught sight of a fleeting figure, a girl clad in a pale yellow long robe, adorned with a swan-feathered hat typical of noble maidens. Stealthily observing him from an inconspicuous corner, instantly recognizing her as Lan Yunyu, Lin Ming's gaze lingered only briefly before he averted it. He understood that making eye contact would only serve to heighten her embarrassment, so it was best to pretend he had not seen her. In that moment, Lin Ming felt no resentment toward Lan Yunyu. After all, their relationship was merely a tentative agreement and had not yet escalated to the point of discussing marriage. Lan Yunyu had simply made a choice that an ordinary girl might make. Unbeknownst to her, hidden within the crowd, Lan Yunyu was unaware that Lin Ming had spotted her. She had struggled internally for some time, contemplating whether or not to attend today's event. Though she wished to avoid seeing Lin Ming, a part of her was inexplicably concerned about his well-being. The memory of Lin Ming selling low-quality talismans in a shop 2 months prior brought her a twinge of sorrow. Supporting his martial pursuits with a modest background, lacking in extraordinary talent, and with meager savings meant for rent, food, and medicine, she could only imagine the extent of his hardships. The only medicine he could afford was a painful herb, iron wiregrass, and even that might be beyond his means, leaving him with hidden injuries. Thinking of this, Lan Yunyu felt a pang of heartache. She truly admired Lin Ming, drawn to his strength and determination, and the sense of safety he had provided her during their childhood when he stood up to older bullies on her behalf. Yet, such sentiments could not substitute for certain realities. As a beautiful girl of exceptional grace and talent, though her family was not of noble lineage, it was well off. It was inevitable that she would harbor a sense of superiority akin to a regal peacock, and she could not reconcile herself to a life of mediocrity. Marrying Lin Ming and becoming a mere tavern owner, watching her youth fade over the span of 20 years, her cherished beauty eventually lost. She did not wish for that. Truly. Thus, she chose Zhu Yan. For the Zhu family not only leveraged royal connections to secure her admission into the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy, but Zhu Yan also promised to procure ample rare medicinal pills, enabling her to enter the meridian condensation stage, a temptation Lan Yunyu found impossible to resist. Throughout the morning, she felt somewhat distracted. Initially, she had no intention of coming, yet ultimately could not convince herself otherwise. In the afternoon, she arrived, thinking Lin Ming would likely be eliminated if he were to be sent home. She could finally breathe easy, but to her astonishment, she found him among the successful candidates. This revelation filled her with both surprise and concern. She was astonished that Lin Ming, with a third-grade talent and an unremarkable background, had managed to break through to the second level of body cultivation at the age of 15. Yet, her concern lay in the realization that such achievements must have come at an unimaginable cost to his body, leaving behind countless hidden injuries. Would he become crippled by the age of 30? The elegant woman presiding over the first round of assessments returned, surveying the number of candidates. It was not too shabby. For an autumn assessment, it was quite acceptable. Please follow me to the Jade platform, she instructed. Approximately 800 to 900 young men and women followed the graceful woman into the gates of the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy, nestled against the mountains. The academy boasted no towering structures, but rather an array of exquisite pavilions, harmoniously designed and seamlessly blending with the picturesque surroundings, evoking admiration. After a short stroll, they arrived at a verdant lake, its emerald surface as smooth as jade, eerily tranquil. Surrounding the lake were weeping willows, many of which had begun to shed their leaves with the onset of autumn, yet astonishingly, none of the fallen leaves drifted into the water. In the center of this emerald expanse lay a jade platform constructed of white marble, connected to the shore by a winding stone bridge, resembling a celestial paradise. Lin Ming noticed a pavilion in the middle of the lake, where a stone table was set with tea and dried fruits. A few middle-aged men, several elderly gentlemen, and a young girl were seated at the table, observing the scene with keen interest. Among them were Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui. Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. How had they come to be here? Upon noticing Lin Ming's gaze, Mr. Mui smiled slightly, and Qin Xingxuan offered a friendly smile in return. Lin Ming reciprocated with a smile, sensing that the others accompanying Mr. Mui were no ordinary individuals. Some exuded an aura that rivaled even his own. Indeed, Lin Ming was correct. A few of these individuals were friends of Mr. Mui, esteemed guests of the Tianyun Nation's court. Additionally, there were elders from the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy, who attended the biannual new student examinations to scout for promising talents. They primarily assessed talent and the martial heart, as the candidates' abilities had already been documented in advance. rendering further testing unnecessary. This year's candidates had displayed mixed results. The strongest talent was ranked at 4th grade, while 5th grade talent was a rarity, occurring only once every decade. A 4th grade upper tier was commendable, and the other 4th grade talents were passable, while 3rd grade was considered subpar. The first round of strength assessments was not particularly noteworthy, which was why the elders had not attended. They had already reviewed the candidates' talents and were now present to discern if any had an exceptionally steadfast martial heart. Proceed with confidence, maintain your focus, remain calm, and endure through the 5 trials to succeed, the enchanting woman instructed once more. The candidates filed onto the winding stone bridge, their hearts racing. They were somewhat reassured by their performance in the first round, as most were aware of their limits, except for those who barely met the requirements, who felt a twinge of anxiety about not showcasing their peak potential. However, during this illusory assessment, they felt palpable tension. Many among them had never encountered such a realm before and were entirely unaware of what awaited them. Rumor had it that the elimination rate for this trial was the highest among the 3, reaching a staggering 90%. 1 in 10 would prevail. It is important to recognize that they are all exceptional individuals among their peers. If they hail from small towns, they are likely the most outstanding martial artists of their age within that entire locality, having grown up under the illustrious titles of prodigies and geniuses. Yet, despite this remarkable background, a significant number of them face elimination in this daunting trial. This stage is truly intimidating, as they settled onto the jade platform. The assessment commenced after a brief interval of 10 breaths. The beautiful woman declared, her voice resonating clearly in the ears of each student despite the considerable distance. Her mastery of true essence transmission far surpassed that of Zhu Yan. Lin Ming speculated that this enchanting woman was a practitioner at the meridian condensation stage. Upon reaching the jade platform, Lin Ming casually glanced at the distant crowd, and indeed, he spotted the figure of Lan Yunyu among them. She leaned against a willow tree, still gazing in his direction, completely unaware of her visibility. Lin Ming sighed softly, choosing not to look further, and settled into a meditative position on the jade platform. Chapter 36. Lin Ming's martial heart. Upon taking a seat, Lin Ming observed that the jade platform, while seemingly constructed from white jade, exuded no chill. Rather, it was as warm and smooth as mutton fat jade. A closer inspection revealed intricate carvings upon the platform, suggestive of formation patterns. This grand jade platform was, in fact, a mirage array, said to have been inscribed by several innate masters of the esteemed sect, 7 Mysterious Valley. The illusions it conjured were indistinguishable from reality. However, Lin Ming remained unperturbed. After all, an illusion was merely an illusion. As long as he held steadfast to his true heart, no matter how boundless the mirage, he would remain resolute and unmoved. In that moment, seated upon the white jade platform, Lin Ming's state of mind was unprecedentedly clear. As 10 breaths elapsed, a blinding light enveloped him, and all the other candidates vanished from sight, leaving Lin Ming alone. He found himself in an endless grassland stretching far and wide. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts surged forth from the tall grass, charging directly at him. To his astonishment, these beasts were all first-level ferocious creatures he had previously dissected. As they ran, the grass quaked beneath their weight, their imposing presence palpable. Lin Ming remained composed, awaiting the onslaught of these creatures. As the beasts passed through him, he felt a powerful surge of impact and pressure. Though he recognized it as an illusion, he could not entirely shake the feeling, as if a primal fear were clawing at his soul. Was this the effect of the mirage array? To know it was an illusion, yet still risk losing oneself within it? If one were to succumb, the illusion could become reality. A deadly mirage could lead to one's demise. As Lin Ming successfully navigated the first trial, the jade platform illuminated with several beams of white light. In an instant, over a dozen candidates were teleported away, collapsing onto the shore. Each of them bore a pallid complexion, their eyelids trembling. They had become lost within the illusion. Once ensnared, they envisioned themselves being torn apart by wild beasts, which only deepened their terror until they succumbed to despair and were expelled from the trial. The elders of the 7 Mysterious Martial House observed the disheartened candidates with faint disapproval. The first trial tested courage. The path of martial arts was fraught with peril. If one possessed so little bravery, what merit was there in pursuing martial cultivation? Mu-Yi, that young lad you know is quite impressive. He passed in an instant, remarked one elder. Though aware of Lin Ming's accomplishments in inscription arts, Mu-Yi refrained from mentioning them, honoring Lin Ming's wishes. He merely stated that Lin Ming was an old acquaintance and had come to witness the growth of this junior. The alluring woman who had overseen the first trial also appeared in the pavilion. Having noted Lin Ming's exceptional performance during the first assessment, she observed him closely. She noticed that Lin Ming merely furrowed his brow for a fleeting moment before regaining his tranquility. In stark contrast, others clenched their teeth or wore grimaces, clearly engaged in fierce battles against the beast within the illusion. In such mirages, confidence and tenacity magnified one's strength. Conversely, doubt and fear diminished it. Those battling the beast displayed bravery, yet none possessed the unyielding composure of Lin Ming, who sat steadfastly on the ground, resolutely maintaining his inner peace as the beast charged at him, allowing the illusion to dissipate. Is it any wonder you came to observe this youth? His martial heart is commendable, rivaling that of Ling's son, another elder remarked. Mu Yi merely smiled, unfazed by Lin Ming's success in the first trial. Qin Xingxuan, observing discreetly, found herself comparing Lin Ming to herself. Though his innate talent paled in comparison, his unwavering martial heart was astonishing. She recalled her own struggles to pass the first trial, while Lin Ming had done so in mere moments. Lin Ming soon transitioned to the second trial. The scene shifted dramatically. He was thrust into a battlefield rife with danger. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, remnants of shattered swords and broken spears laying strewn about. Amidst the chaos, sudden cries erupted, and clouds of dust billowed in the distance. To his left and right, two heavily armored cavalry units, spears in hand, surged toward each other, with Lin Ming positioned squarely in the midst of their charge. The roar of thousands of soldiers clashing reached a crescendo, yet Lin Ming remained immovable, resolutely guarding his heart. His initial encounter with an illusion had caught him off guard, leaving him with a flicker of unease. This time, however, he was prepared, his spirit firmly anchored. Consequently, before the cavalry could reach him, they turned to ash. The illusion shattered once more. Did it break again? Or did it not? One elder mused, incredulous. This young man remained unfazed, not even a crease upon his brow. Had it not been for the faint glow emanating from the formation beneath him, the elder might have thought the mirage array had failed. This lad is remarkable. One wonders how long he can maintain this pace. If he can keep up with Ling's son, it would be quite astonishing. The mirage array consisted of 5 trials, with most candidates taking an hour to complete them. Over the past decade, the best performance had been by Ling's son of the Heavenly House, who had finished in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. This had astonished the elders of the 7 mysterious martial house. As aside from Ling's son, most candidates required at least half an hour. Ling's son himself was a figure devoid of desire, almost a cold-blooded killer. As the saying goes, without desire, one becomes resolute. Such individuals are the most formidable in martial cultivation. Ling's son had proven this, becoming the grand senior brother of the Heavenly House at merely 20 years of age, possessing a 4th-grade lower talent, far surpassing many with superior innate abilities. Yet it was too early to speculate. The final 3 trials would prove the most challenging, and Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, acknowledging that Ling's son's record would not be easily broken. At that moment, within the illusion, Lin Ming advanced to the 3rd trial. The clamor of warhorses abruptly vanished, and the scenery around him transformed into a grand hall adorned with exquisite railings and jade pillars. The atmosphere was warm, draped in soft silks, and the air was filled with intoxicating fragrances. Amidst the pink silks, several enchanting maidens danced gracefully, their figures slender and their beauty rivaling that of the moon. As they twirled, their playful smiles drew closer to Lin Ming. In that instant, a wave of heat surged within him, his blood racing. Yet, he quickly subdued this sensation, steadfastly maintaining his resolve. However, the maidens did not dissipate immediately. Instead, they appeared displeased, retreating with playful pouts. The surroundings morphed into a cozy chamber, modest in size, furnished with a redwood bed against the wall. Upon the bed sat a woman clad in a vibrant red floral robe, draped in a silver-threaded velvet cloak, adorned with a jade hairpin. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding a regal charm even in her relaxed posture. Her features strikingly reminiscent of Lan Yunyu. Lan Yunyu. Lin Ming's heart jolted. Could this be Lan Yunyu 10 years hence? Sho, do not cry. She sang softly, a lullaby echoing in the air. On the bed lay a pair of infants, a dragon and phoenix twin, their features bearing a strong resemblance to Lin Ming. As if sensing Lin Ming's gaze, the twins opened their large, dark eyes, giggling innocently, their carefree laughter resonating in his ears, penetrating deep into his soul. Lan Yunyu smiled at Lin Ming, her lips parting gently. Lin Ming, it is late. You should sleep. In that moment, Witnessing the smiles of Lan Yunyu and the twins, Lin Ming's martial heart wavered. A wife, children, a prosperous and warm home. Was this not the life he had once yearned for? Now that he had attained it, could he not rest? The thought surged within him, awakening Lin Ming from his reverie. He bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting his mind back to clarity. As the surroundings shifted abruptly, Lan Yunyu and the infants vanished from sight. Gazing into the emptiness, Lin Ming broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping the clutches of illusion. Reflecting on the phantoms of his dream, he sighed softly. It has passed. It is all in the past. Perhaps there once lay hidden within my heart such a thought. But that is all in the past. Has it truly passed? An ethereal voice drifted from behind me. As Lin Ming opened his eyes, he beheld a maiden clad in ethereal gauze, wielding a long sword, appearing before him. The girl exuded an otherworldly grace, her astonishing beauty accompanied by a refreshing air of heroism. Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming was taken aback. This woman was undoubtedly Qin Xingxuan, albeit a few years older, perhaps in her early 20s. If the past is behind us, then shall we cultivate together, embarking on a journey to explore the path of martial arts? Qin Xingxuan spoke, her gaze imbued with deep affection as she slowly approached Lin Ming. Chapter 37. Unassailable by evil, such a celestial maiden stood before him, unadorned. Despite Lin Ming's resolute spirit, his breath hitched and his blood surged. After all, Lin Ming was but a youth, uninitiated in the matters of the heart. At that moment, Qin Xingxuan nestled into Lin Ming's embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him, her maidenly fragrance intoxicating. The force of this encounter assailed Lin Ming's martial heart. Vanity. Illusion. Lin Ming closed his eyes, chanting the Chaos True Origin Sutra to fortify his resolve. Lin Ming, do you harbor not even a sliver of affection for me? Her voice was gentle, like a spring rain, yet Lin Ming remained unmoved. Alas, a soft sigh, enough to bewitch the soul, escaped Qin Xingxuan as she rose. A hint of resentment in her departure. Only then did the surrounding illusion dissipate, returning to tranquility. The third trial had finally concluded. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his face flushed and his palms slick with sweat. This third trial is formidable. It can unearth the hidden thoughts within one's heart. My martial heart is not without flaw. It seems I have been too naive. Humans are not the heavens and earth. They cannot be without weakness. Indeed, the boy has passed. He lingered for quite some time, half an incense stick's worth. An elder glanced at the censer, noting that most of the incense had burned away. Unlike Ling Xin, who traversed the trial of desire in mere breaths, this boy took half an incense stick. He must harbor affection for a maiden in his heart. However, it seems he will not surpass Ling Xin's record. The elder chuckled, his smile carrying a profound meaning. Heroes have always cherished beauty. It is only natural. I prefer a more normal, virile youth. Ling Xin is too much for me. I feel a chill just sitting beside him. The elders jested. Due to the difference in seniority, Qin Xingxuan remained silent. She glanced at Lin Ming, a strange notion arising within her. Who might be the maiden he dreams of in this illusion? In the fourth trial, Lin Ming plunged into a hellscape, a realm of gloom and ochre. His body was submerged in a viscous, scarlet blood pool, where skeletal remains bobbed and weaved. With an ear-piercing wail, countless vengeful spirits surged toward Lin Ming, their ghastly cries echoing. Besieged by a myriad of ghosts, Lin Ming sneered, activating the Chaos Adamantine Battle Sutra. Golden light radiated from him, emanating a righteous and pure true essence. The Chaos Adamantine Battle Sutra was a body-refining scripture from the divine realm, said to be created by the fighting Buddha, unyielding and supremely masculine. It fortified the heart, shattered evil, dispelled illusions, and vanquished inner demons. Ignoring the onrushing spirits, Lin Ming channeled the Chaos Adamantine Battle Sutra to its zenith. With a righteous heart, I am unassailable by evil. Bang! As the golden light flashed, the malevolent spirits turned to ash, utterly annihilated. What? He passed just like that? The 5 trials of the illusion realm. The first tested courage, the second assessed momentum. The third traversed desire, the fourth vanquished inner demons, and the fifth fortified the true self. The first 2 trials were relatively simple, but the latter 3 varied in difficulty depending on the individual. Ling Sun was once stymied by the 4th trial, the trial of inner demons, perhaps due to his bloodlust. His inner demons were severe, and he struggled in the blood pool for half an incense stick's time before barely shattering them. Lin Ming has no inner demons at all? Such purity of heart is rare. He has passed 4 trials, and most of the incense remains. He is a promising seedling. One of the elders praised sincerely. As time passed, more and more examinees were ejected. The first 2 trials were manageable, but from the 3rd onward, the number of those ejected increased dramatically. The light on the jade platform flashing incessantly. Lan Yunwei had been observing Lin Ming. Though his expression was not always serene, it remained steadfast, unlike the contorted, pale, or fierce visages of the other examinees. At that moment, Lan Yunwei felt an indescribable sensation. She knew that Lin Ming might pass, leaving only the final trial. In the final trial of the illusion realm, Lin Ming remained in the Hell's Cape, still submerged in the viscous blood pool. The blood pool suddenly grew scalding. The temperature soared. The blood bubbled, each bubble bursting and churning. The blood pool seemed to transform into molten magma. Lin Ming clearly felt the excruciating pain of being immersed in boiling blood. Though he knew it was an illusion, the pain was real, tempting him to wish for death. The first 4 trials were illusions, but the 5th is true pain. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, desperately enduring. I withstood the bitterness of the iron thread grass, and I endured the soul-searing pain of being devoured by ownerless spirits. This burning is nothing. As Lin Ming thought this, the blood pool burst into flames, black flames, raging fiercely. The flames surged toward Lin Ming, and he could clearly feel the oppressive heat. Such an assault would likely terrify an ordinary person into submission. Lin Ming roared. My martial heart is like a moth drawn to a flame. What if I am consumed by a myriad of fires? I welcome it. Boom. The flames engulfed Lin Ming. The next moment, everything vanished. Lin Ming stood up, looking around. He had returned to the jade platform, surrounded by youths, some grimacing, others pale, and some bloodless. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly open his eyes and stand, Mu Yi was startled. He glanced at the censer. Only a small portion of the incense remained. Ling Xin's record had been broken. Qin Xingxuan was equally astonished. She had experienced the 5 trials herself and knew their difficulty. Though her talent was a peerless 6th grade in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, talent offered little help in the illusion realm. Qin Xingxuan had taken nearly half an hour. Lin Ming had awakened before an incense stick had burned out, an incredible feat extraordinary. Extraordinary. This youth's martial heart is unlike anything I have ever seen. By the way, what was his score in the first trial? An elder asked the beautiful woman overseeing the assessment. 2,700 pounds. The beautiful woman remembered that Lin Ming had taken first place in the first round. Oh? The elder was moved. He eagerly asked, what grade of talent? Before the beautiful woman could answer, Mui interjected, 3rd grade, middle. Only 3rd grade? The elder was taken aback, then shook his head and sighed. A pity. A pity. 3rd grade talent is not bad, but it is considered bottom tier in the 7 martial house, where geniuses abound. However, Mui countered, sometimes, talent is not everything. Wait and see. Lin Ming will surely become a dragon among men. Mui spoke with conviction. He had been surprised by Lin Ming's talent, almost believing it to be a mistake. However, considering Lin Ming's achievements, which many could not attain in a lifetime, and that the senior had chosen Lin Ming, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Despite Muyi's confidence, the others shook their heads. Talent played a crucial role in a martial artist's future. With 3rd grade, middle talent, even with ample financial support, one could only hope to reach the pulse condensation stage. Lin Ming rose from the jade platform and left. Lan Yunwei watched him from afar, her gaze filled with complexity. She had long known that Lin Ming was resolute, but she had not expected him to pass so quickly. She also realized that it was impossible to dissuade Lin Ming from martial arts. His resolve was unwavering. After leaving the jade platform, Lin Ming was escorted to the waiting room. Next was the final trial, the exquisite pagoda. Chapter 38. The Linglong Tower, the 7 treasures. Linglong Tower, constructed by the adept practitioners of Qishuan Valley, is composed of materials sourced from beyond the borders of the Tianyun Kingdom, its origins shrouded in mystery. The entire structure glistens with a translucent, glass-like quality. The Linglong Tower comprises 7 levels, each intricately inscribed with complex formations, serving as a mirage array. However, unlike the mere illusions of the jade platform, the mirage array of the Linglong Tower is a deadly, illusionary trap. This array can kill through its phantasmal realm. Those ensnared within it might believe they have perished, and in truth, they indeed do. Naturally, the Linglong Tower serves merely as a test. Refraining from actual lethality, failure results in an automatic exit from the illusion. Within the Linglong Tower, the use of treasured artifacts and armor is prohibited. Only ordinary weapons may be wielded, thus relying solely on one's own prowess. As time elapses, the number of individuals remaining on the jade platform dwindles. Glimmers of light flash as each unsuccessful contender is teleported away, reducing the original pool of 800 or 900 participants by over 70%, including even a martial artist of the third realm. Upon being transported out, a martial artist of the third realm emerges, his expression despondent. This marks his third attempt at the Qishuan Martial Academy's assessment, and to his dismay, he has once again failed. At 18 years of age, this represents his final opportunity. After a brief interval, a second individual finally awakens upon the jade platform. Drawing a deep breath, he rises with a pallid complexion, his back drenched in sweat. This individual is Wang Yifeng, possessing a top-tier talent of the fourth rank. Upon standing, he turns to seek out the robust youth who had overshadowed him in the initial assessment, as well as Lin Ming. However, all he finds is the distorted visage of the struggling youth trapped in the illusion, with Lin Ming conspicuously absent, prompting a smirk of arrogance to grace Wang Yifeng's lips. Yet, when he is led to the resting room and spots Lin Ming meditating within, Wang Yifeng's expression darkens immediately. He had presumed Lin Ming had been eliminated, only to discover that Lin Ming had surpassed him in the assessment. This fellow, a profound sense of peril envelopes Wang Yifeng. He refrains from resting and exits the room, instructing his attendant in hushed tones, investigate the rank of this individual's talent. Lin Ming, aware of the animosity directed at him by Wang Yifeng, considers it quite normal. The candidates are competitors, and only one reward exists for the top contender. Gradually, more individuals gather in the resting area as the second assessment nears its conclusion. Ultimately, 92 candidates emerge victorious from the second round, confirming that nearly 90% have been eliminated, without granting the barely qualified candidates much respite. The final round of the assessment is set to commence. To pass this stage is to become a disciple of the Qishuan Martial Academy. Failure results in the nullification of all prior efforts. The third stage, the Linglong Tower. A resonant voice resonates through the crowd as a lean, middle-aged man replaces the examiner. Though his appearance is unremarkable, an unsettling aura emanates from him, compelling Lin Ming to recognize him as a formidable expert, likely having reached the postnatal stage. This realization fills Lin Ming with awe. Prior to arriving at the Qishuan Martial Academy, he had yet to encounter a practitioner at the 6th level of the physical cultivation phase, yet now, he perceives 5 or 6 postnatal masters in attendance. However, this is to be expected, as the Qishuan Martial Academy is the epicenter of postnatal experts, drawing many from beyond the Tianyan Kingdom, including numerous disciples from Qishuan Valley. "Follow me," the middle-aged man commands, turning on his heel. The 92 candidates trail behind him, accompanied by a select few observers, members of noble families or students of the Qishuan Martial Academy. As not everyone is permitted to witness the second and third rounds of the assessments, the middle-aged man's pace appears unhurried but is deceptively swift, akin to a sprint. The candidates are compelled to exert themselves to keep up. After a substantial duration equivalent to a meal, they arrive in a valley nestled within Dazhou Mountain, where a grand edifice stands. On the plaque adorning its entrance are inscribed 4 prominent characters, Qishuan Martial Pavilion. Upon entering, they behold the towering 7 treasures Linglong Tower, which stands at an impressive 20 zhang. How lofty, is Lin Ming's immediate thought. He has never encountered a structure of such height. 20 zhang, yet merely 7 stories high, implies that it requires several men stacked upon each other to reach its pinnacle. The most magnificent temple in Qisang City scarcely matches the height of a single level of the 7 treasures Linglong Tower. Now, you may enter. There is no time limit. To pass the first level is to qualify, the second level denotes good performance, the third level signifies excellence, and the fourth level denotes genius. As for the 5th level, the middle-aged man smirks ominously, tantalizing the crowd before his expression shifts to one of gravity. It is entirely unattainable. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, some youthful prodigies express their discontent. Observing their defiance, Wang Yifeng smirks coldly, regarding them as fools who naively believe the Linglong Tower is easily conquered. The Qishuan Martial Academy's assessments consist of 3 rounds. The first tests fundamentals. The second evaluates the martial spirit, and the third is of paramount importance, assessing practical combat and the degree of talent. The so-called degree of talent measures a martial artist's comprehensive combat capability relative to their peers of the same age. The Linglong Tower operates as a mirage array, where the strength of adversaries is determined by the candidate's bone age. 1 year older results in correspondingly stronger foes. Over the years, only one individual has successfully traversed the 5th level during the assessments, not the illustrious senior brother of Tianzifu, Lingxin, but the seemingly gentle Qin Xingxuan. With a 6th rank talent, this is no trifling matter. many are unaware of Qin Xingxuan's cultivation level. Yet Wang Yefeng knows she has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of physical cultivation. Her prowess rivals that of Ling Xin. Yet she is a full 5 years his junior. Though Wang Yefeng is arrogant, he is not so presumptuous as to believe he can contest with Qin Xingxuan. He would be satisfied to pass the 4th level. Gazing upon the 7 treasures Linglong Tower, a fierce battle spirit surges within Wang Yefeng. For him, the first and second assessments are inconsequential, failing to reflect his true capabilities, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of untapped potential. It is the 3rd assessment that will serve as a genuine measure of combat. Strength, technique, agility, and combat skills all converge in this trial. Wang Yefeng is confident that he will make a resounding impact during this round of assessment. Enter now. The strength of your opponents will be dictated by your ages. The middle-aged man proclaims, gesturing grandly as the doors of the 7 treasures Linglong Tower swing open. The arched entrance emanates a radiant glow, and Lin Ming takes a deep breath before stepping inside. Meanwhile, Qin Xingxuan has also arrived at the assessment site. Observing Lin Ming's silhouette as he vanishes through the vibrant entrance. Xingxuan, it appears you are quite concerned about Lin Ming, her mentor remarks suddenly, provoking a sense of bashfulness within Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming's proficiency in inscription arts is beyond my reach, yet should it come to combat prowess, I do possess a measure of confidence. Indeed, in terms of combat, Lin Ming does not surpass you. Xingxuan, how far do you believe Lin Ming will progress? Well, logically speaking, at 15 years of age, with a 2nd level cultivation, surpassing the 2nd level would be exceedingly challenging. However, Lin Ming possesses formidable strength. He may very well clear the 3rd level. After some contemplation, Qin Xingxuan articulates this assessment, which is already a high commendation, as to clear the 3rd level. Lin Ming would need to attain at least the 3rd level of physical cultivation. You are correct, yet I cannot shake the feeling that Lin Ming might offer us some surprises. While Qin Xingxuan and Mui engage in discussion in a discreet corner of the valley, Lan Yunyu also gazes at Lin Ming's retreating figure, her expression imbued with complexity. As a disciple of the 7 Xuanwu sect, Lan Yunyuan naturally possessed the privilege to enter the valley and observe the assessment. This was the final round of evaluations, and upon passing, one would officially become a disciple of the 7 Xuanwu sect. Given Lin Ming's current state, he likely had the potential to conquer the 1st level of the Linglong Tower. It was astonishing to witness such remarkable growth in Lin Ming after merely half a year apart. The thought of training alongside Lin Ming in the same martial arts sect left Lan Yunyue with a complex mix of emotions. At this moment, Lin Ming was oblivious to the thoughts of others, as he had already stepped into the illusionary killing array. Upon entering the Linglong Tower, all other contenders vanished, leaving Lin Ming alone in a vast expanse of darkness. Above him, a sky adorned with countless twinkling stars stretched infinitely, while beneath his feet lay a solid black rock surface. Before him, not far away, a grayish silhouette gradually solidified, transforming into a warrior wielding a long staff. Is this the adversary? Lin Ming swiftly assessed that the opponent's cultivation level was at the early stage of the 2nd realm of body refinement. The middle-aged man had previously mentioned that the strength of one's opponent was contingent upon one's own age, having been born 15 years and 8 months ago. Lin Ming faced an adversary at the preliminary stage of body refinement level 2. It was evident that older candidates would encounter foes of greater prowess. For a 15-year-old, it was clear that surpassing the 2nd level of body refinement was essential to succeed in the assessment. Lin Ming ceased to waste any more time. His body sprang forth like a nimble leopard. Channeling the chaotic true essence technique, he infused his muscles with true essence and launched into a deadly strike. Chapter 39, a force like a raging tide with many layers still ahead. It was imperative not to squander energy and to surge forward with unyielding momentum to secure the coveted reward of the Crimson Dragon Essence Pill for achieving the highest score. As Lin Ming charged forth, the illusory warrior attempted to block his path with a long staff. However, Lin Ming's speed was unparalleled. Before the warrior could position the staff across his chest, Lin Ming's fist landed forcefully upon the warrior's torso. With a resounding thud, the warrior's ribcage collapsed, and he fell, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed. Lin Ming effortlessly passed through the 1st layer. This was to be expected, as Lin Ming's prowess far exceeded that of his peers, especially since the illusory warrior was of merely the initial stage of the 2nd level of body refinement. 2nd layer. The space remained cloaked in darkness, and this time, a fearsome beast materialized before Lin Ming, a level 1 beast. Such a creature was roughly equivalent to a body refinement warrior at the 3rd stage. The beast before him was a unicorn rhinoceros, known for its comparatively weaker strength, akin to that of a peak second-stage body refinement warrior. Although the unicorn rhinoceros was not particularly formidable, its tough hide provided exceptional defense, making it a challenging foe even for those of superior strength. Determined to conserve energy for the series of trials ahead, Lin Ming produced a chilling bone-slicing knife from his palm. In his mind, the anatomical structure of the unicorn rhinoceros appeared, revealing its various vulnerabilities in stark clarity. Lin Ming's familiarity with the beast's weaknesses bestowed him a distinct advantage. At that moment, the unicorn rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar and charged at Lin Ming. Though the realm was an illusion, he could genuinely feel the ground tremble beneath him. The illusionary killing array differed from mere illusory formations. The latter posed no real danger, merely serving to frighten. As long as one maintained their composure, standing still would cause the illusion to dissipate. In contrast, the illusionary killing array was lethal. Remaining stationary was tantamount to inviting death. As the unicorn rhinoceros bore down upon him, Lin Ming swiftly leaped to the side, executing an unusual maneuver. His body was nearly horizontal, one shoulder grazing the ground. In the instant the massive beast passed, Lin Ming after vanquishing one opponent. The already injured warrior proved no match for Lin Ming, who swiftly shattered the opponent's shin bone with a few deft strikes and subsequently delivered a fatal blow. He had successfully ascended to the third layer. When the elders outside witnessed the illumination of the fourth layer's array, they were taken aback, astonished that it had occurred in less than half a stick of incense's time. Chapter 40. Breaking through the fourth layer. When the elders outside beheld the illumination of the fourth layer's array, they were taken aback, astonishingly. It had only been a brief moment. Wang Yefeng was indeed remarkable. The elders had anticipated that he would reach the fourth layer, yet they were unprepared for his swiftness. At this rate, he might even breach the fourth layer and step into the fifth, though the latter seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, such an accomplishment was a source of pride. It remained uncertain how Lin Ming and Yang Taizan were faring. They too were expected to perform admirably. Yang Taizan, the robust youth endowed with innate strength, was also just 15 years old. At this tender age, he had already attained the second stage of body training, coupled with his natural prowess, making his capabilities undeniably impressive. However, in the eyes of the elders, there existed a discernible gap when comparing him and Lin Ming to Wang Yefeng. While Lin Ming possessed innate strength, he was still only at the second stage of body training, whereas Wang Yefeng had advanced to the third stage. The hallmark of the third stage was the cultivation of true essence, which endowed practitioners with formidable strength and endurance, far surpassing that of those in the second stage. In terms of techniques, combat skills, and speed, Wang Yefeng undoubtedly held the advantage. Even in sheer strength, the disparity was minimal, with Wang Yefeng only exceeding Lin Ming by a mere 300 pounds. If all proceeded as expected, Wang Yefeng would emerge victorious in the third round of assessments, which held the greatest weight in the overall evaluation. Should he secure first place, combined with his superior talent over Lin Ming, the title of first in this assessment would undoubtedly belong to him. However, at that moment, Wang Yefeng was still engaged in a fierce struggle within the third layer, contending with two formidable opponents. The battle was fierce, with lethal strikes exchanged. It took all his strength to overcome one adversary, albeit sustaining minor injuries in the process. Frustration welled within him as he pondered the relentless challenge he faced. He had expended 20% of his true essence, and within this illusion, he could not utilize any elixirs to replenish it, relying solely on his vigorous vitality to gradually restore his strength. Simultaneously, Lin Ming was beset by similar worries. Unlike Wang Yefeng, he was merely at the second stage of body training, and his vitality was not as robust, leading to a swifter depletion of his true essence. Fortunately, he had achieved a minor mastery of the chaotic true essence technique, which allowed him to continuously replenish his internal true essence, alleviating his burdens, albeit not entirely eliminating them. Before him stood two first-tier ferocious beasts, the ironclad bears. The strength of first-tier beasts varied. The unicorn rhinoceros was relatively weak, akin to a peak practitioner of the second stage, while the ironclad bears matched the pinnacle of the third stage in strength, and he faced them both simultaneously. Lin Ming's expression grew grave. He had never before battled an opponent at the pinnacle of the third stage and felt a deep uncertainty, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario. Most critically, he could not afford to deplete excessive true essence nor sustain injuries. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming recalled everything he knew about the ironclad bears. These creatures boasted a physical strength exceeding 5,000 pounds, albeit with somewhat sluggish speed, their bodies encased in hard bone armor, rendering them nearly impervious to blades or arrows. seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Yet, Lin Ming discerned that even the most formidable opponents had vulnerabilities. The small gaps between the numerous plates of bone armor, particularly at the joints, presented potential points of attack. To strike these gaps amidst the chaos of battle required keen perception, instantaneous judgment, and precise execution, all qualities Lin Ming possessed. Since practicing the chaotic true essence technique, his senses had sharpened considerably, and his judgment and accuracy had been honed through years of meticulous training. Half a year ago, a peak practitioner named Zhu Yin would have handled these ironclad bears with ease, and Lin Ming was determined not to fall behind. As the two ironclad bears charged at him, Lin Ming felt his fighting spirit ignite. One of the bears leaped from the ground, its massive paw crashing down towards him. With a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds, the force behind that strike could topple not just a man, but an elephant as well. Lin Ming's focus intensified as he advanced rather than retreating. His body moved like a great bird, darting diagonally forward, aiming for the junction of two hardened plates on the bear's abdomen. With a swift slash, Lin Ming's blade slid seamlessly between the plates of bone armor, a technique perfected through countless repetitions. Despite the rapid movement of the bear, the strike found its mark, and blood gushed forth almost instantaneously. Enraged, the ironclad bear charged at Lin Ming with renewed ferocity. As fewer than 40 candidates had been eliminated, over 50 had qualified, a commendable outcome. An elder from the 7 Xian martial house observed the candidates being released from the Linglong Tower, speaking slowly. The Linglong Tower was a completely sealed array, and since the elders were neither innate masters nor experts in formations, they could not witness the events within. They could only gauge candidates' progress based on the layers they emerged from. Those expelled from the first layer were automatically disqualified, while those from the second layer and above were deemed successful, with 15 minutes having elapsed since the assessment commenced. Those still within the tower had undoubtedly surpassed the first layer, with some even attempting the third or fourth layers. Only 5 candidates remained inside. As the elder concluded his statement, the array of the Linglong Tower activated once more, ejecting 2 individuals from the third layer, indicating their failure in that stage. Several warriors waiting below swiftly ascended to assist the near-unconscious candidates. Both were skilled practitioners at the third stage, with one having achieved a peak performance of 2,300 pounds during the strength assessment. Unfortunately, their ages, 17 and 18, ultimately hindered their advancement beyond the third layer. Nevertheless, their accomplishments were still commendable. As these 2 candidates emerged, Lan Yunyu's beautiful eyes immediately turned toward them, only to realize they were not Lin Ming. Out of 92 candidates, 39 had been expelled thus far, and Lan Yunyu noted with clarity that Lin Ming was absent among them. This signified that Lin Ming remained within the Linglong Tower. Lin Ming. Lan Yunyu bit her lip, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. She understood that this implied Lin Ming was progressing, perhaps even having already surpassed the third layer. Should he truly have succeeded, it would be an extraordinary honor. Historical records of the 7 Xian martial house indicated that those who conquered the third layer typically advanced to the pinnacle of body training, the 6th stage of meridian condensation. Practitioners at the condensation stage could be directly awarded titles by serving the court, though such titles were merely those of a third-tier viscount. Unlike official positions, titles could be inherited, and possessing a title signified nobility. In the Tianyun Kingdom, the label of nobility represented prestige, as the glory of one individual could elevate an entire family. At that moment, another candidate was released from the tower. He emerged from the 4th layer, signifying his success in the 3rd. This tall, robust youth, with thick brows and prominent eyes, was none other than the naturally strong Liang Taizan. Exhausted and severely injured, he had managed to break through to the 3rd layer, although he faltered almost immediately upon confronting the 4th. Liang Taizan is a promising talent worthy of cultivation. Indeed. Quite remarkable. Now only 2 remain, Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng. It is no small feat for Lin Ming to have persevered thus far, as his capabilities surpass those of Liang Taizan. Furthermore, his unwavering martial spirit aids him in battle, though the prospect of advancing to the 4th tier appears bleak. Not to mention Lin Ming, even for Wang Yanfeng, the path forward is fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, with a swift stroke, blood gushed forth as Lin Ming rolled along the ground, narrowly evading the furious assault of the armored bear. At this moment, both armored bears had transformed into bloodied beasts, each bearing numerous wounds, with every cut striking the junctions of their bony armor. While the injuries were not fatal, the loss of blood proved to be lethal. Now, with their vitality waning from excessive bleeding, the 2 armored bears exhibited a noticeable decline in their agility. An opportunity. as Lin Ming deftly maneuvered. He keenly discerned the vulnerabilities exposed by the bear's fatigue. Like a leopard, he leaped into action. With a roar, the armored bear reared up, its massive paw crashing down. Yet Lin Ming deftly evaded the blow. In that very moment, his bone-piercing dagger found its mark, plunging directly into the bear's eye. Blood sprayed forth as the armored bear emitted a furious and agonizing roar. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming clenched his fist and struck the hilt of his dagger. Chapter 41. The fifth level of the Linglong Tower. A quarter of an hour had elapsed. An elder from the Qishuan martial house gazed at the hourglass beside him, expressing his astonishment. The two combatants had already lingered in the fourth level for quite some time. At this moment, the arrays of the first three levels had extinguished, leaving only the fourth level illuminated, indicating that both individuals were engaged in battle there. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Wang Yanfeng had anticipated this development, yet the endurance displayed by Lin Ming was beyond belief. With a third-grade talent and a mere second stage in body refinement, it seemed improbable that such prowess could elevate him to the fourth level of the Linglong Tower. It must be more than just innate strength. One elder stroked his beard, sensing that Lin Ming's combat capability was extraordinarily formidable, defying explanation. At this juncture, Mui spoke. His voice measured. Mr. Sun, one's combat ability cannot always be gauged by conventional wisdom. There are combat prodigies with exceptional insight, talents that the aptitude stones cannot detect. Mui refrained from revealing that Lin Ming had a master well-versed in innate techniques, as such a revelation would complicate matters significantly. Indeed, Mr. Mu is correct, Mr. Sun conceded. There are indeed some combat geniuses who, despite their shallow cultivation and average martial techniques, can triumph over stronger foes through sheer combat acumen and instinct. However, the advantages gained through such tactics are ultimately limited. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome a multitude of clever techniques. Relying solely on skill can elevate one's capabilities by only a tier at most. Mui smiled and replied, Please, Mr. Sun, continue observing. As a group of elders deliberated, Wang Yefeng was still embroiled in fierce combat on the fourth level. His own cultivation had reached the initial stage of the third rank in martial arts, yet his true combat prowess surpassed that of most peak third-rank martial artists. However, he now faced two peak third-rank ironclad bears. Though the ironclad bears appeared clumsy and relied on straightforward attacking methods, their terrifying strength and exceptional defenses proved to be a significant headache for him. A mere graze could result in grievous injury. Wang Yanfeng unleashed his family as secret techniques thrice, finally managing to slay one ironclad bear. However, his internal energy was nearly depleted, as the bear's formidable defenses had subtly countered his family's martial arts. As the last ironclad bear charged at him, Wang Yanfeng let out a fierce roar and leapt into the air, plunging his sword deep into the bear's gaping maw. The ironclad bear was clad in armor, with only its eyes and mouth being vulnerable. Wang Yefeng's sword pierced the bear's throat, but simultaneously, his wrist was bitten through by the creature. With a resounding thud, the enraged ironclad bear struck him in the chest, making him feel as if a hammer had struck him, causing his insides to churn violently. Wang Yefeng was hurled through the air like a mere chick, crashing to the ground in a daze. He struggled to rise, only to spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of flesh, evidence of his internal injuries. Had it not been for his cultivation reaching the organ refinement stage, with true energy safeguarding his vital organs, that blow would have surely claimed since its establishment. The fifth level of the seven Xuanwu mansion has seen only Qin Xingxuan successfully pass through. Others who have reached this level are few and far between, averaging one every couple of years. Each of these individuals is a remarkable genius, destined to ascend into the realm of pulse condensation. In that fleeting moment, Lan Yinyu suddenly felt that Lin Ming might, in fact, stand on par with Zhu Yan. Although lacking the support of a prestigious lineage, as long as he steps into the realm of pulse condensation, he could attain nobility. At this moment, on the fifth level of the Linglong Tower, Lin Ming gazed upon the terrifying scene before him, a bitter smile etched upon his face. To his astonishment, two second-level ferocious beasts had appeared. While they were among the weaker of their kind, their strength was comparable to that of a fourth-layer martial artist. Furthermore, these two beasts were accompanied by 8 smaller ferocious beasts, each at Chapter 42. The first candidate, although Lin Ming was not easily intimidated by the malevolent aura surrounding him, he was acutely aware that victory was beyond his grasp. It was not merely the 2 second-tier beasts that posed a threat. Even the 8 subordinates of these creatures were formidable adversaries. Not even at his peak physical condition could he contend with them, let alone with the considerable depletion of his true essence. He finally comprehended that, despite having reached the 5th level, he was still far from the caliber of Qin Xingxuan, who possessed a 6th-grade talent. Half a year prior, she had successfully traversed this very level. Contemplating this and witnessing the 10 vicious beasts brimming with malevolence, Lin Ming could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Truly, she was a paragon of the 6th-grade talent, a daughter of destiny. Had he attempted to conquer this level, he would have had to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of body refinement, and even then, only after enduring a grueling battle would he have had a slim chance of success. Yet, Qin Xingxuan had accomplished this feat 6 months ago. No wonder the middle-aged examiner had expressed such confidence that no one could pass this level. Indeed, it seemed insurmountable. Thus, Lin Ming resolved to fight as fiercely as he could. As the beasts charged towards him, he bellowed and lunged at a silver tiger with his dagger. His mind was clear. The 2 second-tier beasts were beyond his ability to confront directly. He aimed instead for the 8 subordinates, knowing that he could not handle the robust creatures. Thus, he chose to attack the silver tigers, which, while possessing high offensive capabilities, were relatively vulnerable in defense. With a thrust, his blade pierced the tiger's abdomen, but he felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his arm as the silver tiger collided with him, causing his muscles to numb and nearly disarm him. In that instant, a whip-like tendril from one of the second-tier beasts lashed towards Lin Ming's abdomen, moving with lightning speed and cutting like a knife, threatening to pierce through his very being. He twisted in midair, yet the tendril grazed his thigh, tearing through flesh. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as though his thigh had been seared by a hot iron, the pain searing. If it had struck him fully, the consequences would have been dire. In the brief interval, the 8 first-tier beasts had surrounded him, trapping him in a deadly encirclement. If they pounced together, he would surely be torn apart. Realizing the peril, Lin Ming understood that once these ferocious beasts lunged at him, escape would be impossible. In a moment of desperation, he stomped the ground and charged at the silver tiger, seizing the initiative. The silver tiger roared and rushed at him without fear, embodying the fierce spirit of the beast within this illusionary realm. With a swift strike, Lin Ming plunged his dagger into the tiger's throat, but in doing so, he was raked by the tiger's claws, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen. Had it not been for his mastery of the 2nd stage of body refinement and the protection of his true essence, he would have been severely injured. Having dispatched one beast, Lin Ming clutched his bleeding abdomen, fully aware of his grave injuries and the dwindling reserves of his true essence. The difficulty of the 5th level had escalated tenfold compared to the 4th. 15 minutes had passed since Lin Ming entered the 5th level, and his endurance was truly remarkable. Even if he were merely evading, sustaining himself for such a duration with limited true essence was commendable. It seemed that Lin Ming would soon attract the attention of powerful factions. Mui, does your marshal's mansion not find this intriguing? Mui smiled without replying. Understanding that they were unaware of Lin Ming's formidable master behind him, this outing was merely a journey for Lin Ming to hone his true self. And soon he would likely be taken to the mountains for focused cultivation, far beyond the reach of their marshal's mansion. At that moment, an elder surnamed Su toyed with 2 jade orbs and spoke slowly. Elder son, you may be overestimating him. I can see Lin Ming's merits, however. He possesses only a 3rd-grade talent. His current achievements at this age may have been bolstered by fortuitous encounters with rare treasures, leading to his sudden increase in strength. As for his future accomplishments, well, that remains uncertain. Elder Su's words held some truth. There were individuals who, through good fortune, consumed rare treasures in their youth and surged ahead, only to see their advantages erode with time, ultimately blending into the crowd. While Elder Su's analysis was sound, Lin Ming's future training pace might not keep up, leaving him vulnerable to being surpassed. Several elders nodded in agreement, but Mui smiled slightly and remarked, discussion is futile. Lin Ming's future performance will speak for itself. No sooner had Mui spoken than the 5th level of the Linglong Tower trembled, and a figure was ejected from the formation, descending like a piece of paper. Lin Ming had finally emerged, having slain a silver tiger while sustaining severe injuries. He still managed to take down a wind wolf in his moment of peril, achieving the remarkable feat of defeating 2 first-tier beasts. This accomplishment was worthy of pride, for defeating 2 beasts amidst the perilous 5th level was far more challenging than in the 4th. From a distance, Lan Yunyu observed Lin Ming being caught by the martial artists beneath the Linglong Tower, her heart a swirl of emotions. She bit her lip, choosing not to linger, and quietly turned away. Lin Ming, he had already regained consciousness. The illusory kill array was a lethal formation. Candidates who perished within the Linglong Tower would subconsciously believe themselves dead, resulting in a period of unconsciousness. Yet, Lin Ming had awakened remarkably quickly, albeit with a pale countenance, surprising the elders of the Qishuan martial house. In contrast, Wang Yanfeng remained unconscious on the ground, a clear testament to the disparity in their martial hearts. This Lin Ming should be the top contender in this assessment, Elder Sun declared. While that may be true, the reward for the top candidate was the precious red gold dragon essence pill. Do you not think it wasteful to bestow such a prize upon a third-grade talent? How much could he truly absorb? The top scorer each year is evaluated not only on their performance, but also on their innate talent. After Elder Sun's suggestion, Elder Su's aged voice resonated. Indeed, talent must be taken into account, but only when the performances are closely matched. Lin Ming has secured first place in all 3 assessments. How can we not acknowledge him as the overall champion? Otherwise, candidates may suspect foul play in our selection process, leading to perceptions of injustice. As for the alleged waste of the red gold dragon essence pill, the sect provides it merely to attract talents to the Qishuan martial house. Surely, you do not believe that a single pill could cultivate a core disciple worthy of entry into the sect. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Elder Su has a long-standing friendship with the head of the Wang family in Yuelu City. Elder Sun's last statement was a blatant rebuke, causing Elder Su to huff disdainfully. Sun Sifan, I am simply stating facts. If you can guarantee that Lin Ming will secure first place in this assessment, I shall not object. Let us see. In 6 months' time, who will prove stronger, Wang Yanfeng or Lin Ming, and who will first enter the heavenly mansion? How does that sound? Elder Sun was momentarily at a loss for words, having originally sought to act impartially. However, given his previous disagreements with Elder Su, he had been unable to tolerate his self-serving stance, leading to their contention. However, when Elder Su uttered these words, he found himself at a loss for a response. After all, Lin Ming's potential was limited, and it was indeed plausible that, as Elder Su suggested, he had consumed some extraordinary treasures to achieve his current success. In stark contrast, Wang Yifeng possessed an exceptional aptitude, one among tens of thousands, classified as a top-tier 4th-grade talent. Under such circumstances, Lin Ming might very well be left behind. Observing Elder Sun's hesitation to interject, Elder Su let out a cold chuckle. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to speak up? If you wish to designate Lin Ming as the first, I have no objection to a wager. I recall that Elder Sun possesses a mid-grade human tier treasure. Upon mentioning this mid-grade treasure, Elder Sun's countenance shifted uncomfortably. Such treasures were exceedingly rare in the kingdom of Tianyan, worth far more than tens of thousands of gold coins. This particular item was a reward from the 7 Mysterious Valley and represented Elder Sun's most valuable possession. How could he possibly stake it in such a gamble with uncertain odds? Noticing Elder Sun's speechlessness, Elder Su's expression gleamed with satisfaction, fully aware that Sun Sifan would not dare to wager. His remarks were intended to undermine Sun Sifan's authority. Yet, at that moment, Mu Yi interjected with a smile. How about I challenge Elder Su to a bet? Chapter 43. Defiance. At that moment, Mu Yi spoke up, his demeanor cheerful as he proposed. How about a wager with Elder Su? Elder Su was taken aback, not expecting Mu Yi to speak at such a juncture, especially given his seemingly unwavering confidence. For a fleeting moment, Elder Su's own conviction wavered. Could it be that Lin Ming possessed some hidden trump card unknown to him? Yet, he could not fathom how someone with a 3rd-grade talent could surpass Wang Yanfeng, who held a superior 4th-grade talent. Moreover, having already made his declaration in front of so many witnesses, he found himself in a precarious position. Gritting his teeth, Elder Su replied, "Very well, what shall Mr. Mu wager?" Mui smiled. "This bet is merely a casual affair. Let us not sour our amicable relations. I shall wager a mid-tier human-grade treasure." A mid-tier human-grade treasure. To call it a casual wager was quite the understatement. Elder Su's lips twitched. After years of being a runemaster, Mu Yi undoubtedly possessed the most substantial assets among those present. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Su declared, "I wager a low-tier, human-grade Sumi ring." The Sumi ring is a storage artifact, capable of providing a personal, independent space for item storage. Due to its challenging manufacturing process, its worth far exceeds that of other treasures of the same tier, with a low-tier Sumi ring being roughly equivalent to a mid-tier, human-grade treasure. Agreed. Mui responded readily, maintaining a casual demeanor that conveyed a sense of complete mastery over the situation. The outcome of Lin Ming securing first place was all but assured. However, the assessment had lasted an entire day, and as evening fell, the results would only be announced the following afternoon. In addition to Lin Ming's first place, The rankings from 2nd to 10th would depend on the candidate's performance, age, and innate talent, necessitating deliberation among the elders of the 7 mystic martial house to finalize. Xingxian. Let us go greet Lin Ming, Mu Yi suggested as he rose. Although Lin Ming had awakened, the presence of Mu Yi and the elders from the 7 mystic martial house made it inappropriate for him to approach uninvited. Indeed, Qin Xingxian nodded. While conversing with Mu Yi and the elders, she maintained a respectful silence, but in terms of status within the 7 mystic martial house, she stood on equal footing with these elders. As one of the few core disciples, she was destined to enter the 7 mystic valley and become a formal disciple. A tremendous honor. It is worth noting that even Ling San, the foremost elder of the 7 mystic martial house, had little hope of being selected for the valley unless he reached the pinnacle of body refinement in a short time. However, achieving a breakthrough to that level swiftly was no simple feat. At just 20 years old, Ling San had only attained the 4th level of body refinement. That evening, Lin Ming engaged in a pleasant conversation with Mu Yi before returning to the accommodations prepared for successful candidates within the 7 mystic martial house to meditate and recuperate. The night passed without incident. The following afternoon, under clear skies, the martial arena of the 7 mystic martial house was filled with significant figures, and all 53 successful candidates stood within. Today was the day of results announcement. After a night of discussions, the rankings had been finalized. As Lin Ming stepped onto the arena, many gazes turned toward him, filled with jealousy, admiration, and astonishment. Lin Ming had made a name for himself. His performance on the 5th level of the Linglong Tower had even caught the attention of some seasoned senior students from the Heavenly House. Congratulations, a somewhat cold voice interrupted. Lin Ming turned to see Wang Yinfeng standing nearby, arms crossed, wearing a facade of a smile that did not reach his eyes. You are quite fortunate to reach the 5th level with a 3rd-grade mid-tier talent. Quite impressive indeed. Wang Yinfeng's voice was loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. They were astonished to learn of Lin Ming's 3rd-grade talent. While it was indeed a rarity, within the ranks of the 7 mystic martial house, it was relatively unremarkable. Many had assumed Lin Ming possessed at least a 4th-grade talent, so this revelation was unexpected. Whispers ensued among the crowd, while Wang Yinfeng wore a smug expression. He had had his subordinates investigate Lin Ming's talent the previous day. You are Lin Ming, correct? I wonder what fortune you stumbled upon in your youth. But do you truly believe you can overshadow me? You are merely lucky. Reaching the 5th level does not mean your combat prowess surpasses mine. Divine strength may serve you well against the clumsy beasts of the Linglong Tower, but against a person, with your straightforward approach, how will you land a hit? In truth, Wang Yinfeng had also slain 2 iron-armored bears on the 4th level of the Linglong Tower, but he had sustained serious injuries in the process, resulting in his failure to progress further. He felt immense frustration. Had he just held on a moment longer, he too would have reached the 5th level. Achieving the 5th level would mean an equal standing. Wang Yinfeng did not believe Lin Ming could make any significant accomplishments there. Although he was aware that Lin Ming had managed to endure for a quarter of an hour, Wang Yinfeng was convinced that had he not been so severely injured, he could have persisted for at least that long, even with just a fraction of his true energy remaining. His mistake had been his impatience on the 4th level, leading him to employ desperate measures that resulted in his injuries. Had he taken his time to wear down the 2 bears, he might have avoided such a predicament. Moreover, critically, Wang Yinfeng had been unable to utilize his treasured artifacts within the Linglong Tower. Without them, the power of his family's secret technique, the 9-word true mantra, would be significantly diminished, leading to a drastic reduction in his offensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to pass through. However, in a duel between warriors, the use of treasured artifacts was permitted. They were similar to medicinal pills, constituting an advantage derived from one's lineage, which was an integral part of a warrior's strength. Wang Yinfeng, clutching his treasured sword, regarded Lin Ming with disdain. If only I could wield the 9-word sword. Slaying you would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. He mused silently, withholding his words. How could I ever lose to you? Now and in the future. My victory is assured. The air crackled with tension, yet Lin Ming remained unperturbed, refraining from engaging in any disputes. He had no desire to provoke conflict, nor did he wish to pay heed to Wang Yinfeng's provocations. Stand still. My master is speaking with you. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear? A lackey beside Wang Yinfeng barked imperiously. The lackey's tone was even more abrasive than his master's. Lin Ming paused, casting a cold glance at the man, retorting, "This is the martial arena of the 7 mystic martial house. How did a mere servant, who doesn't even possess the 1st level of body refinement, gain entry?" You. The lackey's face flushed red with indignation at the insult, for according to regulations, he indeed lacked the qualifications to be present. Just as the atmosphere threatened to escalate, an elder from the seven mystic martial house stepped forward and announced, "Silence. We shall now announce the results." The crowd naturally quieted, and the lackey could only mutter curses under his breath, falling silent. The elder held a results sheet and declared, "The results of this assessment have been determined based on the candidate scores across 3 rounds, their ages, and their talents, following discussions among the elders. The top 10 are as follows. 10th place, Zhou Jingyang, awarded 10 gathering yuan pills. 9th place." The results were announced in reverse order. The elder's voice steady until reaching the 2nd place. 2nd place, Wang Yinfeng, awarded a golden serpent heart pill. 1st place, Lin Ming, awarded a red gold dragon marrow pill. The results were announced. Congratulations to all. If there are no objections, I invite Elder Sun to present the awards. Wait, I have an objection. Wang Yinfeng raised his hand. Elder Su, a friend of his father's, had informed him of the results earlier, and this objection was prompted by Elder Su himself. What objection do you have? The elder responsible for announcing the rankings furrowed his brow. Wang Yinfeng smiled and stepped forward to the center of the square, proclaiming loudly, "As far as I am aware, Lin Ming possesses a talent of medium-grade 3rd rank, while my own talent is of superior 4th rank." The elder just mentioned that the final rankings will take into account the candidate's performance in the 3 rounds of examinations, their age, and their innate talent. However, these results are merely references. The ultimate decision lies in the hands of the elders, making the subjective factors excessively influential, and I find this unacceptable. For Wang Yinfeng, the red gold dragon marrow pill was an absolute necessity. With this elixir, he was confident he could break through to the 4th level of body refinement before turning 18, and subsequently reach the pinnacle of the 4th level before the age of 20. Such prowess would surely rival that of Ling Xin, the senior disciple of the heavenly mansion. Should this come to pass, his standing within the family would be unassailable. At that moment, Elder Sun snorted coldly and rose to his feet. "Are you questioning the assessment of the Elders' Council?" His disdainful snort was imbued with true essence, causing the temperature around to plummet several degrees. Wang Yinfeng, the first to feel this pressure, staggered back several steps. "Sun Sifan, are you using your strength to intimidate the weak?" Elder Su also stood up. As he had always been at odds with Sun Sifan, Wang Yinfeng then spoke, "Elder Sun, please calm your anger. I'm not questioning the decision of the Elders' Council. I merely find it unfair. In the 3rd round of the assessment, I too defeated 2 ferocious beasts at the 4th level. Yet, due to my eagerness to determine the outcome, I sustained severe injuries and thus failed to advance to the 5th level. Had I steadied myself, I could have also reached the 5th level. Therefore, I contest the outcome. I do not believe my strength is inferior to Lin Ming's." "What exactly do you want?" "Quite simply, I wish to challenge Lin Ming to a duel. If I lose, I shall concede defeat. If I win, then the top position is rightfully mine." At this point, Wang Yifeng abruptly turned to Lin Ming, provocatively challenging him. "Lin Ming, do you dare accept?" Chapter 44. A perfect opportunity to eliminate you. It is rather straightforward. I wish to engage in a duel with Lin Ming. Should I be defeated, I shall graciously concede. However, if victory is mine, the title of first shall rightfully belong to me. With this proclamation, Wang Yifeng abruptly turned towards Lin Ming, challenging him provocatively. "Lin Ming, do you dare?" Before Lin Ming could respond, Elder Su rose to his feet, chuckling. "This notion is splendid." Ultimately, the assessments of the Martial Academy boiled down to 2 criteria: actual combat and innate talent. It is evident that Wang Yinfeng possesses the superior talent. If he also triumphs in actual combat, then, by both sentiment and reason, the 1st place should undoubtedly belong to Wang Yifeng. Elder Su's words effectively severed Lin Ming's retreat. Yet, he felt this was insufficient and turned to Lin Ming with a smile, saying, "Lin Ming, a martial artist's training encompasses not only the physical, but also the fortitude of spirit. A martial artist must cultivate an unwavering belief in victory. Should one cower and refuse to fight, that very belief collapses. Such individuals will never achieve greatness." Elder Su's assertion held a grain of truth. Yet his intentions were decidedly malevolent. In this setting, a loss would inflict a severe blow to Lin Ming's confidence, particularly as he was merely 15 years of age. Pitted against the 2nd-ranked contender, the disparity in outcome could leave him in a state of despondency. Elder Su had already concluded that Lin Ming was likely to lose. Given that Wang Yinfeng had a distinct advantage in cultivation level, and Lin Ming had failed to showcase the true power of the 9 true words during his time in the Linglong Tower due to a lack of precious artifacts. Martial skills can significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess. Sometimes, a superior technique enables a fighter to engage opponents of higher ranks. As for Lin Ming's innate strength, it proved effective against sluggish yet heavily armored beasts in the Linglong Tower, but against a human opponent, raw power may not suffice. In this comparative analysis, it was clear that Wang Yifeng would not be defeated. Lin Ming cast a cold glance at Elder Su, silently taking note of the slight, then turned to Wang Yifeng, stating, "I am willing to compete with you. However, it seems that this contest is heavily weighted against me. If I choose not to engage, I retain my position as first, yet should I participate and lose, I relinquish my title. What say you?" Wang Yinfeng's heart swelled with glee at Lin Ming's implied consent to the duel, reveling in the notion that Lin Ming was still attempting to negotiate. He seemed to believe that reaching the 5th level of the Linglong Tower would ensure his victory. "How naive! I shall show you the true might of the 9 true words." A smirk danced upon Wang Yinfeng's lips as he inquired, "What are your terms?" Lin Ming replied, "If I win, you shall grant me your golden serpent heart pill. Should I lose, I shall forfeit my title as well as the red gold dragon soul pill. What do you think?" "Agreed. It is a deal." Wang Yifeng was elated. To acquire both pills would be an incredible boon. Eagerly, he declared, "Let the contest commence." "Very well." Observing Lin Ming's prompt acceptance, Elder Sun and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. It was not that they were certain Lin Ming would lose, but the odds were decidedly stacked against him. Competing in an examination is far different from engaging in combat. Wang Yifeng hailed from a prestigious lineage and had been trained in combat techniques by masters since childhood, in addition to his proficiency in martial skills. At this point, the battle was set in stone, and there was little more to discuss. As Wang Yifeng strode to the center of the arena, he brandished his sword with confidence and proclaimed, "Step forward." The sight of Wang Yinfeng's sword elicited gasps from the onlookers. It was a precious artifact. Such weapons typically commanded a price exceeding thousands of gold coins. Even among noble scions, it was rare to possess a precious artifact before reaching the 4th or 5th level of physical refinement. The fact that Wang Yifeng, a mere 3rd-level practitioner, wielded one, especially one inscribed with runes, indicated his significant standing within his family. The crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Ming, curious about the weapon he would produce. Considering Lin Ming's background, it seemed improbable that he would possess a precious artifact. Although this appeared inequitable, such disparities were customary in the kingdom of Tianyan. One could not expect competitors to switch weapons at the last moment, as that would surely hinder their performance. Lineage had always been a component of strength. To argue against weaponry as unfair would be to disregard the overwhelming advantages conferred by medicinal pills. Thus, Lin Ming had no choice but to accept this disadvantage. It was likely that Lin Ming lacked a formidable weapon. There was little recourse, as a precious artifact typically cost thousands of gold coins, and one could only hope he would not produce an excessively inferior weapon, which would leave him vulnerable to a single strike. As the spectators murmured, Lin Ming revealed his weapon, a boning knife he had used for butchering at Daming Pavilion. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not a slaughtering knife? While they had anticipated that Lin Ming would lack a quality weapon, they had not expected it to be so pitiful. Measuring nearly a foot in length, the old adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" rang true. This foot-long boning knife was severely disadvantaged against a 3-foot sword, and one could only wonder how durable such a knife could be. It might easily be cleaved in two by a single strike. Wang Yifeng erupted in laughter upon seeing the boning knife. "You intend to compete with this? Is that a butcher's knife? You truly are a fool." Lin Ming feigned surprise and retorted, "I see you are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, this is a butcher's knife. I often use it to slay pigs, and today it shall serve to eliminate you." With this remark, Lin Ming subtly insulted Wang Yifeng, likening him to a pig, which incited Wang Yinfeng's fury. He was courting disaster. Lin Ming slowly ascended the arena, having already begun to utilize his soul force to observe Wang Yinfeng's sword the moment it was drawn. Lin Ming was well versed in precious artifacts and runes. To Lin Ming's discerning eye, Wang Yinfeng's weapon appeared rather ordinary, and the inscriptions on it failed to impress him. All rune masters possess the ability to assess artifacts, using their soul techniques to infuse their soul force into the weapon, thereby evaluating its quality. As Lin Ming had inherited knowledge from an unnamed elder of the divine domain, he had developed his own method of artifact assessment. Though he had only studied it briefly, it was more than adequate for evaluating Wang Yinfeng's sword. While precious artifacts can greatly enhance a warrior's combat ability, Wang Yifeng, being a novice at the third level of physical refinement and lacking in foundational training, would struggle to harness the weapon's full potential, leaving Lin Ming unconcerned. Of course, even if Wang Yanfeng could not wield the sword's full power, Lin Ming's boning knife would not withstand a single strike from Wang Yanfeng. Although it was a decent knife, it was ultimately forged from ordinary iron by a common craftsman. Yet, to Lin Ming, this was inconsequential. He did not rely on the knife for offense. Instead, he depended on his bare fists. The Chaotic Combat Sutra was an unparalleled physical cultivation technique, and the very bones and muscles of the practitioner served as the finest weapons. With Lin Ming at the pinnacle of the second level of martial cultivation, his punch delivered a force of 2,700 pounds, capable of penetrating ironwood as thick as a man's embrace. If such a blow were to land on a human, even a master adept in muscle transformation would likely find it insufferable. Chapter 45, shattering the 9 true words. Wang Yanfeng's entire being thrummed with true essence. Before Lin Ming could steady himself, Wang Yanfeng bellowed, and the 3-foot-long blade radiated with luminous runes. There were 10 in total. 9 azure runes were forged from Wang Yanfeng's true essence, while the last was inscribed by a master engraver. The 9 true words sword technique. A treasured legacy bestowed upon the Wang family in Yuelu City by the former emperor after their previous patriarch's commendable service, had been mastered by Wang Yanfeng to the point of manifesting 9 runes, albeit of the lowest azure grade. Nevertheless, it was indeed impressive. The observing elders, well-versed in martial prowess, quickly discerned the origin and level of Wang Yanfeng's technique. The 9 true words could only be executed with a treasured weapon, a privilege that set the scions of noble families apart. With such an ancestral martial art and an invaluable weapon worth thousands of gold taels, their starting point was undoubtedly elevated compared to ordinary martial artists. Lin Ming found himself in peril as a mere commoner. He lacked the martial skills necessary to counter the 9 true words. On the arena, Lin Ming gazed intently at the azure runes on Wang Yanfeng's sword. Prior to mastering the art of engravings, one must first cultivate the soul techniques to harness and control soul power. Lin Ming practiced the supreme soul technique, the Tai soul method, which rendered him exceedingly sensitive to the flow of true essence within treasured weapons. A mere thought could extend into the realm of the weapon, allowing him to perceive the intricacies clearly, although he could sense the martial technique Wang Yanfeng was employing. Lin Ming was not well-versed in martial arts and could not identify its weaknesses. However, when it came to engravings and treasured artifacts, there was likely no one in the entire Tianyan kingdom who understood them better than he did. He could pinpoint the flaws in the flow of true essence within that treasured weapon with remarkable clarity. As Lin Ming pondered, Wang Yanfeng had already charged forward with his sword in hand. He intended to resolve the duel swiftly with his family's martial art, the 9 true words, thereby establishing his dominance. Infusing true essence into the sword produced a piercing whistle, showcasing the advantages of a treasured weapon. Once true essence was channeled, it significantly amplified the momentum and power of the strikes. Faced with such overwhelming force, those without treasured weapons often felt a sense of helplessness, as a direct confrontation could shatter their own weapons. Lin Ming, prepare to perish, Wang Yanfeng roared, and the azure light from the 9 runes burst forth as his sword sliced towards Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful thrust of his feet, he darted away like lightning. Boom! Wang Yanfeng's blade struck the ground, sending sparks flying. The azure stone floor, reinforced by formations, was as hard as iron. Yet Wang Yanfeng managed to cleave a half-foot-long gash into it, revealing the tremendous power behind his strike. Undeterred by his failure to hit, Wang Yanfeng erupted into laughter. Lin Ming, do you think you can compete with my speed? Unexpectedly, not only do you possess innate strength, but your speed is commendable as well. What a pity. You lack the agility techniques. In terms of speed, how could he possibly compare to Wang Yanfeng? With a swift motion, Wang Yanfeng executed the 7 absolute steps, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages. This was one of the Wang family's unique techniques, allowing one to vanish and reappear within 7 steps. Moving faster than the gods themselves, truly enviable for a great noble family. With his weapon restrained, his martial skills limited, and his agility lacking, how could Lin Ming hope to win this battle? As spectators debated, Wang Yanfeng swiftly executed 7 steps, materializing at Lin Ming's side in an instant. The 9 azure runes on his treasured weapon glimmered once more as he aimed to strike at Lin Ming's arm. In the 7 Xian Martial Academy, killing was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one faced severe repercussions from the institution. Therefore, Wang Yanfeng aimed for Lin Ming's arm, intending to incapacitate him without taking his life, even with the finest healing elixirs. Losing an arm at the root would significantly hinder Lin Ming's future cultivation. A venomous strike. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Yanfeng's lips. You consider yourself a genius? I shall sever your path to brilliance. Let's see what you have to contest with. He was confident of his success, unable to fathom any reason for his potential defeat. However, at that moment, Lin Ming bellowed and swiftly turned, unleashing a punch. A straightforward punch, imbued with nearly 3,000 pounds of force, struck with no embellishment. Bang! The punch connected squarely with the spine of Wang Yanfeng's sword, the very flaw Lin Ming had previously identified within the treasured weapon's flow. The speed at which the sword swung was extraordinary, making it a challenge to strike that precise point. Had it not been for Lin Ming's years of relentless practice, honing his attack precision against the ironwood tree stump, he would have found it impossible to exploit that weakness, even with his understanding of engravings. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yifeng felt an abrupt surge of savage true essence that abruptly cut through the energy flow within his treasured weapon. If the true essence he infused into the sword resembled a serpent, Lin Ming's punch was akin to an axe severing it at its most vulnerable point. What? The disruption of true essence sent a rush of blood surging through Wang Yanfeng's veins. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Ming delivered a flying kick aimed at Wang Yanfeng's head. Years of rigorous training against the ironwood tree had forged a simple yet devastating leg technique that, coupled with the terrifying power cultivated through the Chaos Combat Sutra, erupted in that moment. Lin Ming's leg lashed out like a dragon's tail. Wang Yifeng, possessing some skill, managed to brace himself with his arm as his blood surged. However, when Lin Ming's kick connected with Wang Yanfeng's forearm, it felt as though a massive iron rod had struck him, leaving his arm numb and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Wang Yanfeng's heart raced with alarm. What monstrous strength was this? The sudden shift astonished the elders present. That punch was far from ordinary. While the onlooking students may have been oblivious, those who were adept in martial arts recognized the intricacies of that punch. How could Lin Ming achieve such a feat? Flung backward by the overwhelming force, Wang Yanfeng found himself gasping for breath, only to see Lin Ming rapidly magnifying in his vision. Not good. The 7 absolute steps. Wang Yanfeng executed the technique, defying the laws of physics to evade Lin Ming's punch. Yet, in this abrupt halt and change of direction, compounded by his previously surging blood, Wang Yanfeng lost control over his turbulent energy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was utterly bewildered. Previously, in the Linglong Tower, his 9 true words had been severely diminished in power, forcing him to confront 2 ferocious beasts simultaneously. Had he wielded a treasured weapon, he was confident he could have easily reached the 5th level, even slaying several beasts there. Yet, despite his considerable strength, he was now being forced back by Lin Ming. Had Lin Ming been a force to reckon with at the 5th level? Wang Yifeng felt an overwhelming humiliation as his prideful 9 true words crumbled before him. However, this was not the time for thoughts of revenge, as Lin Ming, like a relentless shadow, charged at him once more. This time, Lin Ming wielded a short blade. I shall shatter your sword. Having depleted his true essence in the previous strike, Wang Yanfeng had only managed to regain a fraction of it. He realized he had no time to execute the 9 true words, thus pouring the entirety of his remaining true essence into his weapon. He relied solely on his physical strength and the blade's sharpness to counter Lin Ming's assault, convinced that his strike would force Lin Ming to retreat, lest his blade be shattered. However, he underestimated Lin Ming, who did not withdraw his blade, allowing Wang Yanfeng's sword to collide with the bone-cutting blade. Bang! With a resounding crack, amidst the tumultuous clash of true essences, the bone-cutting blade shattered into fragments. Ha! Before Wang Yanfeng could even process his astonishment, Lin Ming roared, delivering a punch into the cloud of shattered pieces. Puffed, shards scattered like concealed projectiles. With such close-range projectiles launched in fury, even Wang Yanfeng's 7 wonders steps were insufficient to evade them. Arg! Wang Yanfeng cried out miserably as his shoulder, abdomen, and thigh were simultaneously struck by shards, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A shard to the shoulder even pierced his scapula. Subsequently, Lin Ming unceremoniously delivered a flying kick to Wang Yanfeng's chest. Wang Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood, several ribs instantly fractured, and his body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. Stop! The instant Lin Ming kicked Wang Yifeng away, Elder Su darted forth like a cheetah. The chair behind him was directly blasted into splinters by true essence. Elder Su rushed into the martial arts arena like the wind, catching the severely injured Wang Yifeng. He immediately retrieved a medicine bottle from his person and applied it to Wang Yanfeng. He and Wang Yanfeng's father were old friends, so he naturally had to care for the son of his old friend. Moreover, with Wang Yanfeng injured to such an extent, it would be difficult for him to explain. After applying the medicine, Elder Su raised his head, his expression gloomy, and gazed at Lin Ming. "You little brat, so young, yet you strike with such ruthlessness." Elder Su's words were imbued with true essence. Each word that burst forth sounded like a steel ball hitting the ground, full of imposing force. Faced with the pressure of a Hotian realm expert, Lin Ming's gaze narrowed. He secretly circulated the chaotic true essence formula to resist the pressure. He said expressionlessly, "You say I'm ruthless, then what is not ruthless? Should I have simply offered my arm for Wang Yanfeng to sever? If my punch had deviated and my arm had been severed, would you have come up here to say Wang Yanfeng was ruthless? Good. You dared to retort." Elder Su suddenly stepped forward, his body erupting with a murderous aura. As this murderous aura erupted, it made one feel as if Elder Su were a fierce tiger ready to devour someone, poised to pounce at any moment. Chapter 46. Two exquisite pills. Even an ordinary person, upon encountering a ferocious tiger bound by iron chains in such close proximity, would feel an overwhelming sense of dread. How much more so for Elder Su, who could unleash his fury at any moment. Yet Lin Ming exhibited not a trace of fear, although Elder Su's power surpassed his by several magnitudes. Lin Ming had witnessed countless formidable beings capable of soaring through the skies and altering landscapes within the illusions of the cube. In comparison, Elder Su appeared merely as a lowly insect. If even such an insect were to cower, what right did he have to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts? Realizing that his imposing aura and murderous intent failed to intimidate Lin Ming, Elder Su's temper flared. Just as he prepared to step forward, a shadow flickered and appeared before him like a wraith. "Su Fengyuan, do you intend to bully the younger generation? How truly masterful you are," came the voice of Sun Sibian, Elder Su's rival, who would not allow him to have his way. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lin Ming. With such an elder standing before him, the pressure on Lin Ming diminished greatly. The rapid succession of events, from Wang Yanfeng repeatedly employing advanced martial techniques, seemingly on the verge of defeating Lin Ming, to Lin Ming gravely injuring Wang Yanfeng, and now the appearance of two esteemed elders on the competition stage, transpired in a remarkably brief span of time. The onlookers below, comprised mostly of students, began to react with gasps of astonishment. This Lin Ming is utterly monstrous. However, he had simultaneously offended both Wang Yanfeng and Elder Su, leading to the belief that his future would be fraught with difficulties. Most of the observers hailed from common backgrounds, and thus felt a measure of sympathy and indignation for Lin Ming, having faced setbacks at the hands of gifted heirs from affluent families themselves. They could relate to his plight. Upon seeing Sun Sibian approach, Elder Su snorted coldly, his sleeve sweeping as he attempted to take the injured Wang Yanfeng away. At that moment, Lin Ming interjected, "Elder Su, please hold on." Su Fengyuan furrowed his brow, astonished that Lin Ming still dared to address him. Most students, upon encountering an elder of the seven mysterious martial house, a true innate master, would be timid and submissive. Yet here was Lin Ming, undaunted, calling out to him despite the pressure he exerted. Truly, he possessed remarkable audacity. He coldly inquired, "What do you wish to say?" "Before my duel with Wang Yanfeng, we had a wager. If I won, not only would I retain first place, but I would also receive a golden serpent heart pill. Now that Elder Su intends to take Wang Yanfeng with him, I presume I am entitled to claim my reward upon the distribution of prizes." Lin Ming articulated his thoughts with deliberate calmness. It was imperative to clarify such matters. Otherwise, should Wang Yanfeng depart and the prize be withheld, he would lose the opportunity for validation in front of the gathered crowd, and the coveted golden serpent heart pill would slip from his grasp. Wang Yanfeng, who had not truly fainted but rather was too humiliated to regain consciousness, nearly spat blood upon hearing Lin Ming's words. The golden serpent heart pill was an exceedingly precious item. The Wang family of Yuelu City was indeed a prestigious lineage with immense wealth. Yet this particular pill could not be obtained merely with monetary means. Furthermore, given the resources Wang Yanfeng had consumed over the years, the Elder Council had already voiced their concerns. The loss of the golden serpent heart pill would undoubtedly be a significant blow to him. Damn it, Wang Yanfeng cursed inwardly, casting a venomous glare at Lin Ming. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words in front of such a multitude. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "The golden serpent heart pill is yours. I hope you can withstand this fortune." Do not consume it only to suffer the consequences of a shattered meridian leading to your demise. Wang Yanfeng's words carried an unmistakable threat, which Lin Ming perceived with clarity. Indeed, I have offended numerous individuals, Zhu Yan, Wang Yigao, and Wang Yanfeng. All of them hail from noble families, with Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng being particularly talented martial artists. Wang Yigao, after our previous encounter, is likely too intimidated to make any bold moves. However, Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng may seek retribution once I enter the 7 mysterious martial house. Regrettably, I cannot eliminate such future troubles. Offending others without adequately addressing the issue is a grave misstep. Yet, I cannot remain passive while they provoke me. Otherwise, my resolve and martial spirit would surely wane. Thus, I must continue to cultivate my strength. At present, I am certainly no match for Zhu Yan. Not to mention, I had underestimated Wang Yanfeng. I had thought my ability to slay 2 ferocious beasts on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower would surpass him. It was unexpected that he could amplify his prowess through his family's martial techniques in conjunction with his treasured weapon. Had I not discerned the flaws in the flow of true essence within that artifact, victory might have eluded me. Perhaps I should seek to acquire a treasured weapon for myself. In a fleeting moment, Lin Ming's thoughts raced. Tomorrow, he would officially enter the 7 mysterious martial house and would inevitably confront Zhu Yan. Half a year ago, Zhu Yan had entered the illustrious Hall of Talents with his peak cultivation of the 3rd layer of body refinement, indicating his exceptional capabilities. Lin Ming would not dare to underestimate him. After Elder Su departed, Sun Sibian cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Ming, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief evident in his expression. Had Lin Ming employed dazzling martial techniques to defeat Wang Yanfeng, Sun Sibian would not have been so astounded. Yet, it was clear that Lin Ming had relied solely on ordinary strikes. The punch that had struck the blade's spine had unmistakably targeted a critical point, severing Wang Yanfeng's true essence. To achieve such precision required extraordinary judgment and impeccable execution. To land a blow on a rapidly swinging sword at such a specific point was a feat as challenging as catching an arrow with bare hands. If this could be attributed to solid foundational skills, it would be understandable. However, how had Lin Ming disowned the weakness in Wang Yanfeng's true essence flow? Such insight was beyond explanation. This demanded an immense soul perception capability and an abundance of experience, particularly experience garnered through actual combat. Given that Lin Ming was merely 15 years old, it was implausible for him to possess such experience. Could it be that he was a prodigy? Such a notion seemed absurd. After pondering briefly, Elder Sun addressed Lin Ming. Follow me. Lin Ming noticed that Elder Sun was not heading toward the prize distribution area, prompting a flicker of curiosity within him. Lin Ming, we are going to assess your soul talent. Upon reaching the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower and simultaneously defeating Wang Yanfeng, Zhu Yan stood in a tranquil chamber adorned with azure stone tiles. He was bare-chested, revealing a well-defined physique, and beside him stood a lean old servant. Though the servant appeared somewhat languid, his steady breathing and prolonged essence indicated mastery at the 3rd layer of body refinement. The disparity between Zhu Yan's servant and Wang Yigao's was monumental. This was not solely due to the Zhu family being of royal lineage with greater influence, but also because Zhu Yan's status within the family was far superior to that of Wang Yigao, the 2nd-generation heir. Although Zhu Yan had not attended Lin Ming's examination, he had tasked the old servant with monitoring the proceedings. Thus, as soon as Lin Ming's duel with Wang Yanfeng concluded, the old servant promptly reported the outcome. This little wretch has concealed his true strength remarkably well. With a thunderous punch, Zhu Yan shattered the iron tree stump. The iron tree was already exceptionally robust, and this particular stump had been soaked in medicinal fluids, rendering it several times more resilient than ordinary iron. Yet, it succumbed to Zhu Yan's strike, revealing the sheer force behind it, certainly exceeding 4,000 pounds. Though slightly inferior to Ling Xin, it was not far off. Although Wang Yanfeng exhibited a certain arrogance, he possessed considerable skill. As far as I know, he had perfected his 9 true words to the level of the 9 symbols of azure light. Coupled with his 7 absolute steps, it is astonishing that he was defeated by Lin Ming. Could it be that Lin Ming is also proficient in martial arts? The old servant remarked, "Young master, Lin Ming does not practice martial arts. He relies solely on his bare fists and feet, striking directly and straightforwardly, devoid of any embellishment." What? How could that possibly lead to victory? Zhu Yan felt incredulous. The old servant admitted his own lack of insight, unable to discern what means Lin Ming had employed to counter Wang Xiao's 9 true words. Subsequently, Lin Ming seized the advantage, relentlessly pursuing and defeating Wang Xiao without granting him a moment's respite. defeated the 9 true words? Zhu Yin was momentarily stunned. Each martial technique possesses its own weaknesses, yet it is not so easily dismantled. Lin Ming, being a side branch of the Lin family and of humble origins, could not possibly possess extensive knowledge of martial arts. Lacking experience, how could he dismantle an opponent's technique? Could it have been sheer luck? Zhu Yin found it difficult to comprehend. At that moment, the old servant continued. Young master, I have noticed that the true essence within Lin Ming is remarkably pure, unlike that of an ordinary second-level martial artist. Zhu Yin replied, I had already discerned that. It is nothing extraordinary. This lad may have consumed some rare treasures of heaven and earth combined with diligent practice, leading to a fortuitous surge in strength. However, due to his inherent limitations, he is likely to be outpaced once more. Such instances are not uncommon. Lin Ming may very well be one of them. Yet, this boy is undeniably a source of irritation. Zhu Yin slowly clenched his fists. Paying no heed to Lin Ming's earlier declaration of intent to surpass him, he could not possibly regard a younger rival whose potential was inferior to his own. As a competitor, it was merely due to the presence of Lan Yunyu that Zhu Yin found Lin Ming increasingly bothersome. Chapter 47, Lin Ming's Soul Talent Testing the Soul Talent? Lin Ming gazed at the soul-testing stone tablet before him. The soul-testing stone tablet bore a striking resemblance to the strength-testing stone tablet, albeit with a distinct difference in color. The latter was black, while the former was a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. As a scion of the Lin family, Lin Ming had his soul and martial talents assessed shortly after his birth, both resulting in a middle-grade talent of the 3rd rank, an admirable endowment. Had he been born into the direct lineage, such a talent would have warranted considerable cultivation by the Lin family. Unfortunately, as he belonged to a collateral branch, this talent was insufficient for him to be selected into the direct line. For a child, martial talent is of paramount importance, as it directly influences one's lifelong achievements in martial arts. In contrast, soul talent is often deemed less significant, primarily relevant to professions such as alchemists, inscriptionists, and artifact smiths, which require soul energy. Generally, unless one possesses an exceptional talent, such as an upper-grade 4th rank or even a 5th rank, families rarely invest substantial resources to cultivate such individuals into specialized professions. Lower-tier talents are typically disregarded. However, Lin Ming understood that while soul talent may seem entirely useless during the body refinement stage, it gradually gains significance once one enters the innate stage, as cultivation of the soul begins thereafter. In the kingdom of Tianyun, most low-level martial artists do not utilize soul energy at all. Yet, some experts who have transcended the pulse condensation stage practice soul techniques akin to those of inscriptionists, consolidating their soul energy to explore various phenomena, such as the flow of true essence within an opponent's artifacts, thus gaining insights into their weaknesses. Elder Sun suspected that Lin Ming might be a genius in the realm of soul energy, which prompted him to bring Lin Ming for testing. Although Lin Ming had previously undergone a soul talent assessment within the family, Elder Sun believed it prudent to conduct another test. Soul talent has long been undervalued. Sometimes, these assessments are merely formalities, and the stone tablet they used may not be entirely accurate, leading to potential errors. As Elder Sun spoke, he placed a small true essence stone at the center of the soul-testing stone tablet's formation. While the soul-testing tablet appeared similar to the strength-testing tablet, its cost was considerably higher, and the true essence stone used to activate it was an expensive consumable. As Lin Ming placed his hand upon the soul-testing tablet, the formation activated, and a myriad of illusions flooded his mind, akin to a kaleidoscopic world. Subsequently, he felt a sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul, a sensation that persisted for several breaths. Elder Sun announced, "It has been measured." Lin Ming opened his eyes to see the light beam from the soul-testing tablet shining brightly up to the 4th segment, surpassing about 1/3 of its length. 4th rank. Initial grade talent? Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had previously measured a middle-grade 3rd rank. How had it inexplicably increased so dramatically? Could it truly be as Elder Sun suggested, that the last measurement was erroneous? Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Ming. Could the change in his talent be related to the cube? Had his soul talent ascended from middle-grade 3rd rank to initial-grade 4th rank when he absorbed that unclaimed soul? Lin Ming knew little about matters concerning the soul, yet he was acutely aware that within the realm of Tianyan, talents were immutable, regardless of martial or soul talent. They do not change after birth, and he had never heard of any extraordinary materials capable of altering one's innate gifts. As for the memories of the powerful, they were also incomplete. Thus, Lin Ming hesitated to draw conclusions. Perhaps it had indeed been a miscalculation. If absorbing souls could elevate one's soul talent, the esteemed figures residing in the divine domain should possess the ability to procure soul fragments for consumption, resulting in universal 6th, 7th, or even 8th grade talents. Lost in thought, Lin Ming instinctively touched his chest, where the cube resided. Ever since he absorbed a fragment of memory, he had not been able to enter the illusions of the cube again, although he held little hope. If he had the opportunity to absorb another soul fragment in the future, he would certainly test whether his soul talent had indeed increased. Elder Sun, unaware of Lin Ming's contemplations, furrowed his brow as he regarded the soul testing tablet. This initial grade 4th rank talent was evidently unsatisfactory to him. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that Lin Ming might possess rare genius in the realm of soul energy, potentially at the 5th rank or even the legendary 6th rank. Should that have been the case, Lin Ming would effortlessly master inscription and alchemy. The 7 Mystic Martial House could nurture both Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming, 2 prodigies, one in martial arts and the other in soul talent, possibly earning recognition for the house and gaining some rewards in spiritual herbs. However, that hope was now dashed. Shaking his head and sighing inwardly, Elder Sun addressed Lin Ming. Let us proceed. I shall take you to claim your reward. Upon returning to his quarters at the 7 Mystic Martial House, Lin Ming gazed at the 2 pill boxes on the table, excitement coursing through him. His recent gains had been monumental. One pill was crafted from the essence of a red gold dragon, while the other utilized the heart of a century-old crimson gold serpent. The red gold dragon was a formidable 4th-tier beast, generally beyond the reach of ordinary postnatal experts, while the century-old crimson gold serpent, although a mere 3rd-tier beast, was among the apex of its kind and exceedingly rare. Both of these pills were invaluable, practically unavailable in the kingdom of Tiankai, and even the royal family would covet them. Consuming these 2 pills would significantly enhance his strength. However, such precious medicines would be squandered if taken directly. According to the memories of the esteemed figure, inscription techniques could not only amplify the potency of artifacts, but also enhance the effects of pills. Perhaps he should endeavor to create 2 inscription symbols to augment their effects before consumption. The divine domain had inherited countless years of knowledge, from body refinement, martial techniques, and weapon utilization, to various skills and formations. All had reached their zenith far beyond the capabilities of Tiankai. Naturally, the art of inscription was no exception. The art of inscription in the divine domain is categorized into 4 primary types: inscription of artifacts, pills, bodies, and souls. Inscription of artifacts involves inscribing on treasures, which is the most rudimentary form. Inscription of pills enhances their efficacy or mitigates side effects. Inscription of bodies requires exceptional mastery, allowing for prolonged increases to a martial artist's training speed or combat prowess. Inscription of souls represents the pinnacle of the art. Even the esteemed figure's memories regarding this domain were blank, perhaps due to incompleteness or the fact that even they could not fathom it. In the kingdom of Tiankai, the art of inscription was largely confined to artifacts, and the majority of inscription masters had never even contemplated its application elsewhere. Given Lin Ming's current level, body and soul inscriptions were beyond consideration, yet he could certainly investigate pill inscriptions. However, due to his recent focus on cultivation and the lack of funds for materials, he had postponed this endeavor. Now, with the acquisition of the red gold dragon essence pill and the crimson gold serpent heart pill, he seized the opportunity to diligently study them, aiming to maximize their medicinal effects. At that moment, Lin Ming heard a thunderous knocking at the door, so forceful that he doubted the integrity of the door itself, which was of exceptional quality. Chapter 48. The Inscription Master Assessment. Brother Ming opened the door quickly. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. It was Lin Xiaodong. Wow, Brother Ming, you are my idol. First place. You are incredible. Lin Xiaodong had fallen behind since the second round of the examination and was unaware of the subsequent events, having just received the news. Yes, I performed quite well yesterday, and I've made significant progress recently, so I secured the top spot. Come on, let us go have a drink. All right, but it's not quite mealtime yet. Let us buy some supplies first. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a piece of paper and began listing the materials needed for the inscription potion. The powerful individual he recalled had mentioned various types of inscription potions, and Lin Ming chose the simplest one, known as the low-level spirit potion. This potion could only be used for low-level elixirs, which, in the eyes of that powerful being, included the highly sought-after Hongjin Dragon Essence pill and the Golden Serpent Heart pill as mere low-level elixirs. given Lin Ming's current martial arts cultivation. Drawing this low-level spirit potion was already his limit. He lacked the true essence required to support a higher-level spirit potion, and many of the materials needed for the advanced version were entirely unknown to him. However, even for this low-level spirit potion, several materials were exceedingly rare. Lin Xiaodong saw Lin Ming writing a lengthy list and, though he knew nothing of inscription techniques, recognized a few materials simply by being literate, such as the blood of a level 4 ferocious beast. Brother Ming, are you really buying the blood of a level 4 ferocious beast? No way. It was worth noting that the Hongjin dragon was merely a level 4 ferocious beast, equivalent to a postnatal master. While such blood might not be completely unattainable in the Tianyan kingdom, it was indeed exorbitantly priced. Typically, these materials were imported from abroad, and even a small amount was worth a fortune. Lin Ming continued to write, and many materials left Lin Xiaodong astounded. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Ming, do you have that much money? Lin Ming nodded. A few days ago, Mr. Mu Yi left me a gold note for 15,000 taels, saying that if I need powerful inscriptions in the future, I can send someone to deliver them directly to him. 15,000 taels, good heavens. Lin Xiaodong swallowed hard. After 9,000 taels last time, now this 15,000 taels left him feeling somewhat numb, as if this gold had simply become a mere figure. If one were to speak of the most comprehensive place for purchasing inscription materials in Tianyun City, it would not be the Baibao Hall or the auction house, but the Inscription Master Guild. There, one could find various rare materials unavailable elsewhere, often at significantly lower prices. What? Such a good deal exists? Upon hearing this information from Lin Ming, Lin Xiaodong was incredulous. That's impossible unless the head of the Inscription Master Guild is foolish. If I were in charge, I'd be raising prices. Lin Ming shrugged and replied, I heard it from someone else. They had just spent some time visiting several luxurious shops and official auction houses, where many rare materials indeed could not be found. Then let us hurry to the Inscription Master Guild. It seems that's the only option. Lin Ming suspected that purchasing items at the Inscription Master Guild would require the identity of an inscription master. Given the disparity between his strength and inscription skills, he did not wish to expose his identity, as that could lead to numerous complications and potential dangers. Although he had Mu Yi's protection, Lin Ming preferred not to trouble Mu Yi too much. Not only do you need the certification of an inscription master, but you also need contribution points to make a purchase. Upon arriving at the Inscription Master Guild and expressing his desire to acquire these rare materials, Lin Ming received this response from the attending lady. I told you, such a good deal is too good to be true. Lin Xiaodong threw up his hands, deeming this a normal situation. What are contribution points? Lin Ming inquired. It seems your teacher is not an inscription master from the Tianyan kingdom. The attendant assumed Lin Ming was buying materials for his teacher. Contribution points are a record of an inscription master's contributions to the guild. For instance, completing tasks issued by the guild can earn contribution points, or holding a long-term position within the guild can also yield points. Of course, contribution points can be gifted or traded and can be obtained from other inscription masters. There are many ways to earn contribution points. You can check the guild's regulations. If your teacher is interested in joining the guild, he would be very welcome. The Inscription Master Guild was a loosely organized body, and since many inscription masters were reclusive scholars, rarely venturing out, establishing a system of contribution points was essential to maintain the guild's presence. Without it, few inscription masters would join, and even those who did would seldom visit the guild. Lin Ming glanced at the guild's regulations. Upon joining, one would immediately receive 100 contribution points, along with various other methods to acquire more, including selling rare materials to the guild. If I have rare materials, I'd rather use them myself than sell them to the guild. Lin Xiaodong scoffed. Lin Ming replied, some materials are of no use to me. It's better to sell them for something beneficial. The methods for earning contribution points don't suit me. I can only try the path of completing tasks. As he spoke, Lin Ming turned to the attending lady, asking, Miss, where can I complete tasks? To complete tasks, you must go to the task hall. However, without the certification of an inscription master, you cannot enter. If your teacher is interested, he can come and see for himself. There are many benefits to joining the guild. The attendant eagerly explained. Lin Ming pondered and asked, can the guild keep the membership identity confidential? Of course, if your teacher has such needs. We guarantee the confidentiality of all information. Well then, how do you assess members? Can you take me to participate now? The attendant's eyes widened. Lin Ming shrugged, saying, I am an inscription master now. The attendant scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe, asking, May I ask your age? 15. 15? The attendant was somewhat speechless upon hearing this age. She speculated that this young boy had likely trained under a formidable inscription master and possessed some talent, achieving notable results. However, for a 15-year-old to aspire to be an inscription master was quite absurd. The record in the Tiankai Kingdom over the past 80 years was merely 18 years old. The only ones who might break this record were Qin Xingxuan from the Marshal's Mansion and Wang Yuhan from the Inscription Master Guild. Little brother, you must prepare your own treasures and materials for the Inscription Master assessment, the attendant kindly reminded. To see the effects of the inscription, it must be used, generally speaking. The inscriptions produced by novice inscription masters tend to be subpar, and inscribing them onto treasures would waste the opportunity for that item. Even though the guild is affluent, it cannot sustain such consumption, so assessors must bring their own treasures and materials. This also prevents half-hearted inscription apprentices from frivolously taking the assessment, as each inscription material is quite valuable. I understand. I assume you have prepared experimental treasures available for purchase? Lin Ming said as he pulled out several gold notes, all worth 1,000 taels each. Seeing Lin Ming casually draw out such a considerable sum of gold notes, the attendant was somewhat astonished. This was no small amount, and many scions of noble families lacked treasures. Realizing Lin Ming was not joking, the attendant said, since you insist, then please follow me. As Lin Ming followed the receptionist into the interior of the Rune Master Guild, Lin Xiaodong trailed closely behind, his excitement palpable as he beheld the intricate and varied runes adorning the walls. The decor of the guild was not opulent. Rather, it exuded a spacious and dignified aura. The walls were devoid of murals or embellishments, replaced entirely by a myriad of complex runes, each meticulously carved from metal, imparting an ancient and enigmatic ambience. This was the place. The receptionist opened a door and gestured for them to enter. This chamber served as a rune room within the guild, designated for assessments. Thank you, Lin Ming said as he stepped inside. The rune room measured 10 zhang square, and at its center stood a series of azure runestone platforms, laden with various materials. Atop one of these platforms, a girl of about 15 or 16 was deftly inscribing one brilliant rune after another. Her slender, jade-like fingers danced with the grace of nimble sprites, her sparkling eyes fixated on the rune she was crafting. She was completely immersed in her work, oblivious to Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong's arrival. The girl's technique was remarkably proficient, as if she were a master musician, with the exquisite runes that flickered in the air serving as the melodic notes flowing from her hands. Beside her sat an elder, poised in a grand chair, appearing to be in a state of meditative repose. Yet, Lin Ming understood that the elder's spiritual essence was intently focused on the girl, guiding each stroke of her artistry with meticulous oversight. Chapter 49. The Enlightened Buddha collects lotus flowers of formidable soul force. Lin Ming felt a surge of astonishment within. Even Mu Yi's soul force paled in comparison to that of the venerable elder before him. Of course, Mu Yi primarily practiced martial arts, with inscription mastery being merely a secondary pursuit. The elder, on the other hand, was likely a dedicated inscription master. For such individuals often regarded martial arts as a means to prolong life, granting them ample time to delve into the intricacies of inscription arts. The expertise of such individuals in the realm of inscriptions was indeed formidable. As Lin Ming paused to observe, he suddenly noticed Lin Xiaodong beside him, his eyes glued to the young girl, exhibiting a rather foolish expression. Lin Ming felt a wave of exasperation and nudged Lin Xiaodong with his elbow, prompting him to snap back to reality, sheepishly scratching his head. At that moment, Lin Ming sensed a slight fluctuation in the young girl's soul force. The intricate and vibrant inscriptions before her seemed to ignite with sparks, exploding suddenly into a dazzling array of colors. The girl stood momentarily stunned, then sighed in disappointment. Grandfather, I have failed again. The elder, who had previously been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them with a smile and said, Yuhan, you are doing exceptionally well. At this rate, in another 6 months to a year, you will obtain your inscription master certification. When I acquired mine, I was already 18. You should be able to achieve it by 16 at the latest, perhaps even by 17. This girl was none other than the inscription prodigy of the Inscription Master Guild, Wang Yuhan, and the elder was her grandfather, Wang Xuanji, the guild's president. However, I fear I may not measure up to Qin Xingxuan. She is younger than me by 6 months, yet her achievements in inscription arts are already comparable to mine. Moreover, my progress has noticeably slowed in recent months, and I cannot discern the reason. Geniuses invariably compare themselves with one another. Wang Yuhan acknowledged that she could never surpass Qin Xingxuan in martial arts. However, Inscription arts were her primary vocation, and she was unwilling to concede defeat. While Wang Yuhan conversed with her grandfather, a receptionist approached respectfully and said, "President." "Yes. What is it?" Wang Xuanji inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the receptionist gestured towards Lin Ming and said, "That young man wishes to take the inscription master examination." Wang Xuanji was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Ming with surprise. With only a body refinement level of 2 and appearing no older than 15 or 16. How could he aspire to become an inscription master? "What is your name? How old are you?" Wang Xuanji asked. Lin Ming hesitated slightly. He had not anticipated that this elder was the president of the Inscription Master Guild. Given his status, he had no reason to covet anything from him. As long as he did not reveal his unique skills in medicinal inscriptions or body inscriptions, techniques that had never been seen in the Tianyan Kingdom, he should be fine. He was wary of those who might take risks for a fortune. But figures like Wang Xuanji and Mu Yi would merely regard him as a talented junior in the field of inscription arts. With this in mind, Lin Ming replied candidly. Lin Ming, 15 years old. Upon hearing his age, Wang Yuhan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized Lin Ming. Could he also be a genius? Younger than her. With modest cultivation, was he merely here to amuse them? However, since the Inscription Master Guild did not provide materials or precious artifacts, it was unlikely that anyone would spend thousands of gold coins merely to cause trouble. Such behavior would be foolish. You are aware that you must prepare your own materials and artifacts, correct? Yes, I understand. I wish to purchase from the Inscription Master Guild, Lin Ming replied. Producing a list of materials written on a piece of paper, Lin Ming had opted for a simplified version of the power inscription. This version did not require celestial silkworm silk, and the runes were significantly simpler, though the amplification effects were naturally reduced, and it lacked the advanced techniques of inscription arts. His goal was merely to pass the examination. He did not seek to create anything extraordinary. Moreover, the power inscription involved elements entirely absent from the inscription system of the Tiankai Continent, which Lin Ming preferred to keep concealed. These are the materials I require. Thank you, Lin Ming said as he handed the list to the receptionist. The receptionist glanced at Wang Xuanji for approval. Upon receiving a nod, she responded, "Very well. May I ask what artifact you will be using?" "I'll use a sword. By the way, the artifact I inscribe will still belong to me, correct?" "Of course. Artifacts and materials are typically purchased by the examinee," she assured him. "Please follow me to select an artifact." All right. After Lin Ming departed, Wang Yuhan continued to gaze at his receding figure, murmuring, "Grandfather, this young man is only 15 yet seeks to become an inscription master. If he succeeds, even Qin Xingxuan will be overshadowed." Wang Xuanji chuckled. Becoming an inscription master is not an easy feat, however. This young man dares to attempt it, which indicates he possesses considerable skill. He is likely not from Tianyun City, perhaps a disciple of some hidden master, gifted and self-assured, arriving at 15 to establish his prowess among the young inscription talents here. Yet, it will not be so simple. As he spoke, Wang Xuanji ignited a communication talisman, sending a message to the 2 inscription masters responsible for the examinations, summoning them to join. Wang Yuhan bit her lip and whispered, "I will not lose to him. Nor will I lose to Qin Xingxuan." The Inscription Master Guild possessed specialized artifacts for examination purposes. Lin Ming casually selected a fine long sword and declared, "This one will do." The sword was valued at 3,600 gold coins, making it one of the pricier artifacts in their collection. The receptionist was taken aback. Typically, participants in the inscription examination opted for less expensive artifacts, but this young man chose such an expensive one. He was either from an exceptionally wealthy background or exceedingly confident in his abilities. Lin Ming had his own plans, since he would be using an artifact. He intended to maximize its potential. A high-quality artifact paired with adept inscription techniques could fetch a handsome price. Please remember that once our artifacts are sold, they cannot be returned, the receptionist reminded him, expressing her concern. Of course, I am well aware of that, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Then please follow me. After the payment was completed, the receptionist guided Lin Ming back to the examination area before departing. Upon returning to the inscription chamber, Lin Ming noticed 2 additional individuals present, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, and a jovial, kindly-looking old man. These 2 were the examiners responsible for the inscription master assessments. Wang Xuanji usually did not oversee examinations, but this time, he was intrigued to observe. "Are we ready?" Wang Xuanji inquired. "Yes," Lin Ming nodded, placing the long sword upon the inscription stone platform. and laid out the materials he would use. Most of the materials provided by the Inscription Master Guild were pre-processed, eliminating the need for Lin Ming to grind, purify, or melt them. The middle-aged man in the robe scrutinized Lin Ming with a blank expression and stated, "The examination is time-limited to 2 hours. If you fail 3 times consecutively, you will lose your qualification. Additionally, if the final product does not enhance the artifact's power by at least 20%, it will also be considered a failure." "I understand," Lin Ming replied. "Good, then let us begin." The middle-aged man flipped an hourglass, allowing the fine sand to flow silently. Lin Ming closed his eyes for a moment, circulating his true essence to its optimal state. Then, with a wave of his hand, a small orb of blue liquid leapt into his palm, as if imbued with sentience. Such a simple gesture immediately conveyed the richness of his soul force to all present. This soul force likely possessed a 5th-grade talent, Wang Xuanji thought, astonished. No wonder he dared to take the exam at 15. He certainly had some skill. The middle-aged man nodded slowly. Wang Yuhan bit her lip, having also noticed Lin Ming's soul force. She murmured to herself, "A 5th-grade soul talent? Just like mine." Previously, there was only one formidable rival, Qin Xingxuan, but now another contender has emerged. A 5th-grade talent is exceedingly rare, generally speaking. A warrior's soul talent and martial talent do not differ significantly. However, the soul talent is typically lower than the martial talent, making high-grade soul talents particularly precious. If one were to assert that a 5th-grade martial talent is seen once every decade in the kingdom of Tianyan, then a 5th-grade soul talent might only make an appearance once every 20 or 30 years. Wang Yuhan possesses a mere 4th-grade martial talent. However, her soul talent surpasses her martial prowess, a legacy inherited from her grandfather. Wang Yuhan's 5th-grade intermediate talent is undoubtedly a once-in-a-generation prodigy among inscription masters. With the meticulous guidance of Wang Xuanji since childhood, her skill in inscription techniques rivals that of the exceptionally gifted Qin Xingxuan. The only difference being Wang Yuhan's slightly greater age. Lin Ming, of course, does not possess a 5th-grade soul talent. Yet, due to his use of the divine technique, the Tai soul art, his soul power is not only dense and substantial, but also remarkably deft, which creates an illusion among onlookers. Initially, his soul power merely astonished Wang Xuanji and others, but soon Lin Ming's actions left them in utter disbelief. As the azure droplet descended upon Lin Ming's fingertip, his fingers conjured a series of afterimages, and within these phantoms, the droplet transformed into a resplendent blue streak, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, a complex inscription symbol was completed. Wang Xuanji inhaled deeply, while the smiling elder's expression froze in astonishment. Mingfo picking lotus. To the untrained eye, it may appear as mere spectacle. However, connoisseurs recognize the finesse behind Lin Ming's fluid movements, which are aptly termed Mingfo picking lotus in the realm of inscription masters. Mingfo, a deity from ancient mythology known for his 1,000 hands, is said to effortlessly gather hundreds of lotus seeds from the blooms in his garden with a single stroke each year. This terminology has been adopted by inscription masters to describe the substantial afterimages left by grandmasters due to their astonishing speed when inscribing symbols. Certainly, in terms of sheer speed, some high-level inscription masters can surpass this. However, maintaining the stability of soul power at such extraordinary speeds while accurately and evenly materializing the inscription materials into symbols is a feat akin to scaling a mountain. Such afterimages cannot be achieved without exceptional comprehension and rigorous practice. How old is this young man? Even if he had begun practicing inscription techniques from the womb, he would not possess such mastery in his fingerwork. Chapter 50, Materials Acquired Soon. Wang Xuanji discovered that many of the artistic techniques employed by the youth before her were not those of the inscription masters from the Tianyan kingdom. Some of his methods appeared more intricate, yet they flowed with remarkable ease. "This young man's school is not from the Tianyan kingdom," stated the middle-aged man. "Indeed. And this school is likely far more advanced than ours." Colorful beams of light burst forth in the air, intertwining and leaving brilliant afterimages in the spectators' irises. Wang Yuhan held her breath, pouring all her spiritual energy into the intricate inscriptions, meticulously sensing every subtle change in energy within each symbol. The delicate nuances of energy during the inscription process are the most challenging to master. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. Yet, in the hands of that youth, these variations seemed instinctively precise. The complex and resplendent inscriptions resembled a painter's free-spirited depiction of flowers and birds, ready to take flight. Initially, Wang Yuhan harbored a fear of being surpassed by this youth, hoping he would falter during the evaluation. However, as time passed, She was completely in awe, and her heart yearned for this perfection to continue unblemished. This mindset was akin to a musician yearning to hear celestial melodies or an artist longing to behold timeless masterpieces. Only such a mindset could allow one to cast aside all distractions and pursue the pinnacle of a particular domain. Upon witnessing the focused and meticulous expression of the youth, Wang Yuhan suddenly comprehended why her progress in inscription techniques had slowed in recent days. It was precisely because she was overly concerned about Qin Xingxuan, fearing that the girl, who was half a year younger, might catch up with her. Now, observing Lin Ming's flawless inscription techniques, she realized the vastness of this continent, teeming with geniuses. Her vanity in being the top inscription prodigy of the Tianyan kingdom held no significance in comparison to the pursuit of surpassing her own limits. She sought not to outpace Qin Xingxuan but to transcend herself. Her goal was not to be the foremost inscription master of Tianyun, but to attain the ultimate mastery of the art itself. As time passed, the number of inscriptions before Lin Ming multiplied, layers of shimmering symbols flickering in the air, pulsating with a lifelike rhythm. Lin Ming had become adept at drawing powerful symbols, and his peak cultivation and body refinement allowed him ample true essence to support the entire process, no longer requiring the arduous persistence he had months prior. Today, Lin Ming found the process exceptionally smooth. He immersed himself wholly in the creation of the inscriptions, nearly forgetting that this was an evaluation. The materials listed by Lin Ming number in the dozens, among which are several rare specimens. For instance, a mere vial of the blood of a level 4 ferocious beast is worth as much as a treasured artifact. Should it be procured from the inscriptionist guild in the marketplace, it would command at least 3,000 taels of gold, and even then, its availability is not guaranteed. Just half a year ago, such items were beyond Lin Ming's wildest dreams. The gold soon accumulated to over 10,000 taels, and nearly 2,000 points were expended. As Lin Xiaodong observed the ever-increasing figures and listened to the incessant clattering of the abacus, he initially felt a surge of trepidation, which ultimately gave way to numbness. He had truly witnessed what it meant to spend money like water. The total cost amounted to 12,000 taels of gold and 2,100 points. Confirmed purchase? Asked the middle-aged woman as she pressed the abacus, glancing at Lin Ming once more. Even the most esteemed inscription masters in Tianyan City would not acquire such precious materials in one go. What was the story with this young lad? Where did he amass such points? Yes, confirmed purchase, Lin Ming replied, retrieving his gold note and points card. The points card bore only a single card number, which could be used to query the points record. Very well. Chapter 51. The ranking stone. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Ming gazed at the materials piled within his room, a fusion of anticipation and exhilaration swelling within him. These materials, even in the hands of a master engraver from the kingdom of Tianyan, would feel weighty and precious, never to be squandered lightly. For them, utilizing even one or several within a single engraving technique was already a remarkable feat, indicative of a rather complex art. However, Lin Ming's current endeavor of crafting a spiritual medicine talisman would require the incorporation of every single material at hand. Even with his current prowess in engraving, he felt a profound uncertainty. Should he succeed in creating this low-level spiritual medicine talisman and apply it to both the Hungjin Dragon Blood Pill and the Golden Snake Heart Pill, consuming it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Both pills were already exceptional in quality, and with the talisman's efficacy boost, given his cultivation at the second level of body refinement, ingesting such a rare elixir should enable him to break through to the third level. Moreover, with the successful crafting of the talisman, his engraving skills would advance further, bringing him closer to the coveted body inscription talisman that could enhance his cultivation speed and combat prowess. As these thoughts coursed through Lin Ming's mind, excitement bubbled within him. Yet, despite the glorious prospects, the path to realization would demand arduous effort. Even with the memories of an unclaimed soul fused within him, he would require relentless practice to synchronize his physical movements with his soul. To conserve materials, Lin Ming initially reverted to his old methods, employing only true essence without manipulating the materials. This practice lacked finesse, relying solely on the power of relentless repetition. If 1,000 attempts failed, he would try 10,000. And if those failed, he would strive for tens of thousands more. Endless cycles of monotonous practice drained his true essence and left him feeling utterly exhausted, akin to enduring 3 sleepless nights while forcing himself to learn and work. After merely 2 days of training, his eyes were bloodshot, and he could scarcely muster the strength to lift even a cup during his much-needed respite. despite utilizing the Tai Soul technique and purchasing elixirs for mental and spiritual restoration. He found himself in such a state due to the daunting difficulty of creating the medicine talisman, which surpassed that of crafting inscription artifacts by several folds. Tomorrow marked the commencement of enrollment at the Qishuan Martial Academy, and it appeared that completing the talisman before then was an impossible feat. The 3-day interlude between the assessment and formal enrollment meant that Lin Ming would soon report to the Qishuan Martial Academy, where he had been assigned to the Earth Hall. Generally, those with subpar assessment results, or those who gained admission through connections, would find themselves in the Human Hall, while those who excelled would be placed in the Earth Hall. Warriors at the 4th level of body refinement within the Earth Hall had opportunities to challenge disciples of the Celestial Hall to gain entry there. However, with Lin Ming's current strength, he was still far from achieving that goal. The following morning, all warriors selected for the Earth Hall gathered at the rear mountain of the Qishuan Martial Academy. A man with flaming red hair, bare-chested and shouldering a heavy black sword, stepped forward to address the assembly. He surveyed the gathered youth and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall officially be members of the Earth Hall of the Qishuan Martial Academy. I am your instructor, Hong Shi, and you may address me as Instructor Hong." Among the 53 who passed the assessment, only 20 stood before him, qualifying for the Earth Hall. "Undoubtedly, you are extraordinary talents," he continued. "However, do not presume that your admission to the Earth Hall guarantees your ascension to greatness. Strength can lead to an early demise, and talent may falter. Only through relentless striving and survival in battle can you hope to etch your names into the annals of history. In the Earth Hall, you may encounter temptations from various factions in Tianyan City, including offers of wealth and beauty. You have already passed the illusionary realm's test of your martial resolve. Yet remember, the martial heart is susceptible to gradual corruption. These temptations may become parasites gnawing at your willpower. Bear this in mind. Only strength is paramount. They seek to recruit you precisely because of your prowess. Without strength, you are not. With that, Instructor Hong led the group deeper into the mountain. The Qishuan Martial Academy spanned a vast expanse, with over half of the Great Zhou Mountain claimed as its territory. The rear mountain featured few structures, but along the path, fragrant grasses, ancient trees, and trickling springs adorned the landscape. After a time, they arrived before a massive stone wall, towering several dozen feet high. Its surface smooth as a mirror, engraved with a multitude of names. The largest name at the top read, Ling Senator, as he continued to scan the wall. Lin Ming noticed the names gradually decreasing in size, arranged in rows, totaling several dozen. Lin Ming surmised the purpose of this stone wall, and indeed, Instructor Hong confirmed his suspicions. What you see before you is merely an illusion. The names upon this wall are in constant flux. This is the ranking stone of the Qishuan Martial Academy. It ranks only those within the Earth Hall and the Celestial Hall. There are over 200 individuals ahead of you, your senior brothers and sisters. Indeed, it was a ranking. Lin Ming examined the unfamiliar names etched into the stone, spotting Ling Sen among the top ranks but failing to find Qin Xingxuan. Why was Qin Xingxuan absent? Lin Ming pondered. Perhaps she was not ranked alongside the disciples of the Celestial Hall. As he continued to scrutinize the names, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he recognized a name he knew all too well, Zhu Yin. Ranked 39th in the Celestial Hall. Lin Ming inhaled deeply, contemplating how long it would take him to reach that name. Continuing downward, Lin Ming's eyes widened as he discovered his own name, followed closely by Wang Yefeng. All 20 disciples of the Earth Hall who had passed the assessment lingered at the bottom of the rankings, while those from the Human Hall were conspicuously absent from the stone. Instructor Hong declared, "The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. To ascend higher, you must trample upon the aspirations of others. This continent is never short of geniuses, but do you comprehend why we have selected so many exceptional talents?" At this point, Instructor Hong paused, leaving the students momentarily stunned. One student ventured, "Instructor Hong, surely the purpose of selecting geniuses is to cultivate them better." "Better cultivation?" Hongshi scoffed, his laughter devoid of restraint. "Have you heard how beastmen train the fiercest of their beasts? They select those with the finest physiques and talents for concentrated training, feeding them the best meat and refining their skills, only to let them battle in cages. Ultimately, among hundreds, only one remains, the Beast King. You are akin to these beasts. The path of the strong requires stepping over the corpses of countless geniuses. Thus, gathering exceptional talents is not for their better cultivation, but for the purpose of conflict and slaughter, so that those who are more talented can ascend higher. There is no absolute strongest, only those who are stronger. Whether you ascend by treading upon others' corpses or become a mere victim lies solely in your mindset." Instructor Hong's words struck like iron beads, resonating within the hearts of the assembled students, casting a chill through them. The gathering of geniuses was not for concentrated cultivation, but rather to allow the stronger to ascend upon the remains of others. Especially his metaphor of beasts instilled a profound sense of urgency among the students, Lin Ming included, who felt a surge of determination. The notion of being the sole ruler ignited a fierce resolve within Lin Ming as he clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with combat fervor. Here are 20 jade slips containing information about the various rules and systems of the Qishuan Martial Academy. Your accommodations have been arranged at the rear mountain, as detailed in the slips. You are dismissed for now. Formal classes commence tomorrow. The red-haired man spoke. And with a flick of his wrist, 20 jade slips seemed to possess a life of their own as they soared into the hands of all the students. Lin Ming received one of them. As his soul force permeated it, the first image that unfolded before him was that of his dwelling. He decided to settle in first and make himself comfortable before crafting the Ming medicine talismans to enhance his strength. The red gold dragon marrow pill he had acquired was a miraculous elixir that could assist in breaking through his current bottleneck, if he utilized a Ming inscription talisman alongside it. Perhaps it would suffice for him to advance to the third level of body training. The 6 realms of body training: strength cultivation, muscle honing, organ refining, sinew transformation, bone forging, and meridian condensation each present significant differences, demanding considerable time for breakthroughs. Lin Ming had lingered at the second level for just over a month, making a rapid advancement seem quite challenging. However, with the exceptional pill in hand and the added efficacy of the Ming medicine talisman, a breakthrough was not entirely out of reach. Just as Lin Ming was lost in contemplation, a voice pierced through his thoughts. He turned to see a young man clad in white, standing 10 paces away, his expression dark and fixated upon him. This individual was none other than Wang Yifeng. During the entrance examination of the 7 Xian Martial Academy, not only had Lin Ming seized the first place from Wang Yifeng, but he had also claimed the reward, the Golden Serpent's Crimson Heart Pill, rightfully belonging to the second place contestant. This was a tremendous blow to Wang Yifeng and Lin Ming. The architect of his misfortune was undoubtedly a thorn in his side. Did you consume those 2 pills? Wang Yifeng asked through clenched teeth, his voice laced with a chill. And if I did? What if I didn't? Lin Ming replied calmly. The value of those 2 pills was astronomical, yet he had no concerns about others coveting them. The 7 Xian Martial Academy had always maintained an extraordinary presence in the Tianyan Kingdom, wielding formidable power and an extraordinary background. The rewards they distributed were beyond anyone's audacity to seize. I know you didn't take them. Consuming 2 potent and ferocious pills would be beyond your body's capacity to endure. Lin Ming, with your merely average 3rd-grade talent, you must consider this carefully. With your aptitude, it would be remarkable if you could absorb even a tenth of the potency from those pills, especially the red gold dragon marrow pill. Taking them would be a complete waste. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. What are you trying to say? I wish to purchase your red gold dragon marrow pill. Lin Ming chuckled, taken aback by Wang Yifeng's futile proposition. Are you jesting? Do you truly believe I would sell it? Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present my terms. Chapter 52. The Lin family disciple. I can lend you the jade slips containing the sword techniques of the family's 9 true words for 6 hours. And I shall also provide you with 5,000 taels of gold. However, there is one condition. You must never disclose that I have shown you the 9 true words. Otherwise, not only will I face dire consequences, but you too will contend with the wrath of the Wang family. Wang Yifeng whispered these words in a low tone. The red gold dragon marrow pill cannot be bought with gold, and Wang Yifeng can only afford a few thousand taels at most. Thus he dangled the bait of the 9 true words, a highly treasured family secret strictly prohibited from dissemination. What Wang Yifeng presented to Lin Ming was merely the foundational principles, devoid of any combat techniques. As long as Lin Ming remained silent, no one would discern the truth. Wang Yifeng believed that Lin Ming would not be foolish enough to reveal it, thereby inviting the wrath of the Wang family, which is why he took this risk. Naturally, Wang Yifeng assessed Lin Ming's talent, believing that with only 6 hours, his comprehension would be minimal. 9 true words? Just 6 hours? Lin Ming scoffed inwardly. This condition held no appeal for him. Compared to the chaotic combat scriptures, the 9 true words was utterly insignificant. Apologies, but I am not interested. Wang Yifeng flushed with indignation. Lin Ming, think carefully. With your aptitude, even consuming the red gold dragon marrow pill will not allow you to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. However, Practicing even a bit of the foundational principles from the 9 true words will significantly enhance your ability to condense true essence in the future, offering boundless benefits. This is a family treasure of the Wang clan, worth millions. Lin Ming replied, the 7 Xian martial house lacks for foundational principles. There are many superior to the 9 true words. Why should I bother with yours? Humph. The 7 Xian martial house indeed possesses top-tier foundational principles, but they are only imparted to core disciples. Do you even understand what a core disciple is? They are the designated disciples of the esteemed 3-star sect, 7 Xian Valley. And unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are destined to ascend to the valley. Even Ling San, the eldest disciple of the Tianji house, has no chance. To my knowledge, only a handful are core disciples, and aside from Qin Xingxuan, the rest are not even from the Tianyan kingdom. They hail from mysterious martial families. Do you truly believe you have any hope? Don't be foolish. I wouldn't dare to hold such expectations myself. The major sects maintain stringent control over the transmission of techniques, as this is the cornerstone of their existence. Even within the 7 Xian martial house, most disciples can only learn second-rate techniques, and Wang Yefeng spoke the truth. However, Lin Ming possessed the chaotic combat scriptures. He did not envy even the top techniques of the 7 Xian Valley, let alone the esteemed techniques of the major sections. Lin Ming stated, your lack of hope does not equate to my absence of prospects. Apologies, but I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. You. Very well. Do you think that just because you triumphed over me last time, you truly surpass me? Just wait. I will reclaim what you took from me, and I will trample you beneath my feet. Do you think you can be selected as a core disciple? Don't make me laugh. I am eager to see how you become a stepping stone for others. The higher you rise, the harder you will fall. Lin Ming paid no heed to Wang Yinfeng's bitter curses. In Lin Ming's eyes, Wang Yifeng had already been defeated. He could accept being outperformed by others, even Zhu Yan, Qin Xingxuan, or Ling Xin, but he would never allow himself to be surpassed by someone he had once bested. If the day came when Lin Ming was outshone by those he had previously defeated, then he would need to reflect deeply on himself. By noon, Lin Ming had moved all his belongings to his new residence. The 7 Xian martial house sprawls across a vast expanse, providing ample space for each disciple of the Earth Hall to have their own private quarters. Lin Ming's room was situated in a secluded area of the back mountain, nestled against a rocky wall and overlooking a deep pond. Beside his abode stood a century-old tree, its massive canopy completely cloaking the house, ensuring a tranquil and refreshing environment even in summer, an ideal setting for cultivation. Lin Ming was exceedingly pleased with this dwelling. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to peruse the contents of the jade slip. The slip initially outlined the various regulations of the 7 Xian martial house, including disciplinary actions, challenge rules, class schedules, and cultivation arrangements. As he progressed, he found information regarding ranking rewards and the resources provided by the 7 Xian martial house. Upon reaching this section, Lin Ming's interest was piqued, for his primary motivation for joining the 7 Xian martial house was indeed these resources. With numerous disciples, the ranking of individuals was determined through the assessment of the 10,000 kill array. Centuries ago, the 7 Xian Valley was founded by 7 masters, one of whom was adept in array formations. The techniques of these formations have been passed down over the years, and disciples within the sect often utilize illusory and lethal arrays during their assessments and training. As a branch of the 7 Xian Valley, the 7 Xian martial house naturally benefited from this legacy. The illusory array utilized for ranking assessments was named the 10,000 kill array. Once one entered, they would encounter an unending stream of enemies, some ferocious beasts, and others human. The final ranking was determined based on the total number and strength of the enemies defeated. Among these foes, the weakest were equivalent to second-level body refinement warriors. Each kill of a second-level enemy earned 1 point, while slaying a peak second-level enemy netted 5 points. A third-level enemy yielded 10 points, and a peak third-level enemy garnered 50 points. Similarly, fourth-level enemies awarded 100 points, peak fourth-level enemies 500 points, and so forth. Upon entering the 10,000 kill array, the initial enemies faced were all second-level body refinement warriors, but as one progressed, the level of adversaries would escalate, with third and fourth-level foes becoming increasingly common, until the tester ultimately succumbed. The accumulated score before death would determine the final outcome, and the ranking stone would display the results. A higher ranking would afford numerous benefits, such as gathering essence pills. Disciples ranked beyond the 200 mark could only receive 1 gathering essence pill every 3 months, while those in the top 10 would receive 10 per month, equivalent to 2,000 taels of gold. Even the children of prominent families could not overlook such generous rewards. However, the gathering essence pill was merely a secondary concern, for this item could be purchased with wealth. There were many resources that money could not buy, such as inherited techniques. Disciples ranked beyond 200 could only select a low-tier inherited technique, while the top 10 could freely access the 7 Xian martial house's library, choosing any technique they desired. The first-ranked disciple even obtained a rare opportunity to learn the core techniques of the 7 Xian martial house, which were exclusively available to core disciples. With neither the royal family of the Tianyan kingdom nor the offspring of elite families having such an opportunity, of course, Lin Ming held little interest in the techniques. His focus was on cultivation resources. The 7 Xian Valley was renowned for its mastery of array formations, and at the inception of the 7 Xian martial house, the valley dispatched innate experts to establish numerous lethal arrays for the disciples' training. Cultivating within these arrays yielded significantly greater results, but the number of arrays was limited, and their operation required vast amounts of true essence stones, so not everyone could enter them at will. Access depended on one's ranking as well. Thus, within the 7 Xian martial house, ranking was of paramount importance. The higher one ranked, the more resources they enjoyed. The strong would grow stronger, while the weak would grow weaker. All disciples here were geniuses, and only by stepping over the bodies of others could one emerge victorious. I have officially entered the 7 Xian martial house. To obtain sufficient resources, I must first secure a ranking in the 10,000 kill array. However, my inscription medicine symbol has yet to be completed. If I hasten my practice, it may take me half a month to finish it. To maximize the effects of the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden serpent heart pill, investing this time is worthwhile. Lin Ming muttered to himself and once again immersed himself in the cultivation of his inscription technique. The following morning, Lin Ming rose early to wash up. Today marked the commencement of formal classes at the 7 Xian martial house. The curriculum would not cover techniques but rather focus on the nuances of cultivation, foundational knowledge, and the path to maintaining health. In terms of foundational courses, the 7 Xian martial house maintained a rather lenient approach, offering 7 or 8 classes from which disciples could choose according to their interests, even allowing them to skip classes if they wished. The content of today's lesson, as noted in the Jade Slip, was an introduction to basic physical techniques. Although Lin Ming inherited a set of supreme martial arts techniques, his understanding of foundational knowledge remains rather limited, as he has not received formal martial education. Thus, these lessons hold significant value for him. The lectures are held in the Martial Arts Hall of the Qishuan Martial Academy, and upon Lin Ming's arrival, he discovers that the hall is filled to capacity with approximately 70 or 80 individuals. Among them are the 53 new disciples who have passed the assessment, as well as several senior disciples attending as auditors. The combined number of disciples from the Tiankai Courtyard and the Dizzy Hall of the Qishuan Martial Academy totals 230, while the Renji Hall boasts nearly 400 disciples, bringing the total number of students to over 600. Among this large assembly, a few dozen may have gained entry through connections, yet even they are not without merit. Each martial artist may study at the Qishuan Martial Academy for a maximum of 5 years. If they are not yet 22 years old upon completion, they may apply for an additional year. After that, graduation is mandatory. Those with sufficient strength may also apply for early graduation, however. Most students choose to remain for the full 5 years, as many resources are unattainable outside the academy. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Lin Ming casually selected a seat. At that moment, he noticed several pairs of eyes drifting towards him, some with apparent interest. When he returned their gaze, they greeted him with friendly smiles. "Are you Lin Ming?" inquired a youth clad in blue, his demeanor handsome and approachable. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Lin Ming responded. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Wu, and this is my sister, Lin Fengyuan." The blue-clad youth gestured towards a graceful young lady beside him. "Lin Wu, Lin Fengyuan, could it be?" Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are you the direct descendants of the Lin family from Qisang City?" "Indeed, we are all family," Lin Wu replied with a smile. The Lin family in Qisang City is considered a prominent clan, while they may not hold any titles. Their lineage has engaged in commerce for generations, endowing them with substantial wealth. It is thus quite natural for such a distinguished family to have several talented offspring in the Qishuan Martial Academy. A few months prior, Lin Ming had borrowed the opportunity to audit from Lin Xiaodong at the Qinsong Mansion. Chapter 53, Provocation. Although the Lin family possesses profound heritage, for a clan to thrive over generations, it must consolidate its financial resources. Family enterprises should only be bequeathed to direct descendants. Otherwise, the assets become increasingly fragmented. and within a few generations, the family may find itself in a state of near oblivion. Lin Ming belongs to a branch of the family that is considered a collateral line, separated by generations, which precludes him from inheriting any significant assets. His role is limited to management and coordination. Throughout his upbringing, he had minimal interactions with the direct descendants of the Lin family and, thus, did not recognize the two siblings before him. Lin Wu remarked, just a few days ago, I learned that the top scorer in this martial arts examination is a member of our Lin family. All of us were quite astonished. It truly took us by surprise. What is more remarkable is that you, Lin Ming, have achieved this honor as a collateral descendant without the benefit of substantial resources. It fills us with a sense of shame. At this moment, Lin Fengyuan interjected, the news of your first-place achievement has already reached the family, even startling the family head. This is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. The family head has met with your parents, and a banquet has been arranged to express gratitude for raising such a talented individual. Upon your return, it seems the entire Lin family will host a grand welcome for you. Upon hearing Lin Wu and his sister's words, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating such a series of events, he did not feel a strong sense of belonging to the Lin family, and the notion of a grand welcome held little appeal for him. However, he knew that his parents would undoubtedly cherish this honor. As every parent desires their children to shine and return home in glory, his parents held traditional values, yearning to bring honor to their ancestors and provide for future generations. The honor of being first in the examination of the 7 Xian Martial Academy was indeed something for which the Lin family could take immense pride. With a population of 70 to 80 million in the Tiankai Kingdom, achieving first place in this examination was akin to earning the highest scholarly accolade, worthy of a ceremonial archway. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt a sense of fulfillment, as making his parents proud was a natural desire for any child. He expressed, as I am new to the 7 Xian Martial Academy and unfamiliar with my surroundings, encountering 2 elder cousins feels particularly warm. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Haha, cousin, you are too modest. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. My martial prowess may be limited, but our family has resources in Tianyun City that I can access, replied Lin Wu. Thank you, Lin Ming said, as they exchanged communication talismans. Just then, the classroom fell silent, and a voice announced, the teaching elder has arrived. Lin Ming looked up to see an elder clad in a white robe, holding a thick tome, entering the martial hall. The elder's aura was notably weaker than that of Mu Yi and others, indicating he was likely at the condensation phase. In Qingsang City, practitioners at the condensation phase were already quite rare, yet within the 7 Xian Martial Academy, such individuals were commonplace. Lin Ming had observed that all the instructors he encountered at the academy were above this level. The elder placed the book on the lectern and began, from today onward, I will be responsible for your instruction in various disciplines, including physical techniques, swordsmanship, offensive maneuvers, cultivation techniques, defensive strategies, escape techniques, and the fundamentals of true essence and martial arts. Let us commence. The elder's introduction was succinct, and he proceeded to elaborate on physical techniques, imparting a wealth of foundational knowledge. Even seemingly simple movements were enriched with practical tips, such as how to evade attacks when one's old strength is exhausted and new strength has yet to manifest, or how to forcibly twist one's body while airborne, or how to counterattack when being pressured by an opponent. These techniques were not martial arts per se, but when applied effectively, they could significantly enhance a warrior's combat capabilities, distinguishing between an experienced fighter and a novice. Of course, truly integrating these techniques into combat would require extensive practical experience. The lesson lasted a full hour before the elder concluded, today's class ends here. New students who have passed the examination, please remain to collect your true essence stones. True essence stones? Lin Ming pondered momentarily, recalling having heard of such items. These stones naturally contain true essence and could be used to power arrays. At that moment, Lin Wu chimed in, cousin, these true essence stones are valuable. Absorbing the true essence within can accelerate your cultivation, and the purity of true essence in these stones surpasses that found in spiritual herbs, making them much easier to refine. Indeed, with your first place achievement, you are entitled to receive 10 true essence stones, Lin Fengyuan added, her tone tinged with envy. Oh, are these true essence stones particularly precious? Lin Ming inquired. Well, our Tianyun Kingdom does have deposits of true essence stones, but they must all be submitted to the 7 Xian Valley. In major sects, true essence stones are quite plentiful, yet very few make it into circulation. Hence, they are scarce within the Tianyun Kingdom, Lin Wu explained. Quickly, go and claim your stones. In the future, You will secure a ranking on the stone tablet and can receive at least 1 stone each month, he urged. Lin Ming approached the collection point for true essence stones and indeed received 10 stones. These true essence stones resembled impure crystals and were not transparent. Each stone weighed approximately 1 tael, and after standard measurement and refinement, Lin Ming immersed his spiritual energy into one, feeling the pure true essence within. Following Lin Ming, Wang Yanfeng also collected his true essence stones, but only received 5, half of what Lin Ming had received. The ordinary disciples of the Earth Hall received only 2, while those of the Human Hall received just 1. Furthermore, if they failed to enter the Earth Hall in the future, they would lose this privilege. Lin Wu suggested, "Cousin, since we rarely meet, shall we go for a drink?" Lin Ming hesitated briefly and replied apologetically, "I wish to enhance my strength as much as possible before the ranking examination. As for the drink, I will treat you another day." The practice of engraving runes required considerable time, coupled with martial training and attending classes, leaving Lin Ming stretched thin. Even his sleep was spent in recuperation. "Aha, cousin. Your diligence is commendable. It is no wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age." "Very well, we shall gather another day," Lin Wu agreed. After bidding farewell to the Lin siblings, Lin Ming departed the martial hall. As he reached a fork in the path, he noticed Wang Yanfeng standing with 2 unfamiliar young men. Wang Yanfeng's brow was furrowed, indicating a strained relationship with them. "Ah, is that not the genius Wang Yanfeng from the Wang family? The first place in the Yulu City Elite Competition, master of the 9-path true words sword technique. I thought he was something special. How could he lose to a mere second-tier body practitioner? Truly a disgrace to our Yulu city," sneered a young man, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Judging by his age, he appeared to be around 18 or 19, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of body cultivation, and he held a long sword with an air of arrogance. Wang Yanfeng's expression darkened immediately. "Lu Mingxiang, you wretched scion of the Lu family. How dare you speak so brazenly before me? After consuming so many rare elixirs, you couldn't even break into the top 10. Even a pig raised by your family would outperform you." "Huh, you say I'm a pig? Very well. Let us compare and see if you can keep me beneath your feet," Lu Mingxiang retorted dismissively, a smirk plastered across his face. Wang Yanfeng paused, his fist clenching tightly. The other was at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier in body cultivation and had trained at the 7 Xian Martial Academy for 2 years. In a fair contest, he felt a lack of confidence. Nevertheless, Wang Yanfeng was unwilling to back down. It was evident to him that if he refused to engage, Lu Mingxiang would spread tales of his cowardice, proclaiming that the 9-path true words were mere empty boasts. "Lu Mingxiang, you truly lack self-awareness. Your talent pales in comparison to mine, and you presume to belittle me based on age? 18 against my 15. How absurd. In battle, does one inquire about age before slaying an opponent? Enough with the nonsense. Do you dare to compete? What is there to fear?" Wang Yanfeng scoffed softly. Although he was well aware that his opponent was merely attempting to provoke him, his proud nature compelled him to accept the challenge. He could not afford to diminish his spirit or compromise his martial heart. "Very well, let us abide by the rules set forth by the martial house. Since we are to compete, it is only fitting that we wager something. Did you not just receive 5 essence stones? Let us use them as our stakes." "Stakes?" Wang Yanfeng gritted his teeth, realizing that he was not foolish. He immediately understood that Lu Mingxiang had intentionally provoked him for the sake of those 5 essence stones. This was a premeditated scheme. Yet, even with this understanding, Wang Yanfeng would not retreat. 5 essence stones, even in defeat, he could bear the loss. Moreover, he was not necessarily destined to lose. "Let us wager." Lin Ming observed the unfolding scene from a distance, shaking his head slightly. It was evident that the challenger had calculated Wang Yanfeng's temperament. However, considering the provocation had reached his doorstep, if Wang Yanfeng were to truly cower in such circumstances, the consequences would be far graver. To evade battle and swallow one's pride is a grave taboo in the pursuit of martial arts. Martial cultivation is not solely about honing the body, it is equally about refining the heart. The cultivation of the heart emphasizes spontaneity and the joy of life. If one were to constantly endure in silence, their progress and training would undoubtedly be hindered. It seemed likely that Wang Yanfeng would falter. Both adversaries were formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of physical cultivation and having trained for an extended period at the 7 Xian martial house, their combat prowess likely surpassed that of the average 4th tier martial artist, and even Lin Ming felt no assurance in facing them. Though Lu Mingxiang exuded arrogance, he was indeed a master. The young man beside him appeared even more inscrutable. Facing either of them would render victory impossible. The Seven Xian martial house was truly a hidden gem of talent. Lin Ming mused to himself, which was entirely reasonable. Every individual who entered the Seven Xian martial house was a genius. Such prodigies, older than them and enjoying abundant resources for training, would be utterly foolish if they could not prevail against newcomers after such extensive cultivation. This matter was of no concern to Lin Ming. He turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh, is this not the top candidate of this assessment? Lin Ming, is it? A pleasure indeed." Though the words were wrapped in pleasantries, the tone was unmistakably laced with provocation. Lin Ming furrowed his brow and turned to see that it was the enigmatic youth who had joined Lu Mingxiang in challenging Wang Yanfeng. Chapter 54. The Unjust Duel. Apologies for the delay. Though the words spoken were courteous, the underlying provocation was glaringly evident. Lin Ming furrowed his brow and turned to see that the speaker was a young man of formidable prowess, standing alongside Lu Mingxiang, who had previously taunted Wang Yanfeng. This individual was clad in a blue outfit, wielding a slender blade that measured merely 3 fingers in width, with an exceptionally short handle and no guard. The blade directly connected to the grip. Among martial artists, those who wielded blades were far fewer than those who opted for swords. Lin Ming observed that such a short handle would be challenging to maneuver, and the absence of a guard increased the risk of injury from an opponent's strike. However, this design allowed for an unparalleled speed, sacrificing defense for rapid assault, indicating the exceptional skill of this young man's swordsmanship. He likely surpassed Lu Mingxiang in capability. Lin Ming, wary, resolved not to underestimate him due to his brash words. He pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "Nothing much. Merely wishing to witness the prowess of the top newcomer." Am I mistaken, or are you at the second level of body refinement?" The young man feigned astonishment. Lin Ming maintained a stoic expression, having discerned the intentions behind the young man's words. TSK, this year's candidates are truly lacking. A second-level body refinement can actually secure first place? What rank of talent do you possess? Lu Mingxiang chimed in, having already learned that Lin Ming was merely of average third-tier talent. This level, commendable outside the Seven Xian Martial Academy, was considered the lowest tier within its ranks. His remarks were deliberately intended to provoke Lin Ming. "What concern is my talent to you?" Lin Ming retorted coldly, fully aware that these two were merely coveting his essence stones, seeking to incite his wrath for a duel, much like their treatment of Wang Yanfeng. In the Tiankai Kingdom, the authorities seldom intervened in the disputes of martial artists, often powerless to do so, leading to conflicts being resolved through duels or bets. As long as both parties consented and agreed upon the stakes, absolving them of further grievances afterward, such an atmosphere was prevalent. And the Seven Xian Martial Academy was no exception. Of course, it matters not. I merely heard that Brother Lin possesses average third-tier talent. It perplexes me how such a waste could manage to achieve first place, even amidst this year's lackluster candidates. This statement shattered any pretense of civility. In their eyes, Lin Ming was merely a minor figure, easily trampled without the need for disguise. Lin Ming's expression turned frosty as he scoffed. "Is this how low you've fallen in the Seven Xian Martial Academy? Surviving by robbing the essence stones of newcomers? You'd be better off withdrawing from school than to bring shame upon your family. You're seeking death." The young man's countenance darkened. "A mere waste of third-tier talent. Relying on luck to scrape by in the Seven Xian Martial Academy is beneath my notice." Such venomous words caused Lin Ming's brow to furrow. Genuine anger ignited within him. He had no desire to intervene, yet the provocation was clear. This was a prelude to a duel, and so he thought. "Lin Ming." At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Do not fall into their trap." Lin Ming turned to see Lin Wu and Lin Fengnuan approaching, the speaker being Lin Wu. His expression grim. These two were troublesome foes. In terms of lineage, Lu Mingxiang's family, the Lu clan, was not inferior to the Lin family. And in terms of strength, Lin Wu was no match for them. "Lin Wu, be wise and leave at once," the blade-wielding youth scoffed, exuding a palpable aura of menace that caused the blade on his back to hum ominously in response to his murderous intent. Lin Ming felt a chill. Only a true martial artist could establish such a connection with their weapon, enabling it to sense its master's aura and essence. This level of mastery required exceptional talent, insight, and prolonged dedication to the weapon, far beyond what Wang Yanfeng could achieve. While Wang Yanfeng possessed a treasured weapon, his use of it revealed numerous flaws to Lin Ming, allowing Lin Ming to easily counter his techniques. Moreover, the intensity of this young man's murderous aura suggested he had taken many lives. Such a person would undoubtedly be formidable. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. recognizing that both he and Lu Mingxiang, though they appeared brash and foolish, were concealing their true prowess. He was acutely aware that he was not their match. Lin Wu, feeling the oppressive aura, paled further. Though he too belonged to the Earth Hall, his ranking was considerably lower, rendering him no match for these two. It would be unwise to provoke a conflict. He grasped Lin Ming's arm and whispered urgently, Lin Ming, we should leave. Leave? Huh. Lin Wu, your reputation as Lin the Tortoise is well-deserved. How curious it is that someone as cowardly as you managed to enter the Earth Hall of the Seven Xian Martial Academy. Is your Lin family in Qisang City a breeding ground for turtles? Only producing timid creatures? The unabashed mockery, especially the mention of his family, pushed Lin Wu to his limits. He grasped his sword, stepping forward, but Lin Ming swiftly restrained him, recognizing that Lin Wu was not a match for this individual. Do not act rashly. Their intentions are directed at me. It is merely a duel. Complying bears no significant weight. Ha, how refreshing. You, as the elder brother, are less impressive than your younger sibling. Pray, name the time and place, the young man boasted arrogantly. Lin Wu, alarmed, cautioned Lin Ming, do not be deceived. This fellow is after your essence stones. His name is Zhang Song, a peak practitioner of body refinement, and he is on the brink of entering the transformation realm. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, ranked 109th. Do you comprehend what that entails? Newcomers to the Seven Xian Martial Academy find it exceedingly challenging to even reach the top 180. Even figures like Ling Sun, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu were left outside the top 130 in their initial assessments. Ling Sun, Lin Ming was well aware of this individual. The senior brother of the Heavenly Hall at the Seven Xian Martial Academy, the foremost figure among the Academy's ranks if one disregarded a few core disciples. His comprehensive combat prowess likely exceeded even Qin Xingxuan. Though Lin Ming had not heard of Taku and Zhang Guanyu, he could surmise they were formidable figures. Likely akin to Ling, Senator Lin Wu continued, Zhang Song is among the leading figures of the Earth Hall. In due time, he will likely enter the Heavenly Hall. You stand no chance against him. Brother, I am aware of my own capabilities, Lin Ming replied. Lin Wu, exasperated, pressed, what do you mean you are aware? I know your combat strength rivals that of the peak of the third level of body refinement, but every individual in the Earth Hall is a genius. Just because you can fight above your level does not mean others cannot. If Zhang Song were to compete outside the Seven Xian Martial Academy, even peak practitioners of the fourth level of body refinement might not match him. Lin Wu's words rang true. The Seven Xian Martial Academy was a haven for prodigies, where surpassing an opponent of a higher tier was not an uncommon feat. Lin Ming's current strength was insufficient to contend against a fully realized practitioner of the fourth level of body refinement. Although the chaotic energy combat technique was formidable, it would not enable Lin Ming to leap 2 tiers. As Lin Wu spoke, Zhang Song leaned against his arms, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Observing the exchange with amusement, have you concluded your deliberations? Will you continue to hide like a turtle, or will you engage in a wager with me? Lin Ming replied, there is no need to provoke me. Such tactics are futile. I merely wish to inquire, what are the stakes? Chapter 55, The Battle. Lin Ming began. There is no need to provoke me. It serves no purpose. I simply wish to inquire about the stakes. Brother, do not acquiesce to him. At that moment, Lin Fengyuan interjected, her demeanor appearing somewhat subdued in front of Zhang Song. Lin Ming waved his hand, indicating that he was aware of the situation. Naturally, the wager will be the true essence stones. Should you lose, 10 true essence stones will belong to me. Conversely, if I lose, I shall pay you 20. Very well. You mentioned allowing me to choose the time and place. I select the training arena. As for the time, let it be set for 1 month hence at 1:15 noon. A month? Zhang Song was taken aback, not expecting Lin Ming to set the date so far in the future. However, no matter how long he waited, it would be futile, with his inferior third-grade talent. The longer the delay, the greater the gap between them would become. Fine, a month it is. You can enjoy 2 more days of life, Zhang Song scoffed. Regarding Lin Ming as a fool, the young man was brimming with youthful arrogance, unable to contain his eagerness to hand over the true essence stones. Zhang Song and Lu Ming departed, their laughter echoing, leaving Lin Wu shaking his head in dismay. Brother, you are too impulsive. Newcomers to the Seven Xian Martial House often exude confidence, but every elder is a genius in their own right, and they have been studying here far longer. As for Zhang Song, sigh, let us consider those 10 true essence stones a lesson learned. Lin Ming chuckled. Thank you, Brother Will, for standing up for me today. However, I cannot evade this battle. To do so would weaken my resolve and hinder my cultivation. Lin Ming altered his address from brother to martial brother, acknowledging Lin Wu's worth. Lin Wu was commendable for having the courage to defend him in such a moment. After speaking, Lin Ming noticed Wang Yanfeng still lingering nearby, watching him intently. Upon meeting Lin Ming's gaze, Wang Yanfeng said, "I wish you luck." "Ha, you as well." Lin Ming replied. Their shared stance against a common adversary had indeed eased the tension between them. "I shall not be defeated, even if I temporarily lose. I shall reclaim my triumph in due time, whether it be Lu Ming or you." With that proclamation, Wang Yanfeng turned and strode away. He had heard Lin Wu's words and realized the difficulty he faced in overcoming Lu Ming. Yet, while Wang Yanfeng's martial prowess could overpower Lu Ming's physicality, it could not vanquish his spirit. He could not simply retreat. Wang Yanfeng possessed an indomitable spirit, and with his innate talent, he might one day become a noteworthy figure. However, he still had much to achieve to enter the sect. The vast expanse of the Tiankai Continent was teeming with countless souls, making the pursuit of martial supremacy an arduous endeavor. At that moment, Lin Ming recalled something. "By the way, Brother Wu, do such wagers occur frequently? Generally, do newcomers find themselves at a disadvantage? Is there no corresponding regulation within the martial house?" Lin Wu replied, "None at all. The martial house only stipulates that one must not intentionally cause severe injury or death. Beyond that, everything else is left to chance. Thus, conflicts within the Seven Xian martial house are quite fierce, and the house likely welcomes such contention. Nevertheless, it is rare for newcomers to be bullied for their true essence stones, as it would tarnish one's reputation. Those with stature and regard for their family name would not engage in such behavior." "Oh, so does that imply that Lu Ming and Zhang Song's reputations are not particularly commendable?" "Lu Ming has always been a rogue, but as for Zhang Song, he is indeed a ruthless individual. He has served in the military and has taken many lives. His character is hard to define. He is indifferent to reputation and acts with reckless abandon, so a duel with you would not be surprising." "Is that so? Does Zhang Song know Zhu Yan?" "Zhu Yan? To my knowledge, Zhang Song and Zhu Yan are comrades from their military days. Why do you ask?" Lin Wu is unaware of the conflict between Zhu Yan and Lin Ming, hence his inquiry. "Nothing," Lin Ming sighed softly, wishing to avoid discussing such matters with Lin Wu. "Oh, I see. I was curious why Zhu Yan had remained inactive. It seems Zhang Song was sent by him. Zhu Yan would certainly not allow me to have a peaceful experience in the Seven Xian martial house. However, the martial house is subordinate to the Qishuan Valley, which holds dominion over the imperial powers of numerous surrounding nations. As the Seven Xian martial house stands as a transcendent entity within the Tianyan kingdom, even the royal family cannot influence it in the slightest. As long as I remain within the Seven Xian martial house, Zhu Yan cannot lay a hand on me. Even a postnatal master would think twice before causing trouble in such a place. Therefore, Zhu Yan can only resort to finding someone to engage in a wager that adheres to the house's regulations, enabling him to covertly harm me and undermine my martial spirit. Zhang Song, who possesses a significant advantage in strength and is also affiliated with the Earth Hall, is the most suitable candidate to crush me. However, he must be able to overpower me first." Lin Ming took a deep breath, slowly clenching his fists. He had not anticipated that Zhu Yan had also served in the military. No wonder he could enter the heavenly house at the pinnacle of the third layer of body refinement. His strength undoubtedly surpasses Zhang Song's. This could prove to be quite interesting. Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Ming's expression, Lin Wu remarked, "Brother, you do not harbor any animosity towards Zhu Yan, do you?" Lin Ming nodded. "I suppose so." This, Lin Wu expressed concern. "Brother, I do not wish to dampen your spirit, but Zhu Yan defeated a disciple ranked 72nd in the heavenly house while at the peak of the third layer of body refinement, securing his place as a student there. That disciple's strength was merely at the threshold of the fourth layer of body refinement." Lin Ming's heart sank momentarily. Disciples at the initial stage of the fourth layer of body refinement in the Seven Xian martial house were not comparable to those outside. Their strength was truly exceptional. For Zhu Yan to defeat one of them while at the peak of the third layer of body refinement was a testament to his might. The heavenly house is fixed at 72 members. Generally speaking, any disciple who breaks into the fourth layer of body refinement possesses the potential to enter. The entry requirement is to defeat any student of the heavenly house, thereby securing a place, while the defeated student is eliminated. Every member of the heavenly house is an elite. To triumph over these paragons at the peak of the third layer of body refinement is no trivial feat. Zhu Yan is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Brother, should you find yourself at odds with him? Lin Ming smiled and replied, "Thank you for your advice, Brother Will." Lin Wu continued, "It would be wise to resolve this conflict swiftly. Zhu Yan holds a significant position within the Zhu family. Although he is not the eldest son, his exceptional talent places him in a strong position to inherit the family headship. You must bear in mind that the current head's daughter has married into the royal family. A true man must be able to bend and stretch. For a warrior, patience is also of utmost importance. At times, offering an apology is not a sign of weakness, and turning conflict into harmony can lead to mutual satisfaction. Indeed, I understand, Lin Ming smiled, merely listening. He was well aware of Zhu Yan's standing within the Zhu family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maneuver Lan Yunyu into the 7 Xian martial house. Such matters typically require the intervention of Zhu Yan's influential aunt. No need for concern. I shall take my leave. Through this brief interaction, Lin Ming had gleaned insight into Lin Wu's character. He was one who often considered the consequences and weighed options, a trait that was not entirely unwelcome. However, in the realm of martial arts, such caution could diminish one's boldness, hindering significant achievements. It was no wonder he bore such an unflattering nickname. Nevertheless, Lin Wu was a decent person and worthy of friendship. I have said all I needed to say. Brother, take care. As for those 10 true essence stones, if it does not go well, do not fret. Our Lin family is not lacking in resources. While these stones may be few, they can still be acquired. In the future, when you earn the family's favor, a few true essence stones will be of little consequence. Lin Ming chuckled inwardly and nodded. I understand. Chapter 56. The significant achievement of the true essence formula. After bidding farewell to Lin Wu, Lin Ming returned to his dwelling alone. Time was indeed becoming increasingly pressing. And for the past few days, Lin Ming had been racing against the clock. His agreement to participate in this wager was not born of mere impulse. He had devised a rough calculation in his mind. Lin Wu had mentioned that individuals like Ling Sun, Tu Ku, and Zhang Guanyu were all left outside the top 100 during their first trial of the 10,000 kill formation, while Zhang Song was ranked 109th. The disparity sounded substantial. And Lin Ming was not so arrogant as to believe he could surpass Ling Xin and the others at the onset of their journey into the 7 mysterious martial academy. Thus, he allocated himself a month to prepare. Ling Xin, Tu Ku, and Zhang Guanyu had been ranked outside the top 100 when they first entered the martial academy. A month from now, the situation might be different. Currently, Lin Ming required at least half a month to complete the inscription of the medicinal symbols, while the remaining half would be dedicated to absorbing the potency of the elixirs to solidify his strength. The red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden serpent's red heart pill were both invaluable treasures, and coupled with the amplification from the spiritual medicine symbols, they could undoubtedly empower Lin Ming to break through to the 3rd level of physical training, perhaps even consolidating his cultivation. By that time, the gap in cultivation between him and Zhang Song would be reduced to at most half a realm. If, relying on the supreme technique of the divine domain, the chaotic essence combat sutra, he could not even bridge half a realm, and if he failed to enter the top 100 on the ranking stone, Lin Ming would have to concede that his defeat in this wager was well-deserved. Such thoughts prompted a period of introspection. With this in mind, Lin Ming resumed practicing the creation of medicinal symbols. Although he had acquired the memories of a senior in the field of inscription, his own experience was rather shallow. For Lin Ming, delving into research and innovation was premature. His task was to continuously practice and hone his skills until his body could evoke that familiar sensation of effortless mastery. After numerous repetitions of practicing with true essence, Lin Ming began to use materials for his exercises. Failure was inevitable at the outset, so he opted for the least valuable materials, extracting the juice from a blue-green flower. Lin Ming concentrated, guiding it with his soul force into the air, taking a deep breath to calm his mind entirely. Let us commence this new journey. Lin Ming silently encouraged himself, and his right hand transformed into a series of ethereal illusions beneath the resplendent rainbow light. The patterns of the medicinal symbols were far more intricate than those of the inscription symbols. Initially, Lin Ming had forcibly inscribed the inscription symbols with the strength of the 1st level of physical training, but now, having finally reached the 2nd level, his true essence had thickened considerably. Yet, he was now faced with the challenge of inscribing the more demanding medicinal symbols, resulting in a similar struggle. However, rather than feeling burdened by this situation, Lin Ming found it exhilarating. Only by pushing himself to the limit could he achieve rapid progress. As half an hour passed, fine beads of sweat began to form on Lin Ming's forehead. Each rune inscribed for the medicinal symbols proved to be several times more difficult than the inscription symbols. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, but the exertion was becoming increasingly arduous. Although bolstered by the chaotic true essence formula, he could hardly withstand such depletion, approaching his limits. And yet he had completed less than half of the low-grade spiritual medicinal symbol. Lin Ming had encountered similar difficulties while inscribing the inscription symbols. Attempting to increase the total amount of true essence within a short time was unrealistic. The only viable path lay in reducing the failure rate and enhancing proficiency to conserve true essence. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Although he was acutely aware that this attempt would likely end in failure, he still desired to endure for a while longer to savor this feeling. Bang! A sudden explosion erupted as the numerous runes before him burst forth like dazzling fireworks, only to be followed by an engulfing darkness. Is it already night? Lin Ming exhaled deeply, collapsing onto his bed. The room was utterly silent, allowing him to clearly hear his own heavy breathing and heartbeat. I'm exhausted. Lin Ming sprawled across the bed, too weary even to move his fingers. These past few months of practicing the art of inscription had often left him pushing his soul force to the brink. But he had never felt as drained as he did today, lacking even the strength to operate the chaotic true essence formula. If his true essence resembled a lake, then the medicinal symbols had drained it to the very last drop, akin to a parched desert. I need to sleep. While he knew that meditating at this moment could yield significant results, the overwhelming fatigue from the severe depletion of his soul force and true essence rendered Lin Ming unable to concentrate. The true essence stones. How could I have forgotten them? At a time like this, using the true essence stones to replenish my energy is precisely what I need. With great effort, Lin Ming sat up and gathered the 10 true essence stones he had received during class. Grasping one in his hand, he began to greedily absorb the pure true essence energy contained within. Rich true essence flowed continuously through the pores of his palm. Since Lin Ming had yet to reach the meridian opening stage, his body's meridians and acupoints remained blocked, allowing the true essence to enter only through his pores and then slowly circulate through his flesh. If the flow of true essence could be likened to traffic, then the body resembled a muddy swamp. While the meridians were wide, open roads, there was no comparison. Thus, breaking through to the meridian opening stage represented a significant leap for a martial artist. As true essence continued to pour in, Lin Ming's body felt as though it were a dry reservoir receiving a steady stream of clear spring water, bringing with it an indescribable sense of refreshment that dispelled his earlier fatigue. He began to operate the chaotic true essence formula, guiding the true essence within him to flow smoothly. Though the chaotic true essence formula was an exceptional method for cultivating true essence, the speed of its circulation remained limited in the absence of open meridians. As he continued to cycle through the formula, the accumulation of true essence within him increased, and the speed of its flow gradually quickened. After a short while, Lin Ming felt the circulation of true essence within him accelerating beyond his previous peak speed. How can this be? Lin Ming's heart jolted in surprise as he continued to operate the chaotic true essence formula, noticing that the speed of true essence circulation was still on the rise. Crack! At that moment, a light sound heralded the breaking of the true essence stone in Lin Ming's hand. Has this true essence stone already been exhausted? Lin Ming was not one to be stingy. He casually set it aside and picked up another true essence stone, continuing to operate the chaotic true essence formula. As new true essence surged in, the speed of circulation in Lin Ming's body soared once more, showing no signs of abating. If, half a month ago, Lin Ming's operation of the chaotic true essence formula resembled an infant taking its first steps, then now, the speed of true essence circulation was akin to a youth sprinting. Could it be the first significant achievement of the chaotic true essence formula? Lin Ming took a deep breath, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. The first level of the chaotic true essence formula, which had troubled him for 3 months, had finally been completely surmounted. Without hesitation, Lin Ming thrust open the door and swiftly made his way to the strength testing chamber of the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy. The jade slip he received upon enrollment contained information regarding the strength testing chamber, where any disciple of the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy could freely assess their strength. After achieving the first significant milestone in the chaotic true essence formula, Lin Ming was eager to determine the extent of his newfound power. Chapter 57. The ranking battle. At this hour, it was already past midnight. The disciples of the martial house were either engrossed in their cultivation within their chambers or had long since succumbed to slumber. The streets were nearly deserted, and Lin Ming strode swiftly, soon arriving at the strength testing chamber. The chamber was empty. The old man on duty had merely lit a solitary lamp and was slumped in his chair, teetering on the edge of sleep. Lin Ming greeted him briefly before slipping inside. Within, a row of strength-testing stone tablets stood vacant. It was uncommon for anyone to come at such an hour merely to assess their strength. Lin Ming casually selected a stone tablet, grounding himself as he closed his eyes, fully relaxing his body. Channeling the chaotic true essence technique to its utmost, he suddenly exerted force, his fist striking the stone tablet like a shooting star. Bang! The stone tablet jolted violently, causing the ground beneath Lin Ming to tremble slightly. Rays of light surged upward. 2007, 2008, 2009, 3000. 3002. 2,200 pounds. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. An increase of 500 pounds in strength. The first stage of the chaotic true essence technique had advanced from minor completion to major completion, directly augmenting his strength by 500 pounds. For an ordinary martial artist, such an increase often represented the difference of nearly an entire realm. Moreover, this chaotic true essence technique was merely a fragment of the chaotic combat scripture. It was not the entirety of it. The chaotic combat scripture was indeed a premier body cultivation method within the divine realm. According to the memories of the powerful, even the lowly disciples sweeping the entrance or tending to the alchemical fires in the medicine chambers possessed strengths of tens of thousands of pounds. Those who truly mastered the chaotic combat scripture could wield physical power that could shift mountains and part seas, rend the heavens, and crack the earth. My mastery of the first stage of the chaotic true essence technique is merely the initial step, with 6 more stages to follow, each increasingly arduous. Additionally, the chaotic combat scripture encompasses more than just the chaotic true essence technique. There are also the 8 methods of evasion and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At present, I would not even qualify to be a sweeping disciple in such a sect. Realizing this, Lin Ming's initial exhilaration faded considerably. The road before him remained long and arduous. That evening, invigorated by his recent breakthrough, Lin Ming found himself devoid of any drowsiness, continuing his cultivation. After solidifying the fundamentals of the chaotic true essence technique, he immersed himself in the art of inscriptions. Thanks to the first stage of the chaotic true essence technique reaching major completion, Lin Ming's efficiency in drawing medicinal talismans significantly increased, enabling him to sustain the completion of 80% of the drawing process. At this rate, in another 7 or 8 days, he would be able to finalize this low-level spirit medicine talisman entirely. However, his frenzied cultivation led to a tremendous consumption of true essence stones that night alone. Lin Ming expended 3 stones. Although he had promised Zhang Song to wager these 10 true essence stones, he had never entertained the notion of losing. How could he possibly leave them unused? Observing the 3 stones, now utterly cracked and devoid of luster, Lin Ming rubbed his nose, pondering how swiftly they had been consumed. Fortunately, in a month's time, he would receive 20 more. Had he known earlier, he would have set the wager for half a month instead of a full month. Lin Ming smacked his lips at the thought. He wondered how Zhang Song would feel if he were to learn of his musings. The following dawn, Lin Ming rose early as usual for class, attending a lecture delivered by the elder on fundamental knowledge. Today, he encountered a familiar face, one he was reluctant to see, Lan Yunyu. With 600 to 700 students in the same martial house, it was not unusual to cross paths. Lin Ming chose to ignore her. As the elder's lesson focused on the techniques and usage of weapons, particularly spears, he listened intently, immersed in contemplation until the class concluded and the elder departed. Still lost in thought, inspired by the content of the lecture. As he came to his senses, most of the students in the martial hall had already left. Yet Lan Yunyu remained seated, staring vacantly into space. Lin Ming began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave when, unexpectedly, Lan Yunyu spoke softly. Lin Ming, could you wait a moment? Lin Ming paused his movement slightly, asking, is there something you need? Though his tone was courteous, it carried an undercurrent of distant detachment. Lan Yunyu sighed softly, congratulations on securing the first place in the assessment. Thank you. After Lan Yunyu's remark, a prolonged silence ensued, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. I've heard you're going to engage in a wager with Zhang Song in a month? Lin Ming blinked in surprise. Word travels fast, doesn't it? Indeed, I am to wager with Zhang Song. It was no wonder the news spread quickly. The first-place new disciple's duel with an established disciple would naturally garner attention, especially considering Zhang Song and Lu Ming might have deliberately spread the word. Lan Yunyu bit her lip, hesitating before quietly saying, Zhang Song is a former comrade of Zhu Yan. Lin Ming's heart jolted. Lan Yunyu was far more perceptive than he had anticipated. She had clearly deduced that Zhu Yan was the driving force behind this matter. I am aware of that. He replied coolly. Then you still. Lan Yunyu struggled to find the right words. Her intent was to dissuade Lin Ming from participating in the duel. Yet she feared he would dismiss her advice outright. I know you may not wish to hear this, but during my half-year at the Seven Shin Martial House, I have witnessed many duels between new and established disciples. The newcomers seldom emerge victorious, despite your first-place ranking. Zhang Song is among the more formidable figures in the Earth Hall, and given his connection to Zhu Yan, his methods may be quite ruthless. Lin Ming chuckled lightly. I have no objections to your counsel. Are you suggesting I should refrain from the duel? Since I have promised to engage in the wager, I cannot go back on my word. Otherwise, it would be akin to fleeing without a fight, which contradicts my martial principles. Yet, Lan Yunyu sighed, realizing that once Lin Ming had made up his mind, it would be challenging to change it. Thank you for your advice. I must take my leave. As Lin Ming gathered his belongings and exited the martial hall, Lan Yunyu remained seated, lost in thought, unable to articulate her feelings. She could not alter Zhu Yan, nor could she change Lin Ming. They were destined to clash, and in her eyes, Lin Ming, despite his abilities, paled in comparison to Zhu Yan. If this conflict continued, he would undoubtedly suffer. Time flowed like water, and before long, it was the 4th day since Lin Ming had joined the Seven Shin Martial House. That morning, he received a summons to assemble and arrived early at the martial field. Alongside him were the students of the Earth Hall. Once everyone had gathered, a figure appeared in the arena, an imposing man with wild red hair, wielding a heavy sword on his back. This was Hong Shi, the instructor of Lin Ming's cohort in the Earth Hall. Hong Shi exuded an aura of sharpness and might. Had he served in the military, he would undoubtedly be a valiant general on the battlefield, known for his strict discipline and adherence to military law. Upon arriving at the martial field, Hong Shi surveyed the crowd and spoke with deliberate clarity. Today marks the ranking battle. Everyone, follow me. A ranking battle? It was well known that entering the Seven Shin Martial House would inevitably lead to the Bloodbath Arena's ranking battle, and the time had finally come. Each of the 20 students in the Earth Hall was a prodigy in their own right, eagerly anticipating this opportunity to prove themselves and ascend the ranking stones for greater resources. No genius wished to remain in the shadows. Each was brimming with youthful ambition, having stored up their energy for this momentous occasion. The ranking battle has finally arrived. It's time for us to shine, exclaimed a youth with a long knife strapped to his back, a prominent scar gracing his chest as he rhythmically struck his left palm with his right fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Chapter 58. The 10,000 kill array. The young man with the scar on his face is named Wang Mang. At the age of 18, he became a mercenary at the borders of Tiankai Kingdom when he was 15. Having taken lives and endured wounds, he has navigated the treacherous line of life and death for 3 years. Now, he has reached the 3rd level of body cultivation, boasting extensive combat experience and formidable strength. During the assessment, Wang Mang's punch strength was measured at 2,500 pounds, and he fought his way to the 3rd level of the Linglong Tower. Those younger competitors who secured the top 3 truly believe their prowess surpasses ours. If it weren't for the Linglong Tower determining opponents' strengths based on bone age, I would have undoubtedly breached the 5th level. Beside Wang Mang stands a young man named Li Tai, his comrade, who also achieved a punch strength of 2,500 pounds and reached the 3rd level in the Linglong Tower. Punch strength is not a forte among these mercenaries, as it primarily depends on physical talent and the cultivation methods practiced. Their techniques are rather mediocre, which naturally limits their power. Their true strength lies in their rich combat experience, skilled swordplay, keen battle instincts, and unexpected killing moves. Thus, their prowess is rooted in practical combat, particularly in life-and-death encounters, rather than examinations. Wang Yanfeng and Lin Ming. These 2 youngsters are akin to greenhouse flowers, while our battle skills have been honed on the edge of a blade. In terms of life-and-death combat, how could they possibly match us? Within the Linglong Tower, they are constrained by bone age, halting at the 3rd level. Whereas the ranking competition imposes no such limitations, treating all participants equally. This is precisely the opportunity to prove ourselves. The 10,000 kill array used for the ranking assessment by the Qishuan Martial House is situated in a valley not far from the Linglong Tower, filled with sword bamboos whose dense, sharp leaves exude a chilling aura. In the midst of the layered bamboo grove lies a square stone plaza, 1,000 steps wide, at the center of which stands a circular altar measuring 10 zhang in diameter, inscribed with various array patterns. This altar serves as the 10,000 kill array for assessments. When Lin Ming and the others arrived at the stone plaza, many individuals had already gathered, as the 10,000 kill array requires considerable true essence stones to activate. It only opens once a month. During this time, all martial artists from the Qishuan martial house can voluntarily participate in the ranking assessment. But each participant must deposit one true essence stone. If a contestant ranked beyond 100 improves their position by 5 spots or more, or if those ranked within 100 improve by 3 spots or more, their deposit will be refunded. Otherwise, it will be forfeited. This regulation aims to deter those disciples who have shown little progress from participating merely for the sake of participation, which could overwhelm the assessment process and prolong it unnecessarily. Hongxi remarked, new disciples are exempt from the true essence stone deposit for their first assessment. You may now participate in the 10,000 kill array assessment using the jade slips previously provided. Within the array, your physical form will remain unharmed. Any death within the illusion will terminate the assessment, and rankings will be calculated based on the final kill score. Upon concluding his address, Hongxi disbanded the group. Lin Ming stepped into the stone plaza, eager to inspect the altar of the 10,000 kill array. At that moment, he spotted 2 familiar faces, Lu Mingxiang and Zhang Tsang, who had provoked him just days prior. Simultaneously, Zhang Tsang noticed Lin Ming, casting a scornful smile in his direction. Lin Ming? I had forgotten that new students were participating in this 10,000 kill array assessment. Heh, I look forward to your performance. I hope you can place in the top 180, or else it would be rather dull. My ranking is of no concern to you. By the way, has Zhu Yan not come? Lin Ming's words indicated his awareness that Zhang Tsang's previous provocation was instigated by Zhu Yan. However, Zhang Tsang remained unfazed, indifferent to Lin Ming's knowledge of the matter. With a cold laugh, Zhang Tsang retorted, Zhu Yan is a disciple of the Tianji house, ranked 39. Achieving progress at that level is no easy feat. How could he attend the 10,000 kill array every month? This is a realm beyond your comprehension. Lin Ming replied, I have no interest in idle chatter with you. All will be revealed a month from now. By then, I hope you can still manage a smile. Haha. That is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The rivalry between Zhang Tsang and Lin Ming had spread widely, with many anticipating the new disciple's misfortune, while others looked down upon Zhang Tsang's conduct, as bullying a newcomer for their true essence stones was deemed ignoble. At this moment, Wang Yanfeng also encountered Lu Mingxiang. Given Lu Mingxiang's arrogant nature, a confrontation with the proud Wang Yanfeng was inevitable. Just then, the altar in the center of the stone plaza suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and the runes inscribed upon it illuminated one by one, signaling the commencement of the ranking battle. The altar of the 10,000 kill array features 12 positions, allowing 12 individuals to participate in the assessment simultaneously. Upon its conclusion, the array will directly reflect the results of the slaughter in the ranking illusion, yielding the final standings. Seeing the 10,000 kill array come to life, Lu Mingxiang laughed heartily. Wang Yifeng, words are meaningless. Let us step into the 10,000 kill array and test our skills. That suits me perfectly. Despite having faced setbacks from Lin Ming in recent days, Wang Yanfeng did not lose his fervor. Even though he understood that defeating Lu Mingxiang was unlikely, he was still willing to compete. The audacity of youth knows no fear. Wang Yifeng is indeed courageous. Yet, what good is courage when youth is accompanied by inexperience? Achieving a rank within the top 180 is already a remarkable feat for newcomers, while placing within the top 150 denotes exceptional talent. A ranking of 130 would be considered a miracle, a rarity seen once in a decade. Neither Ling Xin nor Taku could manage that. Lu Mingxiang, ranked 125, may very well aim for an even higher position this time. How could Wang Yifeng possibly prevail? Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Ming shifted his gaze to the ranking stone. Indeed, Lu Mingxiang was ranked 125, positioning him within the upper tier of the Earth Hall. The combined total of the Earth Hall and the Tianji house amounted to 230 individuals. For this new batch of disciples, achieving a placement within the top 200 is already an impressive accomplishment. However, Wang Yanfeng's potential remains uncertain. In the past few days, he had gleaned some insights about the ranking stone. Accumulating at least 100 points is necessary to enter the top 180, while securing a position within the top 150 requires several hundred points. Killing an enemy equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of body cultivation yields only 50 points. The 12 participants, embarking on their first assessment, stepped onto the altar and took their positions. The steward responsible for operating the array announced, there is no time limit for the assessment. Killing an enemy at the initial stage of the 2nd level of body cultivation grants 1 point. Slaying a peak second-level enemy earns 5 points. Defeating an enemy at the initial stage of the third level awards 10 points. A peak third-level enemy yields 50 points. An initial fourth-level enemy grants 100 points. A peak fourth-level enemy offers 500 points. An initial fifth-level enemy is worth 1,000 points. And a peak fifth-level enemy provides 5,000 points. The highest level enemy corresponds to the sixth level of body cultivation, the condensing vein stage. And defeating such an enemy will yield 10,000 points. Upon entering the illusion array, you may select your weapon with your mind. Death signifies failure. Now begin. With the steward's command, a brilliant light enveloped the altar, rendering the 12 test participants somewhat indistinct. Within the altar, Wang Yifeng found himself in a desolate white world. Before him lay an array of weapons: great swords, flexible swords, long swords, broadswords, short blades, katanas, spears, axes, hammers, and more. I shall take the long sword. With a mere thought, the long sword materialized in Wang Yinfeng's grasp. In Tiankai Kingdom, 90% of martial artists wield swords, and among those, 80% choose long swords. The long sword is a conventional weapon, yet it possesses remarkable versatility and sharpness. As the assessment commenced, Wang Yifeng faced 7 or 8 fierce beasts and 3 or 4 martial artists. Their strengths varying from the initial stage of the second level of body cultivation to the initial stage of the third level. Wang Yinfeng's gaze turned icy. He believed he could handle these foes. Yet, when the confrontation truly began, he realized his underestimation. For every enemy he vanquished, another emerged, each one more formidable than the last. After eliminating merely 5 or 6 adversaries, a fourth-level body refinement warrior appeared. As his score accumulated to 110, a stifled groan escaped him, for he had sustained a minor injury. When his score reached 180, a warrior pierced his lower abdomen with a sword, causing blood to flow profusely. In that final moment, Wang Yifeng severed the warrior's head, only to be simultaneously pierced by errant blades. Ultimately, his score stood at 190. Wang Yifeng was propelled from the myriad slaughter formation, his complexion pale, yet he remained conscious. This resilience was partly due to his experiences within the Linglong Tower, which had attuned him to such illusions of death. However, Chapter 59. The disparity between new and old students. Upon observing the scene at the altar, Wang Yinfeng's expression transformed dramatically. He realized he was the first to be eliminated, while the other 11 remained on the altar. Am I truly the weakest? Do not lose heart. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Wang Yinfeng's ear. Turning to see the speaker, he recognized it was Instructor Hong, she from the Earth Hall. The 11 individuals on the altar are all elite disciples of the Earth Hall. Your ranking is not so poor. As he spoke, Hongxi gestured toward the ranking stone, revealing Wang Yinfeng's name prominently placed at 168. This score, notably inferior to the 150 of the exceptional geniuses, was disheartening. Yet one must remember that Wang Yinfeng is only 15 years old. He has 6 years to study at the 7 Xian Martial Academy, and his future entry into the Heaven Hall is all but assured. It is entirely possible that in 5 or 6 years, he could rank among the top 10. Despite Hongxi's reassurances, Wang Yifeng remained dissatisfied with his results. Lu Mingxiang ranked 125, and the gap felt insurmountable. He cast a glance at Lin Ming, who appeared unfazed and remarkably calm. This fellow, although stronger than me, is not excessively so. I'm merely 168. He should at least place 150. Yet his opponent, Zhang Tsang, has already secured 109 and likely will rank even higher. Is he not the least bit concerned? At this moment, several individuals were ejected from the Wansha array, their rankings falling between 120 and 150. After a short while, more participants were expelled, including Lu Mingxiang, who ultimately achieved 122, failing to meet the requirement of advancing 5 places. Lu Mingxiang consumed a medicinal pill to regain some vitality, smiling as he looked at Wang Yinfeng, a result he had anticipated. Wang Yinfeng's expression grew grim as he finally comprehended the vast chasm between new and old students. The 7 Xian Martial Academy is a sanctuary for prodigies, and the disciples of the Earth Hall are truly the cream of the crop. Coupled with the Academy's abundant resources and esteemed instructors, rapid advancement is inevitable. Lu Mingxiang's 2-year head start only exacerbates the disparity. Wang Yifeng clenched his fist tightly. Although he knew he would inevitably lose to Lu Mingxiang in their upcoming duel, he remained resolute in his determination to fight. What he lost today, he would reclaim in the future. 168? Clearly, I am still too inexperienced. Upon learning of Wang Yinfeng's score, Wang Mang chuckled, remarking, This ranking is merely a few hundred points. Slaying 4 opponents at the peak of the 3rd layer of body refinement could easily yield such a score. I once defeated 6 warriors of the same tier at the borders. This time, I will undoubtedly break into the top 150. Li Tai rubbed his thumb against his nose, brimming with fighting spirit. As a peak practitioner of the 3rd layer of body refinement, his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers due to years of mercenary battles. We, as brothers, must make it into the top 150 this time, and showcase our strength, surpassing Lin Ming and Wang Yefeng. Otherwise, they will truly regard us as mere clay figures. As the 2nd round commenced, they took their positions within the array. Wang Meng called out, "Hey, first place, are you not joining us?" The first place, of course, referred to Lin Ming. "You may proceed first." Lin Ming glanced at Zhang Tai and Wang Meng, recognizing their fierce demeanor, indicative of their considerable experience in combat. Such individuals are typically formidable opponents. With a flash of brilliance, Wang Meng and Li Tai entered the Wanshao array. Armed with their large blades, they cut through the throngs of enemies with impressive ferocity. Yet, they soon discovered that the Wanshao array posed far greater challenges than anticipated. While Li Tai had previously dispatched 6 peak practitioners of the 3rd layer of body refinement, he faced the daunting task of confronting multiple adversaries simultaneously. Slaying even the initial practitioners of body refinement proved arduous, and as they eliminated one foe, another of the refinement stage would take their place, including even those of the 4th layer. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Their peak combat strength barely matched that of a novice in the 4th layer, and the relentless onslaught of foes ultimately led to their defeat after a brief period. Their final rankings were 156 for Wang Meng and 158 for Li Tai. Neither managed to breach the top 150. As they were expelled from the Wanshao array, they gazed at the ranking stone with a sense of defeat, despite their strength. They could not enter the top 150. Furthermore, at 18 years of age, their potential for advancement appeared limited, and they might not breach the top 100 by the time they graduated from the 7 Xian Martial Academy. Watching the two leave in dismay, Lin Ming reflected on the significance of this assessment. Entering the top 150 in the first examination was a hallmark of exceptional talent, not easily attained. Wang Yefeng could have been considered a genius had he not been so young. He glanced at Zhang Song, who wore a smile as well. Zhang Song was on the verge of entering the 4th layer. Even an average peak practitioner of that stage would struggle against him. Although I have mastered the Chaos True Essence technique, defeating him seems unlikely. Then, Liang Taizhan took the stage, having secured 3rd place among the new students. Recognizable by his imposing physique, Liang Taizhan was a clear standout. Both he and Lin Ming were endowed with natural strength, having claimed 3rd place. He also received a golden snake heart pill. Judging by Liang Tiashan's performance, advancing by 20 or 30 ranks could hint at Lin Ming's own potential. Often compared due to their similar ages and innate abilities, Liang Taizhan smiled broadly as he stepped confidently into the Wanshao array. Having consumed the golden snake heart pill, he was half a step into the refinement stage. With his innate strength, he could easily bridge any gap in cultivation level. However, despite Liang Tiashan's comparable cultivation to Wang Yefeng, he lacked practical combat experience in the advanced techniques that Wang Yefeng possessed, such as the 9 true words and the 7 absolute steps. Ultimately, Liang Taizhan was expelled from the Wanshao array even before Wang Yefeng, finishing with a score of 176, barely placing within the top 180, a commendable feat, but not enough to be deemed an exceptional genius. With Liang Taizhan at 176 and Wang Yefeng at 168, the question lingered: how high could Lin Ming soar? As discussions buzzed among the crowd, Lin Ming gracefully ascended the stage. The 1st place among the new students has arrived. Curiosity swirled regarding his capabilities. It was said he possessed innate strength and had consumed rare treasures. Perhaps he could break into the top 150. Breaking into the top 150 is no easy feat besides Ling San, Tu Ku, and Zhang Guanyu. No one has entered the top 150 at the age of 15. His 1st place finish in the new student assessment stemmed from his youth. During the Linglong Tower Challenge, he had an advantage, but the Wanshao array treats all equally. This remark came from a 19-year-old disciple. Are you envious of his youth? The Linglong Tower is the fairest test, regardless of age, solely assessing talent. The Wanshao array, however, poses significant challenges for younger warriors. Lin Ming is only 15, and achieving 160 or 170 is already an extraordinary accomplishment. To reach 140 or 150 would be a feat of monstrous talent. Lingxin, Tuaku, and Zhang Guanyu had similar ranks during their first assessments. In a year teeming with prodigies, this cohort cannot possibly compare. Upon mentioning Lingxin, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu, the expressions of certain individuals in attendance subtly shifted, clearly indicating that the formidable reputations of these three individuals loomed larger than even that of the core disciples such as Qin Xingxuan. The core disciples were predominantly chosen through direct selection, granting them access to unparalleled resources. They were exempt from the rigorous ranking examinations of the 10,000 kill formation and enjoyed exclusive facilities for their classes and cultivation, separate from ordinary disciples. Consequently, for the average disciples, figures like Qin Xingxuan seemed distant and almost otherworldly, rendering their influence less potent compared to that of Lingxin, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu. Chapter 60. The tiger enters the sheep pen. Lin Ming, possessing extraordinary hearing, caught wind of the discussions among the crowd. He turned his gaze toward the ranking stone, where Lingxin, Tuaku, and Zhang Guanyu held the top three positions. However, the talents of these three individuals were inversely proportional to their ranks. Zhang Guanyu stood at the pinnacle, being the only one among the non-core disciples of the 7 Xian Martial Academy with a 5th-grade talent. Tuaku followed closely, boasting a top-tier 4th-grade talent, merely a hair's breadth away from the 5th grade, accompanied by formidable natural strength. Lingxin, on the other hand, was the least gifted, with only a lower-tier 4th-grade talent and no remarkable attributes in his physique. When Lin Ming first learned of Lingxin's talent, he was perplexed at how Lingxin managed to maintain his position atop the ranking stone despite his inferior talent. Although the strength of an individual is influenced by various factors and talent does not dictate everything, it remains a crucial element. Could it be that Lingxin had encountered some extraordinary fortuity, perhaps consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth? While Lin Ming acknowledged that one's martial heart significantly impacts strength, he remained skeptical that it could account for such a disparity. Lingxin, Tuaku, and Zhang Guanyu emerged from the same cohort, a gathering of prodigies during that year's examinations at the 7 Xian Martial Academy. Every decade or so, a generation brimming with talent arises in the kingdom of Tianyun. Although Lin Ming's generation lacked a plethora of top-tier geniuses, it did produce the remarkable Qin Xingxuan, which was no small feat. Standing upon the altar of the 10,000 kill formation, Lin Ming silently circulated the chaotic true essence technique. Since mastering this technique, he had only tested his punching power against the strength stone and had yet to ascertain the extent of the augmentation to his overall combat prowess. This would be the perfect opportunity for such an experiment. As the brilliance of the 10,000 kill formation illuminated the space, Lin Ming found himself enveloped in radiant light. While the majority of gazes from the audience were fixated upon him, a playful smile danced on Zhang Song's lips, having nearly stepped into the 4th level of body refinement. He possessed the combat capability to defeat typical peak practitioners at that level. His strength indeed warranted a sense of superiority over Lin Ming, who was merely at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of body refinement. With the activation of the 10,000 kill formation, Lin Ming entered a brilliantly lit space filled with an array of weapons, long swords, long knives, and short knives, all available for selection. Prior to his entrance into the 7 Xian Martial Academy, Lin Ming had primarily wielded a short knife. However, following his training in the chaotic battle technique, his strength had surged, and his true essence had thickened several-fold. Thus, the short knife was no longer fitting as his weapon. The chaotic battle technique refines the body. My fists are now my finest weapons, Lin Ming mused, temporarily dismissing the weapons that vanished before him. Simultaneously, numerous phantoms materialized in front of him, comprising both martial artists and fierce beasts, their strengths ranging from novice practitioners of the 2nd level of body refinement to peak practitioners of the 3rd level. As these adversaries charged forward, Lin Ming remained unperturbed. He channeled the fully matured chaotic true essence technique to its zenith, feeling an explosive surge of true essence coursing through him, as if his power was boundless. With a fearsome roar, a 1st-level tiger-like beast lunged at him, its thick hide and considerable weight of 600 to 700 pounds amplifying its collision force manifold. In the face of this beast, Lin Ming clenched his fist tightly, the joints of his fingers crackling like miniature lightning bolts in the air. Die! He bellowed, unleashing a punch that struck with the speed of a lightning bolt, a force of 3,200 pounds erupting forth. The punch collided squarely with the beast's forehead, the sound of its skull shattering ringing out. The ferocious creature was sent flying backward, while Lin Ming merely planted his foot firmly on the ground, bracing himself against the recoil. The tiger-like beast let out no cry of agony. Its skull was reduced to fragments, its brain matter splattered, dead beyond revival. With one punch dispatching the foe, Lin Ming's fighting spirit soared. He unleashed the chaotic true essence technique to its utmost, charging into the throng of enemies. His fists flying like the wind and his kicks falling like rain. In that moment, Lin Ming resembled a tiger unleashed among sheep, an unstoppable force. Blood splattered liberally. The sounds of bones fracturing echoed in the air. While the robust beast could not withstand Lin Ming's singular punch, the frail martial artists perished with a mere blow. Upon dispatching a peak practitioner of the second level of body refinement, a peak practitioner of the third level emerged. Such a martial artist, with their internal organs protected by true essence, boasted significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Even Lin Ming would find it challenging to eliminate them with a single punch. And their agile footwork and fierce attacks made them difficult to hit. "You shall be my 50-point reward," Lin Ming declared, his battle intent surging as he faced the peak practitioner of the third level. Following the first major accomplishment of the chaotic true essence technique, he craved a worthy opponent to validate his strength. With a swift motion, the martial artist swung a sword at Lin Ming, who ducked under the strike, propelling himself forward and delivering a punch aimed at the opponent's knee. After the first major accomplishment of the chaotic true essence technique, Lin Ming's true essence had thickened, and his speed had escalated to a new level. His punch shot forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, remarkably swift. The martial artist barely managed to evade, but Lin Ming used the ground to propel himself, executing a sweeping kick aimed at the opponent's back. The kick lashed out like a whip, and the martial artist failed to evade, receiving a blow that forced him to spew blood. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming leaped into the air, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. The martial artist, in a state of panic, attempted to defend but was struck again. Despite the protection of true essence over his internal organs, being hit by a punch containing 3,200 pounds of force would still inflict severe injury. The martial artist, battered and bloodied, suffered fractured ribs and a gaping wound in his chest. Lin Ming then delivered a final punch that struck true to the left side of his chest, instantly halting his heart. The peak practitioner of the third level met his end. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Ming had vanquished an opponent a full level above him, a feat worthy of pride. Yet, he recognized that his strength still fell short compared to Zhang Tsong. As he accumulated 50 more points, his total soared past 200. After a stick of incense burned down, no one had faltered. Lin Ming remained steadfast upon the platform. He had indeed surpassed Wang Yanfeng. Surpassing Wang Yanfeng was assured. Do not forget, he had received the reward of the red gold dragon marrow pill for achieving first place in this assessment, along with the golden serpent heart pill from defeating Wang Yanfeng. Consuming these two pills would significantly enhance his strength. Even if he had not yet reached the third level of body refinement, one should not underestimate him merely because his talent was rated as medium fourth grade. As the examination continued on stage, the spectators below naturally engaged in fervent discussions. At this moment, Zhang Tsong crossed his arms over his chest, exuding an air of calm and nonchalance, for Lin Ming's prowess had been anticipated. Otherwise, it would lack excitement. The incense sticks continued to burn, one after another, until the second stick reached its end. Chapter 61. The gun time elapsed with the burning of 2 incense sticks. Both Li Tai and Wang Mang wore grim expressions, as they had not been able to endure for so long, indicating that Lin Ming had indeed surpassed them, likely securing a position within the top 150. Brother, Lin Ming is still holding on. Li Tai's lips twitched in disbelief. It was unexpected that their talents not only fell short but their practical skills were lacking as well. This realization was profoundly disheartening for Li Tai. Indeed, we underestimated the young geniuses of the Seven Mysteries Martial Academy. Lin Ming must have concealed his true abilities during the battle with Wang Yanfeng or has experienced rapid improvement. At that moment, the array flickered with brilliance, and the first participant was ejected, yet it was not Lin Ming but an elder disciple from the Earth Hall, who ranked 147. 147. Goodness, Lin Ming has truly penetrated into the top 150 at merely 15 years of age. This achievement is on par with the likes of Ling Sun, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu. Speaking of being in the same league as these three, many present felt a shiver. They had always been the unshakable top 3 in rankings, their strength far exceeding that of the 4th and 5th. Lin Ming's name being associated with theirs, whether due to some extraordinary resource or fortunate encounter in his youth, has certainly garnered him considerable recognition. Let us not jump to conclusions. It merely indicates he has survived longer. If Lin Ming is slow in eliminating foes and spends most of his time evading, He might not have accumulated even 200 points yet. That's a valid point. Duration does not necessarily equate to high scores. Besides, the elder disciple who just emerged only ranked 147. Let's observe further. In the myriad kill formation, even if one continuously evades without confronting enemies, the number of foes gradually increases. Thus, even the strongest cannot remain indefinitely unless their strength surpasses the innate level, allowing them to break free from the formation, which is an entirely different matter. Lin Ming did not engage in futile evasion. From the moment he entered the myriad kill formation, he had not paused for a breath, relentlessly attacking, killing, slaying. The chaotic, vigorous combat scripture is an exceptionally robust physical training method, characterized by a forward-driving approach devoid of entanglements or evasive maneuvers. Lin Ming's fists were already drenched in blood. With each enemy he vanquished, a stronger adversary would emerge. Ranging from beginners in the third stage of physical training to peak third-stage practitioners, and even fourth-stage cultivators capable of altering their sinews. When 2 or 3 fourth-stage adversaries gathered alongside those in the third stage to restrain him, even Lin Ming found himself increasingly beleaguered. Fortunately, the chaotic true essence technique, having reached the first significant achievement, sustained him with its rich essence, allowing his stamina to remain relatively stable. This recovery ability surpassed even that of a fully realized practitioner in the third stage. As the enemies grew increasingly formidable, the appearance of a second-level ferocious beast, the diamond spider, heightened Lin Ming's pressure. This spider possessed astonishing defense, impervious to blades and swords, and could launch silken threads for long-range assaults. Its threads were as resilient as steel cables. Once ensnared amidst the chaos, survival would be nearly impossible. This spider is truly troublesome. Lin Ming furrowed his brows, knowing that in a one-on-one battle, he could easily wear down the spider. However, given the current circumstances, he found it challenging to manage. Amidst facing an endless stream of powerful foes while evading the spider's ranged attacks, Lin Ming found himself in perilous straits. Suddenly, a sharp streak of sword light shot towards him. Lin Ming hastily retreated, the blade grazing his chest, the fierce sword aura sending chills down his spine. He gradually realized that his fists were becoming insufficient. While they were powerful, their limited range proved to be a liability. In a chaotic battlefield, he could only strike one foe at a time, and the necessity of close combat made him vulnerable to other enemies' interruptions. Perhaps it was time to choose a weapon? What should he select? Lin Ming's thoughts raced. A sword? 90% of the martial artists in the kingdom of Tiankai wielded swords due to their dexterity and lethal strikes. Although mastering swordsmanship is challenging, it is not difficult to begin. Swords can both attack and defend, and their versatility makes them an all-encompassing weapon, often referred to as the gentleman among arms. Yet, Lin Ming felt that a sword was not suited for him. The chaotic, vigorous combat scripture is a practice of utmost strength and vitality, thriving on an overpowering momentum that could pierce heaven and earth, slaying gods and vanquishing demons. Conversely, swordsmanship thrives on agility and unpredictability, with intricate techniques that do not align with his style. What about a saber? If swords are wielded by 90% of martial artists, then most of the remaining 10% use sabers. While sabers may lack the finesse of swords, their power surpasses it, especially suited for those with great strength, allowing for overwhelming assaults, hence earning the title of the tyrant among weapons. Yet Lin Ming felt that a saber was similarly unsuitable. While it possesses formidable offensive capabilities, its techniques are comparatively limited. The slashing movements, though aggressive, lack the penetrating sharpness of a spear. In that instant, Lin Ming recalled a fundamental lesson from days prior when he encountered Lan Yunyu, where the elder expounded on the weapon of the spear. In the kingdom of Tiankai, very few martial artists utilize spears, not due to their ineffectiveness. On the contrary, spears wield enormous power. However, mastering the spear is not only difficult to perfect, but also to even begin learning. As the saying goes, months for the staff, years for the fist, and a lifetime for the spear. The spear can thrust, slice, and sweep. Its momentum is relentless and unstoppable. It is the only weapon capable of sweeping through thousands of troops. The spear is hailed as the king of all weapons, and its title attests to its might. However, crafting a spear is significantly more challenging than that of swords or sabers. For swords and sabers, as long as the steel is of high quality, they can achieve unparalleled sharpness. Yet, spears demand far more. The spearhead may not differ much from blades, but the spear shaft presents a considerable challenge. Even master craftsmen often find themselves at a loss. The spear shaft must possess both rigidity and elasticity. Ordinary steel lacks the necessary elasticity for spear crafting, while wood or bamboo, despite being elastic, lacks the required rigidity, being too light to inflict substantial damage and can be easily severed in combat. Thus, a high-quality spear, a treasure in its own right, often costs 5 to 6 times more than equivalent swords or sabers and is not commonly found. As Lin Ming battled, he rapidly contemplated his weapon choice, recalling the knowledge imparted by that elder. However, in the midst of such intense combat, distraction is a grave mistake. Just as Lin Ming reached a decision, a thread shot towards him like an arrow. He executed a somersault in midair, narrowly evading it, yet during that brief moment, a blade of sword energy sliced from an unexpected angle, inflicting a sharp pain on his back as blood spurted forth. He was injured. Outside the myriad kill formation, Lin Ming's original body sensed the injury, letting out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. This lad can no longer hold on. One martial artist sighed in relief, as most could not bear to see others excel. The Seven Mysteries Martial Academy already had 3 formidable figures, and they did not desire another overshadowing them. Enough is enough. It has already been 2 incense sticks worth of time. If he persists beyond this, it would be truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, even if he were to falter now, his score would likely still secure a position within the top 150. Beyond the myriad kill formation, even Zhang Tsong, who had maintained his composure, now wore a solemn expression. Although Lin Ming's current ranking held little significance for him, this initial ranking symbolized potential. Achieving a position within the top 150 at merely 15 years of age, even with only third-grade talent, was indeed formidable. Lin Ming must have consumed the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden serpent's heart pill to attain such strength, while his abilities stemmed from these pills. One must not underestimate him. Zhang Tsong clenched his fist, sensing an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 62. Final results: severely injured. Lin Ming activated the chaotic true essence technique to suppress his wounds, yet blood continued to flow from the injury. As blood seeped out, his stamina would gradually diminish, rendering a war of attrition impossible. Thus, with a steely gaze, Lin Ming fixed his sights on a martial artist at the initial stage of muscle transformation and the formidable diamond spider. It shall be you too. I will risk my life to eliminate you, thereby achieving the greatest results before my strength wanes too much, thus minimally affecting my score. Bring me the spear, Lin Ming commanded, and with a thought, his previously vanished weapon reappeared in his grasp, a bawang spear. The bawang spear, crafted entirely from profound iron, this spear, while sacrificing flexibility, compensated with immense destructive power. The spear measured 8 feet in length with a blade extending 8 inches, its shaft as thick as a child's arm. And with its weight of 580 pounds, a single sweep could fell a massive tree. With an arm strength of 3,200 pounds, Lin Ming wielded the spear with ease. Such a splendid weapon, Lin Ming exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swinging the bawang spear with ferocity. A martial artist, who had just entered the 3rd level of body refinement, foolishly attempted to block with his sword, only to be sent flying, sword and all. Huh, Lin Ming bellowed, his aura exploding forth, a wave of masculine ferocity sweeping over the battlefield, causing over a dozen strong foes to hesitate in fear. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he propelled himself forward like a shooting star, the 580-pound bawang spear thrusting towards the diamond spider with unstoppable momentum. Hiss! The diamond spider unleashed its silk, shooting towards Lin Ming's chest. This silk was not only capable of ensnaring, but was also razor-sharp, capable of piercing through flesh like an arrow. Even a master at the muscle transformation stage would have to evade it, allowing the diamond spider to maintain distance and continue its ranged assault. However, Lin Ming did not flinch. Instead, he aimed the bawang spear directly at the silk. The silk was incredibly thin, and with such high-speed collision, striking it was no simple feat. Although Lin Ming lacked formal spear techniques, years of honing his skills with the bone-cleaving blade had endowed him with remarkable precision and keen eyesight. His previous victory over Wang Yanfeng's 9 true words was a testament to this. Whether it be a fist, a blade, or now the 580-pound bawang spear, to Lin Ming, there was no fundamental difference. Break for me, Lin Ming roared, the bawang spear striking the silk with precision. Although the silk flew like an arrow, its weight was as light as a feather, and the impact of the spear was akin to a galloping horse colliding with a mere fly. Unyielding, the bawang spear pierced straight for the diamond spider's 8 eyes. The diamond spider, clearly taken aback by this dual-purpose strike, found itself utterly exposed beneath the cold tip of the spear. Speed was not the diamond spider's forte. It relied on its armored shell for defense. However, how could it withstand the combined force of the 580-pound spear and Lin Ming's 3,200 pounds of armed strength? Thud. The diamond spider was effortlessly impaled through its brain. Squeak. The massive spider, the size of a calf, was nailed to the ground, its 8 legs twitching in a final spasm. A single strike, and the enemy was vanquished. As a stream of green viscous fluid erupted, Lin Ming withdrew the Bawang spear and charged towards the martial artist at the initial stage of muscle transformation. Yet at that moment, he felt a chill at the back of his head, a murderous intent slithering towards him like a venomous snake. With a desperate dodge, a brilliant ray of light shot forth, piercing the ground in its wake. Martial technique? Lin Ming turned sharply to find a shadowy figure behind him, a man clad in a conical hat wielding a long sword. The peak of muscle transformation. This foe had emerged after Lin Ming dispatched the diamond spider. Not only did he possess peak muscle transformation prowess, but he also wielded martial techniques. Confronted with this formidable opponent, a surge of ambition surged within Lin Ming. This was his first encounter with an adversary of such caliber. Is Lin Ming not injured? How is he still fighting? This fellow is remarkably resilient. The third incense stick has burned halfway. Despite his injuries, he has endured for another half stick. There are still 6 participants remaining. And the one who just emerged has a ranking of 139. If he persists, that would be quite something. Most present were unwilling to see others excel. Lin Ming, already injured, would undoubtedly see a decline in combat effectiveness. Even if he continued to hold on, his score would suffer. As discussions ensued, 2 more individuals on the altar suddenly groaned, evidently gravely injured, before being expelled from the formation. One of them was Lin Ming. Pale-faced, Lin Ming exhaled heavily. Overall, his performance in this assessment was not flawless. Had it been otherwise, he might have moved up 4 or 5 places. Yet he was unconcerned. In the final moments, he had used the Bawang spear to slay 2 enemies at the initial stage of muscle transformation, gaining invaluable experience from the fierce battles. Lin Ming had finally emerged, having endured for more than 2.5 sticks of incense, a feat not too outrageous. It seems his rank will place him within the top 150. TSK, these red gold dragon marrow pills and golden serpent heart pills are truly miraculous. Just days ago, this lad was barely stronger than Wang Yefeng, yet after consuming 2 of these wondrous pills, he has reached such heights. If only I could partake in such treasures. The majority present felt a twinge of envy and resentment. At that moment, the ranking stone's illusion flickered to life. The name that illuminated first belonged to another individual who had emerged alongside Lin Ming. After a brief display, his name appeared at 136. The young man, merely 17 years old and having trained for 2.5 years at the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy, was ecstatic with his achievement. Then, Lin Ming's name began to shimmer, abruptly vanishing from his previous position of 210. Over 100 pairs of eyes fixated on the ranking stone. The stone was arranged in 23 rows, each containing 10 names, and most gazes were concentrated on the 15th row, where Lin Ming's name was most likely to appear. However, this segment remained as tranquil as a still pond, showing no signs of fluctuation. Before anyone could express their astonishment, the 13th row of the ranking stone suddenly trembled. The names at 125 and 126 appeared to be pulled apart by an unseen force, and then Lin Ming's name emerged prominently amongst them. Lin Ming, ranked 126. Chapter 63, The Hall of Divine Weapons 126. Good heavens, he is merely 15 years old. Over 100 individuals gasped in astonishment upon seeing Lin Ming's rank. In the past, even Ling Sun, Tua Ku, and Zhang Guanyu had not achieved such extraordinary results. Ling Sun ranked 145, Tua Ku 142, and Zhang Guanyu, the most formidable among them, made it to 138. Lin Ming's 126 is a remarkable feat by comparison, especially considering that the closer one is to the top. The more challenging it becomes to advance even a single rank. Truly a prodigy. Some individuals remained transfixed by the ranking stone, as if unable to comprehend the displayed results. Could there be a malfunction with the stone? It had only been slightly over 2 incense sticks worth of time. There was no way he could rank 126. The ranking stone had been inscribed by innate experts from the 7 Mysterious Valley. It could not possibly be erroneous. Indeed, to break into the top 130, one would typically need to slay for at least 3 incense sticks duration. However, if one possessed overwhelming strength and could dispatch opponents with merely a few moves. A voice broke the silence. It was Lin Ming's instructor, Hong Shi. Upon hearing Hong Shi's words, the crowd's throats constricted in disbelief. If Lin Ming's innate power was indeed so formidable that he could defeat opponents swiftly, could it be that this young man still had reserves of strength? That would be truly terrifying. At that moment, Zhang Tsang glared at Lin Ming, his expression darkening. 126. Although he ranked lower, Lin Ming was 3 years his junior. What could this Lin Ming have consumed to attain such prowess? He himself had just reached the pinnacle of the second stage of body refinement. He had fully absorbed the energies of the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake crimson heart pill, with his average third-grade talent. How could he absorb them so effectively? Lin Ming also cast a glance at Zhang Tsang, his eyes gleaming with a hint of combativeness. With a month remaining, surpassing Zhang Tsang would be no problem. Well, Lin Ming heard a voice in his ear, a transmission of true essence. It was Zhang Tsang. You have indeed surprised me. Though you possess only a third-grade talent, your absorption of the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake crimson heart pill has been remarkable, landing you at rank 126. However, do you truly believe this will be enough to triumph over me in our duel? That would be exceedingly naive. I shall soon make you aware of the chasm that separates us. With merely a month until our contest, do you possess the means to acquire more of such miraculous pills? Even if you do manage to procure them, the true essence derived from these potency-enhancing medicines is impure and will require time to refine. Can you afford to consume them again? You are destined to lose. As Zhang Tsang spoke, he moved toward the altar of the 10,000 kill array, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Meanwhile, the other disciples who had participated in the test alongside Lin Ming were ejected from the 10,000 kill array. Although they had endured longer than Lin Ming, their ranks paled in comparison. Only one had managed to squeeze into the top 130 at a modest 129. The light of the 10,000 kill array surged forth as Zhang Tsang was enveloped within, and the assessment commenced. As the brilliance flickered, Zhang Tsang sat upon the altar like a tranquil monk, his expression serene, his body motionless, even his breathing steady and calm, exuding a prolonged aura. Although the 10,000 kill array was an illusion, the experiences within it felt undeniably real. The consumption of true essence and stamina would lead to accelerated breathing, heightened heart rates, and injuries would render the tester pale and in pain. Yet, Zhang Tsang remained remarkably at ease, clearly facing adversaries within the illusion that were no match for him. That senior brother must be Zhang Tsang, the one ranked 109. How impressive! Exclaimed a newly initiated disciple, filled with excitement and awe upon witnessing someone of such high standing for the first time. Indeed, I heard his previous ranking was 3 months ago. He should show significant improvement this time, potentially breaking into the top 100. Lin Ming observed the incense, noting that the second stick was nearing its end. With 2 sticks burned, several individuals had already been expelled from the 10,000 kill array, one of whom was a new student from the Earth Hall, ranked 215, not too shabby. As the third incense stick ignited, it quickly burned down to the halfway mark, a duration that had already exceeded Lin Ming's time. Given Zhang Tsang's prowess, he would undoubtedly score more points than Lin Ming. No one in attendance found this surprising. It would have been remarkable if Zhang Tsang had not lasted this long. As the third stick extinguished, Zhang Tsang finally began to feel the strain. The fourth stick was lit, and he let out a muffled groan, evidently injured. Halfway through the fourth stick, Zhang Tsang was expelled from the array. His final rank, 103. Upon emerging, he glanced at the ranking, his brow furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Though he had improved by over 5 ranks, he had anticipated a greater leap, aiming for the top 100. Casting a glance at Lin Ming, he transmitted, I await you in the decisive battle 1 month hence. At this moment, however, Lin Ming was not overly concerned with Zhang Tsang. His thoughts were focused on the weapon he had just chosen, a spear. He was determined to find an exceptional weapon. The assessment continued throughout the morning, primarily featuring body refinement practitioners of the second and third stages, all ranked beyond the 100 mark. As noon approached, a number of experts in the fourth stage of body refinement entered the 10,000 kill array, their prowess elevating the competition to a new level, with several achieving ranks within the top 50. Many newly admitted youths to the 7 mysterious martial academy watched the spectacle with great enthusiasm, yet Lin Ming departed early. While he would have relished witnessing those masters in combat, he was disinterested in merely observing them seated within the 10,000 kill array, learning nothing of value. Navigating through several streets, Lin Ming arrived at the largest weapon shop in Tianyun City, the Hall of Divine Weapons, just as midday approached. This establishment, the oldest weapon shop in Tianyun City, boasted a history that predates the Tianyun Kingdom itself, having been established over 200 years ago, well before the kingdom's founding. From a distance, Lin Ming gazed at the Hall of Divine Weapons, a 9-story pavilion that subtly conveyed the essence of supreme weaponry. The entrance featured a gilded sign, adorned with bold characters that exuded a commanding presence. Merely glancing at it invoked a palpable aura of intimidation, undoubtedly pinned by a master of martial arts. Inside the shop, the clientele was sparse, yet half of them were martial experts, including several at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage, which left Lin Ming secretly awestruck. These individuals were but a step away from the pulse condensation stage, an exceedingly challenging threshold to surpass. Dressed in the distinctive uniform of the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy, Lin Ming, despite his youth, attracted the attention of the shop attendants, for disciples of the academy held a prestigious status. "Young sir, what weapon do you wish to purchase?" inquired a shopkeeper. "A spear," Lin Ming replied. "Oh?" The shopkeeper hesitated slightly. Buyers of spears were rare, and those who sought them were typically robust men. Most youths preferred swords, so it was unexpected for this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old boy to request a spear outright. Chapter 64. The intricate craftsmanship. What kind of spear does the young hero wish to purchase? What price range? Do you have any treasured weapons here? Lin Ming inquired. A treasured spear? The attendant was taken aback by the young man's audacious request. The price of a treasured spear would not be less than 10,000 taels of gold. And for a superior one, it could easily reach 20 to 30,000 taels. Did this young man possess such wealth? In truth, Lin Ming did not have that much money, but he could place a reservation and gather the funds later. Unfortunately, we do not have any treasure-grade spears in our shop. However, we do have a plethora of treasure-grade swords and blades, the attendant replied. Is that so? Lin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, not expecting that even the divine armory lacked treasured spears. Such spears were indeed rare. The attendant continued, the quantity of treasure-grade spears is exceedingly limited. Yet the demand is considerable. Just 2 months ago, we had a spear, but it was reserved and sold almost immediately. Oh, as far as I know, very few martial artists in Tianyun country utilize spears. Our treasured spears in high demand. Indeed, they are quite sought after. While martial artists seldom use them, the military does. Some generals purchase treasured spears, but due to their scarcity, even some renowned generals lack a treasured spear. It is quite challenging for the young hero to procure one in Tianyun country. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming understood immediately. Historically, spears have been the most effective weapons in military campaigns. Notable generals were predominantly spear users. The remaining few favored large sabers or similar long weapons. Very few have made their names solely through swords or blades. In warfare, cavalry battles often necessitate the use of spears, as swords and blades can prove too short in such encounters. Therefore, weapons like polearms, spears, and lances are favored, with spears and lances being the most utilized. A spear in hand allows one to navigate through chaotic battles, and a spear measuring a yard in length can fell multiple foes in a single sweep, an achievement that swords, knives, or axes can hardly rival. Hence, the art of sweeping through armies is uniquely attributed to spears. Consequently, even if Tianyun country's generals train with swords, they must learn to wield spears once enlisted. That being said, let's set aside the matter of treasured-grade spears for now. If I am to purchase one, I might as well invest in a quality spear. A decent spear could easily cost several thousand taels of gold, and I currently lack such funds. The money I previously spent was from Mr. Mui, and while the runes I crafted are valuable, I am uncertain if he truly needs so much. I have already troubled him considerably, and several thousand taels of gold is no small sum. I cannot ask him for more. Besides, a well-crafted spear would suffice, particularly as my martial prowess is still developing, making it difficult to fully utilize a treasured weapon. Reflecting on this, Lin Ming said, in that case, show me other spears. I seek a quality one. Of course, please wait a moment, the attendant replied, turning to retrieve a spear shaft of 6 feet in thickness, entirely black, measuring 7 feet in length. Typically, when selling spears, the shafts and spearheads are sold separately. The shafts are stored in camphor wood boxes to prevent decay, while the spearheads are soaked in tung oil to maintain their luster. Customers often select their preferred shafts and heads to assemble a finished spear. Please take a look, the attendant offered as he presented the spear shaft. Lin Ming hefted the shaft in his hand. It weighed approximately 30 jin and was evidently not made of metal. With a firm grip, He found it to be remarkably elastic. He had no doubt that if he were to bend the shaft into a crescent and release it, it could shatter a wild beast's skull. Though not metallic, this shaft could inflict even more damage than a metal one. What is the price of this spear shaft? Lin Ming asked. 1,200 taels of gold. Even though Lin Ming had anticipated a steep price, he could not help but be taken aback upon hearing it. Just for a shaft, the cost was exorbitant. A regular treasured sword or blade would typically only cost a few thousand taels of gold. This spear was not even of treasured grade. Noticing Lin Ming's astonishment, the attendant explained, "This is crafted from black silk wood, sourced from trees over several hundred years old. It was soaked in mountain spring water for 49 days to swell, then fried in oil for 3 days to eliminate any wood shavings and short fibers, leaving only the most resilient fibrous framework, which is then twisted with the silk of golden silk silkworms. Finally, the surface is wrapped in strips woven from golden silk silkworm silk and soaked in tung oil for 3 years. Both black silk wood and golden silk silkworm silk are precious materials that resist damage from blades and swords, coupled with various specialized techniques. This spear shaft would undoubtedly withstand the rigors of battle, even capable of shattering an enemy's treasured sword. The young hero can rest assured." The attendant's enthusiastic description made Lin Ming's heart race. This seemingly inconspicuous spear shaft had such a complex manufacturing process. Although golden silk silkworm silk might not be as precious as heavenly silkworm silk, the extensive use of it certainly added to its value. Black silk wood was also quite expensive, especially from trees hundreds of years old. Moreover, the production process inevitably results in imperfections. For instance, if the frying time is not carefully controlled, or if the black silk wood has knots, they are deemed unfit. The shaft must also be perfectly straight. Any deviation renders it a substandard product that must be discarded, further enhancing the shaft's value. No wonder it is so costly. An ordinary person would need to toil their entire life without food or drink to afford such a spear. If such a spear were to fall into the hands of common folk, it could be treasured as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. The most expensive aspect of a spear is the shaft. The quality of a spear is determined 80% by the shaft and 20% by the spearhead. Generally, a good spearhead, even if crafted from cloud-patterned iron, would only cost around 800 taels, so the total price would not exceed 2,000 taels. What do you think? Young hero? Lin Ming toyed with the spear shaft, feeling a strong attachment to it. The elasticity and toughness were remarkable, and the grip was undoubtedly first-rate. However, he lamented, "It's too light. Do you have anything heavier? Perhaps a spear weighing several hundred jin?" "Oh." The attendant was momentarily taken aback. A spear weighing several hundred jin would require immense strength to wield effectively. Did this young man possess such strength? Nevertheless, curiosity piqued. The attendant presented a spear shaft made entirely of dark iron, also 6 feet thick and 7 feet long, weighing over 400 jin. The attendant, clearly having trained, struggled a bit, but managed to lift it. "This shaft costs 800 taels of gold," he stated. Though dark iron is expensive, the straightforward crafting process of pure dark iron shafts makes them comparatively affordable. "Be careful, it's quite heavy," the attendant cautioned as he handed the dark iron shaft to Lin Ming, who, to the attendant's astonishment, lifted it effortlessly as if it were merely a wooden stick. This revelation made the attendant's eyelids twitch slightly. This young man possessed immense strength, truly a formidable being. Lin Ming weighed the dark iron shaft in his hands and inquired, "Do you have anything heavier? Heavier? You wish for something even more substantial?" The attendant was taken aback, then replied, "We do have heavier options, but they come at a steep price." "That is of no concern," Lin Ming stated, subtly revealing the stack of gold notes he had on hand. He possessed 8,000 taels of gold, and as long as it was not a treasured-grade spear, he could afford it. The attendant was momentarily stunned by the sight of the thick bundle of gold notes. Indeed, this young man was quite affluent. He respectfully said, "Please follow me, young hero." With that, the attendant led Lin Ming directly to the second floor. Chapter 65. The heavy spear piercing the rainbow. Upon ascending to the second floor, the atmosphere felt markedly different. The spacious area was now sparsely populated, with only a handful of patrons present. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man clad in a gray long robe, savoring a cup of tea. The attendant respectfully bowed before the man and whispered a few words into his ear. "Oh, this young hero seeks to select a heavy spear?" The middle-aged man inquired with evident curiosity, turning his gaze towards Lin Ming. "What weight of spear do you desire?" 800 pounds. 800 pounds? A glint of intrigue sparkled in the man's eyes. A spear of such weight requires at least 4,000 pounds of strength. Can you wield it? I can manage it. Even if it feels unwieldy now, I shall grow accustomed to it in time, Lin Ming replied confidently. Huh, such audacity. Allow me to show you a spear, the man declared, rising from his seat and proceeding towards a side room. Moments later, he emerged, carrying a long wooden box. Although he appeared casual in his movements, Lin Ming discerned that with each step, the wooden floor creaked under the weight of the box, a testament to its substantial burden. The middle-aged man placed the box horizontally on the counter and opened the lid, revealing a spear wrapped in thick cloth, measuring 8 feet in length. As he unwrapped the cloth, the purple-black spear body and dark red spearhead were unveiled. Etched in ancient script along the midsection of the spear was the inscription piercing the rainbow. These characters, archaic yet graceful, harmonized with the spear's robust form, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. A splendid weapon, the man remarked. This spear is named Piercing the Rainbow, with a body of 8 feet and a head of 8 inches, classified as a semi-treasure. A semi-treasure? Lin Ming inquired. The spearhead is a treasure, while the spear shaft is not, the man explained. Lin Ming immediately grasped the concept. The intricate craftsmanship of the shaft rendered it ill-suited for inscribing formations, while, akin to swords and blades, the spearhead could indeed be inscribed with formations, thus qualifying it as a treasure. However, the absence of formations on the shaft would hinder the flow of true essence, significantly diminishing its power. Although the spear shaft is not a treasure, it surpasses the durability of typical low-grade treasures, the man continued. The distinction between treasures and ordinary weapons lies in the formations inscribed upon them, allowing for the infusion of true essence. It does not imply that treasures are inherently more robust than regular weapons. A master craftsman, who is also a martial artist, is required to forge a treasure. Common artisans, lacking true essence and knowledge of formations, cannot create treasures. However, there are instances where ordinary craftsmen, using exquisite materials and time-honored techniques, can forge extraordinary weapons that may surpass treasures in sharpness and resilience. Yet, such weapons cannot accommodate true essence in an actual combat. Their effectiveness may be somewhat inferior to that of treasures. The spear shaft is forged from purple-black elastic iron, while the spearhead is made from cloud-patterned iron, with the edges infused with dark gold, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. The shaft and head are inseparable, with a total weight of 820 pounds. Purple-black elastic iron? Lin Ming recalled hearing about this remarkable metal during his lessons from the elder imparting knowledge. This metal is incredibly dense and possesses exceptional elasticity. It can even be crafted into the body of a powerful bow, which, when paired with high-grade beast tendons for the bowstring, can effortlessly shoot over 2,000 paces, penetrating even steel plates. Using purple-black elastic iron for the spear shaft, an 8-inch diameter shaft can be bent into a crescent shape, delivering enough force to snap a tree as thick as a man's embrace. A martial artist with a strength exceeding 5,000 pounds could, with a mere flick, strike down an opponent using the mere vibration of the shaft. However, despite its myriad virtues, the forging process of purple-black elastic iron necessitates numerous hammering cycles, making it impossible to inscribe formations during its shaping, as all formations would be obliterated in the process, thus preventing its use in crafting treasures. Nevertheless, many master craftsmen hold a fondness for purple-black elastic iron, as it is exceedingly suitable for spear crafting. Lin Ming grasped the spear shaft made of purple-black elastic iron and shook it vigorously. The shaft trembled, albeit minimally, due to Lin Ming's insufficient strength to fully unleash its potential. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man was taken aback. The youth possessed astonishing strength. To shake the shaft in such a manner suggested a force of at least 3,000 pounds. Observing Lin Ming's apparent peak in body training at the second level, he marveled at the quality of the youth's physique. Lin Ming continued to wield the spear a few more times. 820 pounds felt manageable to lift. Yet maneuvering it in battle would undoubtedly be taxing. Even with the support of the chaos true essence art, his stamina would soon be depleted. However, Lin Ming was unperturbed, anticipating his imminent breakthrough. Thus, the weight was quite suitable. How much for this spear? Lin Ming inquired. 90,000 taels of gold. 90,000. Lin Ming was not particularly astonished. The spear was worth this price. Merely the cloud-patterned iron spearhead alone was valued at 30,000 taels, and the purple-black elastic iron shaft could easily fetch 60,000 taels. Lin Ming produced all his gold notes, along with a purple gold VIP card, placing it upon the table. The Divine Weapon Hall had joined the United Merchant Association, allowing for a discount of 10%, reducing the price to 81,000 taels. Even so, Lin Ming found himself short by 50 taels. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened upon seeing the VIP card. Are you affiliated with the Marshal's mansion? Lin Ming hesitated momentarily before responding. No, merely a friend of mine is at the Marshal's mansion. Though Lin Ming downplayed his connection, the middle-aged man understood that the youth's friend was undoubtedly a significant figure in the Marshal's mansion. Otherwise, he would not possess a VIP card to offer. He chuckled. Ah, I see. Since you are a distinguished guest of the Marshal's mansion, I shall only charge you 80,000 taels for the spear. Thank you, Lin Ming replied without pretense. 100 taels of gold was inconsequential to both him and the divine weapon hall. The attendant carefully wrapped the spear in cloth and returned it to its box. Lin Ming slung the box over his shoulder and, after bidding farewell, swiftly made his way towards the back mountain. With the spear made of purple-black elastic iron and the treasure-grade cloud-patterned iron spearhead, weighing a total of 820 pounds, Lin Ming felt exhilarated at the mere thought, once again arriving at the clearing of the back mountain. The weight of the 820-pound spear bore down upon him, leaving deep impressions in the grass beneath his feet. Feeling the significant pressure on his back, a surge of valor welled up within Lin Ming as he aimed at a large boulder and thrust the spear down with great force. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the colossal rock was effortlessly shattered by the weight of the spear. Thanks to the elasticity of the shaft, Lin Ming felt minimal recoil, a testament to the benefits of purple-black elastic iron. Had it been a pure dark iron shaft, the impact would have left his hands numb, and a stronger recoil could have even resulted in injury. Aha! A fine spear, Lin Ming exclaimed, wildly swinging the long weapon. Lacking formal knowledge of spear techniques, he resorted to the movements of his fist techniques. The weighty spear, weighing 820 pounds, created a gust as he wielded it with abandon for a full quarter of an hour, gradually feeling the strain in his arms and the depletion of his stamina. This spear is indeed heavy. At that moment, a flicker of light appeared before Lin Ming. A sound transmission talisman? Chapter 66. The resources of the Marshal House. At that moment, a flicker of firelight ignited before Lin Ming. Was it a communication talisman? A quarter of an hour later, the training grounds of the 7 Xian Marshal House convened to allocate resources based on the results of the recent ranking assessment. Resources from the Marshal House. Lin Ming's heart soared with joy as he slung his long spear over his back and swept down the mountain. Although he pushed his agility to the limit, his speed was still reduced by 30% due to the burden of the spear. Typically, he could leap nimbly from branch to branch, but now, with the spear on his back, a mere step on a branch would cause it to snap. Nevertheless, these inconveniences did not trouble Lin Ming. Instead, they exhilarated him. Carrying such a heavy spear was, in itself, a form of training. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming arrived at the training grounds of the 7 Xian Marshal House. Hongxi was already there, and about 20 new students had gathered. Upon seeing Lin Ming approach, Hongxi raised his hand and tossed a jade slip. The details of the resources are all contained within. Please examine it yourself. Yes, instructor. Lin Ming delved his spiritual energy into the jade slip, revealing a detailed map of the 7 Xian Marshal House, which indicated various resource points. Notably, there were 7 killing formations specifically designed for martial artists: the Golden Armored Soldiers, the Wooden Man Alley, the Cold Pool Waterfall, the Lava Cave, the Rocky Slope, the Gale Cave, and the Thunder Valley, collectively known as the 7 killing formations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. These formations operated continuously, consuming a substantial amount of true essence stones. Although they could accommodate 12 individuals for simultaneous training, the sheer number of students at the 7 Xian Marshal House meant that access was limited and contingent upon the ranking stone. Those not listed on the ranking stone had no qualification to enter, while those who were ranked had their training time allocated according to their standings. Based on Lin Ming's rank, he could choose any one of the killing formations for 2 full days of training each month. In addition to this training opportunity, Lin Ming was also eligible to enter the 7 Xian Marshal House's library, from which he could select 1 low-grade human-level cultivation technique and 2 low-grade human-level martial skills. Although he could not take these jade slips out of the 7 Xian Marshal House, he could bring them back to his residence for prolonged study. Martial skills, cultivation techniques, and training grounds, these were the most vital resources provided by the 7 Xian Marshal House. Martial skills significantly enhanced a martial artist's combat prowess. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of martial arts practice, and training grounds accelerated the pace of one's cultivation, yielding results in a fraction of the time. Many disciples came to the 7 Xian Marshal House specifically for these 3 resources. Among these 3 resources, cultivation techniques held the utmost importance. However, possessing the chaotic combat sutra, cultivation techniques were of little significance to Lin Ming. What he truly needed were martial skills and training locations, especially the latter. Regrettably, being limited to 2 full days of training each month was far too little. He needed to ascend to the forefront of the ranking stone without delay. As Lin Ming contemplated this, he withdrew his spiritual energy from the jade slip. At that moment, Hongxi announced, "Everyone is here. Follow me to the library." The library of the 7 Xian martial house was divided into 2 sections, the inner library for core disciples and the outer library for others. The inner library contained top-secret techniques left by the 7 founding masters of the 7 Xian Valley, strictly forbidden from being disseminated. Lin Ming could only access the outer library. Although the techniques there were of a slightly lower grade, the outer library was vastly more extensive, housing thousands of jade slips accumulated over 600 years. Throughout these years, disciples of the 7 Xian Valley, upon completing missions and defeating other martial artists, often acquired various technique jade slips. These slips, deemed useless to the disciples, were sold to the sect, resulting in an ever-growing collection. Since these techniques were not considered the orthodox teachings of the 7 Xian Valley, they were distributed to martial houses across the region for disciples to study. Despite this, the techniques in the outer library were still exceedingly precious within the Tianyan kingdom. Many among the 20 disciples of the Earth Hall had never systematically studied techniques, and now they were thrilled to have access to such a vast repository of knowledge. Upon arriving at the library, Lin Ming presented the jade slip to the elder guarding the entrance. This jade slip not only outlined the regulations for resource allocation but also recorded Lin Ming's information and achievements. The elder casually probed with his spiritual energy and said to Lin Ming, "You may enter. You can select 1 technique and 2 martial skills. These 3 jade slips can be taken from the library for your comprehension, but you must not leave the 7 Xian martial house during this time. However, if too many individuals choose the same jade slip, a reservation will be required, and the allocation of comprehension time will be based on the rankings. Copying the jade slips containing techniques is cumbersome, so they are generally singular editions. Certain highly sought-after techniques attract many disciples, leading to scheduling conflicts. Thus, the arrangement of time relies on rankings, making it nearly impossible for those with lower ranks to access popular techniques. The 7 Xian martial house truly operates on a meritocratic basis. Here, rankings dictate everything, Lin Ming mused as he entered the library. Inside the library, numerous disciples were gathered. Yet not a single sound disturbed the air. If one were to listen closely, the rhythmic, deep breaths of the disciples could be heard. Their focus unwavering as they contemplated the techniques within the jade slips, their inhalations and exhalations sometimes stretching for half a stick of incense. So many masters. Lin Ming exhaled softly. The 7 Xian martial house was indeed a treasure trove of talent. Zhu Yin, a renowned genius in Qisang City, found himself ranked outside the top 30 here. Begin your selections. There's no rush. You have ample time. The jade slips without markings are basic and ordinary techniques, while those marked indicate superior grades. Red signifies low-grade human level, and purple represents mid-grade human level. Each jade slip displays the number of individuals who have selected it. If your rank is insufficient, I advise against choosing 2 popular options, or you may miss your chance based on time allocation, Hongxi instructed. According to the regulations of the martial house, disciples ranked between 100 and 200 could only select low-grade human-level techniques. Lin Ming's rank placed him among the upper echelon, granting him access to the more coveted techniques. However, he held no interest in even the popular low-grade human-level techniques, let alone mid- or high-grade ones. Yet he had to maintain a facade. Thus, he casually browsed through the selections. Each technique was accompanied by a label made of talisman paper, indicating the names of disciples who had chosen that particular technique. Popular techniques often bore 4 or 5 names, while obscure ones frequently had none, even among low-grade human-level techniques. The disparity was significant, meaning that those ranked just over 100 would acquire far superior techniques compared to those closer to 200. As Lin Ming perused the options, his heart suddenly sparked with intrigue. He spotted Zhang Song's name. Shadowless technique. It appeared that Zhang Song had chosen this very technique. Upon glancing at the label, Lin Ming noted a total of 7 names listed. This technique was evidently in high demand. He immersed his spiritual energy into the slip, which began with an overview of the technique. Shadowless technique, a high damage, low defense technique, yields a high density and purity of true essence upon mastery, rivaling those of martial artists 1 level higher. This technique is a standout among low-grade human-level techniques, closely approaching mid-grade human-level techniques. However, it is challenging to cultivate, with very few achieving mastery. Thus, caution is advised during selection. Reading this summary and noting the caution regarding the difficulty of cultivation, Lin Ming smiled. Those ranked just over 100 in the Earth Hall were all prodigies. The more it emphasized the challenge, the more they would be inclined to take on the challenge. Moreover, given that this technique was a top-tier option among its peers, how could he possibly let it slip away? Of course, Lin Ming held no genuine interest in this technique. He continued to read on, initially intending to casually select a book to get by. However, when Lin Ming's gaze fell upon a jade slip nestled in the corner of the bookshelf, his steps momentarily faltered. Gun Technique. Chapter 67. The Indeterminate Rank of Martial Techniques. Does the cultivation technique also include spear techniques? Indeed. The 9 True Words of Wang Yifeng serves as both a cultivation method and a sword manual. Certain techniques are specifically tailored for particular weapons, thus incorporating the respective weapons techniques. Lin Ming picked up the jade slip titled Fundamental Spear Techniques from the shelf. Despite the term fundamental suggesting a lack of sophistication, Lin Ming was unconcerned. As his spiritual consciousness permeated the slip, he first encountered an overview of the fundamental spear techniques. The fundamental spear technique serves as the foundation of spear art, focusing primarily on basic maneuvers such as thrusting, sweeping, flower dance, and encirclement. It does not encompass any advanced martial techniques, categorizing it as the simplest form of human-tier low-grade cultivation. This reminded Lin Ming of Wang Yinfeng's 9 True Words. When Wang Yinfeng unleashed the 9 True Words in the arena, 9 azure runes manifested on the sword's edge, demonstrating unparalleled martial magnificence. In comparison, the fundamental spear techniques seemed exceedingly ordinary, reduced to mere rudimentary maneuvers, which is why it is deemed the simplest among human-tier low-grade techniques. However, Lin Ming did not perceive simplicity as a flaw. Although Wang Yinfeng's 9 True Words was ostentatious, Lin Ming regarded it as ostentatious but impractical. How deep could the foundation of the Tianyan kingdom be? How formidable could the martial artist who composed the 9 True Words truly be? A martial artist lacking strength would only increase the complexity of their techniques, leading to numerous errors and deficiencies. It would be unwise to squander time practicing such convoluted techniques, which may ultimately be abandoned. Instead, focusing on the fundamentals, thrusting, sweeping, flower dance, and encirclement, would always be prudent. Mastering these simple techniques could yield immense power, especially since Lin Ming possessed the exceptional body refinement technique Chaos Gang Dojing, which would adequately compensate for any gaps in his martial skills. This was the choice. After making his decision, Lin Ming glanced at the label beside the fundamental spear techniques. It was indeed devoid of any embellishment. The term fundamental alone failed to pique interest. And coupled with the niche focus on spear techniques, it was unsurprising that no one had selected it. With no competition, there was no need for reservation. Having chosen the spear technique, Lin Ming began to select a movement technique, examining various light-footed methods. A plethora of techniques adorned the shelves, such as Mizong Step, Sky Ladder, Cloud Hanging Rope, 7-Star Flowing Clouds, and Swan Feather Drop. Each technique boasted a grandiose name. For instance, the Swan Feather Drop, when mastered, purportedly allowed one to soar into the sky and pluck a feather from a high-flying swan. As for 7-Star Flowing Clouds, it was said that one could take 7 simultaneous steps, leaving indistinguishable footprints, achieving unparalleled speed within those 7 steps. Yet, Lin Ming merely admired these light techniques. Eventually, he sauntered to a corner and selected a set of fundamental steps. His reasoning was straightforward. These light techniques essentially utilized unique methods of true essence circulation, supplemented by the strength of one's leg and muscle, to enhance speed through a rather clever approach. While practicing these techniques could indeed increase speed, any superior light technique would inevitably replace the inferior ones, necessitating a return to the beginning of training. Lin Ming was unwilling to waste time on human-tier low-grade light techniques. Although their names were resplendent, they were clearly discarded by the 7 Xian martial house and were unlikely to possess significant strength. Having selected his light technique, he now turned to martial techniques, which were akin to light techniques in that superior ones would eventually be supplanted. Nevertheless, Lin Ming was currently lacking in offensive capabilities and intended to choose one that could complement the spear technique. His criteria were numerous. He sought to avoid flamboyant techniques, those lacking substance, those with weak power, and those unsuitable for spears. As he perused the options, none of the martial techniques particularly resonated with Lin Ming's expectations. This was hardly surprising, as the martial techniques in the outer pavilion were all discarded by the 7 Xian Valley. The elders responsible for reviewing the jade slips possessed discerning eyes, and after their rigorous selection, What valuable offerings could remain? Just as disappointment began to settle in his heart, Lin Ming's steps halted abruptly. What are these fragmented jade slips doing here? He discovered a shelf within the library dedicated to shattered jade slips. Were these also martial techniques? Lin Ming casually picked up a slip and immersed his spiritual consciousness within. The overview read, Human Tier Upper Grade Martial Technique, Name Unknown. With a loss rate of 90%. Once a jade slip shattered, it would lose a substantial amount of information, rendering it nearly impossible to practice any technique or martial skill with a loss rate of 90%. As Lin Ming continued to inspect, he found that these techniques were predominantly human tier upper grade, with a few classified as earth tier lower grade. This was to be expected if the techniques were of low rank and incomplete. They would have been discarded outright rather than placed here. Regrettably, even the earth tier lower grade techniques paled in comparison to divine grade techniques like the Chaos Shin Bone Classic. And given their incompleteness, they held no value for Lin Ming. Although these techniques were advanced, they would not be chosen even by the most talented, as they were evidently unattainable. With the Chaos Shin Bone Classic at his disposal, Lin Ming had no inclination to waste effort on these martial techniques. Just as he was about to abandon the search, a thought struck him. He noticed a set of incomplete martial techniques named Shattered Bone Fist. Due to the absence of its opening section, the grade remained indeterminate, though the reviewer had classified it as Earth Tier lower grade. The name Shattered Bone Fist was rather crude, especially when compared to the grandiose titles of techniques like Swan Feather Drop, 7-Star Flowing Clouds, and Cloud Hanging Rope. Yet Lin Ming understood that the names of martial techniques were the creations of their authors. Some individuals, lacking in strength, might only produce a single technique throughout their lives, limited in power yet striving to devise an impressive name. Exceptional martial techniques have never relied on ostentatious names to capture attention, and the Shattered Bone Fist exemplified the essence of simplicity. However, Lin Ming was drawn to this technique not for its title, but for the effect it had upon striking an adversary. The jade slip described, no external injury, internal bone shattered, thus named Shattered Bone Fist. No external injury, yet internal bone shattered. Lin Ming was suddenly reminded of the Chaos Gang Dojing, which spoke of the balance of hardness and softness, and the concept of force like silk. This notion referred to the mastery of force. A martial artist who had perfected the Chaos Gang Dojing could strike ironwood with a punch, leaving the surface intact while reducing the internal wood to fluff. Due to the memory loss of that powerful figure, the realm of force like silk remained somewhat elusive, preventing Lin Ming from grasping its threshold. The Shattered Bone Fist bore striking similarities to the Chaos Gang Dojing's concept of force like silk. As the saying goes, all techniques are interconnected. Perhaps the Shattered Bone Fist shares the same underlying principles as force like silk. Continuing to examine, Lin Ming found that although the Shattered Bone Fist was missing considerable portions, the remaining details provided him with profound insights. The technique involved causing the true essence and fist energy to vibrate in unison, achieving resonance to transmit the vibrations into the enemy's body, thereby destroying their physical form. So it was. The ancestor who crafted the Shattered Bone Fist must have possessed a profound understanding of true essence and power. While the divine techniques were exquisite, it was not to say that the inhabitants of the Tiankai Continent lacked the capacity for similar insights. The documented lineage of the Tiankai Continent extends beyond 10,000 years. With countless extraordinary talents emerging throughout this epoch, it is hardly surprising that they could achieve results comparable to those of the divine realm in certain aspects. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming put away this technique. Thus, he had completed the selection of one set of skills and two sets of martial arts techniques. Chapter 68. Lin Ming's unconventional choice. Lin Ming approached the Elder of the Guard with 3 jade slips inscribed with the basic gun technique, basic footwork, and Shatterbone Fist for registration. Upon his arrival, he noticed several individuals, including Wang Yinfeng, who had already registered ahead of him, while Hongxi sat nearby, overseeing their martial arts selections. As the chief instructor of the newly admitted students in the Earth Hall, Hongxi typically provided general guidance without the obligation to personally instruct. Yet he had made a special trip to ensure that students did not make poor choices in their techniques. Wang Yinfeng, are you certain about selecting these 3 jade slips? Inquired the Elder of the Guard. I am certain, Wang Yinfeng affirmed confidently. You have chosen Divine Sun Technique, Swan's Descent, and Thundercloud Slash. All 3 are notoriously difficult to master, particularly Swan's Descent, which requires the true essence to harness external forces mid-air for flight. Achieving a high level in this lightness technique is exceedingly challenging. Have you considered this carefully? Elder, I have thought it through, Wang Yinfeng replied, having his own plans. He possessed the family-inherited lightness skill 7 absolute steps, yet he found it significantly inferior to Swan's descent. Nonetheless, he would not abandon 7 absolute steps, as it excelled in short-distance acceleration, while Swan's descent emphasized long-distance agility, making them complementary. Thus, Swan's descent was the most suitable choice for him. As for Divine Sun technique, its complexity stemmed from Wang Yinfeng's low ranking. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly opted for the more formidable and intricate shadowless technique. Very well. The Elder of the Guard sighed, registering Wang Yinfeng. These prodigies, each with lofty aspirations, invariably chose the most powerful techniques, yet such might naturally came with considerable difficulty. However, the challenge of mastering these techniques rarely crossed the minds of the talented. To them, high-difficulty martial arts were merely a testament to their genius. They overlooked that within the 7 mysterious martial academy, everyone was a genius, and if a technique was noted as exceedingly difficult to master, it was indeed a challenge for these prodigies. You may be talented, but how much more talented can you claim to be than others? Following Wang Yinfeng were the brothers Wang Meng and Zhang Tai, both of whom had also distinguished themselves in the rankings, choosing similarly challenging martial arts. Are you certain about selecting these 3 techniques? The Elder of the Guard asked symbolically, knowing full well that once one made a choice, it was seldom altered. Certain. Wang Meng and Zhang Tai replied. All right, next Lin Ming, is it? Yes. Lin Ming placed his 3 jade slips on the table. Wang Yinfeng, Wang Meng, and even Hong she could not help but take notice, curious about the martial arts Lin Ming would choose given his impressive strength. Wang Yinfeng scrutinized the 3 jade slips, considering Lin Ming's rank of 126. He speculated that Lin Ming might select top-tier techniques, such as Shadowless Technique or 9 Suns Absolute. Having already fallen behind Lin Ming in strength, he feared that any further disadvantage in technique selection would be insurmountable. As Wang Yinfeng's worries mounted, the Elder of Transmission's words left him utterly dumbfounded. Basic gun technique, basic footwork, and the incomplete Shatterbone Fist. Is it really these 3? These 3 techniques? Wang Yinfeng was perplexed by Lin Ming's choices. He was unfamiliar with Shatterbone Fist, but he had perused the basic gun technique and basic footwork during his selection. They were undoubtedly the simplest and most ordinary techniques among the human-tier low-grade martial arts. Why would Lin Ming choose these? Did he lack confidence? No. With his steadfast martial heart, how could that be? The Elder of the Guard found it incomprehensible. Only disciples of the human hall would select foundational techniques. Over the years, he had witnessed countless ambitious students opting for the most challenging and powerful martial arts, only to end up with half-baked results. Yet, it was unprecedented to see the top-ranked novice of the Earth Hall deliberately choose the simplest techniques, as if afraid of failing to master them. Moreover, the lone Earth-tier low-grade technique, Shatterbone Fist, was incomplete, possessing only reference value and no potential for actual practice. What was Lin Ming thinking? Hongxi, the instructor of the Earth Hall, also observed this peculiar choice. He had come to guide these novices in their technique selections but found Lin Ming's decision troubling. He cautioned, Lin Ming, have you thought this through? Lin Ming nodded. I have considered it carefully. I wish to solidify my foundation, hence my choice of basic techniques. Very well. While a solid foundation is indeed important, I cannot question your selections of basic gun technique and basic footwork. However, the Shatterbone Fist has a completion rate of only 70%, and even if it were whole, mastering an Earth-tier low-grade technique requires extraordinary comprehension. Given its incompleteness, do you truly think it feasible? Do you believe that an Earth-tier low-grade technique would be left unguarded in the outer hall for anyone to choose? Lin Ming replied, I merely wish to comprehend it. If I cannot practice it, so be it. I believe it may offer me some insights. Some insights? Hongxi frowned. At Lin Ming's age of 15, with a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 2nd layer, to seek enlightenment from a technique that was 70% incomplete? It seemed a lofty ambition, bordering on the unrealistic. Lin Ming, do not harbor any illusions. Even a prodigy with unparalleled talent would find it impossible to master the Shatterbone Fist. The opportunity to select martial arts in the library pavilion is exceedingly rare. By wasting this chance, you forfeit a technique. While you may have further opportunities to select techniques if you enter the top 100, losing one technique is still regrettable. Thank you, Instructor Hong, but I have made my decision. Very well, as you wish. Hongxi shook his head. These prodigies were all obstinate. Once they made up their minds, no one could change them. Let him learn this lesson the hard way. Without experiencing failure, he would never gain wisdom. Thus, Lin Ming finalized his technique selections, his name inscribed beside the jade slips, and he received 3 keys. These keys, resembling gray stones etched with red runes, corresponded to each technique. Once all the new students had completed their selections, the jade slips would be sealed within the array on the bookshelves. And without the keys to unlock the array, even entering the library pavilion would yield no insight. Chapter 69. The Art of Subtle Power. In a secluded area of the back mountain, Lin Ming sat at the stone table in his modest courtyard, calmly regulating his breath. A single autumn leaf spiraled down silently, landing gently on his shoulder. On this tranquil autumn morning, Lin Ming had risen before dawn, inhaling the crisp mountain air, adjusting his mind to its optimal state. Before him lay the jade slip containing the crushing bone fist, a fragmented earth-grade martial art. Even with the chaotic energy combat classic as a reference, it required profound comprehension to merge the two systems. Comprehension is not merely linked to martial talent, but has a slight correlation with one's spiritual aptitude. Lin Ming's spiritual aptitude was of the 4th rank, a remarkable gift in the kingdom of Tianyuan, equating to a higher tier in martial cultivation. Today, Lin Ming sought to clear his mind, intending to devote the entire day to comprehending the crushing bone fist. He immersed his spiritual energy into the jade slip, and the incomplete incantations of the crushing bone fist surfaced in his mind. The initial segment of this technique was already fragmented, with a staggering 70% missing. If the deficiency had been confined to the latter part, a genius might still have managed to master the preceding sections. However, with the beginning itself incomplete, its absence permeated the entire method, rendering any mastery impossible. It was no wonder that the jade slip for the crushing bone fist lay forgotten in a corner. While the principles of resonating energy and fist force were straightforward, the initiation method was precisely what was lacking. Nonetheless, Lin Ming's memories from his unanchored soul hinted at a vague recollection of the art of subtle power. As Lin Ming compared the two techniques, he sensed a faint connection to the fundamentals of the art of subtle power. Breathing, he muttered to himself, realizing that the initial stage of energy resonance indeed began with breath. In the hazy remnants of his unanchored soul's memory, he recalled that the human body comprises minuscule units, bones, muscles, and blood, each smaller than dust, yet possessing independent and intricate structures, serving diverse functions within the body. When one's cultivation reaches a sufficient level, the energy condenses into visible forms, revealing these minute units. Every unit possesses life, and they all breathe. Typically, the breathing of these tiny units within the body is chaotic. But a master of the art of subtle power could synchronize the breathing frequencies of all units, creating a harmonious resonance. This marked the inception of the art of subtle power and the commencement of energy resonance. According to the memory of that great adept, humanity's genesis began within the womb, originating from a singular minuscule unit. At that time, with only one unit present, the breathing frequencies were naturally uniform, rendering the fetus's breath the purest. Lin Ming experienced an epiphany. Could it be that the predecessor who formulated the crushing bone fist had also uncovered the secret of these tiny units within the human body? The incomplete nature of the crushing bone fist concealed its true grade. The classification as a lower-tier earth-grade technique was merely a result of judgment by the individuals at the Seven Mysterious Valley, and it might not be entirely accurate. It was likely a technique of a higher tier. Adjusting the breathing of all tiny units within the body to achieve synchronization was no trivial matter. The records pertaining to this segment in the crushing bone fist were entirely missing, leaving Lin Ming to rely on the vague memories of that great adept. Through the regulation of his energy and breath, he aimed to unify the breathing frequencies of his bodily units. Lin Ming sat cross-legged, continuously aligning his breath with that of the tiny units within. Once, twice, his breathing became increasingly elongated, gradually entering a delicate state where his consciousness began to blur and his body felt ethereal. Countless tiny units within him seemed to resonate with his breath, waves of warmth surging like tides. Lin Ming remained engrossed in contemplation, his time in the courtyard extending into an entire day. Throughout this day, he neither drank nor ate. As leaves fell upon his shoulders, head, and arms, yet he remained utterly still. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon did he slowly open his eyes from his prolonged reverie. The intricacies of energy resonance and the essence of the art of subtle power were profoundly mysterious. After an entire day, he had barely grasped a thread of understanding. This method involved the secrets of the human body that most would never conceive, truly astonishing. Although his progress was minimal, Lin Ming at least perceived a general direction. And with continued exploration, he would eventually unravel its mysteries. As he stored the jade slip away, he was suddenly aware of his hunger. having gone an entire day without sustenance. Before reaching the condensation of vein stage, martial artists require food and water like any ordinary person. Even those at the condensation stage can only endure a few extra days without food before succumbing to starvation. Yet he felt no hunger, as if the tiny units within had absorbed ample energy during his breathing practice. How wondrous was the art of subtle power. Today, he realized that the power in the art of subtle power likely encompassed more than mere strength. It was the essence of energy itself. Cultivating this energy to a level of effortless mastery, that was the true pinnacle of the art of subtle power. Reflecting on this, Lin Ming couldn't help but admire the profound depth of the chaotic energy combat classic. Over the years, the formidable predecessors of the divine domain's body-tempering sect must have tirelessly refined it, resulting in techniques that have withstood the test of time. Yet, despite his cultivation, he had merely skimmed the surface of its vastness. He decided to pause for the day. For tomorrow, he would explore the 7 sacred training grounds of the 7 mysterious martial academy. What miraculous effects might these places possess? Meanwhile, as Lin Ming delved into his practice, Zhang Tsong and Zhu Yin walked side by side in the academy's library. Lin Ming had recently selected his martial arts and, in just a month, could hardly have mastered much. Zhu Yin held a violet jade slip, indicative of a mid-tier, human-grade technique. Zhang Tsong remarked, "I wonder what this lad will choose." With a sneer, Zhu Yin replied, "Lin Ming is quite confident in his abilities. Back when he was merely at the first level of body tempering, he boasted about catching up to me eventually. He will undoubtedly select some popular yet challenging techniques. If that's the case, even if he possesses great comprehension, I shall ensure he lacks the time to practice. Popular techniques require appointments, and the waiting time is contingent upon rankings. At times, several individuals may vie for the same technique, and if the distribution of practice time follows the rankings, those at the bottom find themselves with pitifully little opportunity to learn. However, among the 6 or 7 contenders, some will invariably be seasoned disciples who have been practicing the technique for an extended period. At their level, merely reviewing the jade slips would be futile. They require extensive practice and real combat experience. Nevertheless, there is no rule preventing seasoned disciples from continuing to borrow jade slips. By leveraging his connections, Zhu Yin could ensure that the others selected by Lin Ming frequently loaned out their slips, leaving Lin Ming with nothing to practice. Bound by the regulations of the 7 mysterious martial academy, Zhu Yin could not openly confront Lin Ming, so he devised subtle schemes to annoy him. As they perused the shelves, searching for names on the jade slips, they first sought out top-tier techniques like shadowless art and 9-yug absolute. Yet, after scanning the labels, they found Lin Ming's name absent. They then turned to the next tier of techniques, but still found no trace of him. What's going on? Zhu Yin frowned slightly. I found it. It's right here, Zhang Tsong suddenly announced. Zhu Yin approached and indeed found Lin Ming's name on a note. HM? Only a single name on the note. Zhu Yin was slightly taken aback. The presence of just one name signified that this technique belonged to an exceedingly obscure category. Basic gun technique? How peculiar that Lin Ming would choose such a method. What could he be thinking? The second name was soon discovered, with Zhang Tsong's voice ringing out. Zhu Yin looked again, only to be astonished once more. Basic footwork? Lin Ming had chosen both basic gun technique and basic footwork? Zhu Yin found this utterly incredulous. Upon learning of Lin Ming's selected techniques, Zhang Tsong disdainfully remarked, Zhu Yin, you overestimate Lin Ming. After he achieved the 126th rank, I too believed he was a significant figure. Yet, it appears he was merely fortunate, experiencing a stroke of serendipity that inflated his strength. Sooner or later, he will be left behind. With the techniques he has chosen, how could he possibly contend with other masters? Chapter 70. The Cold Pool Waterfall. Upon learning of Lin Ming's chosen martial arts technique, Zhang Tsong scoffed, saying, Zhu Yin, you overrate Lin Ming. After he ranked 126th, I believed he was someone of consequence. But it seems he merely had good fortune and a serendipitous encounter that led to his sudden surge in strength. Eventually, he will be left behind. Just look at the 2 techniques he selected. How could he possibly contend with other masters using these? Zhang Tsong believed that even with his own talent, if he were restricted to practicing the basic spear technique and basic footwork, he would scarcely make a splash. The thought of training in them would only widen the gap between him and others. Acknowledging his inferior aptitude, he dared not select a more challenging offensive technique. Such a lack of confidence renders any martial pursuits futile. Hearing Zhang Tsong's words, Zhu Yin furrowed his brows deeper. He set aside the jade slip and replied, Zhang Tsong, I advise you not to underestimate him. While I may not comprehend Lin Ming's choices, he is certainly not devoid of confidence. Let us not forget that he shattered the record set by Ling Sun during the Heart of Martial Arts assessment. At this, Zhang Song fell silent. He knew well that his own time of 3/4 of an hour in the illusory realm was far inferior to Lin Ming's. And he understood what it meant to pass through the illusory realm in less than a stick of incense. They continued their search to see what martial techniques Lin Ming had selected. After a considerable amount of time, they finally found Lin Ming's name among a pile of incomplete jade slips. The shattered bone fist, which had a deficiency rate of 70%. Even Zhu Yin, usually composed, widened his eyes at this revelation. Had Lin Ming lost his senses? The shattered bone fist lacked even a defined grade, merely estimated to be of low earth-tier quality. Such techniques, even within the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries sect, would not be easily disseminated. If one could master it, even a mere hint of enlightenment would preclude its inclusion in the archives of the Seven Mysteries martial house. Zhu Yin had encountered this technique before and had dismissed it without hesitation. Not only he, but even the foremost genius of the Seven Mysteries martial house, Zhang Guanyu, along with other core disciples like Qin Xingxuan, would not dare to entertain thoughts of attempting the shattered bone fist. Lin Ming truly seemed to be out of his mind. While Zhu Yin might have speculated that the choice of basic spear technique and basic footwork had a deeper significance, the selection of the shattered bone fist left Zhu Yin convinced that Lin Ming was a fool. Lin Ming not only possesses poor aptitude, but also seems mentally deficient. Only someone with a brain as muddled as a pig's would choose such a technique, Zhang Song sneered. Yet, this time, Zhu Yin did not rebut him. Uncertain of Lin Ming's true intentions, Zhu Yin remarked, Zhang Song, although Lin Ming's selection of martial techniques appears erratic, it is wise to remain cautious. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. His ranking of 126 may well be attributed to the Golden Serpent Heart Pill and the Red Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. It astonishes me how he managed to absorb those two pills to such an extent. Rest assured, he is still far from being my match. In the duel more the Chapter 71, the perfection of the technique before the waterfall formation, there stood a steward who appeared to be in his 20s. He had received prior notice and addressed Lin Ming, saying, You are Lin, the junior disciple, correct? You may enter now, but you are limited to 1 hour. Today's formation is set specifically for you newcomers. The difficulty level is set at 7. Is that acceptable? Yes, thank you, senior brother. Lin Ming did not overestimate himself. The 7th level corresponded to rankings between 110 and 130, and with his score of 126, he found himself at the bottom. He preferred to start from the basics and would challenge the higher levels later. You may proceed. However, while you barely qualify for the 7th level, your cultivation is ultimately limited. Should you find it unbearable inside, do not hesitate to come out and take a break. Generally, no one stays in for extended periods. Exceeding your physical limits can be detrimental, the steward advised Lin Ming. Thank you, senior brother. If I cannot endure, I will speak up, Lin Ming replied. Very well. The steward then activated the formation. From the outside, the waterfall appeared to be a typical cascade, albeit grander in scale. Yet, upon entering the formation, the scene transformed abruptly. Lin Ming felt as though he had stepped into a secluded realm, isolated from all external information. Although the waterfall pool was a lethal array, it also contained elements of an illusion formation. The array allowed 12 individuals to cultivate simultaneously, yet they could not see one another, as the illusion isolated each practitioner. After all, few would wish to be observed while training. As Lin Ming turned around, he noticed that the world behind him had morphed into a pitch-black void, as if the waterfall floated amidst the stars. The cold pool ahead spanned 100 feet in circumference, its azure hue reminiscent of ice. Despite the nearby raging waterfall, the pool exuded an unusual tranquility, devoid of any ripples. The extreme cold caused a layer of mist to hover over the surface, obscuring it from view. Just gazing at it made him feel its chill. The biting cold was far more intense than the frigid winds of winter. Lin Ming took a deep breath, channeling his true essence to its peak, and leaped into the cold waters. So cold. The moment he plunged into the pool, an intense chill pierced through him. He had no doubt that if this water were in the outside world, it would undoubtedly freeze. Yet, within the waterfall formation, the pool remained unfrozen, astonishing him. Lin Ming activated the Chaos True Essence technique to its utmost, causing his muscles to tremble continuously, generating heat to combat the cold. This water feels somewhat like mercury. As he began to unbeknownst to Lin Ming, he had already advanced significantly towards the 3rd level of body training, with a breakthrough imminent. As time went away, Lin Ming increasingly recognized the advantages of this frigid pool. Ordinarily, martial practitioners, upon reaching the second level of body training, refine their flesh by infusing true essence into their muscles, nourishing their physical form. Upon attaining the third level, they temper their organs, enveloping the 5 viscera and safeguarding the 6 entrails with true essence. Further progress into the 4th and 5th levels involves a deeper penetration of true essence, initiating the transformation of tendons and bones. However, in reality, true essence cannot pervade every inch of a martial artist's flesh and blood. Typically, martial practitioners forcibly inject true essence into their muscles, but this passive, cramming approach yields limited results. Muscles often reach a saturation point after absorbing only a fraction. Or due to negligence, parts may not receive the nourishment of true essence at all, leaving vulnerabilities in the body. In actual combat, each vulnerability represents a weakness, and an abundance of vulnerabilities can pose a significant obstacle to reaching the peak of body training, the pulse condensation stage. However, within this frigid pool, the situation is different. The cold stimulates every inch of the body's skin, with frigid air penetrating deep into the pores, stimulating the muscles, blood, and even the bone marrow. This cold necessitates the circulation of true essence and the vibration of muscles to resist it, requiring every minute unit of the body to actively resist the cold and absorb true essence. Over time, every inch of the body's flesh and blood will be tempered by true essence, thereby eliminating vulnerabilities. Realizing this, Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was no wonder that over the years, almost all pulse condensation stage martial practitioners in the Sky Fortune Kingdom had emerged from the 7 profound martial house. With such miraculous resources, coupled with outstanding talent and exceptional cultivation methods, breaking through to the pulse condensation stage was far easier for them than for ordinary martial practitioners. Not to mention peerless geniuses like Ling Xin and Tua Ku. Even those with only third-grade talent could break through to the pulse condensation stage with the unreserved support of miraculous medicines. If I had chosen the slightly inferior Sky Fortune martial house, even with the Chaos Prime combat scripture, I would not have been able to cultivate my body to every inch of flesh and blood. This frigid pool alone has such miraculous effects. Other cultivation locations must have even more wondrous effects. These 7 killing arrays are invaluable. I must improve my ranking as soon as possible and fully enjoy the resources within these 7 killing arrays. Chapter 72. The completion of the elixir symbol time has come. At that moment, Lin Ming heard sounds emanating from outside the formation. Has the time arrived already? What a pity. Lin Ming felt a sense of lingering satisfaction. Next time, he must bring the Guanhong spear to practice on that stone platform. The cold pond, viscous as mercury. Combined with an 820-pound spear, what effects might that yield? Filled with anticipation, Lin Ming exited the formation and encountered a slightly astonished senior deacon. Junior brother Lin, have you been in the cold pond all this time? The deacon, having expected Lin Ming to last at most a quarter of an hour before emerging to catch his breath, was surprised to find him still inside. This junior brother possesses remarkable endurance. Is there a problem? Lin Ming inquired. Isn't this 7th level difficulty perfectly suited for my ranking? The senior deacon smiled wryly, acknowledging the truth in Lin Ming's words, yet noting it was not customary to remain inside for extended periods. The cold pond is bone-chilling. Even a quarter of an hour inside could leave one frozen. It is normal to come out and rest. Junior brother, you've been in there the entire time. You must take care not to overexert yourself. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. I am indeed starting to feel a bit fatigued, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Don't mention it. My name is Xie Dong. 2 years ago, I was also a student at the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy. After graduating, I stayed on as a deacon. At such a young age, you possess formidable strength. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Although I may be somewhat dull-witted, I have accumulated a fair amount of cultivation experience. Should you have any questions in the future, please feel free to ask me. Xie Dong, having reached the pinnacle of bone refinement, noted that any practitioner in the condensing vein stage could attain nobility by serving the Tiankai Kingdom. Hence his choice to remain as a deacon. He had heard of Lin Ming's reputation and upon meeting him, was convinced of his strength. Despite rumors of Lin Ming's average talent, Xie Dong believed that achieving such miracles at the age of 15 meant Lin Ming could potentially create greater wonders in the future, fostering a desire to befriend him. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Ming exchanged pleasantries before taking his leave. As night fell, Lin Ming returned to his residence, shouldered the Guanhong spear, and hurried to the training room, eager to assimilate the day's gains. The days at the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy were both monotonous and fulfilling. Every morning, Lin Ming rose before dawn, sitting alone in the courtyard to breathe in the pure spiritual energy of the morning. Once his body was thoroughly attuned to clarity, he began his practice of the silk-like strength cultivation. As Lin Ming integrated the crushing bones fist with his practice, he increasingly recognized the marvel of this true essence vibrational state. It was not merely a clever application of power, but a peculiar realm that rivaled enlightenment itself. Mastering this state would yield immeasurable benefits. Often, he would sit for an entire day without eating or moving, only to eat a little in the evening before refining his body in the cold pond. Lin Ming could only manage 24 hours a month in the training grounds. Every breath and moment was precious. To save time, he would spend just half an hour in the cold pond. Yet even that brief period proved immensely beneficial. In the late hours, Lin Ming would delve into the study and creation of inscriptions. Although his training content had increased, and the time devoted to inscriptions had sharply decreased, his progress did not slow significantly due to achieving the first level of the Chaos True Essence technique. During the process of creating the elixir symbols, Lin Ming could simultaneously cultivate the Chaos True Essence technique, albeit at a faster rate, consuming at least one True Essence stone daily. On the 10th day of Lin Ming's entrance into the 7 mysterious martial academy, in the stillness of the night beneath a starry sky, Lin Ming sat in a wooden cabin on the back mountain, his fingers dancing gracefully in the air, conjuring vibrant inscriptions that formed and layered in midair. After countless failures over the past 10 days, Lin Ming finally managed to reduce his error rate to below 30%. With the substantial increase in True Essence from mastering the first level of the Chaos True Essence technique, he could barely sustain an entire session of creating elixir symbols. Materials were drawn into the air by Lin Ming's True Essence, guided by his spiritual force to form beautiful patterns. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The blood of a 4th-level ferocious beast, the final elixir symbol, completed. At last, it was done. As Lin Ming retracted his True Essence, dozens of floating elixir symbols shimmered and coalesced into a perfect flame shape. The low-grade elixir symbol was finally inscribed. He retrieved a piece of symbol paper and stamped the elixir symbol onto it. This small creation had consumed a significant amount of time and money over the past days. And as Lin Ming felt the energy fluctuations from the elixir symbol, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. How could he not be thrilled? Applying this elixir symbol to either of the 2 exceptional pills would exponentially enhance their efficacy. Originally priceless, the potency of the pills would multiply. What a concept. Even returning to the 7 mysterious valley, they would be considered treasures. It is understood that the efficacy of pills diminishes with repeated consumption. For instance, the Yujin Lu Tai one yielded the best results when the first pill was taken, but the second delivered only half the effect, and the third again have the second's result. Thus, despite his wealth, Lin Ming had only purchased 6 Yujin Lu Tai wands, dividing them equally with Lin Xiaodong, as excessive consumption renders them ineffective. Even if one were to consume 10,000 pills, the cumulative effect would not surpass that of the first. The Jin Shi Qi Dan and the Hong Jin Long Sui Dan shared a similar fate. However, if the efficacy of these pills were to double, their quality would rise accordingly, equating them to higher-grade pills, yielding effects several times that of the original. Understanding this rationale, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. Nevertheless, he refrained from using the elixir symbol immediately, instead setting it aside to take a cleansing bath. Following this, he engaged in breath control and meditation, adjusting the breathing frequencies of all the minute elements within his body to attain an optimal mental state. Lin Ming was acutely aware that consuming the pill would inevitably lead to a breakthrough in his realm and the refining of True Essence, a significant undertaking fraught with peril. If mishandled, it could result in dire consequences, as one's internal organs are considerably more vulnerable than the physical body. The Jin Shi Qi Dan, with its greatly amplified potency, could prove to be a formidable challenge. Should anything go awry, he might find his body unable to endure the effects, risking madness and catastrophic failure of his organs. Thus, before ingesting the pill, Lin Ming ensured that both his body and mind were in peak condition, leaving no room for error. After a thorough half-hour of breath control, Lin Ming picked up a True Essence stone, operating the perfected first layer of the Chaos True Essence technique, allowing the True Essence within him to gradually replenish, restoring him to peak condition. Once all conditions reached their zenith, Lin Ming listened intently. Having practiced the Chaos True Essence technique, his perception had sharpened significantly. In the stillness of the night, the chirping of insects within 100 steps enveloped his ears, confirming that no one was nearby. Lin Ming finally retrieved both the Jin Shi Qi Dan and the elixir symbol. The potency of the Hong Jin Long Sui Dan was even more formidable. Should it amplify several times, I fear I might not withstand it. Let us begin with this first-level Jin Shi Qi Dan. Chapter 73. The training of the body. Lin Ming took a deep breath and crushed the spirit herb talisman. In an instant, the dark room seemed to be illuminated by a bright flame as the fire rune ignited, enveloping the golden snake heart pill in flames. This lasted for a few fleeting moments before it transformed into a beautiful fiery pattern, seared onto the golden pill, its radiance flashing and then vanishing, plunging the room back into darkness. It was complete. Lin Ming slowly placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Such a potent and fierce medicine could not be taken lightly, unlike the ease of consuming the Eugen Deer's fetal pill. The medicinal power surged violently within his body, attacking relentlessly. He was well aware that this would be a painful ordeal. The pill entered his stomach coolly, akin to a block of ice. Before settling quietly without much sensation, Lin Ming understood that this was merely the initial stage of the medicine-s effect. He silently activated the chaotic true essence technique. After a quarter of an hour, a chilling sensation began to envelop Lin Ming's body, as waves of cold surged into his bloodstream, coursing throughout him. It felt as though he had been thrown into a frigid pool amidst 7 deadly formations, with the cold energy rampantly circulating within him. Cold sweat streamed down Lin Ming's forehead, arms, and back, as if he had become a burst water bag. The golden snake was a cold-blooded creature by nature, and its bile was the aggregation of all its chilling energy. A pill crafted from such bile was extraordinarily frigid. Lin Ming gritted his teeth against the cold, repeatedly circulating the chaotic true essence technique. Yet it felt as if his true essence was on the verge of freezing. He shivered uncontrollably, and the efficiency of his technique plummeted. Previously, in the icy pool, the cold had seeped into him through his skin, but this golden snake heart pill was ingested directly, allowing the cold to permeate his very marrow. Had it been an ordinary golden snake heart pill, Lin Ming's profound true essence would have easily withstood it. However, he had amplified the potency of this pill several times with the spirit herb talisman, and a martial artist of lesser cultivation would likely have frozen to death upon consumption. Faced with such fierce medicinal power, even Lin Ming's strong will began to falter. His true essence flowed sluggishly, as if it were water trapped in frozen pipes. He knew well that if his true essence could not circulate throughout his body, certain parts would inevitably succumb to frostbite. Although he could maintain the majority of his body's integrity, any damage to his flesh would not only waste the medicinal power, but would also require time to refine again, even if it did not result in permanent disability. Resolute, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and began to forcibly activate the newly acquired true essence resonance. He relied on the vibrations of his true essence to shatter the cold energy that had accumulated within him. Initially, he thought that in the midst of such excruciating pain and a clouded consciousness, synchronizing the minute units of his body for true essence resonance would be challenging. To his surprise, he entered that peculiar state of delicate strength more smoothly than ever before. It seemed that this bone-deep cold prompted countless minute units within Lin Ming's body to spontaneously resist the invading chill, uniting in their defiance. Under the catalyst of this pill, such a transformation was occurring within him. Lin Ming, unable to dwell on his joy, began to channel his true essence to shatter the gathering cold energy, while those minute units instinctively absorbed the true essence to refine his flesh. This transformation occurred not only within his muscles, but also within his internal organs. True essence training of the organs. After consuming the golden snake heart pill, Lin Ming, who had previously brushed against the threshold of the 3rd layer of body training, finally stepped fully into that realm. In the 3rd layer of body training, true essence trained the organs, safeguarding them and significantly enhancing his resilience to impact. Furthermore, with true essence nourishing his internal organs, his heart and lungs grew stronger, his blood rich, breathing prolonged, and endurance greatly increased. Meanwhile, the muscles, nourished by this energy, would gradually gain strength. As true essence permeated his internal organs and he broke through to the organ training phase, Lin Ming felt an immense relief. Simultaneously, the cold energy obstructing the flow of true essence was shattered one by one, and the dispersed cold energy was swiftly absorbed and neutralized by Lin Ming's body for further refinement. At this point, Lin Ming had completely overcome the chill of his training, perfectly absorbing the potency of the golden snake heart pill. What remained was merely the process of consolidation. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a long, cold breath. The moment it escaped his lips, the surrounding moisture condensed into a white mist, forming a straight arrow of vapor that shot out 5 or 6 feet. inhaling like a snake and exhaling like an arrow. This was the hallmark of the organ training phase. However, not all martial artists in this phase could achieve such a feat. Some only partially trained their organs, with their true essence merely coating a small portion of their internal organs, lacking depth. Such practitioners, while still in the organ training phase, were vastly inferior in strength to those who had fully completed it. Training strength, flesh, organs, refining sinews, tempering bones, and consolidating veins. These 6 realms were interdependent, progressing in a sequence. For instance, if a martial artist did not thoroughly train their flesh, the limited true essence stored within their muscles would render their subsequent organ training incomplete, resulting in a cascading failure that would ultimately bar them from entering the vein consolidation phase. This was the fundamental reason why the majority of martial artists in the Tiankai Kingdom could never step into that realm. Thus, even among martial artists of the same rank in the Tiankai Kingdom, the disparity in strength was immense. For disciples of the 7 Xian martial house, challenging opponents beyond their rank was not unusual. In fact, failing to do so would reflect poorly on their capabilities. During the 7 days following Lin Ming's attainment of the 3rd layer of body training, he remained in his residence, absorbing the residual effects of the golden snake heart pill and solidifying his newfound cultivation. In this time, he finally depleted all 10 of his true essence stones. Gazing at the now dull true essence stone in his hand, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that even hundreds or thousands of these would not suffice. To rapidly ascend to higher martial realms, true essence stones were indispensable. However, acquiring them naturally required a substantial amount of gold, and merely selling potent talismans would hardly suffice. As the date of his duel with Zhang Song drew nearer, he pondered how much his strength had truly increased and where he would rank on the leaderboard. Lin Ming felt a subtle anticipation for the upcoming assessment in the 10,000 kill array, as he had no opponents to test his abilities against, and thus could only head to the strength measurement chamber. Chapter 74. The gun at the waterfall. When Lin Ming arrived at the testing room, it was afternoon, and 4 or 5 individuals were engaged in assessments. He stepped into a modest corner and aimed at the force testing stone tablet, delivering a casual punch. With a resounding thud, the stone tablet shook violently, its light beam leaping wildly before finally stabilizing at 3 feet 9 inches, 3,900 pounds. For such a casual strike, Lin Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. He recalled that on the day of the strength assessment, the senior brother Lingxin, the master of the Heavenly Palace, had casually struck the same stone tablet, achieving a score of 4,900 pounds. Lin Ming remembered this vividly, and thus, he aimed to gauge the disparity between himself and Lingxin with this seemingly effortless punch. Lingxin was at the pinnacle of the 4th level of body training, on the verge of stepping into the bone-forging realm, while Lin Ming had just entered the 3rd level of body training. The gap was merely 1,000 pounds, and he was confident that once he reached the 4th level, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Lingxin. However, combat among martial artists is not solely determined by strength. While power is my forte, I must not neglect other aspects. With this thought, Lin Ming took a deep breath and entirely relaxed his body. He stood with his eyes closed for a moment, adjusting his breathing to a subtle state. The rhythmic breaths of his body gradually synchronized, reaching a certain frequency of resonance. Then, with a sudden opening of his eyes, he exerted power through his legs, utilizing them to propel his waist, and his body erupted from a state of stillness. Boom! His punch struck the stone tablet as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing it to vibrate incessantly. The light beam initially soared to 4,200 pounds, then oscillated between 4,200 and 4,300 pounds, fluctuating back and forth. Typically, when an ordinary martial artist strikes the stone tablet, the light beam reaches a certain height and falls within a few blinks of an eye. Yet, Lin Ming's punch kept the beam hovering between 4,200 and 4,300 pounds for a full 20 breaths. This is the effect of true essence vibration, achieved through the silk-like strength. My punching force lies between 4,200 and 4,300 pounds. But through the silk-like strength, I can transmit this force into my adversary's body, attacking their internal organs and sustaining the effect. If the opponent has not thoroughly practiced their internal cultivation, a single punch could be fatal. Even those who have mastered internal cultivation or reached the bone-forging realm would suffer severe injuries and vomit blood from my strike. The silk-like strength recorded in the chaotic martial arts scripture possesses a wondrous realm and terrifying destructive power. It is indeed a fearsome technique. In contrast, the shattering bones fist left by that nameless elder seems to possess only immense destructive power but fails to reach the realm of resonating with the body's subtle units, rendering it ultimately less beneficial for cultivation. On the 21st day of Lin Ming's arrival at the 7 Xian martial house, early in the morning, he approached the cold pool waterfall, one of the 7 deadly formations, with his Guanhong spear. The steward in charge of the formation, Xiadong, noticed Lin Ming early on and greeted him with a smile. "Junior brother, you're up early, quite diligent." "Good morning, senior brother," Lin Ming replied politely. He preferred visiting the cold pool waterfall in the morning or evening, as there were fewer reservations, making it easier to secure a spot. "In just a quarter of an hour, the formation will activate." "Junior brother, you're still in position 3, which is level 7 difficulty," Xiadong informed him. "Actually, I would like to adjust the difficulty to level 8 today," Lin Ming declared. This was his first visit to the cold pool waterfall since reaching the 3rd level of body training. Although he could reach sufficiently cold waters at level 7 difficulty if he dove deep enough, today he carried the substantial Guanhong spear, weighing 820 pounds. If he dove too deep, resurfacing would be quite challenging. "Level 8 difficulty?" Xiadong exclaimed in surprise. "That corresponds to a range of 80 to 110. Junior brother intends to challenge this level?" Xiadong was about to advise Lin Ming against being reckless when he noticed the fluctuations in Lin Ming's true essence. "Junior brother, have you broken through?" Xiadong recalled that during their last encounter, Lin Ming had been at the peak of the 2nd level of body training, and he was astonished by the speed of his progress to the 3rd level. "Yes, I just recently broke through," Lin Ming confirmed. "Haha, congratulations. However, junior brother, a recent breakthrough means that the increase in strength is a gradual process requiring time to accumulate. Are you certain about attempting level 8 difficulty? I'm aware of my capabilities. If it becomes too difficult, I will come back up," Lin Ming assured him. "Very well." Xiadong shrugged and consented to Lin Ming's request. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ming, with the Guanhong spear on his back, approached the cold pool. Xiadong then noticed how heavy Lin Ming's footsteps were, leaving deep impressions on the grass of the valley. Xiadong squinted, focusing on the long box strapped to Lin Ming's back. Such a long box was likely a spear or polearm. With each step, Lin Ming left a footprint, indicating the weight of the weapon, perhaps 700 or 800 pounds. It was indeed rare to see junior brother Lin choose such a heavy spear as a weapon. Upon entering the formation, Lin Ming leaped into the cold pool with the Guanhong spear. The coldness at level 8 was indeed a notch higher, but for Lin Ming, who had just recently advanced, this chill was just right. In the past, when Lin Ming plunged into the cold pool, he felt an immense resistance akin to mercury as he descended. Yet now, burdened with the 820-pound spear, he sank rapidly. He forcefully drew upon his true essence, momentarily halting his descent, then executed a series of swift kicks, propelling himself onto a protruding rock on the cold pool's stone wall. With a firm push off the rock, he leapt to another, repeating this until he reached the base of the waterfall. The cold pool not only contained the frigid waters, but also the waterfall, which cascaded from a height of 300 feet, carrying a force of no less than 1,000 pounds. Beneath the waterfall lay immense submerged rocks, placed there by the creator of the cold pool formation for martial artists to train under the waterfall. Without such rocks, they would have long been obliterated by the relentless force of water over millennia. What immense force! As Lin Ming struggled to stand on the rock, he found it difficult to maintain his balance. Despite choosing a spot where the water flow was relatively gentler, the water from the waterfall felt exceptionally heavy, nearly preventing him from standing upright. With a shout, Lin Ming thrust his spear into the rock to stabilize himself. The cascading water, imbued with 1,000 pounds of force, crashed onto his shoulders and back, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, causing him immense pain, as if his body were about to crumble. Moreover, the water from the waterfall was bitterly cold. Due to the flow, the heat dissipated swiftly, and even while circulating the chaotic true essence formula, he felt the chill penetrating his bones, akin to needles piercing his flesh. Gripping the long spear, Lin Ming adjusted the breathing of his body's subtle units, striving to attain the realm of silk-like strength. With the vibrating true essence, he managed to precariously maintain his stance. With each breath, the circulation of true essence within him improved, and he gradually steadied himself. Extracting the Guanhong spear from the rock, Lin Ming did not sweep, slash, or perform any advanced techniques. He simply held the spear in his hand. The spear, as the king of all weapons, embodies the essence of sweeping, slicing, and thrusting. These techniques may appear straightforward, yet mastering them is profoundly challenging. The adage monthly staff, yearly fist, long practice spear is not without merit. as a long-range weapon. The spear's length equates to its strength. The longer the weapon, the greater the power it can exert. When mastered, the spear technique, combined with true essence martial skills, can unleash terrifying offensive capabilities in a wide area of effect, which is why generals on the battlefield predominantly wield spears and polearms, while swords are reserved for strategists and civil commanders. Conversely, a shorter weapon, though lacking the spear's sheer power and range, excels in precision. Swords and daggers, while not as powerful, are favored for their accuracy, making daggers the preferred choice for assassins. This allows for easier concealment and the potential for a fatal strike, as it is rare to hear of an assassin brandishing a spear in public. Thus, the foremost aspect of marksmanship lies in precision. Lin Ming has honed his skills in bone penetration for many years. Whether wielding a blade or a firearm, his accuracy is remarkable. During the Wansha formation, he can precisely pierce the swiftly flying threads. However, this is under conditions devoid of resistance. In the throes of actual combat, contending with the martial prowess of adversaries amidst the tumultuous currents of true essence, piercing through the energy flow to strike at the enemy's vital points becomes a formidable challenge. Therefore, the initial step in mastering the spear is not to practice its techniques, but rather to stabilize the weapon firmly. At this moment, Lin Ming held the rear segment of the Guanhong spear with both hands, 7/10 of its length submerged in the waterfall, enduring the force of the rushing water like a 1,000-pound impact. The Guanhong spear weighs an impressive 820 pounds, with a length of 8 feet and a spearhead extending 8 inches. Such length means that most of it dangles over a 300-foot drop into the waterfall, compounded by the spear's own weight, making it no easy feat to maintain stability. Even with Lin Ming's arm strength of 4,200 pounds, the spearhead swayed uncontrollably. Indeed, it was heavy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming felt a tingling in his arms after a brief period, and the spear tip had been pressed downward by the waterfall's force. Chapter 75. The day of the duel, as Lin Ming struggled to control the strength in his arms while harnessing true essence to combat the chilling force of the waterfall. He felt himself nearing his limits despite the support of the chaotic true essence technique. His arms began to tremble, and the veins on his forehead and forearms stood out prominently. After what felt like an eternity, with a dull thud, the tip of the Guanhong spear was violently struck against the rocks by the force of the waterfall. Lin Ming fell to one knee on the stones, gasping for breath, feeling as if his arms were no longer his own, and realizing the significant depletion of his true essence. With a splash, Lin Ming was swept off the rocks by the waterfall's current. He thrust his spear into the stone, stabilizing himself in the water. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he reached his limit. Alas, if only he had a true essence stone at this moment, he could swiftly recover and continue his training. Soon, he would face Zhang Tsang in a duel. If he were to win his essence stone, he could continue for a while longer, but eventually, he would need to devise his own means. Days passed, and Lin Ming diligently practiced his spear for 2 hours each day beneath the cold waterfall. During this time, he also tempered his body. The effects of the golden serpent heart pill had been fully absorbed. Although Lin Ming's cultivation remained at the initial stage of the 3rd level of body refinement, his foundation had been solidified. In the span of 8 days, Lin Ming expended all 16 hours of saved training time. By the final day, he was able to hold the Guanhong spear and stand beneath the waterfall for an entire hour. Initially, the spear was almost motionless, only beginning to tremble slightly after half an hour. 2 days later marked a full month since Lin Ming arrived at the 7 Xian Martial Academy. He awoke early as usual and stood beneath a century-old tree at the entrance of his wooden cabin, holding the tail of the Guanhong spear with both hands extended, maintaining the spear horizontally despite its weight of 820 pounds. On the tip of the spear rested a porcelain bowl filled with water. Under Lin Ming's steady strength, not a single drop was spilled, as if the bowl were placed on a stable table. With his training time concluded and unable to return to the waterfall, Lin Ming resorted to practicing using his self-created methods. He continued to train until midday, after which he had a light meal, rested briefly, and then set off toward the martial arts arena of the 7 Xian Martial Academy. For today was the day of his duel with Zhang Tsang. Though autumn had arrived, the midday sun still blazed fiercely. At this hour, when the sun was at its zenith and its rays were most intense, few ventured outside, preferring to nap at home. Yet, the martial arts arena was bustling with spectators. Among them were disciples from the Academy's Earth Hall and Human Hall, with some from the Heavenly Hall as well. Despite the sweltering heat, none of them showed signs of perspiration, maintaining an air of tranquility, clearly indicating their prowess. Today marked the duel between Lin Ming, Zhang Tsang, Wang Yinfeng, and Lu Mingxiang. Of these four, two were the top newcomers from the recent assessment, while the other two were formidable senior disciples. This spectacle was sure to capture the attention of many within the academy. Disciples from the human hall came to witness the excitement, while those from the earth hall and heavenly hall sought to observe their rivals. Knowing that both Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng were poised to climb the ranks in the future, the outcomes of the matches seemed predictable. Historically, newcomers seldom triumphed against seasoned disciples, and with Lu Mingxiang and Zhang Tsang being experts, Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng appeared to stand little chance. A disciple from the heavenly hall glanced at the sundial beside the arena and remarked slowly, "Indeed, while it was true, one should not underestimate Lin Ming. When he first entered the academy, I scarcely paid him any mind, yet he managed to rank 126th in the previous 10,000 kill formation assessment, a remarkable achievement. This time, he merely faced Zhang Tsang, but if he were to duel Lu Mingxiang, the latter might very well face an unexpected defeat." "You believe Lu Mingxiang would lose to Lin Ming?" "Surely not. Lin Ming's innate talent is limited. Although his previous ranking in the 10,000 kill formation was not far behind Lu Mingxiang's, he only achieved that result due to the consumption of 2 exceptional elixirs during the assessment, over the course of a month. Could he truly catch up to Lu Mingxiang? Talent? Why focus solely on Lin Ming's talent, regardless of his fortuitous encounters or the number of miraculous pills he consumed? His current displayed power completely overshadows his innate talent. Anyone who underestimates him due to this talent is bound to suffer," a disciple from the heavenly hall confidently asserted. You overestimate Lin Ming. When I last visited the library, I specifically noted the techniques he selected." The earth hall disciple dragged out his words deliberately, drawing the attention of many before he leisurely continued. Lin Ming chose the basic spear technique and basic footwork, along with a fragmented technique known as Shattered Bones Fist. With these choices, how much progress could he make in a month? His previous ranking of 126 was solely due to consuming the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden serpent heart pill. Even a pig would experience a significant boost in cultivation after such elixirs. Lin Ming's talent is ultimately limited. He cannot practice advanced techniques or martial arts. With only these basic techniques, how could he possibly surpass Lu Mingxiang? Lin Ming's prominence in the 10,000 kill formation easily attracted the attention of other disciples from the academy. Many sought to investigate the techniques he had chosen, as this information was readily available on the notice board. What? Basic spear technique and basic footwork? Lin Ming actually chose those? Those techniques possess no formidable power. And I assumed he would select something like Shadowless Technique or Nine Suns Absolute. Shadowless Technique? Nine Suns Absolute? Such techniques are undoubtedly excellent. But can just anyone practice them? Have you forgotten Lin Ming's talent? He likely recognizes his own limitations, which is why he chose the simplest techniques. Just wait and see. This duel will surely strip Lin Ming of his halo. The disciple spoke with a tone of schadenfreude, irked that Lin Ming's recent rise in ranking had surpassed his own in such a short time. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd as a path was cleared. 2 young men, seemingly in their 20s, walked side by side. One was slender with a cold demeanor, bearing a black heavy sword on his back. Despite his casual stride, he emanated a sharp aura, reminiscent of a drawn sword. The other was robust and muscular, wielding a purple-black 8-foot staff. His movements were steady and silent, and if one were to measure his footsteps, they would find each stride consistent at 6 feet apart, an indication of mastery over the top-tier lightness skill, 6 footstep, from the Academy's library. Lingxin, Tuaku. What a surprise that these two also came to witness the match. Most spectators were disciples from the Earth Hall, while those from the Heavenly Hall were mostly ranked 50 or 60 and lower, anxious about being overtaken, prompting them to observe the situation. Yet Lingxin and Tuaku, with their unshakable positions on the ranking stone, had also come to watch this internal duel of the Earth Hall. Chapter 76. Lingxin and Tuaku. Within the esteemed 7 Xian martial house, Lingxin, Tuaku, and Zhang Guanyu wield absolute authority, overshadowing even the most formidable core disciples. Since their 3rd year at the 7 Xian martial house, these 3 have consistently ranked among the top 3 on the leaderboard, maintaining their dominance to the present day, leaving others with no room for dissent. The leaderboard displays only ranks, omitting scores, leaving speculation about the vast point differences between the top 3 and the 4th place. Rumors have circulated that Zhang Guanyu surpassed the 4th place by tens of thousands of points, though the truth of this remains ambiguous. In any case, the prowess of Lingxin, Tuaku, and Zhang Guanyu is beyond measure. Whispers suggest that Lingxin, who is on the verge of attaining the 5th level of body refinement, possesses strength rivaling that of practitioners in the pulse condensation stage. Such formidable individuals naturally draw attention. Zhang Song and Lu Mingxiang are not in their sights. Despite their strength, they have yet to break into the top 100 of the leaderboard after 2 years, rendering them insignificant to Ling Xin and Tua Ku. Even Wang Yifeng, though possessing exceptional 4th-grade talent, pales in comparison to them, having only recently entered the top 180. Thus, all eyes are on Lin Ming. They wish to discern the true nature of this young man, who astonishingly ranked 126 in the first round of the 10,000 kill formation, even outshining Zhang Guanyu. At this moment, amidst the crowd, Zhang Song and Lu Mingxiang have just arrived, yet their presence is entirely eclipsed by Ling Xin and Tua Ku. No one pays heed to the two participants of the duel. Zhang Song is not deluded enough to believe that Ling Sun and Tua Ku have come to witness the duel for his sake. Their attention is undoubtedly fixed on Lin Ming, a realization that leaves Zhang Song feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Even if he were to secure victory, the focus of Ling Xin and Tua Ku would not be on him. Humph, underestimating me, are you? I shall make you aware of the folly and error of your judgment. Zhang Song clenched his fists in silence. Lu Mingxiang, gritting his teeth, added, Zhang Song, we must not only win but do so decisively, bringing these two oblivious youngsters to heel within 5 moves. Otherwise, we shall be looked down upon. Humph, I will leave a mark on that Lin fellow, ensuring he regrets participating in this duel. Zhang Song's fingers brushed against the hilt of his narrow blade, a glint of coldness fleeting in his gaze. This was also a favor from Zhu Yin, intended not only to shatter his martial spirit but to inflict serious injury, ideally affecting his future cultivation. At that moment, Lin Ming and Wang Yinfeng arrived as well. Today, Lin Ming donned a full black ensemble, shouldering a purple-black 8-foot-long spear, the Guanhong spear, weighing 820 pounds, without bending his spine in the slightest. He stood tall, exuding an unyielding presence, reminiscent of the spear itself. Though merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, his dense true essence combined with a formidable aura evoked an undeniable sense of immovability. Lin Ming, indeed, Tua Ku remarked. The spear he wields appears to be forged from purple-black iron, akin to the material of my staff. Such a spear, exceeding 800 pounds, harbors tremendous force. His confidence in wielding such a weapon speaks volumes about his strength. Tua Ku's weapon, a staff, is rarely employed by martial artists, as spears are more common, particularly in military settings. The staff, however, is seldom seen, typically reserved for certain temples that eschew violence. The staff is a weapon of benevolence, and Tua Ku's staff, weighing in at 860 pounds and crafted from purple-black iron, features golden hoops made from cloud-patterned iron at both ends. While not a treasure, its impact is nothing short of terrifying. The power of a top-tier staff is often described as a graze inflicts injury. A touch results in death, owing to the tremendous vibrational energy it contains. A mere brush could cause injury, while a single strike could shatter armor. Thus, when it comes to the staff, its potency surpasses that of a treasure-grade weapon. The spear shares similarities with the staff in certain respects, although its techniques are more intricate and varied. Tua Ku felt a kinship with Lin Ming as both wielded rare weapons. However, it is unfortunate that he faces Zhang Song. I cannot perceive Lin Ming's future. I wonder if he will soar to greatness or fade into obscurity, but for now, he is not Zhang Song's match. How many moves do you think Lin Ming will last against Zhang Song? Tua Ku inquired of Ling. Senator Ling Xin regarded Tua Ku and retorted, Are you certain Lin Ming will lose? Oh, do you truly believe Lin Ming could prevail? Tua Ku felt he had already given Lin Ming too much credit, overlooking his innate talent. He had considered Lin Ming a potential rival, yet was taken aback by Ling Xin's even higher estimation. Ling Xin's interest in Lin Ming stemmed from 2 factors: Lin Ming's remarkable ranking of 126 in the first round of the 10,000 kill formation and his record-breaking performance in the illusionary realm's martial heart assessment, surpassing Ling Xin's own achievement. This indicated that Lin Ming's martial spirit had surpassed his own, though Ling Xin's resolve is as steadfast as iron and devoid of desire. He harbors vulnerabilities, his flaw being a heart steeped in bloodshed. Ling Xin's thirst for blood renders him susceptible to this inner demon. Of course, Lin Ming possesses his own weaknesses. No human being can be flawless, and it remains to be seen whose flaws are more pronounced. Ling Sun, with a lower 4th-grade talent, maintains a commendable standing amidst the assembly of prodigies at the 7 Xian martial house. Nevertheless, he has secured the top position through the strength of his martial spirit. In Lin Ming, he sees a reflection of his past and yearns to discover whether Lin Ming can also create a miracle. I cannot ascertain whether Lin Ming will win or lose, Ling Xin admitted. But I recall that Lin Ming was at the pinnacle of the second level of body refinement during his trial in the 10,000 kill formation. And now he has reached the third level. Indeed. Unless the disparity in strength is insurmountable, the martial prowess of practitioners is readily apparent. At this moment, Zhang Tsang and Lu Mingxiang have also taken note of Lin Ming's growth and strength. This lad has stumbled upon fortunate circumstances, achieving a breakthrough at this juncture. It must be the effect of the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake heart pill. Consuming these two elixirs simultaneously allows for gradual release of their potency. His breakthrough is unsurprising. Otherwise, he could not have achieved a rank of 126 on the leaderboard. Zhang Tsang, you must remain vigilant and not underestimate him. You overrate him. He practices the basic spear technique and basic footwork, shallow arts devoid of depth. Even if mastered, they wield little power. Only fools lacking confidence in their abilities would choose such paths. My technique is defined by swiftness. His cumbersome spear techniques will never graze the edge of my garments. Just then, the shadow of the sundial slowly pointed to 3/4 past noon. Time had arrived. Chapter 77. The moment of departure. Lu Mingxiang was the first to step onto the stage, pointing his sword at Wang Yinfeng with a mocking smile. Wang Yinfeng, come up and face your demise. Wang Yinfeng let out a cold snort. Unperturbed as he ascended the platform, their duel had been set for this very day. Wang Yinfeng displayed remarkable resolve. Lin Ming could discern that Wang Yinfeng's aura was genuine, despite the vast disparity in strength between him and Lu Mingxiang. Wang Yinfeng did not falter. Even though he possessed considerable talent, it was implausible for him to bridge the gap in just a month. Yet, facing a seemingly hopeless battle, he remained both courageous and spirited, which was commendable. Drawing his treasured sword, Wang Yinfeng infused it with his true essence. The 9 azure runes of the 9 true words lit up one by one. His sword's form solidified several times more than during his previous battle with Lin Ming. Over the past month, Wang Yinfeng had devoted himself to relentless training. Though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the third level of body refinement, he had significantly enhanced the depth of his true essence, solidifying his foundation. Upon witnessing Wang Yinfeng's 9 true words sword technique, Lu Mingxiang chuckled, a bit of progress, but still far from my level. With a thunderous shout, Lu Mingxiang drew his long sword and slashed toward Wang Yinfeng. In midair, his sword transformed into a purple-gray hue, radiating an eerie light. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Mingxiang unleashed 3 consecutive strikes with his treasured sword, imbuing it with his true essence, which produced explosive sounds. Wang Yinfeng took a slight step back. The brilliance of the 9 runes on his sword surged forth as he cleaved downward, significantly weakening Lu Mingxiang's sword winds. Wang Yinfeng followed up with another strike, shattering Lu Mingxiang's initial wave of attacks. With determination, Wang Yinfeng retreated while simultaneously slicing through Lu Mingxiang's sword winds. The air around them was shredded as if it were mere fabric. Amidst the chaotic energy flow, Wang Yinfeng moved with steady poise, unfazed. Some skill, but still far from enough, Lu Mingxiang declared, stepping forward as his true essence manifested in an even richer shade of purple, his aura boiling like water. His 3-foot-long sword glimmered with the brilliance of the sun, and a wheel of true essence formed at the tip of his sword, spinning rapidly. The Heavenly King's Will sword, a high-level martial technique recorded in the library, was exceedingly difficult to master. Yet here was Lu Mingxiang, having accomplished it. Wang Yinfeng was in peril. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, observing the Heavenly King's Wheel. The true essence wheel formed a peculiar system, appearing flawless. However, Lin Ming noticed that Lu Mingxiang was struggling to maintain it, with numerous inconsistencies in his infusion of true essence into the treasured sword. For Wang Yinfeng to seize victory, he needed to charge forward and sever Lu Mingxiang's true essence supply from his treasured weapon. However, Wang Yinfeng was neither a runesmith nor knowledgeable about the Tai Soul technique, making it impossible for him to detect the flow of true essence within Lu Mingxiang's weapon. At that moment, Wang Yinfeng made his move. Despite Lu Mingxiang's formidable presence, Wang Yinfeng bravely surged against the current. He understood that if he hesitated now, he would lose his chance. He had to break Lu Mingxiang's Heavenly King's Will before it reached its peak. Wang Yinfeng swung his sword, aiming not at the Heavenly King's Wheel, nor the inconsistencies in Lu Mingxiang's true essence flow. Instead, he targeted Lu Mingxiang's vital chest, infusing his sword with true essence. Faint sparks crackled, accompanied by the roar of thunder. This was the Thundercloud Slash. This technique was one of the advanced martial skills Wang Yinfeng had selected from the library. At that time, he had chosen the Divine Sun technique, Swan's Feather Fall, and Thundercloud Slash, none of which were simple. even with his exceptional talent. Mastering them in a short time was improbable. The Divine Sun technique was for cultivation, intended to enhance one's level, requiring considerable time to strengthen. The Swan's Feather Fall was a light skill, similarly ineffective in direct combat. Thus, Wang Yefeng had devoted the majority of his month to the Thundercloud Slash. And now he believed this technique could achieve a surprising effect. Naive. How could a mere month's practice of the Thundercloud Slash hope to compare with my Heavenly King's wheel? Lu Mingxiang bellowed, bringing down his sword, which was accompanied by the spinning power of the purple Heavenly King's wheel, crashing down heavily. Boom. The Thundercloud Slash collided with the Heavenly King's wheel, the fierce clash of true essence compressing the air into a tangible membrane, surging outward like a tidal wave. In the air, lightning flickered as both Wang Yefeng and Lu Mingxiang were sent flying. Lu Mingxiang tumbled through the air several times before stabilizing himself with his sword upon landing. His chest churned with energy, clearly affected by the earlier impact. However, Wang Yefeng fared worse, hurtling over 10 feet before crashing into a large tree, spitting out a spray of blood. Wang Yefeng had lost. Predictably so. Yet the fact that he managed to push Lu Mingxiang to such an extent was commendable. How could a newcomer triumph over an established student? Everyone present was a genius. Having spent several years at the Seven Xian Martial Academy, losing to a newcomer would render their time here meaningless. Lin Ming would undoubtedly face defeat as well. One of the senior disciples from the Earth Hall scoffed disdainfully. Wang Yefeng, kneeling on one knee, braced himself with his sword and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. He glared coldly at Lu Mingxiang, tossing out 5 true essence stones. What you have taken from me today, I shall reclaim doubly in the future. Wang Yefeng spat these words with a fierce determination, each syllable resonating with gravity. Afterward, he turned and, leaning on his sword, limped away step by step, watching Wang Yefeng depart. Lin Ming felt a twinge of admiration for him. It was unfortunate for Wang Yefeng. Since entering the Seven Xian Martial Academy, he had faced continuous setbacks and defeats. Most proud geniuses would have crumbled under such pressure, yet Wang Yefeng remained undaunted, earning respect. Lin Ming, it is your turn. You will meet the same fate. Following Lu Mingxiang, Zhang Tsong ascended the martial arena. Zhang Tsong ranked 103rd, significantly stronger than Lu Mingxiang. With the Guanhong spear on his back, Lin Ming stepped onto the martial stage, facing Zhang Tsong from a distance. The clash between Wang Yefeng and Lu Mingxiang was merely an appetizer. The true highlight of today's duel lay in the confrontation between Lin Ming and Zhang Tsong, drawing the attention of the majority present. Among the spectators, the newcomers hoped Lin Ming would redeem their honor, believing that even in defeat, he should not lose too disgracefully. In contrast, the established students wished for Zhang Tsong to secure a decisive victory, demonstrating the vast chasm between the newcomers and the seniors. As Lin Ming approached the stage, Ling Sun and Tua Ku paid closer attention. The reason behind Lin Ming's ranking of 126 would soon be revealed. The battle commenced, and Zhang Tsong drew his narrow blade. The weapon lacked a guard, with the blade extending 2 feet and 8 inches, and the handle measuring merely 3 inches. The blade was thin and light, indicative of its exceptional speed. Undoubtedly, this blade was a treasured weapon. As a disciple ranked around 100 in the Seven Xian Martial Academy, even without a prestigious background, it was easy to be recruited by a powerful faction. With the generous benefits from joining such factions, acquiring a treasured weapon was not unusual. Draw your spear, Lin Ming. I am eager to see how well you have mastered your basic spear technique. Surely, you must have made some progress in a month with such a simple technique. Zhang Tsong wore a somewhat mocking smile, confident that even if Lin Ming had achieved minor success, it posed no threat to him. The more Ling Sun and Tua Ku focused on Lin Ming, the more Zhang Tsong relished the opportunity to trample him. Zhang Tsong infused his true essence into the narrow blade, noticing Lin Ming still standing motionless. He furrowed his brow. Aren't you going to draw your weapon? Lin Ming spoke slowly. When the time comes, it will naturally emerge. What did you say? Zhang Tsong's heart seethed with fury. As a distinguished disciple of the Earth Hall, he was utterly affronted to be so disregarded by a newcomer to the Martial Academy, especially one whose prowess paled in comparison to his own. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. When the time comes, it will naturally emerge. Very well. Today, I shall see whether you have any chance to draw your weapon. Chapter 78. Empty-handed against the blade, Lin Ming was truly audacious. Faced with Zhang Tsong, he did not reach for his weapon at the first opportunity. Zhang Tsong's blade was renowned for its swiftness, while Lin Ming's weapon, a heavy gun, was inherently slow and currently strapped to his back. I wager that soon he would find himself utterly powerless against Zhang Tsong's dazzling swordplay. never even having the chance to draw his weapon before succumbing. Even Taku was slightly shaking his head. Lin Ming was indeed being reckless. Did he intend to catch a blade with his bare hands? Zhang Song's sword was a legendary artifact capable of slicing through iron once infused with true essence. Even if Lin Ming had achieved a mastery of bone forging, it was impossible for him to intercept it with his hands. Ling Sun observed Lin Ming in silence. Although he did not know him well, he sensed that Lin Ming, based on his martial spirit, should not be a fool who underestimated his opponent. What was he thinking? Only time would reveal the truth. You wish to perish. I shall grant your desire. Zhang Song sneered, suddenly erupting from a standing position. His body transformed into a shadowy figure on the training ground, the sound of his footsteps echoing like torrential rain upon lotus leaves. His speed was unparalleled. Employing the supreme lightness technique, 7-star flowing clouds. In an instant, a chilling sound of a blade vibrating filled the air. Zhang Song's sword shot forth like a flash of lightning, targeting Lin Ming's ribs from an unconventional angle, rising from below. This strike employed no martial techniques, however. The lightweight narrow blade, infused with Zhang Song's concentrated true essence, reached an astonishing speed and formidable power, rendering it an unstoppable blow. Even a practitioner well-versed in movement would find it impossible to evade the speed of the blade. Moreover, even a master of lightweight weapons would struggle to defend against such an ingeniously angled attack aimed at the vulnerable armpit. Furthermore, Lin Ming's movement was merely a basic step, and his weapon, a heavy gun, lacked speed. At this moment, it remained strapped to his back. How could he defend himself? Even Ling Xin's pupils constricted as he focused intently on Zhang Song's strike, unable to predict what would transpire next. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly extended his right hand, aiming to slap down upon the narrow blade. Upon witnessing this, Taku's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Lin Ming lost his senses? He was attempting to confront a blade with his hand, empty-handed against a razor-sharp weapon. Was he truly willing to sacrifice his hand? A sinister smile crept onto Zhang Song's lips. To block with your hand? If I don't sever your hand, I would have wasted 12 years training with this sword. In the split second that followed, the spectators had no time to react, and Lin Ming's hand had already struck forcefully against Zhang Song's blade. At that moment, countless minute units of breath rhythm within Lin Ming synchronized perfectly, creating a resonance of true essence during his inhalation and exhalation. Waves of true essence surged forth like a tide. The true essence trembled, and the force was as delicate as silk. In an instant, a powerful wave of true essence was transmitted to the narrow blade, causing it to vibrate violently. The true essence that Zhang Song had infused into the blade was instantly dispersed by Lin Ming's true essence fluctuation. Zhang Song's sinister smile froze, and he felt a numbing sensation in his grip, nearly dropping the sword. What? This unforeseen turn of events left him bewildered before he could comprehend the situation. Lin Ming's fist was already hurtling toward his chest. This seemingly ordinary punch was imbued with the vibrations of true essence, known as the bone-crushing fist. If it landed solidly, Zhang Song would lose at least half of his life. However, having spent years in the military, Zhang Song had developed a keen instinct for danger. Sensing the imminent threat from Lin Ming's punch, he instinctively reacted, planting his feet firmly on the ground and executing the perfected 7-star flowing clouds technique. Zhang Song's body abruptly retreated, narrowly evading Lin Ming's punch. Yet, even though he dodged the fist, Zhang Song still felt the punch's wind brush against him. Just the force of the wind made his heart race, his lungs expand and contract, and his stomach churn, as if pulled by some bizarre frequency, causing his blood to surge, almost forcing him to vomit. What was happening? Zhang Song was horrified, his internal energy in turmoil, causing him to stumble upon landing. He retreated several steps, stabilizing himself only by bracing against the ground with his sword. The audience below was left in a stupor, bewildered by the sudden exchange. What had just occurred? Lin Ming had blocked Zhang Song's blade with his bare hands. Then, with a single fist, he forced Zhang Song to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his balance. An old disciple from the Earth Hall rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be seeing things. Heavens, I can't be mistaken. Is Lin Ming truly human? Are his limbs forged from iron, invulnerable to blades, and empty-handed against the sword? How could it be that Zhang Song, having clearly evaded the punch, was still pushed back? How was this possible? Just a month ago, Lin Ming had ranked 126 on the stone tablet. How had he suddenly become so formidable? It is said that when he first entered the 7 mysterious martial academy, he wasn't much stronger than Wang Yanfeng, yet just days later, in the 10,000 kill formation rankings, Wang Yanfeng was placed over 170, while Lin Ming ranked 126. From somewhere, These words spread, chilling the hearts of the onlookers. This was an astonishingly monstrous rate of progress. Those who had previously mocked Lin Ming for practicing the basic gun techniques and basic steps could hardly believe what had just unfolded. They muttered, "No. This can't be right. He was clearly practicing the basic gun techniques. This is impossible. Brother, did you see that slap and punch clearly?" Taku asked Lingxin, his expression grave. Lingxin furrowed his brow. "I didn't catch every detail." Lin Ming's slap against the blade held some mystery, but it wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. He struck the body of the blade, not the edge, which is why his hand remained unharmed. Nevertheless, Lin Ming's audacity is commendable. He dared to slap such a swift blade. A misstep, and he could have lost his hand. Taku remarked, even if he struck the body of the blade, the edge would still undoubtedly injure his hand. Moreover, Zhang Song's blade is infused with true essence, capable of slicing through iron. Lin Ming's boldness indicates he must have some confidence. It's no wonder he dared to declare that when he drew his gun, it would naturally emerge. He believes Zhang Song isn't worthy of his weapon. As Taku spoke, he felt a tremor of unease. When he first arrived at the Seven Mysterious Martial Academy a month ago, he certainly had no confidence in challenging disciples ranked around 100. Indeed, Lin Ming's strike, as Lingxin had mentioned, had not touched the blade's edge. Lin Ming's precision was unmatched, paired with the delicate resonance of his true essence. He dared to use his hand to block the blade. At this moment, Zhang Song stood several dozen feet away, his gaze fixed on Lin Ming, a flicker of trepidation emerging in his eyes. Lin Ming's earlier slap and punch had instilled in him a sense of profound unpredictability. Zhang Song's advantage lay in close-quarters combat. And when facing a long weapon like a spear, close combat was indeed the best path to victory. Yet now, he no longer possessed even a fraction of the confidence to confront Lin Ming's fist and palms. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Song gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. "Lin Ming, you have indeed astonished me, but do not think that this means you have triumphed. Prepare to receive my most powerful strike." If close combat was no longer an option, Zhang Song had other martial techniques at his disposal.